Chapter 2, 21 season begins. As time went on, Leeds United's summer training camp in the Netherlands was in full swing, and the summer transfer news in Europe was constant. The most eye-catching news was the transfer of two Brazilians. Rivaldo, who originally played for Barcelona, was kicked out of the club after falling out with the club. He then turned around and joined AC Milan in Serie A. Just when fans thought the Milan derby in the new Serie A season would be a Brazilian affair, Inter Milan star player Ronaldo had a falling out with the team. According to Italian media reports, Ronaldo had submitted a transfer request to the club. Shortly after, the Spanish newspaper AS reported that Real Madrid, known for producing one superstar per year, had officially submitted an offer to Inter Milan for Ronaldo's transfer. While everyone's attention was drawn to the transfer drama in Europe, Leeds United in the Netherlands officially started their first match under Jiang Feng's leadership. At 5 p.m. on August 2nd, Leeds United will face 20 from the Dutch Eredivisie at the Amsterdam Stadium. Jiang Feng's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Cech, left-back Abidal, right-back Maicon, center-backs Ramos and Chiellini, defensive midfielders Modric and Milner, attacking midfielder Kaká, left-winger Ronaldo, right-winger Quaresma, and center-forward Ibrahimovic. This lineup was basically Jiang Feng's preferred starting lineup for Leeds United this season. Since the start of the training camp, Jiang Feng had been using the system's virtual training ground to give some players special training. 20 from the Dutch Eredivisie can be considered a team that is not particularly strong. They won the Dutch Cup in the 2000-2001 season, which qualified them for the UEFA Cup in the 2001-2002 season. However, in the 2001-2002 season, they only managed to finish 12th in the league, and in the UEFA Cup, they were eliminated in the second round by Grasshoppers of Switzerland. Therefore, before today's match against 20, Jiang Feng told every player that the key to this game was to attack, to keep attacking. Jiang Feng also wanted to take this opportunity to test the team's performance in attacking training during this period. From the very first minute of the match, Leeds United completely controlled the tempo of the game, giving their opponents no chance whatsoever. Modric, whom Jiang Feng had the highest expectations for, did not disappoint. He performed his duties exceptionally well in both offense and defense. In particular, Modric has a natural talent for controlling the pace of the game. He knew exactly when to speed up and when to slow down in the first half. The only weakness was that the understanding between Modric and Milner and Kaká was not yet perfect, and there were still some mistakes. These mistakes in these two positions can sometimes be fatal for the team. However, Jiang Feng had fully considered this issue before the match, and specifically instructed the overall defense to pay attention to the defense after a mistake in the middle. So in the first 45 minutes, despite Leeds United making several mistakes, 20 were ultimately unable to score. For Leeds United, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, and Kaká each scored in the 18th, 31st, and 44th minutes respectively, giving Leeds United a 3-0 lead over 20 at halftime. After halftime, the second half began with the two teams switching sides. Because it was a friendly match, there were no restrictions on substitutions. Therefore, during halftime, Jiang Feng opted for a strategy of making numerous substitutions to train and observe the rotation lineup. In the second half, Leeds United's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Robinson, left-back Caicedo, right-back Miles, center-backs Woodgate and Dewberry, and defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and the 34-year-old David Batty, who were among the players who remained during the summer transfer window. It's worth mentioning that the special talent clause, which Jiang Feng remembered as being introduced in 2003, was introduced ahead of schedule under pressure from several Premier League clubs. Of the two Ivorian players they signed this summer, Yaya Touré has already passed the work permit process and obtained a work permit for Premier League matches, while according to Ridsdale, Ebu will have to wait a while, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Camoranesi appeared in the attacking midfield position in the second half, as did Quaresma. Beasley replaced Ronaldo on the left wing in the second half, while Alan Smith played as the center forward. The entire second half's progress caused Jiang Feng to frown on the sidelines. What troubled Jiang Feng the most was the team's performance in the middle in the second half. Whether in defense or attack, the partnership between defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and Batistuta was something Jiang Feng was very dissatisfied with. Yaya Touré's technical characteristics are physical strength and decisive and fierce movements in defense. Moreover, Touré's passing and organization in attack are very good, and he also has a very good long-range shot. However, precisely because of his good attacking ability, when he makes a forward run, Batistuta is required by Jiang Feng to play a supporting role. But judging from the progress of the second half, the cooperation between the two has great problems, and Batistuta's age has led to his weakness in stamina. What troubled Jiang Feng was Camoranesi. In the second half, it was clear that Camoranesi would occasionally drift to the wing, and he seemed to be playing awkwardly in the attacking midfield position. However, there was a positive side. Jiang Feng was pleasantly surprised by Beasley's performance on the left wing. Beasley's speed and final pass were both outstanding. Although he was a little weak in cutting inside, he was perfectly capable of being Ronaldo's substitute. The defense was only average in the second half, with no outstanding performances. Moreover, due to many mistakes in the midfield coordination in the second half, the two fullbacks who came on in the second half did not dare to push forward to assist. In the 74th minute of the second half, it was the outstanding Beasley who delivered a cross from the left wing, and Alan Smith scored Leeds United's fourth goal of the match. In the 87th minute, 20 finally capitalized on a mistake by Leeds United's midfield and scored a consolation goal. This goal made Jiang Feng, who was standing on the sidelines, frown even more. At this moment, Jiang Feng had made up his mind that he had to solve the problems in the defensive midfield and attacking midfield positions before the transfer deadline on August 31st. Jiang Feng decided to put Cameronisi back in the right-winger position. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated 24-1, while Ajax beat Rapid Bucharest 3-0 in the other match. Chapter 2, 22 Season Opening 2. After their first warm-up match, Leeds United held another training camp to address the issues that arose during the just-concluded game. Before the match against Ajax even started, Brahim brought Jiang Feng some good news. At Jiang Feng's request, the club brought him a defensive midfielder from Italy. According to information provided by the team scouts, Brahim brought Alberto Aquilani from Roma, Italy. After receiving the information from Brahim, Jiang Feng also felt that this was a good addition to the defensive midfield position. On August 6th, at the Amsterdam Stadium, the match between Leeds United and Ajax officially started at 5 p.m. Jiang Feng made another adjustment to the starting lineup for this match. Goalkeeper, Cech, left back, Abidal, right back, Ramos, center backs, Chiellini and Woodgate, defensive midfielders, Modric and Yaya Touré, attacking midfielder, Kaka, left winger, Beasley, right winger, Cameronisi, center forward, Ibrahimovic. After a period of probing in the first 10 minutes, both sides immediately launched a fierce attacking battle. A total of 4 goals were scored in the 35 minutes of the first half, which ended with a score of 2-2. Although they conceded 2 goals in the first half, Jiang Feng was actually quite satisfied with the players' performance. Neither of the 2 goals were from open play. One was a penalty and the other a corner kick. Throughout the 45 minutes of the first half, the players executed Jiang Feng's pre-match instructions very well. During halftime, Jiang Feng made another major adjustment to the lineup. Cristiano replaced Abidal, Maicon replaced Chiellini at right back, Ramos returned to center back to partner Woodgate, Milner replaced Kaka in defensive midfield, and Jiang Feng moved Modric to attacking midfield. Quaresma replaced Cameronisi, Ronaldo replaced Beasley, and Alan Smith replaced Ibrahimovic. What surprised Jiang Feng most in the first half was Cameronisi's performance on the wing, which made Jiang Feng nod frequently while standing on the sidelines, while Beasley on the left wing continued his good form from the previous game. Halftime was over, and both sides returned to the pitch. Ajax made significant changes to their lineup during the break. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match began. Both sides immediately set the pace of the game at its fastest from the start, with back-and-forth attacks that kept the fans in the stands entertained. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, was constantly discussing the problems Leeds United had encountered in the game with Moshais beside him. They would work on these issues through training and matches after returning to England. After 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United defeated Ajax 4-3 at the Amsterdam Stadium. However, winning the game was not what made Jiang Feng happiest. What surprised him the most was that he found a player who came on as a substitute for Ajax in the second half to perform exceptionally well. After the game, Jiang Feng contacted Ajax immediately. After the match, Jiang Feng learned that the player's name was Wesley Sneijder, who had just turned 18 and had recently been promoted from the youth team to the first team. In the second half of the match against Ajax, Ajax's goal was orchestrated by Sneijder. After the match, Jiang Feng had asked the system why it hadn't recommended Sneijder. The system's answer was that the cost of buying Sneijder had exceeded Jiang Feng's player price setting in the system. It turned out that in the previous scouting system, Jiang Feng's maximum player price for system recommendations was 10 million euros. After contacting Ajax, Jiang Feng quoted a price of 5 million euros, which was immediately rejected by the Ajax club, who claimed that Sneijder was not for sale. Jiang Feng then made another offer of 8.5 million euros to Ajax. This time, Ajax did not immediately reject Jiang Feng, but instead offered 12 million euros. After a day of negotiations, the two sides finally settled on 11 million euros. After reaching an agreement with Ajax, Jiang Feng immediately contacted Sneijder. Accompanied by his agent, Sneijder accepted Leeds United's offer without hesitation and immediately agreed to join Leeds United. For Jiang Feng, the biggest gain from the training camp in the Netherlands, besides improving the team's tactics and techniques, was that the team's weakest link was effectively addressed, and Brahim played a significant role in the defensive midfield position. Through the second half of the match against Ajax, Jong Fong realized that moving Modric to the attacking midfield position was not a good option at the moment. Compared to Kaka, Modric still lacked a lot in terms of individual ball control skills. This is the main focus of Jiang Feng's special training for Modric in the virtual training field. After the match against Ajax, Leeds United's games in the Netherlands came to an end. The next step was to return to the team's training ground in Amsterdam for another week-long closed training camp. This time, the team had two more players, Wesley Sneijder, who had just transferred from Ajax, and Aquilani, who flew directly from Italy to join the team. A week passed quickly, and on August 13th, Leeds United finished their last day of training in the Netherlands. After 20 days of training, the team's players have become increasingly skilled, and their understanding and execution of Jiang Feng's tactics were getting better and better. Moreover, under Jiang Feng's supervision and the guidance of Kaka and others, the players got along very well, which was exactly what Jiang Feng wanted to see. As a young team, a competitive yet united team atmosphere was what Jiang Feng hoped to see most. During their time in the Netherlands, in addition to training, the team also resolved another important matter. Through a vote by all the players, David Batistuta was elected as the team's first captain, Kaka became the second captain, and Cech became the third captain. Jiang Feng had no involvement in the player election process and simply followed the final election results to announce the appointments, demonstrating his complete trust in his players. On August 14th, the entire Leeds United team flew back to England from Amsterdam. Upon arriving in England and returning to the club, Jiang Feng announced that the team would have a day off. Chapter 223 Best Start. As time went on, the 2002-2003 Premier League season was about to begin, and the European summer transfer battle was in full swing. The biggest news was the transfer of Ronaldo, and who the Brazilian superstar would ultimately end up with became a topic of conversation for many fans around the world. However, Leeds United's activities throughout the summer have attracted a lot of media attention, especially with the league about to start. Many reporters have once again focused their attention on Leeds United, as there are still many mysteries surrounding the club that these dedicated reporters have not yet solved. For example, how much Jiang Feng spent to acquire Leeds United has remained unknown to the outside media, thanks to his connections in Ridsdale. The figures appearing in the news are just rough estimates calculated by so-called professionals. Another question is the transfer fee for the six players, Kaka, Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, Cech, Quaresma, and Ramos, who were transferred from Kaiserslautern. This is what the German and English media have been most eager to know since the transfer deal was completed. However, this time, the usually unsuccessful reporters have been unable to find out anything. Both clubs have tacitly refrained from revealing any details of the transaction. Most importantly, where did Leeds United get so much money for their summer transfer market investment? Although Leeds United has always announced that the costs of all their transfer transactions are in addition to the revenue from selling players and the sponsorship fees from Tianlong Group, according to media reports, Leeds United's original large debt gap has been basically paid off this summer. So, including this fee, Jiang Feng's investment in Leeds United this summer was a very large amount. All of these factors combined are precisely what attract these journalists. On August 17th, with only about 10 days left in the summer transfer window, the Premier League, one of the top 5 European leagues, officially kicks off today. All 20 Premier League teams are ready, and the long season will begin today. The first round of the 2002-2003 Premier League will officially begin at 5 p.m. today. Leeds United's first round opponent is Manchester City. This city rival of Manchester United is still a team in the lower half of the Premier League, not the Manchester City that Jiang Feng remembered from his previous life after it was acquired by an Arab consortium. At 5 p.m., Elland Road Stadium, which can hold nearly 40,000 people, was almost full. Facing the visiting Manchester City team, Jiang Feng cautiously fielded his full starting lineup for the first game of the new season. Amid the cheers of tens of thousands of fans at home, Leeds United showed no mercy, maintaining firm control of the game for the entire 90 minutes and easily defeating Manchester City 4-0. Ibrahimovic, making his first appearance for Leeds United, scored a hat-trick, while Kaka's goal in the 78th minute sealed the victory. Leeds United, who defeated Manchester City 4-0, also climbed to the top of the league table on goal difference, making a good start to the new season. With a strong start, Leeds United, led by Jiang Feng, immediately created a white whirlwind in the Premier League, and the name of the young guard once again resounded in the Premier League. On August 24th, in the second round of the Premier League, Leeds United continued to host Charlton Athletic. With their full starting lineup, Leeds United once again put on a spectacular attacking display in front of their fans. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Charlton 5-1. Ibrahimovic, following his hat-trick in the previous match, scored twice in this game, becoming not only the team's top scorer, but also firmly holding the top spot in the league scoring charts. The other 3 goals for Leeds United were contributed by Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and messi, who came on as a substitute in the second half. The third round of the Premier League kicked off on August 30th, with Leeds United visiting Ewood Park to face Blackburn Rovers. It's worth noting that Blackburn had ambitious plans before the season started, increasing their investment during the summer transfer window. They bought American goalkeeper Frieder from Aston Villa, who previously played for Kaiserslautern, and signed Dwight Yorke from Manchester United for £2 million, reuniting the Black Win duo at Blackburn. In this match, Blackburn manager Graham Souness faced Leeds United at home. Confident in his team, Souness wanted to project confidence in front of his fans, so he fielded an attacking formation in hopes of putting up a good fight against Leeds United. However, when the referee blew the final whistle, Graham Souness, with a gloomy expression, shook hands with Jeong Phong and hurriedly left the field. The match ended, and the score was 1-3 on the big screen at the sidelines. As is customary, the home team was listed first and the away team second. Leeds United defeated Blackburn 3-1 at Ewood Park, completely crushing the home team's pre-match confidence. The highly favored Blackwin duo were virtually ineffective in Jeong Feng's defensive system throughout the match. After 3 rounds of matches, Leeds United, with 3 wins, 12 goals scored and 2 conceded, firmly occupies the top spot in the league standings, surpassing title favorites such as Manchester United, Liverpool, and Arsenal. This result not only makes Leeds United a darling of fans and media once again, but also greatly enhances Jeong Feng's reputation in Europe. Leeds United, having achieved 3 consecutive wins in the league, did not stop their progress under Jeong Feng's leadership. However, the schedule will become more congested in the coming days. The FA Cup will officially kick off on September 3rd, but for Premier League teams, they will only participate in the FA Cup starting from the 3rd round. The English League Cup will also begin on September 10th, with Premier League teams starting in the 2nd round. For Leeds United, there's also the UEFA Cup to come. This season's UEFA Cup will be drawn on September 4th in Zurich, Switzerland, where 42 teams will be matched up by the draw. Given the tight schedule, after careful consideration, Jeong Phong decided to continue with the arrangements previously made at Kaiserslautern. This season, Leeds United will focus on the League and the UEFA Cup, while the FA Cup and the League Cup will be played entirely by reserve and youth team players. Chapter 224, Steady Progress. According to the UEFA Cup format, teams from leagues ranked lower in UEFA's system will participate in the playoffs, while teams eliminated in the 3rd qualifying round of the Champions League will participate in the 1st round of the UEFA Cup. The 8 third-place teams from the Champions League group stage will directly participate in the 3rd round of the UEFA Cup. On September 4th, in Zurich, the capital of Switzerland, UEFA drew the remaining 42 teams for the 1st round of the UEFA Cup. Leeds United's 1st round opponent is Zaporizhia from Ukraine. The first leg of the 1st round of the UEFA Cup will officially kick off on September 20th. Having set its goals for this season, Leeds United have officially set sail and are steadily moving forward in the new season. The 4th round of the English Premier League officially kicked off on September 7th. Leeds United continue their away journey as they travel to the Hawthorns, arguably the tallest stadium in all of England's leagues, to face West Bromwich Albion. Facing a newly promoted team that is significantly weaker than themselves, the team opted to rotate its starting lineup for this match. The starting lineup included goalkeeper Petr Cech, left-back Chris Sito, right-back Miles, center-backs Woodgate and Ramos, defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Wesley Sneijder, left-winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right-winger Morenisi, and center-forward Alan Smith. Aquilani and Sneijder, who had just joined the team before the start of the season, made their first start for Leeds United in this match. After nearly 20 days of training over 3 rounds of matches, Aquilani and Sneijder have gained a certain understanding of the team's tactical arrangements and their respective roles on the field. They have also developed a certain level of chemistry with their teammates. Therefore, Jeong Phong hopes that the two can gain experience through actual matches, thereby accelerating their integration into the team. Opponents like West Bromwich Albion are, in Jeong Feng's mind, the best matches to train players. The match officially started at 5 p.m. After the opening, Aquilani and Sneijder appeared somewhat nervous and unable to fully unleash their potential, resulting in some disorganization in Leeds United's attack and defense, which gave the home team some opportunities. In the 11th minute, it was Aquilani's misplaced pass after intercepting the ball that allowed West Bromwich Albion to seize the opportunity and score with a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, breaking through Cech's defense. West Bromwich Albion have taken a 1-goal lead. Wesley and Alberto are a bit nervous and not fully relaxed. This might not work, Moshai suggested to Jeong Phong. Well, there's nothing we can do. We can't adjust them now, otherwise it will further damage their confidence. We can accept whatever the outcome of this game is, but we absolutely cannot accept their confidence being undermined. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble this season. Yes, you have a point. However, after this competition, we need to arrange for them to go to the meditation room so that they can realize for themselves where the problem lies. Okay, I'll make arrangements immediately after the match. The meditation room was set up by Jiang Feng on the advice of Professor Ralt. Inside are the research results of Professor Ralt's team. Players can watch replays of the game to re-examine the mistakes they made in the game, which helps them improve. According to Professor Ralt, this is a form of psychotherapy that allows players to relive a game or a segment of a game through brainwaves. Since its establishment, this meditation room has played a significant role in the team's training. This is why Jiang Feng invested heavily in building the player monitoring center. What others don't know is that half of Jiang Feng's profits from the World Cup were used for this monitoring center. Now, this monitoring center is much larger than it was at Kaiserslautern. Not only the first team uses it, but all of Leeds United's youth teams use it. Under Professor Ruhrt's management, Leeds United has several youth teams, and he has several teams under him. Each team has to create detailed files for every player in that youth team, and these files are updated based on real-time monitoring. After the game restarted, Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, suddenly realized that West Bromwich Albion's goal was actually a good thing for Leeds United because Aquilani and Sneijder on the field were not so tense. The two relaxed players were completely different from their performance in the previous 10 minutes. The most obvious example of this was that Leeds United's midfield, whether in defense or attack, began to become more organized. This guy has a masochistic tendency. He's fine after conceding a goal. He's really sick in the head. After this match, have someone make 2 copies of a game, one before and one after the goal, so that the two of them can have a good look at them. Jiang Feng said to Moshais with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Leeds United, whose tactical execution on the field has become more organized, has truly begun to show its fangs. In the 24th minute, it was a 1-2 pass between Sneijder and Camoranesi on the right side of the attacking third that allowed Camoranesi to easily get past his opponent and cut inside into the penalty area. At that moment, Sneijder's goal was delivered to Camoranesi's feet. Before the opponent's defense could fully settle in, Camoranesi flicked the ball in with his left foot and then unleashed a powerful shot, the ball quickly rolling into the near corner of the goal. 1-1, Leeds United have equalized. From then until the end of the match, the entire process was just like that goal, with Leeds United firmly in control of the rhythm. Alan Smith, making his first league start for Leeds United this season, also scored his first hat-trick of the season. Sneijder, making his first appearance for Leeds United, also had an outstanding performance, playing 74 minutes and contributing 1 goal and 2 assists. After 90 minutes of intense play, Leeds United defeated newly promoted West Bromwich Albion 5-1 away from home, securing their 4th consecutive league win and Leeds United's best start to a Premier League season in the last decade. It's worth mentioning that after the match, the chants of Emperor, Emperor, Emperor from the Leeds United fans who had traveled to the away game to cheer for their team made Jiang Feng feel a little dazed. The shouts went from sporadic at the beginning to becoming unified at the end, which also meant that Jiang Feng's performance was beginning to win over Leeds United. Chapter 225, the cornerstone of the team. On this day, after finishing a day of training, Jiang Feng did not go back, but instead studied Leeds United's schedule in his office. It can be said that the easy schedule of 1 game a week is about to end, and the next period will be a dense schedule of 2 or 3 games a week. Therefore, as the team's head coach, he must make lineup arrangements for some games in advance. Knock, 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 came the sound of knocking on the door. Please come in, Jiang Feng said without even looking up from his research. Jiang, I knew you hadn't gone back. Hearing Bremer's voice, Jiang Feng looked up in surprise. Bremer, Machitz, David, and Luther all came in together. How did you all end up here together? It seems like something important has come up. Is it good news or bad news? There are good things and bad things. However, judging from the smile on Bremer's face, Jiang Feng knew that even if something bad happened, it couldn't be too bad. Okay, tell me. Jiang, do you remember the list you gave me before the season started? Bremer asked. Of course I remember. I almost forgot to ask you. What's the result now? Did you all come here together today, just for this? Yes. The club scouts have completed at least 60% of the list you provided, which means there are nearly 20 young players of different age groups now with Leeds United. However, this also indicates a major problem we are facing. I don't know if you're familiar with Leeds United's youth academy system. Before we came to Leeds United, due to the club's financial problems, Leeds United's youth academy system was basically at a standstill. That is to say, the youth teams at all age levels and the younger academy are now basically empty shells. There is a serious shortage of coaches, and many facilities and equipment need to be replaced. David continued the conversation. David, I understand what you mean. This is indeed a problem I hadn't considered before. For a club to develop in the long term, youth training is of paramount importance. You could say that a complete and excellent youth training system is the cornerstone of a team. Here's what we're doing, Andreas. Actually, Mr. Peter mentioned this to me before, but I didn't notice it at the time. Could you contact Mr. Peter and ask him to bring back the youth training coaches from Leeds City? I think it would be more effective if Mr. Peter were to handle this. Jiang Feng patted his forehead, somewhat regretfully. After thinking for a while, Jiang Feng continued. David, could you contact some of our former classmates and alumni to see if anyone is willing to come to Leeds United to work on youth training? Then select a youth training director from among them who could be specifically responsible for the club's youth training work. We can also poach some experienced people for this position with high salaries. My only requirement is that the tactical system of all age groups in the entire youth training system is consistent. This is very important. Okay, no problem. I'll start contacting them tomorrow. Luther, you're in charge of contacting the local schools in Leeds. Many of the youth team players are still in school, so their studies need to be the responsibility of the schools. You must also make a pact with every player of every age group who is going to study. No matter what age group a Leeds United player is, the team will not let him play if his school grades are not above good. This is very important, understand? Okay, no problem. By the way, Andreas, please replace the facilities and equipment that need to be replaced on each floor of the youth team as soon as possible. Also, for some of the young players who need accommodation, I suggest contacting some loyal Leeds United fans and letting them stay in their homes. This way, they can quickly integrate into the environment. And for some players with language problems, you need to arrange for them to return to their teachers. Jiang, your suggestion is excellent. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Okay, that's all I can think of. See if there are any other problems. I think it's a good idea. Shall we make the arrangements first? We'll ask you again if we have any further questions, David said. All right, then we won't bother you any longer. Bremer nodded in agreement. Wait a minute, Andreas. Show me the completed list. Okay, I'll send it to your email later. Less than 5 minutes after the group left, Jiang Feng received an email from Bremer. To be honest, Jiang Feng was a little excited before opening the email. The list he had given to Bremer was of some prodigies he knew from his previous life, who were all superstars in their respective teams. Now, many of them had been recruited by their teams. Even if a few of them had deviated slightly from their plans due to his influence, Jiang Feng believed that as long as their talent remained, they would not deviate too much. Opening the email sent by Brame, Jiang Feng saw a complete list of acquisitions completed by Brame and the club staff during this period. Looking at the familiar names on the list, Jiang Feng felt a mix of emotions, including a sense of cheating. Jiang Feng believed that these people, after a few years of training, would become the cornerstone of Leeds United's success in the Premier League and even in European football. Neymar, 1992, Paul Pogba, 1993, De Bruyne, 1991, Courtois, 1992, Sissoko, 1989, Oscar, 1991, Tony Khedira, 1990, Khedira, 1987, Immobile, 1990, Perin, 1992, Jamal, 1989, Hazard, 1991, Company, 1986, Federico Fernandes, 1989, Fábio Coentrão, 1988, João Moutinho, 1986, Joe Hart, 1987, Sainz, 1988, Alba, 1989, Bale, 1989. The total of 20 players were just enough to fill the youth teams and academy camps at all age levels. Looking at the player list in front of him, Jiang Feng felt that this was the biggest surprise. Moreover, according to Brame's introduction in the email, Kroos and Khedira from Germany were a buy-one-get-one free deal. The fathers of the two players were experienced youth academy coaches at local clubs. After learning that their children had been chosen by Jiang Feng, they agreed to join Leeds United without any hesitation. However, in the email, Bremer also mentioned that quite a few players either did not want to come to England or their clubs refused to release them. Therefore, based on the list of more than 40 people provided by Jiang Feng, less than half of the list has been completed so far. Jiang Feng felt that this result was already very good. As time goes by, and Leeds United's performance gets better and better, they will definitely be able to recruit a group of players. Moreover, Jiang Feng also knew that even the current 20 players could not all stay at Leeds United. At that time, a large number of players would definitely go to other leagues. Ultimately, everything depends on the club's development and the first team's achievements. Only when your reputation grows can you attract more talented players to join. This is the advantage of a top club. For professional players, the allure of a top club is always greater than that of an ordinary team. Chapter 2:26, the cornerstone of a team 2. Just like La Masia and Castilla in La Liga, there are many talented kids there. Some players might not even be able to join Real Madrid's reserve team, let alone the first team. But countless kids still aspire to join them because, in their eyes, it is a great honor to join the youth academy of these top clubs. Even if they can't join the first team, they could find a better club after they leave. Many teams in La Liga have players from these two training camps. Another good example is Ajax in the Dutch Eredivisie. The constant stream of young, highly talented players is the key to Ajax's enduring success. If Leeds United wants to transform from an ordinary team into a powerhouse, in addition to honors, having a comprehensive youth training system is essential. Otherwise, it will not be a powerhouse, but just a nouveau riche. In his office, Jiang Feng combined some memories from his previous life to review the entire youth training system plan, and then sent it to Bremer's email address. Moreover, Jiang Feng subconsciously hoped to make some contribution to Chinese football. If Leeds United's youth training system could be fully established, and once Leeds United had the honor to back it up, Jiang Feng could organize some summer camp-like activities in China under the name of Leeds United to discover some promising talents and then bring them directly to England for training. Jiang Feng did not believe that China, with its more than 1 billion people, could not find talented children. In Jiang Feng's mind, it was not that there were no talented children, but rather that the environment caused these talented children to die halfway through their journey. Even if he doesn't have the ability to play for strong teams or big clubs after being brought to England, Jiang Feng believes he can definitely play for some ordinary teams. As for whether these players can truly change Chinese football once they fully develop, that's not within Jiang Feng's consideration. Jiang Feng feels that as long as he has done his best, he has no regrets. To be honest, with his memories from his previous life, Jiang Feng doesn't think his method can change Chinese football, but what does it matter? At least he won't let those truly talented children be ruined in that environment. Jiang Feng stayed in the office very late that night and didn't get home until almost midnight. As time went on, the schedule became more intense, and all the club's work was progressing steadily. Under Brahm's management, the entire framework of Leeds United's youth training system has now been established. Each age group of youth teams has a simple coaching team, and the connection with schools in Leeds City has been completed very well. The 20 players that Brahm and the club staff brought in earlier have all been properly arranged. The steady progress of these tasks allowed Jiang Feng to focus all his attention on the first team's matches. On September 15th, the 5th round of the Premier League officially kicked off. Leeds United will face Tottenham Hotspur at their home ground, Elland Road. It is worth mentioning that Robbie Keane, a Leeds United player from last season, transferred to Tottenham Hotspur this summer. As soon as Robbie Keane arrived at Tottenham, he was valued by manager Glenn Hoddle and quickly became one of the team's main strikers, and soon became the team's vice-captain. Jiang Feng did not rotate his squad for this match despite the upcoming first round of the UEFA Cup. Instead, he fielded his strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left-back Eric Abidal, right-back Maicon, two center-backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Yaya Touré, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Tottenham's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Keller, for defenders Karl, Poyet, Bunacevic, and Chirico, midfielders Redknapp, Simon Davies, Anderton, and Perry, and forwards Sheringham and Robbie Keane. What Jiang Feng didn't know was that there were two people in the Tottenham team who had a lot of opinions about him. One of them was Robbie Keane. The better Leeds United's performance was, the more it would show how failed his transfer had been. Although he quickly gained a manager's approval after joining Tottenham, it wouldn't have been a problem if Tottenham's performance was better than Leeds United's. But now, in the first 4 rounds of the league, Tottenham's record of 1 win, 2 draws, and 1 loss compared to Leeds United's 4 wins showed how big a mistake his initial choice was. So before this match, Robbie Keane swore in an interview that he would teach Leeds United a lesson. Another person who harbored hostility towards Jiang Feng was Tottenham Hotspur manager Glenn Hoddle. Glenn Hoddle was once a very famous figure in English football. He was an outstanding star in the history of English football and spent most of his career at Tottenham Hotspur. In July 1996, he was appointed as the manager of the England national team by the English Football Association. At that time, he was the youngest manager in the history of the England national team and could be said to be at the height of his fame. However, his good fortune was short-lived. His use of the wizard during his time coaching the national team caused huge controversy. In the 1998 World Cup, his decision to leave out the outstanding Owen and Beckham sparked further controversy. In the subsequent classic match against Argentina, they were ultimately eliminated by Argentina. At the 2000 European Championship, Hoddle's remarks in an interview that the injured were suffering because of the sins of their past lives immediately caused a huge uproar. Coupled with England's poor performance in the European Championship, he was instantly subjected to a barrage of criticism. In the end, even British Prime Minister Blair intervened, leading the Football Association to terminate Hoddle's contract. After arriving at Tottenham, the season started poorly. Facing Jiang Feng, who was much younger than him, Hoddle never believed that he was much worse than Jiang Feng. So before the match, Hoddle hoped to show everyone his strength through this game. Hoddle was quite satisfied with his starting lineup. He didn't think the poor start was due to the team's strength. He just thought it was a matter of luck. So after the game started, he kept gesturing to the players to move forward. After 90 minutes of the game, Hoddle was no longer in the high spirits he had at the start of the match. He left the stadium without even a handshake at the end. The score displayed on the big screen at the sidelines made the home team's fans excitedly sing Leeds United's team song in the stands, while the Tottenham players left the stadium quickly with their heads down. Leeds United defeated Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 at Elland Road Stadium, giving Tottenham no chance throughout the match. Chapter 2, 27 Severe Injury. After their match against Tottenham, Leeds United will face their first doubleheader week of the season. 4 days later, all 21 matches of the first leg of the first round of the 2002-2003 UEFA Cup will kick off at 5 p.m., with Leeds United playing against Zaporizhia from Ukraine at their home ground, Elland Road. As soon as the opponent was identified, Jiang Feng arranged for Leeds United scouts to start collecting information about them. Through videos of various matches, Jiang Feng gained a preliminary understanding of the opponent. Whether from the perspective of their strength on paper or the comparison of players in each position, Zaporizhia should not pose too much of a problem for Leeds United. This is one of the reasons why Jiang Feng did not hold back at all when facing Tottenham. However, what Jiang Feng did not expect was that such an opponent, whose strength was obviously weaker than his own, caused Leeds United a lot of trouble. The match between Leeds United and Zaporizhia started promptly at 5 p.m. on September 20th. Jiang Feng made adjustments to the lineup for this match in response to the opponent. Goalkeeper Cech is the team's undisputed starter. Unless there are unavoidable factors, Robinson's ability is completely unable to shake Cech's starting position. Jiang Feng's defensive lineup for this match consisted of left-back Abidal, right-back Ebu, two center-backs Woodgate and Ramos, two defensive midfielders Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Cameronisi, and center forward Ibrahimovic. As Jiang Feng predicted before the match, Leeds United controlled the tempo of the game from start. Less than 10 minutes into the first half, Kaká's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area opened the scoring for Leeds United, and the rest of the game became even easier for the leading team. In the 28th minute, Kaká, who was in excellent form throughout the match, received a header pass from Ibrahimovic in the penalty area and scored again with a shot, making it 2-0. Kaká's brace in less than half an hour gave Leeds United a 2-goal lead at home. Everything indicated that the match was unfolding exactly as Jiang Feng had predicted. Ibrahimovic's goal in first-half stoppage time sent the home fans into a frenzy, as the goal meant Leeds United had 1 foot in the second round of the competition. During halftime, Jiang Feng originally wanted to substitute both Ronaldo and Kaká, but Kaká unusually expressed to Jiang Feng that he wanted to play in the second half. Jiang Feng understood Kaká's meaning. Kaká was in excellent form in this match and was very likely to score a hat-trick. So, after considering it, Jiang Feng agreed to Kaká's request and promised him another 15 minutes. It was this decision that Jiang Feng regretted after the match. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, something happened on the field that made Jiang Feng extremely angry and remorseful. Kaká moved to the wing to support Ronaldo. Before he could react to Ronaldo's pass, the opposing midfielder made a vicious tackle from the side, bringing Kaká down to the ground. After falling, Kaká clutched his right leg and pounded the grass in pain. The referee promptly stopped the game and immediately showed a red card to the offending player. The referee, who was standing not far away, saw it clearly. The foul was not aimed at the ball at all, but a serious malicious foul. Jiang Feng, who was on the sidelines, was very worried when he saw this. After a brief examination by the team doctor, the doctor immediately shook his head at Jiang Feng with a serious expression. Seeing the change in the team doctor's expression, Jiang Feng knew that there was a big problem. After Sneijder came on, Jiang Feng's mind was no longer on the game. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Zaporizhia 4-0 at home, with Cameronisi scoring the final goal in the second half. However, Kaká's injury cast a shadow over the victory in this match. After the match, Jiang Feng briefly dealt with the reporters at the press conference before heading straight to the hospital. He had been worried about Kaká's injury ever since Kaká left the field. Given the current squad, Kaká is Leeds United's guarantee this season. Before Sneijder fully develops, Kaká's position is crucial and, most importantly, almost unassailable. Leeds United with and without Kaká are completely different teams. Sneijder simply cannot fulfill Jiang Feng's tactical requirements like Kaká does. A major reason is that when Kaká is on the field, his combination with Modric has made Leeds United's tempo changes key to victory. Sneijder's biggest problem is that while he can go fast, he can't slow down. He can't control the tempo. This is a significant issue for an attacking midfielder, and it's been a focus of Jiang Feng's intensive training for Sneijder. While there has been some improvement, It will take time for him to reach Kaka's level. However, the upcoming schedule doesn't allow Leeds United to adapt slowly. This is why Jiang Feng felt both angry and guilty. How is it, Professor? What's the situation now? Jiang, the situation is not optimistic. It's getting troublesome, Rolt said, frowning. What exactly is the situation? According to the MRI results, Ricardo has a fracture in his right shin bone, but that's not the most troublesome part. The fracture itself is quite simple. The key issue is that we discovered he also has damage to his right cruciate ligament. Damn, how could this be? After hearing Rolt's explanation, Jiang Feng felt like he'd been screwed over. This was really troublesome. Although he wasn't a medical student, with decades of memories from his previous life and his experience at the University of Cologne in this life, Jiang Feng knew the importance of the cruciate ligament to a player. Many superstars in the world had fallen victim to cruciate ligament injuries. For example, Italy's Del Piero tore his cruciate ligament in 1998, and after more than half a year of treatment, his speed on the field was greatly reduced. And the famous alien Ronaldo is another story. A cruciate ligament injury cost Ronaldo 2 whole years of treatment, and by the 2002 World Cup, we no longer saw the alien making those long-distance runs. There's also the famous Italian Roberto Baggio, who, needless to say, tore his cruciate ligament and meniscus together in 1984, requiring a total of 220 stitches. Although Baggio later made a miraculous comeback, injuries accompanied him throughout his entire career. Therefore, Jiang Feng was extremely angry and helpless after hearing Ruurt's introduction. Anyone would feel upset upon hearing such news. Chapter 228 Football Hooligans. Jiang, calm down. Calm down. Professor, how can you expect me to calm down? Jiang, things haven't gotten to the point you think. Even if they had, I would have found a way to resolve it. Right now, the examination only found a problem, but we don't know how serious it is. Ricardo is currently in the operating room receiving treatment for his fracture, so after the treatment, he'll need another detailed examination to determine the full extent of the problem. However, based on my observation, it doesn't seem to be a tear or rupture, but rather just an injury. There's another important matter you need to consider and prepare for: the treatment of the cruciate ligament. Currently, the most authoritative institutions in the world are either in the United States or Italy, so you need to figure out the next treatment plan. Rolt's words calmed Jiang Feng down. Professor, what do you think is the best place to get treatment? I don't know much about this. Currently, going to the United States is the best option because the postoperative recovery treatment methods there are very advanced, but the cost of treatment in the United States is very high. That's all right. Let's go to the United States. Professor, let's wait for the test results together, and then you can see if you know anyone who can make arrangements. Let's get it done as soon as possible and go directly to the United States. Okay, no problem. I'll come with you then, don't worry. After hearing what Ruurt said, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. While feeling guilty, he was also glad that he had brought Professor Ruurt to England with him. Having a senior professor in sports medicine was a great asset to the team. After waiting for a while, Professor Rolt went out for a period of time. When Professor Rolt returned, Jiang Feng heard the professor's voice before he even saw him. Jiang, good news. What's wrong, Professor? Is there a result? Yes, it's not a tear or a break, it's damage. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Rolt said. Professor, how should we arrange the next stage of treatment? Don't worry, Jiang. Once Ricardo's fracture has healed a bit, I will personally accompany him to the United States. I know the person in charge there. After confirming the subsequent treatment plan with Rolt, Jiang Feng left the hospital with peace of mind. Before leaving, Jiang Feng made a special trip to the ward to see Kaka. After careful consideration, Jiang Feng explained the actual situation to Kaka and also explained the next treatment plan in detail. He made this decision because he did not want to cause Kaka any psychological burden due to concealment. After comforting Kaka, Jiang Feng returned home, and the phone rang as soon as he sat down. Hi, Steve, you're back. I picked up the phone and saw it was Steve calling. Hi, Jiang. How have you been lately? We just got back. Okay, it's good that you're back. I'll come see you in a while. It's all right. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm fine here too. I just wanted to call and let you know we're back. You should get some rest. Okay, you should get some rest too. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng sat alone on the sofa and thought for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. After buying a villa in Leeds, Jiang Feng returned to Yorktown to have Steve and his wife move to Leeds. However, he was surprised to be turned away. Steve and his wife had gone on vacation. Helpless, Jiang Feng had to call Steve to discuss it. To Jiang Feng's surprise, Steve directly rejected his suggestion, saying that he had lived in York his whole life and wouldn't be used to living elsewhere. Jiang Feng tried to persuade Steve for a long time, but couldn't change his mind, so he eventually gave up. After sitting on the sofa and thinking for a while, Jiang Feng rested. As time went by, September 22nd arrived, and the sixth round of the Premier League kicked off. Leeds United, who had won 5 consecutive games, would face Southampton away from home. It was an ordinary league match against a clearly weaker opponent. However, Jiang Feng did not expect that this ordinary league match would bring a lot of trouble to the club. This problem could be a very big one for Leeds United. At 5 p.m. on September 22nd, the match between Leeds United and Southampton officially began with the referee's whistle at St. Mary's Stadium in Southampton, in southeast England. To Jiang Feng's and all the players' and coaches' surprise, the match was stopped by the referee after only 18 minutes. At that moment, the score was 1-0, with Leeds United in the lead. The reason for stopping the game was very simple: a riot broke out in the stands. To Jiang Feng's surprise, the incident quickly escalated from a riot to a riot, with fans from both sides starting to fight each other. Players, coaches, and referees from both teams quickly left the stadium under the protection of security personnel. Then a large number of police officers entered the stadium to suppress both sets of fans. The incident was quickly quelled by police crackdown, with many fans arrested. However, the stadium was in a mess, and the match could not continue. Subsequent investigation revealed the notorious football hooligan group was primarily responsible for the incident. The cause was quite simple. After Leeds United scored, a Leeds United fan group called the Leeds United Service Gang, composed of football hooligans, began harassing a Southampton fan group in the stands. Initially, it was just some obscene gestures and language, but it escalated to throwing objects at each other. Suddenly, a Southampton fan was hit on the head and bled profusely. This angered the Southampton fans, leading to the riot. The Service Gang is also one of England's most notorious football hooligan groups. In 1989, the Service Gang stormed Stamford Bridge and damaged the scoreboard light bulbs, ultimately causing the scoreboard to malfunction. The investigation results have completely turned Leeds United's situation against them, as it is clear that the unrest was instigated by Leeds United fans. Now that the investigation is complete, the outcome of the match is in trouble, and they may be directly penalized with a loss and could also face punishment from the FA. The only good news is that the Leeds Service is not an officially registered organization of Leeds United. If it were officially registered, Leeds United would probably be in trouble this time. Chapter 229: Processing Results. Football hooligans exist in many European countries, but those in England are the most notorious. Starting in the 1970s, England saw the emergence of numerous organized football hooligan groups, sometimes numbering over 20. These included groups such as the Arsenal supporters and the Beasts, the Manchester United supporters and the Leeds Service supporters, the Chelsea supporters and the Inner City supporters, the Middlesbrough supporters and the Middlesbrough Front, the Derby County supporters and the Tottenham Hotspur supporters, and the Jewish Army. As a result, violent clashes between these hooligan groups were frequent in the Premier League. In European competitions, matches involving England gradually became key targets for police surveillance. 2 violent incidents in the English Premier League in 1973 led the Football Association to begin separating the 2 sets of fans by using barriers in the stands. The infamous Heysel Stadium disaster in 1985 resulted in the deaths of 39 Juventus fans. The final punishment was a 3-year ban for English clubs from the 3 major European club competitions, while Liverpool, the main player in the incident, was banned for 7 years. However, while the Heysel Stadium disaster was indeed caused by English football hooligans, the actual cause was the stadium's dilapidated state and UEFA's chaotic ticketing practices. UEFA had sold the stands that were supposed to be for neutral fans to Juventus fans, causing the 2 teams' fans to crowd together. Another important reason why English teams and Liverpool were punished so severely was that Britain had long been isolated from Europe. Then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher wanted to get rid of the image of British arrogance and instructed the Football Association to impose heavy penalties on all English teams and Liverpool. The most recent example is the 2000 European Championship, where England was even threatened with being barred from participating in the finals due to football hooliganism. All of these things are precisely what Jiang Feng is worried about. He fears that the English Football Association will make an example of Leeds United as a warning to others. So after returning to the club that night, following the match against Southampton, Jiang Feng convened a meeting with the club's senior management to discuss how to handle the matter. After the meeting began, Jiang Feng explained his concerns to everyone. After listening to Jiang Feng's explanation, everyone present immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Peter, what do you think we should do about this? Jiang, your concerns are valid. I think I'll contact a few clubs and sound out the FA's opinion, Ridsdale said, frowning. I guess the FA is in a meeting right now discussing how to handle this, so we can't wait until the outcome is out before we take action, otherwise we'll be at a disadvantage. We can only influence the FA's final decision by taking action first. I estimate that a fine is inevitable, and we can accept that punishment, but it can't involve a ban or anything like that, as that would be troublesome for the club, Jiang Feng said, picking up where Ridsdale left off. After speaking, he pondered for a while and then continued. Mr. Peter, it's necessary to sound out the FA, but that's not the main point. You need to do two things. First, contact Southampton Football Club, and we will cover all the medical expenses for the innocent Southampton fans who were injured in this incident. Then, immediately arrange for someone to collect some evidence of the hooligans' crimes and hand it over to the local police. After all that is done, try to contact the FA and communicate what we have done to them, saying that we are willing to cooperate with the FA in cracking down on football hooligans. Sure, no problem, Ridsdale nodded seriously. Andreas, hold a press conference immediately to announce a permanent ban on all service members from entering Elland Road Stadium for life, and that we are willing to fully cooperate with the FA and all teams in England to combat football hooliganism. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange it right away. Bremer said immediately. Hurry up. These things can be done at the same time. The most important thing is to make people feel that we are also victims of football hooligans. That's all. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, the entire club focused all its efforts on the incident. Ridsdale and Bremer took action, and as expected, the results of Jiang Feng's plan were very obvious. The public opinion gradually began to shift in favor of Leeds United, and the outside world began to applaud Leeds United's handling of the situation. Of course, there were also media outlets close to Leeds United guiding the narrative. After completing all of this, Ridsdale immediately contacted the Football Association. On September 24th, 3 days after the football hooliganism incident, the English Football Association, FA, released its decision on the matter, and Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the FA's ruling. Regarding the riot that occurred during the Leeds United vs. Southampton match on September 22nd, an investigation has revealed that the root cause was the Leeds Service, a local community organization in Leeds City. The following are the results of the investigation. 1. The FA Sports Committee ruled that Leeds United lost 0-3 to Southampton in the 6th round of the Premier League match. 2. Leeds United Club was fined £200,000 for mismanagement of its fans. 3. All members of the Leeds Service are permanently banned from appearing at any match in England. After this outcome was announced, Jiang Feng, on behalf of the club, declared that he was willing to accept the FA's punishment decision and quickly paid the fine. Jiang Feng's cooperation also made a good impression on the FA senior management. Thus, Leeds United's first defeat of the season was decided in just 18 minutes, and losing 3 points in the 6th round also caused Leeds United to drop from 1st to 3rd place in the league standings. This result left the entire Leeds United club in a state of mixed emotions, both amused and frustrated. Jiang Feng was actually worried that the FA would deduct 10 or 20 points from Leeds United, which would make the season troublesome. This is why Jiang Feng immediately accepted the outcome and quickly paid the fine after learning about the decision. In addition to leaving a good impression on the FA, he also wanted to show his stance to the outside world and put a righteous image on himself. To be honest, Jiang Feng also deeply hated football hooligans. Having grown up in England, Jiang Feng often encountered such things since childhood. Chapter 2:30 Kaka Addiction. On September 29th, Leeds United played their 7th Premier League match, continuing their away journey. The match between Leeds United and newly promoted West Ham United, held at Upton Park in London, started promptly at 5 p.m. on the day of the game. Because of Kaka's injury, Sneijder replaced Kaka as the team's starting attacking midfielder. Facing a West Ham United team that was clearly weaker than itself, the game unfolded exactly as Jiang Feng had feared. West Ham United's tactical focus in this match was on targeting Sneijder, which caused Leeds United's rhythm to be somewhat chaotic from the start. Jiang Feng understood that this wasn't to say Sneijder lacked ability and talent, but rather that he had only been with the team for a short time and hadn't yet developed chemistry with his teammates. This wasn't something that could be changed overnight. Even though Jiang Feng had a systematic virtual training program that could accelerate improvement in this area, it still couldn't be changed in a day or two. Fortunately, West Ham United's players are clearly not on the same level as Leeds United's. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say what the final result of this match would have been. Seeing that Sneijder was being heavily targeted by the opponent, Jiang Feng decisively adjusted the attacking tactics, shifting the focus of the attack to the two flanks, Ronaldo and Abidal on the left and Quaresma and Maicon on the right. The two flanks continuously strengthened their attacking power. These changes quickly yielded results. In the 39th minute of the first half, Leeds United finally broke the deadlock. Quaresma, combined with Maicon on the wing, shook off the defender, and then received a pass from Maicon while cutting inside. After a feint, he got past the West Ham United center-back and scored with a lob shot. After taking the lead, Leeds United gradually took control of the game. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated West Ham United 2-0 at Upton Park, securing all 3 points. With 18 points from 6 wins and 1 loss in 7 games, Leeds United moved into second place in the standings, 1 point behind Manchester United, and tied with Arsenal in third place on 18 points, but ahead of Arsenal on goal difference. However, for Leeds United, after winning against West Ham United, the next round will see them face their first major opponent of the season. On October 6th, Leeds United will return to Elland Road to face Arsenal, their opponent in the 10th round of the league. This match is a key game in the 10th round, with a clash between the second and third place teams in the league standings attracting a lot of attention from fans. Although Jiang Feng appeared very confident when asked about his thoughts on the upcoming match against Arsenal at the press conference after the West Ham United game, he was actually somewhat worried about the game back at the club. It was clear to anyone who looked at the West Ham United game that Leeds United had developed a Kaka dependency after Kaka's injury, and Jiang Feng believed that a manager of Wenger's caliber would certainly not overlook this point. However, before facing Arsenal, Leeds United had another match to play, the second round of the 2002-2003 English League Cup. Despite the fact that the opponent in this match was somewhat unusual for Leeds United, Jiang Feng did not change his previously established strategy. Facing the League Cup, which was considered a trivial matter, even though the opponent was Bradford City, a team from West Yorkshire, just like Leeds United, he was determined to win. Because the two teams are located very close to each other, Bradford has always regarded Leeds United as its biggest rival in order to compete for fans. Although Bradford is in League Two, every time the two teams meet, the scene is very exciting, which is the West Yorkshire Derby. On October 2nd, Leeds United will face Bradford City, nicknamed the Shorty Chickens, in a League Cup match at Coral Window Stadium, which will officially begin at 5 p.m. Despite knowing the significance of this match, Jiang Feng still fielded a large number of substitutes and reserve team members. Although the opponent's tireless running and tackling did cause a lot of trouble for Leeds United's attack in the first 30 minutes of the game, they were not on the same level after all. Even with a lineup of substitutes and reserves, they were still no match for a team like Bradford. Moreover, the players who came on did not dare to relax at all, and they were hoping to win Jiang Feng's favor through their serious performance. So after 30 minutes, Leeds United gradually took complete control of the game. After 90 minutes of intense competition, the result was as expected. The team easily defeated their first derby opponent since Jiang Feng took over Leeds United 3-0 on their home turf. However, such a victory did not interest Jiang Feng at all, because the West Yorkshire Derby sometimes wouldn't happen for several seasons. This was because Leeds United's other two opponents in the West Yorkshire Derby, Huddersfield and Bradford, were both teams in League Two. So, Leeds United would never encounter these two opponents except in the FA Cup and League Cup each year. After defeating Bradford, Leeds United have successfully advanced to the third round of the League Cup. After this match, Leeds United entered into intense preparations, and in 4 days they will face their first strong opponent in the league this season. Time quickly came to the day of the match. More than an hour before the match started, Elland Road Stadium was almost full. Tens of thousands of Leeds fans have been singing Leeds United's anthem in unison from the moment the two teams entered the stadium for their acclimatization training. As time went on, with half an hour left before the match officially started, both teams' players and head coaches returned to the locker room to make final arrangements and give pep talks for the game. Arsenal haven't made any major signings in recent seasons. The only player they brought in this summer, Senderos, suffered a back injury before the season started and is out for the rest of the season. The reason for the lack of major signings is that the entire club is tightening its belt to build a new stadium. Another important reason is that Wenger has always focused on signing young players. Before Jiang Feng became famous, Wenger was renowned throughout European football for his ability to develop young players. It is only in recent years, after Jiang Feng became famous, that this aspect has subtly overshadowed Wenger's reputation. Chapter 2:31 The Old Fox and the Little Fox. As time went by, the start of the match drew closer. With 10 minutes to go, the referee urged both teams to prepare to enter the field. When the players came into view, the atmosphere in the stands reached its peak. Jiang Feng fielded a lineup that surprised everyone in this match. Although the formation was still the same for -2-1-3, the starting lineup was something that no one, including Wenger, expected. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, two center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani, attacking midfielder Cristiano Ronaldo, left winger Beasley, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Wenger, like everyone else, was surprised that Jiang Feng would move Ronaldo to the attacking midfield position. The most crucial point is that no one has ever seen Ronaldo play this position full-time. When he saw Leeds United's starting lineup, Wenger on the sidelines frowned. He had no idea what Jiang Feng was up to. Arsenal's starting lineup remained a standard 4-4-2 formation, with Seaman in goal, Ashley Cole, Keown, Campbell, and Lauren in defense, Vieira in midfield as the defensive midfielder, Pires and Ljungberg on the left and right flanks respectively, Gilberto Silva in the attacking midfield position, and Henry and Bergkamp as the two forwards. Soon it was 5 p.m., and the game officially began with the referee's whistle. As the match progressed, Jiang Feng realized that Arsenal's midfield setup was indeed designed to target his attacking midfield position. That guy's a real old fox, Jiang Feng thought bitterly. He even praised my team to the skies in the pre-match interview. That's just flattery to kill. Before the match, when Wenger was asked about the opponent in an interview, he said, "Leeds United is a very strong team. Every player in every position is very talented and skilled, especially their number 17, whom I have high hopes for." The number 17 that Wenger mentioned is Sneijder. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but turn his head to look in Wenger's direction. Coincidentally, Wenger also turned his head to look at Jiang Feng at this moment. Their eyes met in the air, and Jiang Feng grinned and smiled at Wenger. This guy's a real sly fox. As the game progressed, Wenger noticed that Leeds United's tactics today were significantly different from before. When Kaka was on the field, Leeds United actually had two core players. Modric was like the brain of Leeds United, while Kaka was the heart of the attack. The ball was delivered to other positions on the field through the constant changes in rhythm between these two players, just like a person moving at different speeds. Sneijder's biggest problem is not his talent, but that he cannot currently form a rapport with players in all positions on the team, so he can only play fast. Arsenal's tactical setup today was specifically designed to address this. To Wenger's disappointment, Jiang Feng deployed Ronaldo as the team's attacking midfielder. However, once Ronaldo entered the game, he didn't play the crucial role of the team's playmaker. Instead, he spread out between himself and the two defensive midfielders, sticking close behind Ibrahimovic. Leeds United's attacks started directly from the defensive midfield position. As a result, if Arsenal wanted to disrupt this formation, they had to push their central defensive line forward. This is where Ronaldo's value became apparent. He was better than Sneijder in both technical ability and speed, so Arsenal didn't dare to push their defense forward for a while. Ronaldo's positioning made Arsenal's players very wary. This is also why Wenger looked at Jiang Feng. He didn't expect Jiang Feng to find a solution so quickly. What Wenger didn't know was that Jiang Feng didn't want to do this either. Leeds United's formation is 4-2-1-3, but Ronaldo is more like a shadow striker. This puts more pressure on Modric, especially against a strong team like Arsenal. To relieve pressure on Modric, Jiang Feng had very high expectations for the two flanks today. He not only wanted to suppress Arsenal's wing attacks, but also asked Dabidal and Maicon to pay attention to receiving the ball at the defensive midfielder's feet. So, 15 minutes into the game, Leeds United had been passing the ball back much more frequently than in previous matches. Wenger quickly changed his tactics, standing on the sidelines and making a gesture to the Arsenal players on the field. Jiang Feng also noticed the changes in his opponent, but he could only counter them after observing their actual changes. Soon, as Arsenal changed their tactics, Leeds United gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Arsenal increased the pace of their attack, with Ljungberg and Pires moving towards the center, while Bergkamp frequently dropped back to receive passes and Silva repeatedly attacked Modric. As a result, Arsenal quickly gained numerical advantage in midfield. "Jiang, this won't do. Cristiano's role won't be fully utilized," Moshai said to Jiang Feng. "Yeah, this old guy either doesn't make a move at all, or when he does, he hits our weak spot. He's trying to use his numerical advantage to break through our defenses in the middle," Jiang Feng said, frowning. At this point, Jiang Feng went to the sidelines and shouted at the players on the field. He then made a gesture, and following Jiang Feng's command, Beasley and Quaresma began to retreat. The ball was constantly being distributed to the two flanks. Leeds United's tactics were very clear. "You want to attack my middle? I'll attack your flanks." As the two head coaches battled it out, the game entered a heated phase, with both coaches launching attacks, targeting each other's weaknesses. Now, it's a matter of who will give in first. In the 29th minute, Quaresma received a long pass from the backfield on the wing, backed down against Ashley Cole, and chipped the ball over Cole's head. He then faked a turn to the left, deceiving Cole's balance, before turning to the right to get past Cole and accelerating toward the ball. Quaresma had a clear path ahead after passing Cole, while Cole was also trying to catch up behind him. The distance between the two was not far. Just as Quaresma was about to be caught up near the penalty area line, he suddenly stopped abruptly and dribbled laterally, completely shaking off Cole. Cole had no idea that Quaresma would suddenly stop and change direction at this position, and he overshot him. By the time Cole turned around to chase, the ball at Quaresma's feet had already been passed. Chapter 232, The Old Fox and the Little Fox 2. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Quaresma's pass went over Ibrahimovic's head and landed at the far post of the goal. There was no one there before, but suddenly Beasley appeared at the far post, while Lauren was desperately chasing behind Beasley. Facing the incoming ball, Beasley immediately slid in and shot. The ball changed direction after hitting Beasley's leg and flew towards the goal. Seaman immediately fell to the ground and lunged at the ball, but unfortunately, he couldn't stop it from going into the goal. Leeds United took a 1-0 lead in the 31st minute with a combination between Quaresma and Beasley scored his first league goal for Leeds United. Seeing Beasley score, Jiang Feng on the sidelines suddenly had a whimsical idea. He suddenly ran to Wenger's side, first sliding to his knees, then quickly getting up and suddenly hugging Wenger. This startled Wenger, who struggled desperately in a helpless manner. "Fuck, let me go right now." Wenger, who had finally pushed Jiang Feng away, looked at Jiang Feng with a flustered expression. When had Wenger, who had dominated the football world for decades, ever encountered such a scoundrel? Judging from Wenger's panicked face, anyone who didn't know better would think that the professor had been attacked. Seeing that Wenger was startled by him, Jiang Feng, who was trying hard to suppress his laughter, turned around and immediately returned to the area where Leeds United was located. "Jiang, you're really too mean. Aren't you afraid of scaring the professor into a sickness?" Moshai said helplessly, shaking his head. "I just wanted to scare him. Who told him to scheme against me?" Wenger, on the other side, also came to his senses. He looked at Jiang Feng with gritted teeth and muttered incessantly, as if he wanted to devour Jiang Feng. The referee, seeing the Leeds United players celebrating wildly, went over and persuaded them to return to their positions. After seeing that both teams had taken their places, he blew the whistle to start the match. The game has restarted. Arsenal did not change their tactics after the restart of the match, and continued to exploit Leeds United's weakness in the middle. Here, Jiang Feng had to admire Wenger's vision. Arsenal's attack on the field did put a lot of pressure on Leeds United. The goal just now was actually more of a matter of luck. The reason Beasley was able to shake off Laura was because Laura slipped while chasing Beasley, which allowed Beasley to get away from the defense. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Beasley to shake off his opponents so easily. However, the only benefit of Leeds United's goal was that it made Arsenal's two wingers more cautious, preventing them from pushing forward so recklessly, which indirectly relieved the pressure on their own defense. As time went on and the end of the first half drew closer, just as the fourth official on the sidelines raised a sign indicating 2 minutes of added time, Arsenal finally seized an opportunity. Just as the game entered stoppage time, Aquilani received a pass from Modric, but failed to notice what was behind him, allowing Bergkamp to steal the ball from him as he dropped back. After intercepting the ball, Bergkamp didn't dribble, but instead delivered a long pass over the top. This sudden shift from attack to defense created a gap in Leeds United's defense, and Bergkamp's pass found that opening. Henry weaved between Ramos and Chiellini, met the incoming ball with a powerful shot, and the ball speed was so great that Czech had no time to react before it nestled into the goal. Arsenal equalized the score 1-1 near the end of the first half. Wenger was very excited after seeing Henry's goal, but he couldn't do the same shameless celebration as Jiang Feng. He just clenched his fist and glanced up at Jiang Feng. "Wenger is watching you," Moshai said. "Damn it, let him gloat for a while, and I'll see how I deal with him in the second half." After the game restarted, about a minute later, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and both teams returned to the locker room to make final arrangements for the second half. The break ended quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the pitch. Arsenal did not make any substitutions, while Leeds United replaced Beasley with Yaya Touré. Moreover, based on the positioning of Leeds United's players on the field, Wenger discovered that Leeds United had not only changed one player, but also made a significant change in their formation, switching from a 4-2-1-3 formation in the first half to a 4-5-1 formation. After Yaya Touré replaced Beasley, he appeared in Modric's original position, while Ronaldo, who played in the attacking midfield position in the first half, returned to the left wing and became a winger. With this setup, Leeds United's midfield will consist of Yaya Touré and Aquilani as the team's double pivot, with Cristiano Ronaldo, Luka Modric, and Quaresma lined up in front of them, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic as the team striker. Seeing the changes at Leeds United, Wenger stood on the sidelines with a frown, a hint of worry in his heart. The second half of the game soon began with the referee's whistle. Although Leeds United appeared to have changed their formation from 4-2-1-3 to 4-5-1, they did not play a defensive counterattacking style. Instead, they took the initiative after the start of the match, spreading their formation out wide. The defense also underwent changes. Aquilani began to mark Silva closely, while Yaya Touré provided support and was always on the lookout for the connection between Silva and Bergkamp. This caused Arsenal's central attack to encounter significant problems. Leeds United's numerical advantage in midfield immediately proved effective. What troubled Arsenal the most was the frequent positional interchanges between Ronaldo and Quaresma, which exacerbated the defensive pressure on Arsenal. In the 61st minute, Ronaldo switched to the right wing and suddenly received a pass from Modric. He then played a 1-2 with Maicon, who had made a run into the box. Maicon dribbled past all the defenders and advanced down the wing, while Ronaldo, after passing the ball, made a diagonal run into the penalty area. When Ronaldo reached the edge of the penalty area, Maicon delivered a low ball to his feet. Campbell immediately rushed forward upon seeing Ronaldo receive the ball, while Vieira also rushed up behind him. The two attempted to intercept Ronaldo while he was still unsteady on his feet. However, after seeing Campbell's movement, Ronaldo suddenly received the pass but did not stop the ball. Instead, he executed a Rabona move, flicking the ball to the left and then pulling it to the right, followed by Marseille turn, immediately blocking Campbell behind him. After a slight adjustment, he unleashed a powerful shot. The football easily bypassed Lehmann's outstretched hands and went into the goal. Leeds United took a 2-1 lead in the 63rd minute. Chapter 233, Redemption. After the team scored this time, Jiang Feng didn't try to provoke Wenger again. Instead, he clapped his hands and immediately arranged for Sneijder to warm up. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng called Sneijder to his side and said something to him. "Wesley, did you watch Luka play properly just now? When you go up there, you need to play like him. Remember, don't force yourself to control the ball, but you must control the rhythm. Trust your teammates, understand?" "Understood, boss." Just as the ball went out of play, Leeds United made a substitution, with Sneijder replacing the exhausted Modric. Meanwhile, Arsenal's Wenger played his first card, substituting the aging Bergkamp for Kanu. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, Sneijder made a serious mistake as soon as he came on the field. In the 69th minute, after receiving a pass from Yaya Touré, Sneijder saw Vieira attempting to press him and prepare to pass the ball to Aquilani behind him. However, for some reason, the pass went awry and was intercepted by Ljungberg on the side. After gaining possession, Ljungberg took advantage of the lack of pressure and launched a long diagonal pass to Kanu, who had just come on. Kanu positioned himself and headed the ball into the penalty area. Henry skillfully bypassed Chiellini, took the lead, and before the ball even hit the ground, unleashed a powerful volley that broke through Czech's defense, leveling the score once again. At 2-2, in the 70th minute, Arsenal capitalized on a mistake by Sneijder, with Henry leveling the score again. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, shook his head helplessly. "Wesley is too nervous. What do we do now?" Machitz said as he walked over to Jiang Feng. His nervousness stemmed from his desire to prove himself too much. Sneijder stood on the field watching the Arsenal players celebrate their goal, looking very guilty. His teammates rushed to his side to comfort him. "Wesley, it's okay. It's just one goal. We can give them another one back," Ronaldo said, putting his arm around Sneijder's shoulder. While Arsenal were celebrating, Jiang Feng waved to Sneijder and called him to the sidelines. Jiang Feng put his arm around Sneijder's shoulder and said, "Wesley, don't be nervous. What did I just tell you? Relax and trust your teammates. Don't think about the score. Your job is to get the ball where you think it should be. When you have the ball on the field, your teammates will be making runs around you to support you. You just need to find an opening in the opponent's defense and pass the ball there. Understand? Remember, don't be nervous. Understand?" Sneijder nodded vigorously with a serious expression. Soon the players from both sides returned to their positions, and the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the match. In the 76th minute, Sneijder received the ball in midfield again. He quickly glanced at Arsenal's defense and suddenly spotted a gap on the left. Remembering Jiang Feng's instructions, he didn't hesitate and sent a long diagonal pass into the gap before Vieira could close in again. On the left, Ronaldo made a quick forward run and crossed the ball into the penalty area before anyone else could react. Ibrahimovic jumped high and headed the ball, but unfortunately, it was too straight and was blocked out of bounds by Lehmann. Jiang Feng, seeing the ball, didn't have time to feel sorry for it. He immediately shouted to Sneijder on the field and gave him a thumbs up. This is what Jiang Feng hopes to see when Sneijder is on the field. He doesn't expect Sneijder to control the ball like Kaka. He only asks Sneijder to observe the opponent's positioning and identify any weaknesses. Cristiano Ronaldo even went over to Sneijder and patted him on the shoulder. "That was a beautiful pass. If we keep going like that, we'll definitely win in the end." After that goal, Sneijder wasn't as nervous as before. Leeds United have a corner kick opportunity. Cristiano Ronaldo stepped up to the penalty spot, glanced at his teammates' positions, took a run up, and kicked the ball into the penalty area. The ball's trajectory was incredibly exaggerated in the air, and its speed was extremely fast, which made Lehmann hesitant to come out. Yaya Touré leaped high at the near post, attempting a header, but the ball grazed his scalp and flew towards the far post. Touré's movement startled almost all the Arsenal players. After passing Touré, the ball dipped sharply, causing chaos in the penalty area as everyone tried to reach for it. Suddenly, the ball changed direction during its flight and nestled into the goal. The fans at the stadium didn't even see who touched the ball into the goal. Suddenly, a Leeds United player wearing a white jersey ran out of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was Sneijder, who had come on as a substitute in the second half. Sneijder ran to Jiang Feng's side and pounced on him, hugging him tightly and whispering in his ear, "Boss, I scored. Boss, I scored. Yes, you scored. Wesley, well done. Keep playing like that. Go and take them down." "Yes, thank you, boss. Thank you for your trust." Soon, the other Leeds United players ran over and surrounded the two players to celebrate the goal. 3-2, in the 79th minute, Leeds United regained the lead with a goal from Sneijder. And Sneijder also achieved his own redemption. The match restarted, but time was running out for Arsenal. Leeds United fans in the stands stood up and sang the Leeds United anthem in unison. The match was nearing its end, and the goal fest was drawing to a close. The fans knew that the final moments of the game were crucial, so they cheered for their team in their own ways. After the match started, Jiang Feng found that Sneijder on the field had truly entered the state he hoped to see. The goal just now seemed to have opened up his run and do meridians, instantly transforming him from a second-rate player into a first-rate master, controlling the rhythm of the game very smoothly. "Make a video of this final match and have him watch it carefully when we get back," Jiang Feng instructed Moshais beside him. Once Sneijder was back on track, Leeds United gave Arsenal no further chances, and despite Wenger's series of substitutions in the final stages, they couldn't change the outcome of the match. The referee finally blew the final whistle, and Leeds United defeated Arsenal 3-2 at home, securing all 3 points and remaining in second place in the standings, though 3 points ahead of third-placed Arsenal. Chapter 234, Leeds United's unfortunate situation. On October 9th, Leeds United played the second leg of the first round of the UEFA Cup. Because of the 3-0 victory in the first leg, Jiang Feng used a large number of substitute players and reserve team players in this match. Players such as Ronaldo, Ramos, and Quaresma were not included in the 18-man squad. In the end, after 90 minutes of play in Zaporizhia, Ukraine, Leeds United and Zaporizhia drew 1-1, with Leeds United ultimately winning 4-1 and eliminating Zaporizhia from the competition, thus advancing to the second round of the UEFA Cup. The draw for the second round of the UEFA Cup took place in Zurich, Switzerland on October 10th. Leeds United's second-round opponent will be Hapoel Tel Aviv from Israel. The first leg of the match between the two teams will be played on October 31st. However, the only good news for Leeds United is that due to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the first leg, which was originally scheduled to be held in Israel, will be moved to a neutral venue, the Stadio Artemio Franchi, the home ground of Florence. On October 12th, Leeds United faced a League One team in the third round of the League Cup. Jiang Feng continued to adhere to the strategy he had set beforehand, fielding substitutes and reserve team members in the cup match. They narrowly defeated their opponents 1-0 away from home, advancing to the fourth round of the League Cup. After the match against Arsenal, Sneijder seemed to have a sudden realization and became increasingly adept at playing the attacking midfielder position in training, which was very good news for Jiang Feng. But before they could even celebrate, on the afternoon of October 13th, during a routine scrimmage for Leeds United, Quaresma suddenly collapsed in pain during a challenge with a teammate. After examination by the team doctor, Quaresma suffered a grade 2 muscle injury in his right leg and was estimated to be out for a month. Leeds United have added another key player to their injury list, but Jiang Feng has far more headaches than that. On October 15th, the 9th round of the Premier League kicks off, with Leeds United facing Sunderland away from home. The team's series of matches, coupled with injuries to Kaka and Quaresma, meant that Jiang Feng no longer had as many players available for his lineup as before. Cameronese replaced Quaresma in the starting lineup. The match between the two teams officially started at 5 p.m. on the day of the match. The course of the game seemed to be entirely under Jiang Feng's control. Not long after the game started, Leeds United took control of the situation. Then, in the 14th and 27th minutes, Ibrahimovic successfully scored twice, giving Leeds United a 2-goal lead in less than half an hour. As time went on, Leeds United played with increasing ease. Jiang Feng was pleased to see that Sneijder's control of the tempo in the attacking midfield position had improved significantly, which successfully dispelled some of the lingering anxiety in Jiang Feng's mind caused by Quaresma's injury. The first half ended quickly, with Leeds United leading Sunderland 2-0 away from home. Everything seemed to be going in Leeds United's favor. After halftime, the second half of the game began. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, the second half of the game took a dramatic turn. In the 61st minute, Woodgate was penalized for handball in the penalty area and received a yellow card. Sunderland striker Phillips easily converted the penalty, pulling one back for Sunderland. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, after saving the penalty, Cech collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Cech clutching his right hand and lying on the ground, unable to get up. Soon, his worry became a reality. After examination by the team doctor, it was found that Cech had strained his right index finger. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, had a gloomy face and didn't know what to say. In a hurry, he arranged for Robinson to replace the injured Cech as a substitute. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, it seemed as if God himself was displeased with Leeds United's smooth sailing and was deliberately making things more difficult for them. In the 78th minute, Leeds United substituted Alan Smith for the exhausted Ibrahimovic. In the 81st minute, something infuriating happened to Jiang Feng. Alan Smith got into an argument with an opposing defender in the penalty area over a header. For some unknown reason, Alan Smith punched the defender in the face, and the Sunderland player fell to the ground. Alan's action immediately drew a huge chorus of boos and curses from the entire Stadium of Light. Sunderland players quickly surrounded him, and it seemed a brawl was inevitable. Just then, the referee blew his whistle, quickly separated the players, and showed a red card to Alan, who had just come on as a substitute. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, looking extremely angry, not at the referee's decision, but at Alan's lack of composure. As Alan walked onto the field, he realized the potential impact of his actions on the team. He lowered his head in regret and walked off the field without offering any words of comfort or even glancing at Alan. Alan's punch is more than just a red card. He will almost certainly face further punishment, which is definitely very bad news for Leeds United. Moreover, this is not a good thing for the game. Jiang Feng can predict that in the remaining 10 minutes or so, Leeds United, with one less player, will definitely be pressured by their opponents. As expected, after the match restarted, Sunderland, buoyed by the cheers of their home fans, launched a series of relentless attacks on Leeds United's defense. Leeds United, playing a passive defensive game, were unable to hold onto their advantage in the final minutes, and Sunderland scored the equalizer in the 89th minute. When the final time was up, the referee blew the whistle to end the match, and Leeds United were forced to settle for a 2-2 draw with Sunderland away from home. The day after the match, the FA quickly issued its decision on Alan Smith's punishment, a 6-match ban and a £100,000 fine for his violent actions on the pitch. What Jiang Feng didn't expect was that on the very night the FA's punishment was announced, Alan Smith was spotted at a nightclub by paparazzi from The Sun. The next day, he made the front page of The Sun, with photos showing him surrounded by several girls, enjoying the company of multiple women, looking very happy and showing no sign of being upset about the suspension. Chapter 235, The Low Point. The Sun's report immediately set the English football scene ablaze, with countless media reporters contacting Leeds United in hopes of interviewing Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not condone Alan's behavior at all, even though some teams were shorthanded. He directly demoted Alan Smith to the reserve team. Alan Smith's agent then launched into a tirade in an interview with reporters, saying, "Jiang is a tyrant. Smith has always been Leeds United's rising star, but after Jiang Feng came, Alan became a substitute. I feel that my player has been treated unfairly." Alan's agent's words immediately put Leeds United in the spotlight, coupled with some people kicking them while they were down, and even some Leeds United fans who were misled by the news began to have opinions about Jiang Feng. In their hearts, Alan has always been a Leeds United child, while in the hearts of some Leeds United fans, even though he has become the owner of the team, Jiang Feng is still an outsider, not to mention that Jiang Feng is a Chinese person with yellow skin. Gradually, there was more and more criticism of Leeds United and Jiang Feng from the outside world. At this moment, although Jiang Feng knew about everything that was happening, he did not pay attention to it, because he did not have time to pay attention to it. The team's continuous injuries made Jiang Feng's lineup and tactics somewhat tight, while Leeds United's schedule was becoming more and more congested. On October 17th, the third round of the FA Cup kicked off, and from this round onwards, Premier League teams will also be involved in the competition. Leeds United were drawn against Sheffield United from League One. Leeds United, who have been in the spotlight recently, ultimately lost their second official match of the season 0-1 away from home. On October 22nd, Leeds United faced Bolton Wanderers at Elland Road in the 10th round of the Premier League. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United's Woodgate was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards, while Cech, Quaresma, and Kaka were injured. Jiang Feng once again fielded a 4-5-1 formation. Perhaps due to external influences, although Leeds United maintained a very high level of attack in this match, their defense was in a very poor state. After 90 minutes of play at Elland Road, Leeds United and Bolton drew 2-2. Through this match, everyone understood that Leeds United had encountered problems, and the criticism from the outside world became even more scathing. Suddenly, Jiang Feng seemed to have fallen for grace. After the match against Bolton, Jiang Feng was bombarded with questions from reporters at the post-match press conference. When asked about Alan Smith, Alan has always been an important member of Leeds United, but he is still young and needs to be more mature in handling certain issues. So I hope he can learn to stay calm and think things through. When a reporter asked Jiang Feng about the results of Leeds United's last 2 matches, Jiang Feng said, "I think no team in the world can maintain its best form all the time. We are a young team, and many of our players are very young, so it is inevitable that there will be some ups and downs in form. I think this is a very normal phenomenon. Moreover, only 10 rounds of the league have passed, and there is still plenty of time for them to adjust." After the 10th round, Leeds United had been overtaken by Arsenal and dropped to 3rd place in the league standings. Moreover, the gap between Liverpool and Leeds United was only 2 points, while the gap between Leeds United and Manchester United, who were in 1st place, was 5 points. All of this was not very favorable for Jiang Feng. On October 23rd, despite the team's recent major problems, Jiang Feng still chose to give the players a day off because he didn't want them to be under too much pressure. However, while the players were resting, Jiang Feng had no time to rest because trouble came knocking again. Alan Smith's agent has arrived. Jiang Feng was studying his next opponent in his office when there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Jiang Feng looked up when he heard footsteps, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Mr. Jiang, hello. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Alan's agent, right? I know you. Is there something you need? I'm here because of my player. I want to talk to you about some things concerning Alan. I'm protesting everything my player has been subjected to at Leeds United. I think it's extremely unfair to Alan. If Leeds United continues to target Alan, I will submit a transfer request to Leeds United on behalf of my player." "Protest? Mr. Wright, get your facts straight before you talk to me. Do you think the team is targeting him?" "Mr. Wright, Alan Smith is an adult, and he has to pay the price for everything he's done. Also, regarding your transfer request, I'd like to ask if it was your idea or his. Think it through before you answer me." Jiang Feng found the middle-aged white man in front of him extremely distasteful. He saw greed and snobbery in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, my player is a renowned rising star in England. He is not a reserve team player. He should be in the first team. He should be a key player in the core of the team. If Leeds United cannot do these things, my player will not be able to stay here." "All right, Mr. Wright. I can tell you with absolute certainty that what you just said is impossible. And you need to understand one thing. Alan's contract with Leeds United still has 2 years left. If I don't agree, he can't go anywhere. I can keep him on the bench for the next 2 years without playing a single minute. You also said that he's just a rising star, not a true superstar. So, Mr. Wright, if you want to talk to me, please tone down your attitude. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave. Finally, if Alan wants to transfer, no problem. Let him come and talk to me himself. What you're saying is useless. Now, please leave." You. Wright was speechless after being confronted by Jiang Feng. "Please leave, or I'll have security escort you out," Jiang Feng said, pointing to the door. After Wright left, Jiang Feng was also a bit of a headache. He never expected that Alan Smith would cause trouble. However, Jiang Feng had always been worried about Alan Smith's temper. In fact, Alan was capable, but it was his temper that made Jiang Feng hesitant to entrust him with important tasks. Alan Smith was like a spoiled child. Chapter 236, Eliminating the Haze. Actually, the problems Leeds United is currently facing are not particularly difficult for Jiang Feng. Player injuries are a problem that every team will encounter. As for why Leeds United seems to be more serious, in addition to the deliberate manipulation by some outsiders, it is also because the young players in the team are not mature enough and are very easily affected by external factors. That's why Jiang Feng chose to take a vacation at this time. After Wright left, Jiang Feng thought for a while and then contacted Bremer by phone. "Hey Jiang, you've run into some trouble lately, haven't you?" "It's nothing, Andreas. I hope you can bring Didier over during the winter transfer window. I need him. Has something happened to Alan Smith?" "Yeah, I guess we can't keep him." "Okay, I understand. I'll figure something out. Is there anything else I need to do?" "Everything else is fine. I can handle it." From Wright's words, Jiang Feng knew that it wasn't just Wright's problem. Jiang Feng could tell that Alan Smith wanted to leave and had probably already found a new club. Otherwise, Wright wouldn't have come over to put pressure on him. He probably wanted to make a fuss about the transfer fee. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. On October 24th, Leeds United regrouped after a day off. This week was also a rare week with only one match, so Jiang Feng had time to make adjustments to the team. At 9 a.m. on the club's training ground, all the first-team players were already lined up. Jiang Feng stood in front of the line, and after looking around at the players, he spoke. "Guys, how's it going after a day of rest?" "Great, boss. Everyone outside is saying we're finished. That Leeds United is in trouble. What do you suggest we do?" "Boss, we have no problem." "You're wrong. We did encounter problems. The injuries to Peter and Ricardo did cause some issues in the game, but the biggest problem is that some of us were affected by outside comments. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a long season. To achieve good results in such a long season, we all need to unite and trust each other." Jiang Feng's words made all the Leeds United players in the audience start to think. After a short pause, Jiang Feng continued. "Actually, we don't need to pay any attention to what others are saying. This is a game. This is football. What they say doesn't matter. Performance speaks for itself. If you perform well, they will praise you. If you perform poorly, they will criticize you. That's how these people operate. I hope you won't let down Ricardo, Peter, and Ricardo, who are still recovering from injuries. I hope you can welcome their return with good results. Can you do that? Yes, boss. Jiang Feng's words were like the rising sun, dispelling the gloom that had hung over Leeds United. Jiang Feng could see from the team's training that the players' disappointment and confusion had disappeared. On October 29th, 2 matches of the 11th round of the Premier League were played a day early, with Leeds United continuing to host Everton at Elland Road. In this match against Everton, Leeds United's starting lineup is as follows: goalkeeper Robinson, left-back Crisito, right-back Ebu, 2 center-backs Ramos and Woodgate, who has returned from suspension, defensive midfielders Modric and Yaya Touré, attacking midfielder Sneijder, left-winger Beasley, right-winger Cameronesi, and center-forward Ibrahimovic. It's clear from a starting lineup arranged by Jiang Feng that Leeds United is conserving energy for the second round of the UEFA Cup on October 31st. At 5 p.m., the match started on time with the referee's whistle. Although Leeds United's performance has not been very good recently, the attendance at Elland Road Stadium today was still over 80%. Leeds United did not disappoint the fans, taking control of the game from the start. The Leeds United fans in the stands felt that the Leeds United of the beginning of the season had returned. In fact, besides Jiang Feng's speech, what brought about all this was Sneijder truly embracing the role of attacking midfielder. From the very beginning of the match, Sneijder's position in the attacking midfielder position caused Everton's defense a lot of trouble. In the 19th minute, it was Sneijder's diagonal pass from midfield that found Beasley, who had successfully broken the offside trap on the wing. With no one marking him, Beasley dribbled to the byline and delivered a beautiful cross to Ibrahimovic in the middle. Ibrahimovic held his position and headed the ball into the goal, opening the scoring for his team. After scoring, Ibrahimovic ran wildly to the corner flag, roaring at the fans in the stands. Then, with his back to the fans, he pointed to the number on the back of his jersey, a celebration that brought the home team's atmosphere in the stands to a fever pitch. After taking the lead, Leeds United seemed to have more control on the pitch, and Everton couldn't find any chances. Finally, with the referee's final whistle, the match ended, and Leeds United secured a 3-0 victory over Everton at home, taking all 3 points. The victory also silenced all the criticism Leeds United had received. Just as Jiang Feng had said in his pep talk to the players, the day after the match, many newspapers and media outlets across England began praising the Leeds United players again. Jiang Feng believed that after this slump, the players would become more mature. After the match, the entire Leeds United team arrived in Florence the next day. After a day of acclimatization training, the first leg of the second round of the UEFA Cup officially began at 6 p.m. on October 31st. Facing Hapoel Tel Aviv from Israel, Jiang Feng cautiously deployed almost all of his main forces. With the team currently suffering significant player losses, Jiang Feng hopes to secure a strong chance of advancing in just one match. At Fiorentina's home ground, Frankie Stadium, Leeds United scored 3 goals in the first half alone. This was Sneijder's best performance since joining Leeds United, and all 3 goals in the first half were related to him, with 1 goal and 2 assists coming from his 45 minutes in the first half. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated the Israeli team 5-0. The second leg will be played in 2 weeks. Chapter 237 Good News. With this slump over, Leeds United has once again demonstrated its strength to everyone, and the outside world is praising Leeds United and Jiang Feng more and more. After a series of bad news, good news came one after another. The first piece of good news after entering November was that Quaresma started training again. Although he is not yet at the standard for playing, being able to resume training means that he is not far from playing. The second piece of good news was that Bremen, through negotiations with Kaiserslautern, finally finalized a transfer agreement for Drogba. Drogba will officially join Leeds United during the Bundesliga winter break. Drogba's arrival is definitely a huge boost for Leeds United. With Drogba's addition, Jiang Feng believes that with Ibrahimovic and Drogba, they should have no problem facing the league in the UEFA Cup. However, this series of injuries served as a wake-up call for Jiang Feng, reminding him to have a more sufficient roster for future seasons to avoid a repeat of the situation. On November 2nd, Jiang Feng received another piece of good news. Professor Rult, who had accompanied Kaka to the United States, had returned. According to Professor Rult's report, Kaka's surgery was very successful, and he could return to England after a period of recovery in the United States. Moreover, based on the success of the surgery, with good rehabilitation training, Kaka's recovery time could be greatly shortened. In fact, Kaka's injury made Jiang Feng feel very guilty. Jiang Feng felt that he hadn't given Kaka enough rest time in the face of such a dense schedule. This also served as a wake-up call for Jiang Feng. He really needs to make better rotations when using these incredibly talented young players. Although young players recover faster, some of them lack experience and are relatively inexperienced in protecting themselves on the field, making them more susceptible to injuries. Moreover, Ruert also reminded Jiang Feng that he must pay attention to the treatment of these young players' injuries, otherwise it could very well affect their careers. On November 3rd, the third round of the English League Cup resumed. After the draw, Leeds United were drawn against Nottingham Forest, a team from the Championship. After the last round, Jiang Feng had decided to give up on the League Cup, so he did not choose a starting lineup for this match. All the starting players were fringe players from the first team and reserve team players. Players like Miles and Batty, who rarely had the opportunity to play in the league, appeared in the starting lineup. Even Alan Smith, who had been relegated to the reserve team by Jiang Feng, started the match. Speaking of Alan, Leeds United received a transfer offer from Manchester United for Alan Smith a few days ago. However, there was a huge difference in price between the two sides. Manchester United offered £4 million, while Jiang Feng insisted on £8 million. So, Alan's agent has been making a lot of noise and frequently complaining to reporters about Jiang Feng. However, because Leeds United's performance has been improving recently, Jiang Feng has ignored this. Moreover, because players like Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic have performed very well since joining Leeds United, Alan's status in Leeds United's eyes is not as high as before. Therefore, the transfer of Alan Smith has not attracted much attention from Leeds United fans. At Nottingham Forest's home ground, City Stadium, some players who hadn't played in a long time faced off against Nottingham Forest, who were eyeing the League Cup. The result was predictable. After 90 minutes, Leeds United lost 1-2 in the third round of the League Cup at City Stadium, thus ending their League Cup journey this season. This result also indicates that Leeds United's schedule now only includes the League and the League Cup, two competitions that Jiang Feng values highly. On November 6th, the 12th round of the Premier League kicked off. In this round, Leeds United will visit St Andrew's Stadium to face Birmingham City. Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Robinson, left-back Abidal, right-back Maicon, two center-backs Ramos and Chiellini, defensive midfielders Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Sneijder, left-winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right-winger Camoranesi, and center-forward Ibrahimovic. After a week of rest, Leeds United's key players faced a newly promoted team that was weaker than themselves. Although Birmingham fielded a defensive strategy at their home ground, they still couldn't withstand Leeds United's attack for long. After holding out for half an hour, Birmingham's defensive wall was breached by Ibrahimovic's volley from the edge of the penalty area. With this goal, Leeds United completely took control of the game. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United easily defeated Birmingham City 3-0 away from home. Ibrahimovic scored twice, while Ronaldo added another goal in the 76th minute to seal the victory for Leeds United. It is worth mentioning that 17-year-old Portuguese player João Moutinho from the youth team was brought to the St Andrews Stadium by Jiang Feng for this match. In the 81st minute, he replaced Modric. In the last 10 minutes, Moutinho also performed very well, showing no stage fright on the field and demonstrating his excellent organization and defensive abilities to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng called up Moutinho this time in order to find a substitute for Modric, so that the team would have more options in the rotation of the middle, and also to give Modric more rest time. After 12 rounds of the Premier League, the top 5 teams in the standings remain unchanged. Manchester United continues their winning streak and firmly holds the top spot. Arsenal also defeated their opponent this round to solidify their second place. Leeds United defeated Birmingham and remains in third place. Liverpool is in 4th, Newcastle United in 5th, Chelsea in 6th, and Blackburn Rovers in 7th. However, for those who follow the Premier League, Round 13 will be the most important round of the first half of the season, as it will feature 3 high-profile matches. Leeds United will travel to face Liverpool, a clash between 3rd and 4th place that is sure to attract a lot of attention. Manchester United, in excellent form this season, will travel to face 6th-place Chelsea, a match that is also very close and whose result could significantly impact the standings. The other high-profile match is slightly less exciting, with Newcastle United hosting Blackburn Rovers. Of the top 7 teams in the standings, only Arsenal's matches show a clear distinction between strong and weak teams. None of the other 6 teams can be guaranteed to emerge unscathed from this round of matches. Many fans and reporters familiar with the league schedules have been eagerly awaiting this round of matches. As many fans have said, this round of games will be enough to test who the truly strong teams are and who the fake ones are. Chapter 238, The Stronger the Enemy, the Stronger the Warrior. At 4 p.m. on November 13th, the entire Leeds United team, led by Jiang Feng, arrived at Liverpool's home stadium, Anfield. The team bus was parked in the stadium's parking lot, and as soon as they got off the bus, the entire Leeds United team was warmly welcomed by Liverpool fans. Boos and curses accompanied the entire Leeds United team as they walked into the stadium. In 2 hours, all 10 matches of the 13th round of the Premier League will kick off simultaneously. What is the most frightening thing for visiting players at Anfield? If this were a multiple-choice question, there would be many possible answers, such as Gerrard or Owen. But if it were a single-choice question, I'm afraid all the teams visiting Anfield would not choose the players, but rather the Liverpool fans sitting in the stands. At Anfield Stadium, there's an area in the main stands facing the stadium called the Cop Stand. Only Liverpool's most diehard fans are qualified to sit in this stand. The Liverpool fans sitting in this area truly have the blood of the Reds flowing in their veins. They're the real Cop, and only they understand the sacred meaning that this stand represents. When the world-famous song, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resounds throughout Anfield Stadium, Liverpool transforms into the indomitable Red Army, ready to fight to the death against any enemy, never retreating. It is the Cop fans, Liverpool's strongest supporters, who have enabled Liverpool's players to stage classic comebacks time and time again at this stadium. At 6 p.m., the match between Leeds United and Liverpool officially began with the referee's whistle. Leeds United's starting lineup for this match consisted of goalkeeper Robinson, left-back Abidal, and right-back Maicon. The two center-backs were Ramos and Chiellini. The defensive midfielders were Modric and Yaya Touré. The attacking midfielder was Sneijder, the left winger was Ronaldo, the right winger was Cameronesi, and the center forward was Ibrahimovic. Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup, demonstrating Jiang Feng's high regard for this match. Liverpool did the same, with Hollier fielding a traditional 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper is Dudek. The defense consists of Traoré, Carragher, Hypaya, and Rees. The midfielders are Murphy and Hammond, Gerrard and Barrows, and the forwards are Diouf and Owen. It's worth mentioning that Diouf, who rose to fame in the 2002 Japan-Korea World Cup, was brought to Liverpool by Hollier this summer for a transfer fee of £10 million. After the match started, Liverpool took advantage of their home ground and initially dominated Leeds United in terms of momentum. Although Leeds United's players were no weaker than Liverpool's, they were unable to overwhelm their opponents in terms of momentum and seemed unable to break through in the match, as if they were being suppressed by force. Jiang Feng, who was on the sidelines, was also a bit of a headache after the game started. Facing Liverpool's overwhelming home momentum, Jiang Feng was worried that his team would collapse under such pressure. So, from the start of the game, Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines and kept shouting at the Leeds United players to concentrate. He also instructed the Leeds United players to push their formation forward as much as possible and not to retreat. So far this season, Leeds United have rarely lost the momentum in matches, which is a reflection of their tactical execution. Jiang Feng has always emphasized high pressing in the attacking third, a tactic that is always head-to-head. Therefore, Jiang Feng believes that even if they are somewhat suppressed by Liverpool in terms of momentum at the start, as time goes on and the Leeds United players adapt to the atmosphere, the situation will definitely turn around. As time went by, 20 minutes had passed in the match. Although Liverpool had the upper hand in terms of momentum, they were unable to find any good opportunities under Leeds United's defense. As Jiang Feng had predicted, the game unfolded as Leeds United's players gradually adapted to Liverpool's offensive tactics. Furthermore, Leeds United's players executed their high-pressing strategy effectively, forcing Liverpool's players to accelerate their passing speed. Exactly what Jiang Feng had hoped for. After 20 minutes, the game gradually shifted into Leeds United's rhythm, with Sneijder and Modric orchestrating the midfield and causing Liverpool's single defensive midfielder tactic to suffer greatly. In the 38th minute, Leeds United finally found their best chance so far in the game. While assisting in defense in the backfield, Aquilani intercepted Diouf's pass and immediately passed the ball to Modric. After receiving the ball, Modric sent a corner kick to Ronaldo on the left wing. As soon as Ronaldo received the ball, Sneijder began to make an off-the-ball run to receive it, while Abidal also began to move forward. Facing Murphy's defense, Ronaldo performed a series of stepovers, then suddenly changed direction and turned, leaving Murphy behind. Speaking of which, Ronaldo's stepover is very different from other players' stepovers. It is faster and has a larger range. After getting past Murphy, Ronaldo did not continue to dribble, but instead sent a through ball over the top to Traoré's back. It turned out that Abidal was already ahead when Ronaldo was dribbling past him. Although Traoré was chasing closely behind, Abidal took the ball first, touched it forward, accelerated to catch up with the ball, and then crossed it directly. After Ibrahimovic positioned himself at the near post in the middle, realizing he couldn't complete the shot, he headed the ball backwards. Sneijder, who had cut into the penalty area, then made a diving header, getting ahead of everyone else and heading the ball directly into the goal. 1-0, Leeds United took a one-goal lead in the 39th minute. After scoring, Sneijder was immediately tackled to the ground by Ibrahimovic, and then the other Leeds United players surrounded him. The Leeds United players on the field celebrated the goal by stacking themselves on top of each other. Jiang Feng on the sidelines was also very happy, and the tension he had been feeling since the start of the game eased up a bit. After the game restarted, Liverpool were clearly caught off guard by their sudden fall behind, while Leeds United did not retreat into their formation despite taking the lead. Instead, they became even faster and more incisive in attack, clearly hoping to capitalize on their opponent's sudden stun and extend their lead. The fourth official on the sidelines raised the sign indicating 3 minutes of added time, just as Leeds United extended their lead once again. After receiving a pass from Modric near the center circle, Sneijder saw Ibrahimovic raising his hand for the ball and immediately launched a long ball directly to Ibrahimovic. With his back to the goal, Ibrahimovic leaned against Carragher and flicked the ball up with his right foot, then leaned back sharply. Caught off guard by Ibrahimovic's sudden burst of power, Carragher was forced to take a small step back. Ibrahimovic then suddenly turned halfway around and swung his thigh to unleash a precise volley from the edge of the penalty area. The football, like a bolt of lightning, darted into the corner of the goal before Dudek could react. 2-0. With the first half nearing its end, Leeds United extended their lead to 2 goals. This goal was entirely a testament to individual skill and had nothing to do with tactics. Chapter 239. The stronger the enemy, the stronger too. This goal fully showcased Ibrahimovic's individual abilities, whether in terms of physical condition, personal skills, or talent. This goal even silenced Liverpool fans, who had been making noise and putting a lot of pressure on Leeds United for a moment. After the match restarted, the referee did not give Liverpool much time and immediately blew the whistle to end the first half, and both sides went into halftime. Inside the home team's dressing room, Liverpool manager Hollier was making arrangements for the second half. Hollier was very disappointed with the Liverpool players' performance in the first half. The right flank of Liverpool, where Traoré and Murphy were located, almost became Leeds United's left flank corridor. The combination of Ronaldo and Abidal was almost unstoppable on the left flank. Diouf, the striker, also lost his way under the defense of Chiellini and Ramos. Throughout the first half, Diouf was almost invisible to Liverpool. This Senegalese striker, who rose to fame in the Japan-Korea World Cup, has gradually become Liverpool's biggest flop since joining the club. At halftime, both teams returned to the pitch. Liverpool made a substitution, with Heskey replacing Diouf, who had been ineffective in the first half. Leeds United, on the other hand, maintained their first half lineup. The second half officially began with the referee's whistle. From the start of the match, Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines watching the situation unfold. Hollier's substitutions during halftime indicated that Liverpool was about to exert their strength. At this moment, Liverpool fans' chants rang out from the stands, with "You'll Never Walk Alone" echoing throughout Anfield. Amidst the cheers of Liverpool fans, Heskey, who had just come on as a substitute in the second half, dealt a heavy blow to Leeds United. After the start of the second half, Heskey, who had been pacing back and forth on the edge of the penalty area, suddenly made a feint forward, drawing Chiellini's defensive attention before turning and running in the opposite direction. At that moment, Gerrard's long pass from near the center circle found Heskey. Amid the cheers of the Liverpool fans, Heskey positioned himself and headed the ball into the net. The ball bounced off the ground, and Robinson was clearly unprepared for Liverpool's sudden attack. The ball went over Robinson and into the goal. Liverpool pulled one back in the 49th minute with a goal from Heskey, making it 1-2. Watching Heskey run towards the center circle with the ball in his arms, Chiellini slapped his face in deep regret. The goal was scored because he lost his position after being outmaneuvered. Liverpool, playing at home, proved to be very tenacious. Conceding a goal in the second half left the Leeds United players somewhat bewildered. Jiang Feng on the sidelines kept shouting at the players, and his continuous shouts finally brought the Leeds United players back to their senses. After the match restarted, Leeds United began to exert their strength, and the game entered a heated phase. Both sides played fiercely, exchanging attacks back and forth, which made the neutral fans watching the game very excited. The two sides began a fierce offensive battle. In the 60th minute, Ronaldo used his individual skills to get past Murphy and Traoré on the left wing. Then, as he dribbled the ball near the penalty area, a sudden lateral change of direction immediately made Traoré, who was chasing closely behind, lose any chance of catching up. After attracting Carragher's defense, Ronaldo, who was dribbling the ball laterally along the penalty area line, delivered a long pass to Camoranesi, who had cut inside the penalty area on the right wing. When Ronaldo passed the ball, all Camoranesi had to do was extend his left foot and gently tap it. The football rolled easily into the goal. 3-1, Leeds United regained a 2-goal lead. The game restarted, and Liverpool were determined not to back down. Not long after Leeds United scored, in the 65th minute, Gerrard made a run from the back to assist, and, after dribbling the ball to the front, he played a through ball into the penalty area. At that moment, Owen accelerated and beat the offside trap, getting ahead of everyone else, and pushed the ball into the far corner of the Leeds United goal. 2-3, Leeds United narrowed the gap to 1 point again. Both sides displayed an indomitable fighting spirit in the early stages of the second half, and now it remains to be seen who can hold out until the end. In the 69th minute, Leeds United made a substitution, with Jeong Fong playing his first card. This substitution was a like-for-like change, with Yaya Touré replacing Aquilani. After coming on, Yaya Touré immediately used his physical advantage to run all over the field, causing Liverpool's central organization to encounter a lot of trouble for a time. In the 75th minute, Liverpool made a substitution, with Barrows coming off and Smicer coming on. Smicer created a threat as soon as he came on. In the attacking midfield position, Smicer made a very subtle pass to Owen, who was accelerating towards the penalty area. Unfortunately, the linesman raised his flag to indicate that Owen was offside when he received the ball. After repeated replays on the big screen, it was found that Owen was only less than half a body length ahead when Smicer made the pass. This decision drew boos from the stands. In the final moments of the match, both sides put on a fierce offensive battle for everyone watching, with neither side wanting to lose. After Liverpool made their substitution, Jeong Fong and Hollier both stood on the sidelines, nervously observing the situation of the game while constantly shouting at the players on the field, directing their respective teams' defense and attack. With less than 10 minutes left in the 84th minute, Leeds United made another substitution, with Jeong Fong replacing the exhausted Modric with Manhwa. Although Modric did not score throughout the match, he was arguably the best player for Leeds United in both defense and attack. He was like the brain of Leeds United, directing the team's rhythm changes in both defense and attack. In the 88th minute, Manhwa, who had just come on, suddenly received the ball in the back row and advanced forward. This move immediately disrupted Liverpool's defensive rhythm. After dribbling past the center circle, Manhwa did not pass the ball to Sneijder next to him, but instead sent a long ball to the left byline. It turned out that Ronaldo had started sprinting at some point. Before Touré could make his move, Ronaldo crossed the ball into the edge of the penalty area. Manhwa, who had just passed the ball, arrived at the right moment and volleyed the ball into the top left corner of the goal. 4-2, Manhwa, who had just come on as a substitute, scored his first goal since joining Leeds United, securing the victory for Leeds United. Chapter 240 against the Blues. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Liverpool 4-2 at Anfield, securing 3 valuable points. After the 13th round, the results of the other 2 high-profile matches were also in. Manchester United continued their winning streak, narrowly defeating Chelsea 1-0 away from home, while Blackburn and Newcastle United drew 0-0. Arsenal also easily defeated Bolton 3-0 in this round, leaving the top 3 positions in the league standings unchanged. After their match against Liverpool, Leeds United will also play the second leg of their second round of the UEFA Cup. On November 16th, Leeds United, with 5 goals in hand, welcomed Hapoel Tel Aviv at Elland Road. Jeong Fong used a lot of substitutes for this game. Ebu and Cristiano both started, while Manhwa, who performed well in the previous game against Liverpool, replaced Modric and made his first start for Leeds United. After 90 minutes of play at Elland Road, Leeds United easily defeated their opponents 3-0, sending the Israeli team out of the UEFA Cup with a total score of 8-0. Following the conclusion of the second round of matches, UEFA conducted the draw for the third round of the UEFA Cup the following day. The 24 teams that advanced from the second round, along with the 8 third-place teams from the Champions League group stage, formed the 32 teams for the third round. On November 17th, the draw for the third round of the UEFA Cup was completed, and Leeds United's opponent in this round is Malaga from Spain. After the draw for the third round of the UEFA Cup, Jeong Fong immediately arranged for club staff to start collecting information on their opponents. Malaga is a team located in Andalusia, Spain. Since being promoted to La Liga in 1990, under the leadership of head coach Antonio Tapia, they have shown their dark horse nature in La Liga. In the recently concluded Intertoto Cup, Malaga also made history by winning the final championship. In La Liga, where attacking football is the norm, Malaga can be considered an unconventional team. They have a tough style and are good at counterattacking. Sans is the absolute mainstay and core of Malaga's defense. On November 20th, the 14th round of the Premier League kicked off, with Leeds United hosting Aston Villa at their home ground. Leeds United, fielding their strongest lineup, defeated Aston Villa 3-1 after 90 minutes of play, fueled by the cheers of their home fans. This victory maintains pressure on Arsenal, who sit atop the table. Notably, Manchester United, who have maintained a strong performance throughout the season, failed to win again, managing only a draw against Tottenham Hotspur in their away match. After this round of matches, Manchester United sits firmly at the top of the standings with 40 points, while Arsenal is second with 38 points. Leeds United is third with 37 points. Liverpool is fourth with 32 points, and Chelsea is fifth with 31 points. After their match against Aston Villa, and following their elimination from both the League Cup and the FA Cup, Leeds United enjoyed a rare week of rest. The day after the 14th round of the league ended, Jong Fong once again chose to give the team a day off. Jong, Manchester United offered $6 million for Alan Smith's transfer. I estimate that's their bottom line. What do you think we should do now? Jong Fong, who was in his office studying their next league opponent, received a call from Brame. Okay, this price is fine. Okay, I'll reply to them then. By the way, Andreas, were there any other players on the last list that the club made any further moves to? Yes, and some more were confirmed later. But, Jong, it's like this. According to the new youth training director, many basic facilities at the club's youth training base need to be renovated, which is a considerable expense. I was originally planning to talk to you about this. Have Norman compile a report, and we'll discuss this matter later. Youth training is the foundation for our presence in England and even Europe, so we can't cut corners on this aspect. Okay, then I'll talk to Mr. Norman. Norman Hunt, the youth academy director invited by Ridsdale, was a key central defender during Leeds United's heyday in the 1960s and 70s and also represented England at the 1966 World Cup held in England. This time, not only Norman Hunt was invited by Ridsdale, but also two other Leeds United legends, Trevor Cherry and Terry Cooper. A large portion of the money Jong Fong earned from the Japan Korea World Cup was invested in the club's youth training program, resulting in the addition of numerous facilities and equipment to Leeds United's youth training base in less than half a season. The 15th round of the Premier League kicked off on November 27th. In this round, Leeds United will once again face a strong team, traveling to Stamford Bridge to play against Chelsea. However, the good news for Leeds United is that Quaresma and Cheka both recovered from their injuries and returned to the field. The return of these two players is definitely great news for Jong Fong. Their ability to return against Chelsea gives Jong Fong a greater chance of winning the game. During Chek's injury, Leeds United's goal was guarded by Paul Robinson. Although Robinson has excellent goalkeeping skills and solid basic skills, he is much weaker when coming out of the goal and is far inferior to Chek in the goalkeeper position. Now that Chek has returned, Jong Fong has more confidence in the team's defense. At 4 p.m. on November 27th, the entire Leeds United team arrived at Stamford Bridge by bus, and the match between the two teams was scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. In preparation for the third round of the UEFA Cup 3 days later, Jong Fong made some changes to the starting lineup for Leeds United. Goalkeeper Petr Cech returned from injury. Left-back Eric Abidal and right-back Ebu replaced Maicon in the starting lineup. The two center-backs were Ramos and Woodgate. The defensive midfielders were Modric and Aquilani. The attacking midfielder was Sneijder. The left winger was Ronaldo. The right winger was Camoranesi, and the center forward was Ibrahimovic. Quaresma, who had recovered from injury, was on the bench. Chelsea's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Cudicini, right-back Melchiot, center-backs D. Saley and Gallas, left-back Lasaux, midfielders Gronkjer, Lampard, Petit, and Zola, and forwards Gudjonson and Hasselbank. Chapter 241: The Siege of Stamford Bridge. Looking at the Chelsea players' positions on the field, Jong Fong frowned. He couldn't quite understand Ranieri's formation. Based on the Chelsea players' positions, Ranieri abandoned the 4-4-2 diamond formation that Chelsea had been using before and instead fielded a 4-2-2-2 formation. Petit and Lampard were both placed in the defensive midfield position by Ranieri, while Gronkjer and Zola played as the team's left and right wingers. Although Jong Fong doesn't know Ranieri's intentions, he is certain that Chelsea's adjustments are Ranieri's way of targeting Leeds United, and now we can only verify this through the game. The match between the two teams began with the referee's whistle. After observing for a while after the match started, Jong Fong discovered that Ranieri was targeting Leeds United's central attack. Petit had been marking Sneijder closely since the start of the match, and Lampard wasn't really a defensive midfielder. Strictly speaking, Lampard was a deep-lying central midfielder. Moreover, under Ranieri's arrangement, Gudjonson was more of a shadow striker and also took on some of the task of organizing attacks. Therefore, Chelsea's formation was a 4-2-2-1-1. Seeing this, Jong Fong decisively made a gesture to the Leeds United players on the field. Immediately, the Leeds United players changed their attacking tactics, frequently sending the ball down the flanks. Sneijder was no longer the organizer of the attack in the middle, but instead took on the role of receiving the ball. Leeds United's two flanks have started to exert pressure, which Chelsea's current flanks cannot defend against. Once a gap appears, Chelsea's defensive focus will have to shift to the flanks, which will create more opportunities. The main reason Leeds United has achieved good results this season is that other Premier League teams are very unaccustomed to Leeds United's high pressing and attacking tactics that involve both wings. Moreover, Leeds United's wing play is very different from traditional teams that focus on attacking down the flanks. When traditional teams attack down the flanks, they mostly cross from the byline, and the central players follow up to get on the end of the crosses. However, Leeds United's wing play is very versatile. The sudden cuts inside by the two wingers, the overlapping runs of the fullbacks, and the positioning and support of the central players during the wing attacks have all made it very difficult for many teams to cope with. Just like the situation Chelsea is facing now. After receiving instructions from Jiang Feng, Ronaldo and Camoranesi began to frequently create threats on the flanks, while Abidal and Ebu also began to look for opportunities to move forward and assist. In small areas in the attacking third, Sneijder began to play beautiful passing combinations with the players on the flanks, keeping Chelsea's defense busy. Gradually, Chelsea's defense, with De Sailly as the defensive core, began to show weaknesses. In the 29th minute, Leeds United finally seized a chance. After receiving a pass from Modric near the halfway line, Ronaldo was closely marked by Gronkjaer. Ronaldo suddenly leaned back forcefully, then subtly flicked the ball backwards with his heel, using the slight space created to turn and dribble past Gronkjaer. The ball passed between Gronkjaer's legs, and Ronaldo skillfully nutmegged him with a back heel. Chelsea's fullback Melchiot was completely unprepared for his teammate being so easily beaten, and his hasty defensive cover was riddled with holes. Most importantly, Ronaldo showed no intention of engaging him. After getting past Gronkjaer, Ronaldo advanced a few steps before passing the ball across to Sneijder, who had been marking him closely. Sneijder then launched a long ball to the right wing, where Camoranesi was making a run down the flank. Moreover, Chelsea's defensive attention was drawn to the left flank. When Camoranesi received the ball, there was no defender in front of him. Camoranesi was about to reach the byline when he received the ball, but he did not pass immediately. Instead, he dribbled the ball along the byline into the penalty area. After attracting Galaz's defensive movement, Camoranesi passed the ball, sending a low cross into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic used his back against De Sailly to block the ball before sweeping it into Chelsea's goal. Leeds United took a 1-0 lead in the 31st minute. This goal perfectly illustrates Leeds United's tactical dominance. The attack started from the left flank, with Sneijder receiving the ball in the middle. Throughout the attack, Sneijder maintained a clear position of every teammate in the attacking third. Ronaldo had several options before passing to Sneijder. This is the kind of coordinated play and numerical superiority that Jiang Feng has always emphasized. When Ronaldo received the ball, both fullbacks on the flanks had already started moving forward, and Modric also began to maintain distance from Sneijder, ready to receive the ball at any time. It can be said that although Ibrahimovic scored the goal, 7 Leeds United players were involved in the entire attack. If viewed from above, it's clear that every Leeds United player's movement during this attack was meticulously planned. After the game restarted, Leeds United, having tasted success, became even more aggressive, especially on the left flank where Ronaldo and Abidal were positioned. They turned the left flank into an unobstructed passage, and Gronkjaer and Melchiot were simply unable to stop their relentless attacks. As a result, Petit and Lampard had to divert some of their energy to defending the flanks, which freed up Sneijder. In the 42nd minute, it was Ronaldo again. This time, his continuous passing combination with Abidal on the wing forced Petit to move to the wing to cover. After seeing Petit's movement, Ronaldo immediately passed the ball to Modric in the middle. After taking a few steps forward, Modric played a through ball to Sneijder. Seeing Sneijder in a dangerous position, Lampard had to rush towards him, while Petit, who had moved to the wing, also chased after him. Sneijder suddenly sent a lob ball into the penalty area from the edge of the box. This pass was very subtle, causing De Sailly, who was marking Ibrahimovic, to turn too slowly. The moment Ibrahimovic received the pass, he found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper and slotted the ball past Chelsea once again. 2-0, with the first half nearing its end, Leeds United extended their lead to 2 goals. Chapter 242 Manchester United. Leeds United maintained firm control of the game's tempo throughout, and the match ended in the 76th minute when Sneijder scored their 3rd goal. Leeds United ultimately triumphed over Chelsea 3-0 at Stamford Bridge. The stands erupted in unison chants of "sack them," demonstrating the immense dissatisfaction of Chelsea fans over the defeat. After the match, Jiang Feng surveyed Stamford Bridge, secretly thinking that the stadium would soon have a new owner, and that with the powerful force of money, a powerhouse would be built in a very short time. At that moment, Jiang Feng couldn't help but wonder what kind of competition the Premier League would present to everyone under his influence. After the match against Chelsea, the entire Leeds United team returned to the club overnight. After the 15th round of the league, there was some good news for Leeds United. Although Manchester United, who were ranked first, continued their winning streak, Arsenal, who were ranked ahead of Leeds United, unexpectedly drew 1-1 with Birmingham at home. As a result, Leeds United took a 1-point lead over Arsenal and moved into second place in the standings. Leeds United returned to Leeds City and resumed intensive training the following day, as they will host the first leg of the third round of the UEFA Cup at home 3 days later, against Malaga from La Liga. On November 30th, Elland Road Stadium welcomed Malaga, a La Liga team. At 5 p.m., the first leg of the third round of the UEFA Cup between Leeds United and Malaga officially kicked off at Leeds United's home ground. Quaresma, who had recovered from injury, started the match as the team's right winger. Malaga fielded a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation at Elland Road Stadium, focusing on a defensive counterattacking strategy. In the first 20 minutes of the match, Leeds United's attack did encounter a lot of trouble. Malaga's 3 defensive midfielders made it very difficult for Leeds United's attack to get into the danger zone, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. However, with Ronaldo scoring a direct free kick in the 28th minute, the door to victory began to open for Leeds United. Faced with such a defensive formation, the best solution is to utilize set pieces. Leeds United's squad is never short of players who can dribble. Cristiano Ronaldo, Quaresma, Ibrahimovic, Modric, and Sneijder all possess excellent ball control and dribbling skills. In particular, after tasting success, Ronaldo constantly changes positions, moving from the left wing to the center and then to the right wing, relentlessly using his dribbling to break down the opponent's will and thus create direct free kick opportunities for Leeds United. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Ibrahimovic was pulled down in the penalty area, and the referee promptly blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. The slow-motion replay clearly shows that Malaga center-back made a definite pulling motion with his hand when defending Ibrahimovic, and the referee's decision was correct. Ibrahimovic took the penalty he had won himself. Facing the Malaga goalkeeper, Ibrahimovic took 2 steps and then fired a shot into the top left corner of the goal, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. The 2-0 scoreline also foreshadowed the final result of the match. Despite Malaga's best efforts to maintain their defensive intensity and minimize the number of goals conceded after conceding 2, they were unable to withstand Leeds United's powerful attack. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United easily defeated Malaga 3-0 at home, gaining an advantage in this round of the series. On December 2nd, the 16th round of the Premier League kicked off, with Leeds United hosting Middlesbrough at their home ground. It's worth mentioning that during the summer transfer window this season, before Jiang Feng announced his move to Leeds United, the club sold off many players, while Middlesbrough signed 2 former Leeds United players, Australian striker Vidu and English player Danny Mills. On the afternoon of the match, the entire Middlesbrough team arrived in Leeds City. In an interview with reporters, Viduka said, "I don't think Leeds United is that scary. Compared to giants like Manchester United and Arsenal, Leeds United is far behind. I left because I couldn't see any hope at Leeds United. Today I'm standing on Elland Road again, and I hope to show Leeds United with my actions that giving up on me was a very foolish decision." The match between the two teams officially started at 5 p.m. In this match against Middlesbrough, Jiang Feng did not choose to field his full starting lineup, but instead made some rotations in certain positions. Beasley replaced Ronaldo in the starting left-winger position. Yaya Touré and Milner appeared in the defensive midfield position. Ebu replaced Maicon as the starting right-back, and Abidal remained on the left flank. It is worth mentioning that Milner, who was highly valued by Jiang Feng at the beginning of this season, has been included in the 18-man roster again after such a long period of special training, and has become a starter for the team. For so long, Milner has accepted the transformation of him without complaint. Even when he was transferred from the first team to the reserve team, Milner did not say anything. Jiang Feng has seen all of this. However, what Milner didn't know was that even though he was placed in the reserve team, Jiang Feng kept an eye on him and always kept Milner in a place in Jiang Feng's virtual training ground. Hard work pays off. It was only natural that he would start in today's game. After the match started, perhaps due to Viduka's pre-match remarks, Middlesbrough surprisingly fielded a 3-4-3 formation away from home, engaging in an attacking battle with Leeds United. Ideals are always lofty, but reality is often disappointing. Less than 15 minutes into the game, Leeds United scored. Ibrahimovic, who had dropped back to receive the ball, faked a shot and then passed it to the left side of the penalty area. Sneijder, who had made a run into the box, easily put the ball into the net, giving Leeds United a comfortable 1-goal lead. This goal also foreshadowed that Middlesbrough's attacking strategy was completely wrong, as evidenced by Sneijder and Ibrahimovic's goals in the 28th and 37th minutes of the match. In the last minute of the first half, Sneijder also achieved his first hat-trick for Leeds United. The two teams entered the second half with a score of 4-0. When the referee blew the final whistle, the entire Middlesbrough team hurriedly left Elland Road with their heads down, as they had no face to stay any longer. The big screen on the sidelines displayed the final score, 7-0, the most lopsided score in the Premier League season so far. Chapter 243 Manchester United 2. After their match against Middlesbrough, Leeds United enjoyed a week of rest. However, the atmosphere within the team became tense as they faced their toughest opponent of the season in the next round of the Premier League. In the 17th round, Leeds United will face Manchester United, currently leading the league table, at Old Trafford. From any perspective, this match is crucial for Leeds United. If they lose to Manchester United, they will fall 6 points behind in the standings and could very well lose their second-place position in the league, a result that no one at Leeds United wants to see. This match against Manchester United was also a key game in the 17th round. The clash between the top two teams in the league standings was enough to attract everyone's attention. Immediately after the 16th round, the FA went all out to promote the match, using revenge as the main selling point. Ferguson's revenge against Jiang Feng and Leeds United's revenge against Manchester United. The rivalry between the two teams had become increasingly complex over time. Leeds United's main rival in the Premier League is Manchester United, and the enmity between the two teams is known as the Rose Hatred. This animosity stems from historical enmity between Yorkshire and Lancashire, dating back to the 15th century Wars of the Roses. Despite the cities of Leeds and Manchester being over 60 kilometers apart, this rivalry has not disappeared and has even been preserved as a tradition by both clubs. Faced with such an important match, even Jiang Feng, who has always stuck to his own ideas, hesitated on the team's tactical arrangements. Jiang Feng didn't know whether to choose to attack or defend against Manchester United. Although he had played against Manchester United twice last season, it was impossible for him to know much about Manchester United. Everyone knows that Manchester United's tactics on the field are one of the most complex on the planet. Just when Jiang Feng was hesitating, what Manchester United manager Ferguson said in an interview made Jiang Feng make up his mind. Leeds United is a very strong team, and Jiang Feng is also a very capable head coach. In this match against Leeds United, we will definitely prioritize our defense and then look for opportunities on that basis. When asked whether this style of play would affect the reputation of a powerhouse like Manchester United, Ferguson said, "Never underestimate Leeds United. I think Leeds United's attacking ability is among the best in the Premier League. In such an important game, facing a team with such outstanding attacking strength, I think it is understandable that I choose to be conservative. After all, in such an important game, not making mistakes is the most important thing." After learning what Ferguson had said, Jiang Feng felt that the old fox was definitely using a smokescreen. Therefore, Jiang Feng made up his mind to launch an attack at the start of the game. Jiang Feng was certain that Manchester United had the same idea. Speaking of attacking, Jiang Feng felt that Leeds United had never been afraid of anyone. On December 8th, a light rain was falling. It was 6:30 p.m., and the second half of the Premier League Round 17 match between Leeds United and Manchester United was in its 80th minute. Despite the light rain, the Manchester United fans in the stands were singing and dancing. Manchester, already entering winter, felt even colder in the light rain. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, still had his hands in his pockets, watching the game that was about to end with a blank expression. Cold rain dripped from his hair, slowly seeping into his back along the collar of his trench coat. "Jiang, forget it. We'll try again next time. We'll definitely win next time." David and Moshai stood next to Jiang Feng, holding umbrellas. "I'm Fine. I'll always remember this match." Faced with his close friend's words of comfort, Jiang Feng remained silent for a moment before turning his head and saying, the match had reached the 84th minute, and the score was clearly displayed on the big screen at Old Trafford, 2-0, with the home team listed first and the away team second, as is customary. In this match, Leeds United's players strictly executed Jiang Feng's pre-match attacking tactics, and no one had any objections to Jiang Feng's arrangements, because just as Jiang Feng had thought, very few teams in the Premier League could go toe-to-toe with Leeds United. However, to Jiang Feng and everyone at Leeds United's surprise, Manchester United started with a 4-3-2-1 defensive counterattacking formation. The 2 goals Leeds United conceded came during their early attacks. Manchester United relied on 2 long passes from Beckham to break through Leeds United's defense, and Van Nistelrooy scored 2 goals. These 2 goals were almost identical. After taking a 2-goal lead, Manchester United executed their counterattacking strategy even more thoroughly. As the game time dwindled, Jiang Feng, who had always had a smooth run of success, knew that he had lost completely this time, and he also knew that he had lost because he was too arrogant. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng involuntarily turned his head to look in Ferguson's direction. "You're cunning enough, but you won't be so lucky next time." Although the Leeds United players on the field had not given up and were still running desperately, as time went by, the referee finally blew the final whistle. The moment the whistle blew, Leeds United's players almost immediately collapsed onto the pitch. They lost. They lost a very important game this season. It was almost a complete defeat. With the conclusion of this match, all matches in the 17th round of the Premier League have ended. Just as Jiang Feng had worried before the match, Manchester United's victory gave them a 6-point lead over Leeds United in the standings. Even more frustratingly, Arsenal's victory in this round also allowed them to overtake Leeds United again and reclaim second place in the standings, leading third place Leeds United by 2 points. Hee, Jiang, you're not as lucky as you were last year. Ferguson walked up to Jiang Feng and extended his hand. I'll definitely get my revenge next time. We'll see next time, Ferguson replied with a chuckle. Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't comment. After all, the winner takes all and the loser is nothing. He had indeed lost today, and what the loser said was meaningless. However, Ferguson did not continue to provoke this overly young Chinese man in the head coaching profession. After saying goodbye, he went straight onto the field to celebrate the victory with his players. Chapter 244. First half concluded. At the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng arrived calmly, and reporters immediately began asking questions as soon as he sat down. Jiang, what do you think was the biggest problem in losing this match? There's no problem. The opponent was better prepared for this match than we were, and they were also much luckier than us, so they won and we lost. It's a very simple matter. My players also worked hard enough today, but luck wasn't on our side, Jiang Feng said calmly. Jiang, losing this game means you're now 6 points behind Manchester United. Is the title still Leeds United's goal for the rest of the season? Or do you think you have a good chance of winning the title? Mr. Reporter, I'd like to ask you, do you know anything about football? I guess you don't. This is just an ordinary match in a long season. Winning only gives you 3 points, and losing isn't the end of the world. I don't think any team in the world can guarantee victory in every match. No matter the result of this match, it won't affect our goals. If it weren't for the FA's mandatory regulations, Jiang Feng really wouldn't want to waste his breath arguing with these reporters. After dealing with the next few questions, Jiang Feng left the press conference venue directly. The day after the match against Manchester United, Jiang Feng took the entire Leeds United team by plane to Spain. The second leg of the third round of the UEFA Cup this season will officially begin at 5 p.m. on December 10th. Leeds United's away game against Malaga will also take place at the same time. Because of the intense match that had just ended, coupled with the 3-goal advantage from the first leg, Jiang Feng still fielded his rotated lineup for this away game. Goalkeeper, Cech. Left back, Cristiano, right back, Hebu, center backs, Woodgate and Chiellini. Defensive midfielders, Yaya Touré and Milner. Attacking midfielder, Moutinho. Left winger, Beasley. Right winger, Quaresma. Center forward, Jacobos, who was promoted from the reserve team by Jiang Feng. Ultimately, at the Rose Garden Stadium in Spain, after 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United, with this rotated lineup, lost the match 2-3, but eliminated this La Liga dark horse team from this season's UEFA Cup with an aggregate score of 5-3. This UEFA Cup match was also Leeds United's last UEFA Cup game of the first half of the season. The next round, the fourth round, would not begin until February 2003. The day after the second leg against Malaga, UEFA conducted the draw for the fourth round of the UEFA Cup. Leeds United were drawn against AK Athens from Greece, and Leeds United will travel to Greece for the first leg of the match. After returning from Spain, Leeds United only has 2 league games left to play in the first half of the season. However, compared to other leagues in Europe's top 5 leagues, the Premier League, which has no winter break, is somewhat unusual. This will be a huge test for the physical reserves and injury recovery of each team. The good news for Leeds United is that due to their early exit from the League Cup and FA Cup, they will have an extra week of rest after the first half of the season, compared to teams still competing in those competitions. Don't underestimate this extra week. After a series of matches, a week of rest is extremely beneficial for the players' physical recovery and fatigue reduction. This is also why Jiang Feng chose to give up the League Cup and FA Cup early on. On December 15th, the 18th round of the Premier League kicked off as scheduled, with Leeds United traveling to St. James Park to face Newcastle United. Speaking of Newcastle United, it is not only one of the oldest clubs in England, but also one of the oldest clubs in Europe. Founded in 1881, Newcastle United did not have its first manager until 1930. Before that, the team was led by the club's secretary, Frank Water. However, Frank Water's team has an excellent track record, having won 4 league titles and 2 FA Cup titles. In 1999, Bobby Robson took over the reins of Newcastle United from Ruud Gullit, becoming the team's manager. Last season, under Robson's leadership, Newcastle United secured a Champions League spot. This summer, Robson was also knighted on the Queen's birthday. Against Newcastle United, Jiang Feng fielded his strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, center backs Sergio Ramos and Giorgio Chiellini, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Jason Aquilani, attacking midfielder Wesley Sneijder, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Quaresma on the left and right wingers, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic as center forward. Newcastle United, under Robson's arrangement, also fielded their strongest lineup, given in goal, Griffin, DeBizes, O'Brien, and Hughes in defense, Robert Lee, Speed, Akula, and Solano in midfield, and Shearer and Bellamy as forwards. Both teams are known for their attacking prowess in the Premier League and even Europe, so from the very beginning, this match was a thrilling attacking battle for the fans watching. However, compared to Leeds United, Newcastle United's defense is much weaker. The two teams scored a total of 5 goals in the 45 minutes of the first half, with Leeds United leading Newcastle United 3-2 at halftime. In the second half, the two teams continued to battle fiercely. As the game progressed, neither side paid any attention to their defense, and goals were scored one after another until the referee blew the final whistle. Only then did everyone realize that the score was quite exaggerated. Leeds United defeated Newcastle United 6-4 at St. James Park after 90 minutes of play. The two attacking teams scored a total of 10 goals in the match, making it the highest-scoring game of the season so far. The 18th round of the league features a very important match for Leeds United, which is also the highlight of this round. Arsenal hosting Manchester United at their home ground. After the match against Newcastle United, everyone at Leeds United was waiting for the result, and finally, Leeds United received good news for them. Arsenal and Manchester United drew 1-1 at Arsenal's home ground. After 18 rounds of league matches, Manchester United remained in first place, while Leeds United, despite having the same points as Arsenal, pushed Arsenal to third place again due to a superior goal difference. Most importantly, Leeds United narrowed the gap between themselves and Manchester United to 4 points. Chapter 245, the second half begins. On December 23rd, just before Christmas, Leeds United played their last match of the first half of the season, with all 10 matches of the 19th round of the Premier League taking place simultaneously. Leeds United arrived at Craven Cottage, a stadium situated on the banks of the Thames River, for their final league match of the first half of the season against Fulham, nicknamed the Cotton House. Facing a team whose strength is only in the lower half of the Premier League, Jiang Feng did not relax at all, but instead fielded his strongest lineup. Leeds United ultimately defeated Fulham 4-1 at Craven Cottage after 90 minutes of play. They finished the first half of the 2002-2003 Premier League season with a victory of all 3 points. Thus, the first half of the Premier League season came to an end. Manchester United remained firmly at the top of the standings, while Leeds United finished second with the same points as Arsenal, but with a better goal difference, trailing Manchester United by 4 points. Compared to some Premier League teams, Leeds United, who were eliminated from the League Cup and FA Cup early, also enjoyed a rare 2-week rest starting from Christmas Eve. UEFA stipulates that the winter transfer window begins on January 1st and lasts for 1 month. On the second day after the 19th round of the league ended, which was Christmas Eve, Jiang Feng chose to give the team 3 days off, hoping that both the players and the club staff could have a wonderful Christmas. On January 1st, 2003, Leeds United and Bundesliga club Kaiserslautern simultaneously updated their official websites with transfer information. The day after announcing Drogba's move to Leeds United, both Leeds United and Manchester United updated their official websites with information about Alan Smith's transfer. Since Jiang Feng left Kaiserslautern, the team's performance this season has plummeted. However, this is not surprising. After Jiang Feng left, no one was willing to take over. In the end, the club had no choice but to select Lutz as the team's head coach. The massive sale of players throughout the summer was also one of the main reasons for the decline in performance. However, the sale of players did make a lot of money. Drogba arrived at Leeds United after the first half of the Bundesliga season had ended. Jiang Feng believes that with Drogba's arrival, there will be more options for the second half of the season's match schedule. What makes Jiang Feng happiest is that Drogba's arrival is truly seamless. He is very familiar with Quaresma and Ronaldo, and it can be said that Drogba can help Ibrahimovic relieve a lot of pressure regarding Leeds United's current tactics. After Drogba reported to Leeds United, Jiang Feng talked with Drogba about Kaiserslautern. He was saddened to learn that the team he had built had collapsed in just half a season. However, considering the board of directors at Kaiserslautern, he thought that such an outcome was actually quite normal. Jiang, Ricardo is back from the United States. Do you want to go see him? Professor Ruert asked as Jiang Feng was studying the schedule for the second half of the season in his office. Really? So fast. The recovery is very good. Great, that's wonderful. When can we go on stage? It will take about another month. We will then conduct some targeted recovery training. I will compile a report on the details and submit it to you. Okay, let's go see Ricardo together. Jiang Feng and Ruert arrived at the club's player testing center. Looking at the building in front of them, they realized that the testing center had evolved beyond just testing players' physical condition. Under Professor Ruert's guidance, it had become a sports medicine experimental center, growing from a dozen or so staff to nearly 80, covering many categories of sports medicine. Kaka's recovery after returning from the United States was basically completed here. After Jiang Feng and Ralt went inside, Kaka was doing rehabilitation training. "Ricardo, how are you feeling?" "Boss, what brings you here?" "I feel great." The professor said, "I'll be able to play in a match in a month at most. I've been so bored lately." "Yes, follow the plan carefully, don't rush, and be sure to pay attention." After chatting with Kaka for a while at the testing center, Jiang Feng left. As he left, the smile on Jiang Feng's face deepened. Kaka would be back in a month, and Leeds United would be truly at full strength. At that time, there would be absolutely no problem fighting on two fronts. Before leaving, Jiang Feng also instructed Ruert to ask the testing center to do a good job of monitoring the players' physical condition in the second half of the season. Winter is the most injury-prone season for players, and the second half of the season will also be a great test of the players' physical fitness. As time goes by, the time for the first game of the second half of the season is getting closer and closer. On January 6th, the second half of the Premier League season officially kicked off. All 10 matches of the 20th round of the league will be played simultaneously at 5 p.m. In this round, Leeds United will travel to Main Road to face Manchester City. As the first match of the second half of the league, Jiang Feng adopted a strategy of like a lion hunting a rabbit, not relaxing his efforts despite being stronger than his opponent and fielding his strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, defenders Eric Abidal, Sergio Ramos, Giorgio Chiellini, and Maicon. Defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani. Attacking midfielder Wesley Sneijder. Wingers Cristiano Ronaldo and Quaresma. And strikers Zlatan Ibrahimovic. At 5 p.m., the match between Leeds United and Manchester City officially began with the referee's whistle. Despite playing away from home, Leeds United quickly took control of the game after the match began, and Keegan's Manchester City team had no chance against them. In the end, after 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Manchester City 3-1, securing all 3 points. It's worth mentioning that in the 76th minute of the match, Drogba replaced Ibrahimovic, and less than 5 minutes after coming on, Drogba scored his first goal for Leeds United with a header. After scoring, Drogba was very happy and immediately ran to Jiang Feng's side to share the joy of the goal. Although the victory did not change their position on the standings, the team was still very happy to have made a winning start to the second half of the season. Chapter 246, First Meeting. With the end of the 20th round of the Premier League, Leeds United once again enjoyed a week of rest. However, Jiang Feng was unable to rest because he had received an invitation to the UEFA Head Coaches Summit, which will be held in Zurich, Switzerland on January 8th. As a former UEFA Cup champion, a former Champions League champion, and last season's European Head Coach of the Year, Jiang Feng naturally received an invitation from UEFA. Although it's called a Summit of European Head Coaches, those who attend are among the most influential head coaches in the world today. They're all renowned coaches in Europe and even the world, and they all look quite old, with many having a full head of white hair. Looking around, there are only a few young head coaches, among whom Jiang Feng is the most eye-catching. Jiang Feng saw many familiar faces here, as well as many others he had never met before but was very familiar with from his previous life. Among them, Rijkaard, who had just joined Barcelona, and Mourinho, the Porto coach who was also competing in the UEFA Cup, were the ones that caught Jiang Feng's attention the most. Compared to Mourinho, Rijkaard was more popular. As one of the former Dutch trio, Rijkaard was quite successful among them. On the other hand, the Portuguese player had little experience in this circle, and only Mourinho received an invitation in the entire Portuguese league. So when he arrived at the stadium, Mourinho seemed a bit lonely. Looking at Mourinho in the corner, Jiang Feng smiled slightly, then greeted the people around him and walked towards Mourinho. Fosse. Jiang Feng extended his hand. "Hello, Jiang, do you know me?" Seeing Mourinho's somewhat bewildered expression, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. "Jose, we also participated in the UEFA Cup, so of course I need to know about our opponents, since our goal this season is the championship. And I've also heard Jorge mention you." "Jiang, what a coincidence, my goal is also the championship." "Haha, Jose, you're quite the joker. You're probably going to be disappointed." The two people, meeting for the first time, found that they were very similar to each other. Jiang Feng and Mourinho found a place to sit down, and it was hard to believe that the two people who had just met were chatting like friends, talking about everything under the sun. After chatting with Mourinho for a while, the two parted ways, and that's when Ferguson came over. "Jiang, who was that just now?" Looking at Ferguson with his bulbous nose, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that it wouldn't be long before Ferguson would recognize who Mourinho was. At that moment, Jiang Feng wondered if his appearance would affect Mourinho's development. According to his memories from his previous life, Porto would win the UEFA Cup this season, and the following season, Porto would win the Champions League and then be successfully recruited by Abramovich, and then become famous in Europe and even the world. Now that he has his own interference, If Mourinho fails to win the UEFA Cup and the Champions League, will things be the same as in his previous life? Jiang, what are you thinking about? I wasn't thinking about anything. That was a very interesting person. I think you'll get to know him soon. Jiang, what do you think of your team's number 7? Name your price, Ferguson said with a smile. After hearing Ferguson's words, Jiang Feng immediately lost the desire to continue the conversation. Fine, you could trade David for me. Jiang, this joke isn't funny at all. How about 15 million? Not so great. But to be honest, I really like David. You know, our team doesn't have a single experienced player. How about it? Think about it. You sell David to me, and I'll talk to you about Cristiano. Jiang, he's a player with phenomenal talent. He should go to a team like Manchester United. He won't have a future at Leeds United. Look at you guys. You're still being outmatched by Manchester United this season, aren't you? The one who laughs last laughs best, but we don't know who will have a last laugh yet. Ferguson shook his head and said, Jiang, it's really boring chatting with someone like you. The two then started chatting about football, and later Hitzfeld and Wenger joined in, and gradually a crowd began to gather around them. The environment isn't as good as it used to be. We're constantly being watched by these reporters, leaving us with no room to maneuver. And many team owners are being swayed by the reporters' comments, Hitzfeld said. That's true. Those reporters are full of unrealistic comments everywhere they go, all for the sake of sales. They start criticizing you when you lose, and they praise you to the skies when you win, Wenger continued. Why bother with them? Football is ultimately about skill. If everything is based on what those reporters say, then what's the point of having us? Jiang Feng said. However, many of our players have very poor mental fortitude and are easily influenced by external factors, Jiang Feng continued. Wenger, Ferguson, and others standing nearby nodded in agreement with Jiang Feng's words. Jiang, what do you think caused this? And do you have any good solutions? Ridgecard, who had been standing silently to the side, asked. There's no good solution. As for the reasons, I personally think it's largely due to the rapid development of the media these days. They like to label players for their own benefit, using terms like rising star or second generation of so-and-so, which puts a lot of pressure on young players. Not everyone can handle that much pressure, and these media outlets are the least patient. They judge a player's worth based on just 1 or 2 games, and then some short-sighted agents fuel the hype. As for solutions, I think starting with youth training is one approach. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, the people around him spontaneously applauded. These applause also represented the recognition of Jiang Feng by the head coaches around him. At this moment, these people truly felt that Jiang Feng's achievements were not accidental. Nowadays, many players, once they become famous, don't focus entirely on the pitch anymore. They get a lot of attention from the outside world, so how can they possibly play well? Ferguson continued. Jiang Feng found Ferguson's words rather strange. He knew Ferguson was probably referring to Beckham, but Jiang Feng wondered if the two of them were having a conflict now. Chapter 247 Youth Training. Jiang, I envy you guys in this respect. You have a lot of young players, which makes team management easier for Leeds United. The people around Ferguson agreed with him. Indeed, whether at Kaiserslautern or Leeds United, Jiang Feng had used a lot of young players, which made the other coaches very envious. But this was something others couldn't learn, because only Jiang Feng's player selections had been proven correct in matches, something other teams couldn't guarantee. This is why, as soon as Jiang Feng left Kaiserslautern, the club immediately became like a player supermarket, and everyone trusted their ability to judge talent. Jiang, could you share your insights on this? Wenger asked. It's a trade secret. How can I reveal this to you? Do you expect me to tell you I have a system so you can get one too? In the past 2 days, Jiang Feng has also established some friendships with some of the head coaches who participated in the summit. After the summit, Jiang Feng immediately returned to Leeds United as a new round of league matches was about to begin. On January 13th, the 21st round of the Premier League kicked off, with Leeds United continuing their away journey. At 4 p.m. on the day of the match, the entire Leeds United team, led by Jiang Feng, arrived at the Valley Stadium by team bus. Their opponent in this round was Charlton Athletic, who are currently deep in the relegation zone. Playing 1 game a week is already a very easy schedule for Leeds United right now, but Jiang Feng still made some adjustments to the lineup. Goalkeeper Robinson, left back Chris Cito, right back Ebu, 2 center backs Woodgate and Chiellini, defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and Milner, attacking midfielder Sneijder, left winger Beasley, right winger Cameronesi, and center forward Drogba. Charlton, fighting to avoid relegation, displayed tremendous fighting spirit at home against Leeds United, even dominating the game for the first 30 minutes. In the 33rd minute, they broke through Leeds United's defense with a corner kick. However, after this goal, Leeds United, who were trailing, came to their senses. To be honest, Leeds United were indeed a bit stunned in the first 30 minutes. Once they regained their composure, Leeds United gradually took control of the game. During first-half stoppage time, Drogba, making his first start for Leeds United, received a pass from Sneijder in the penalty area and fired a shot to level the score at 1-1, bringing both sides back to square one. After halftime, the second half of the match officially began. Moutinho, who replaced Sneijder in the second half, made an excellent performance as soon as he came on. In the 49th minute, after attracting the opponent's defensive attention on the edge of the penalty area, Moutinho delivered a very subtle back-heel pass to Drogba. Drogba turned and fired a shot past his opponent, breaking through Charlton's goal once again. 2-1, Leeds United took the lead with a brace from Drogba. After taking the lead, Leeds United completely controlled the game. No matter how their opponents adjusted, Leeds United did not give them any good opportunities until the end of the match. With Cameronesi's goal in the 81st minute, the outcome of the match was finally decided. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Charlton Athletic 3-1 at the Valley, securing all 3 points and continuing to put pressure on Manchester United. After the 21st round of matches, the entire Leeds United team had a day off, and Jiang Feng took the opportunity to visit Leeds United's youth training base in Yachi Town. Upon entering the youth training base, Jiang Feng discovered that it had been completely transformed, a far cry from when he first took over the club. Many of the buildings had been renovated, presenting a completely different picture from the dilapidated state they had before. Jiang Feng had contacted Norman Hunter, the current head of youth training, on his way here. So when Jiang Feng arrived at the youth training base, Norman Hunter, Trevor Cherry, and Terry Cooper were already waiting for him. Mr. Norman, Mr. Trevor, Mr. Terry, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. After getting off the bus, Jiang Feng took the initiative to extend his hand to the 3 people. Mr. Chairman, welcome to Yachi Town. After shaking hands with Jiang Feng, Hunter said with a big smile, Mr. Norman, I see that many buildings have been renovated, which is completely different from what I saw when I first came here. That's true, but we have to thank Mr. Chairman for your investment in the youth training base. There are very few bosses who are willing to invest as much in youth training as you are now. Mr. Norman, you don't need to be so polite. You can call me Jiang. This place will be the foundation for Leeds United's future in the Premier League and even in Europe. I hope that one day Leeds United can become the best club in Europe, and youth training is the most crucial thing. I have always believed that a great club is not just about buying superstars. A great club is one that can cultivate superstars and accumulate honors. Like you, I also hope that Leeds United will get better and better. After all, this is my club. Jiang Feng's words made the 3 men nod in agreement. All 3 were legends of Leeds United, having dedicated most of their professional careers to the club. In their eyes, Leeds United was like their own child, which was a major reason why they accepted the invitation from Ridsdale. Mr. Norman, are there any problems that need to be resolved here? Also, how many people are currently in our youth training team? There are no problems for now, except that some replacement facilities have not yet arrived, but everything has been finalized. Our youth training is now divided into 3 phases. 1 is the youth training camp, which is for children aged 8 to 10. For these children, the most important thing is to stay at school, which is located in Leeds City. We have professional staff to take care of these children and will regularly organize them to come to the base. Their main training content is to understand football and instill some concepts in them. For those who are very talented in ball control, we will fully develop their individual skills. Then there's the youth team, which is divided into 3 age groups, 11 to 13, 14 to 16, and 16 to 18. The training focus is different for each age group. We only start targeted training in tactics and physical aspects when the age group is 16 to 18. For the other 2 age groups, the main focus is on enhancing their natural talents. Currently, including the youth training camp, there are more than 60 people in total. Chapter 248 Youth Training 2. Oh, there are so many people now. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised after hearing Cooper's introduction. Yes, later Andreas sent more than a dozen players, mostly from the local area. Now Leeds United's performance in the league is very outstanding, coupled with the chairman's ability to train young players. So the result is that some football-loving kids in the surrounding area will choose us. Moreover, the environment and strength of our training base are among the best in the Premier League right now, Hunt explained. After hearing Hunter's explanation, Jiang Feng felt that he hadn't wasted his money. Oh, how many people did Andreas send over later? Do you have a list? Yes. This is the list of all the personnel currently at the youth training base. Cherry handed over a folder. Jiang Feng took the folder, opened it, and looked at the names on the list. Many familiar names from his previous life appeared one by one in the document before him. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt even more confident about the club's future. Many geniuses from previous lives who were not on the list he compiled also appeared on the list. We currently have dozens of scouts around the world, not including part-time scouts. They regularly submit scouting reports to the clubs, who then forward these reports to me. We study each player's information to determine their potential for development. We evaluate each player in the report with 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. We don't sign players in the C and D levels. For B-level players, we give them a 3-month trial at our youth academy and then decide whether to sign them based on their performance over those 3 months. S-level and A-level players are signed directly. So who's in charge of this rating system now? Jiang Feng asked. The rating is done by the 3 of us. An S grade or an A grade can only be determined with the consent of at least 2 of the 3 of us. Excellent, Mr. Norman. You've done a great job. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng agreed with Hunter and his team's plan, as this would ensure that they wouldn't miss out on any geniuses. Actually, Mr. Chairman, the 3 of us have always been curious. Every single one of the kids Mr. Andreas brought is a genius. The lowest rating is A, and the vast majority are S. It's really incredible. If these kids are properly trained, they can guarantee Leeds United's lineup for more than 10 years. Hunter was excitedly gesturing. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, but the smile on his lips showed that he was very happy. Jiang Feng spent a whole day in Yachi Town, which shows how much he values the club's youth training program. During this time, he also promised Hunter and the others that he wouldn't skimp on anything needed for youth training. In Jiang Feng's mind, there are 2 places in the club that he would invest in without hesitation: Professor Ruert's Physical Testing Center and the youth training base. Jiang Feng knows very well that for a club to be self-reliant and generate profits, the approach taken by Leeds United before is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Placing all hopes on buying famous players and then thinking about the profits from participating in European competitions is like building castles in the air, which can easily collapse in the blink of an eye. Only by focusing on developing youth training and becoming self-sufficient can we ultimately generate benefits. After a day trip to the youth training base, the entire Leeds United team regrouped the following day and began a week of intensive training. On January 20th, the 22nd round of the Premier League kicked off, with Leeds United hosting Blackburn Rovers at their home ground. At 5 p.m. that day, the match between Leeds United and Blackburn Rovers officially began at Elland Road Stadium with the referee's whistle. Blackburn, who boasted of revenge before the match, surrendered to Leeds United, who fielded their strongest lineup less than 30 minutes into the game. In the first 45 minutes of the match, Leeds United scored 2 goals, one by Ibrahimovic and the other by Ronaldo. During halftime, Jiang Feng made 3 substitutions. Drogba replaced Ibrahimovic, Moutinho replaced Sneijder, and Camoranesi replaced Quaresma. Blackburn's manager felt humiliated after seeing Leeds United's substitutions in the second half, and immediately stood on the sidelines directing his players to press forward relentlessly. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Leeds United showed absolutely no fear of attacking play. Fueled by the cheers of their home fans, both sides engaged in a heated exchange of attacks. However, those familiar with the game gradually noticed that while the match appeared evenly matched, a closer look revealed that Blackburn's attacks posed little threat to Leeds United. Once inside the 30-meter zone, they seemed to sink into a quagmire, ultimately resorting to either a long ball or a hasty, futile shot. In contrast, Leeds United's attacks were a completely different story. The attacking quartet's coordinated attacks in close quarters of the field severely impacted Blackburn's defense. Drogba, in particular, caused Blackburn's backline considerable trouble. Compared to Ibrahimovic, Drogba is a veritable tank. While technically he cannot compare to Ibrahimovic, Drogba excels at utilizing his physical advantages, a skill even Ibrahimovic cannot match. It can be said that although both Ibrahimovic and Drogba are tall and strong center forwards, they represent completely different concepts on the field. The scene in the 61st minute perfectly illustrated this point. After Ronaldo broke through on the left wing and crossed the ball, Drogba was tightly marked by 2 Blackburn center backs. However, facing his teammate's pass, Drogba single-handedly held off both defenders and sent the ball into the goal. The replay on the big screen clearly showed that the Blackburn defenders tore Drogba's jersey when he shot, demonstrating the immense force they used in the defense. Even so, they couldn't stop Drogba from scoring. Blackburn's center back was later given an additional yellow card by the referee. Drogba's goal not only gave Leeds United a 3-goal lead at home, but also broke Blackburn's attacking momentum. After that, Blackburn fell into a complete disadvantage on the field and had no hope of turning the game around. Leeds United ultimately secured a resounding 3-0 victory over Blackburn Rovers at home. Chapter 249: Chasing Points. Leeds United had a relatively easy schedule of 1 game per week throughout January, but the UEFA Cup will resume in February, at which point Leeds United will enter a more intense schedule. After a week's rest, Leeds United played their last match in January, with all 10 matches of the 23rd round of the Premier League kicking off simultaneously at 5 p.m. on January 27th. Leeds United will continue to play at home against West Bromwich Albion in this round. This round of league matches is very important for Leeds United. The important thing is not their own game, but that Manchester United will be hosting Liverpool at their home ground. For Leeds United, who are behind Manchester United, this high-profile match is a good opportunity to catch up. However, in order to catch up, besides hoping that Liverpool can successfully stop Manchester United, the most important thing is to do their own job well. On the day of the match, Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup against West Bromwich Albion. Although the opponents resolutely implemented a defensive strategy, West Bromwich Albion was still unable to withstand Leeds United's relentless attacks against the formidable team. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United secured a 3-0 victory over West Bromwich Albion at their home ground. After this match, all Leeds United fans were waiting for the result of the game on another field. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed everyone. Liverpool, on whom Leeds United had placed high hopes, lost 1-2 to Manchester United away from home. After 23 rounds of the league, the top 3 teams in the standings remain unchanged. This year's Premier League three-way battle has excited all fans and journalists who follow the Premier League. Based on the results of the first 23 rounds, everyone knows that the league title this season will basically be contested between Manchester United, Leeds United, and Arsenal. These 3 teams are also the leaders of the league standings this season. Chelsea, Liverpool, Newcastle United, and others still have hopes of winning the title, but the results of the past few rounds show that these teams are showing signs of fatigue and lack of stamina. Currently, most people are focusing their attention on the top 3 teams. Many media reporters and paparazzi are closely monitoring these 3 teams, and the news media is filled with various news and rumors about them every day. All kinds of speculation are flying around, and some media are even calculating which team has the best chance of winning the league title. Major European bookmakers have also opened betting on which of these 3 teams will win the title. As it stands, Manchester United, who have performed very well this season, are considered by many to have the best chance of winning the title, which is quite normal. However, what is abnormal is that Leeds United, who are currently ranked 2nd, are considered by many media to have a lower chance of winning than Arsenal, who are ranked 3rd. This situation has also made many Leeds United fans very dissatisfied. Many media outlets attribute this outcome to Leeds United's youth and the possibility that they could collapse at such a crucial juncture due to the results of 1 or 2 matches. The outside opinions about Leeds United also became a weapon for Jeong Fong to motivate his players. Many Leeds United players said they wanted to slap everyone in the face after learning about the result. On February 3rd, the Premier League resumed after a week's break. This round, Leeds United visited London and will challenge Tottenham Hotspur, located in the Tottenham district of North London, at White Hart Lane. The match between the 2 teams officially kicked off at 6 p.m. on the day of the match with the referee's whistle. Tottenham's season can be described as a high start followed by a decline, and their summer transfer window was also filled with controversy. Apart from a transfer of former Leeds United player Robbie Keane, Tottenham did not complete a single transfer during the entire summer transfer period. Everyone knew that Tottenham was suffering from a striker shortage. After failing to acquire Morientes in the summer, they turned to Rivaldo and Kevin Phillips, but unfortunately, both of these deals ended in failure. After the start of the season, Tottenham Hotspur had a very strong record in the first 10 rounds of the league, once ranking high in the standings. Manager Hoddle even declared that they would participate in the Champions League next season. However, as the league progressed, Tottenham Hotspur slowly began to fall behind. After 23 rounds, Tottenham Hotspur has fallen to 11th place in the standings. Not to mention Champions League qualification, even the hope of qualifying for the UEFA Cup is slim. This has made Hoddle's declaration a joke. Before the match against Leeds United, the Sun broke the news that Hoddle had been given an ultimatum by the club. If he couldn't turn things around in the match against Leeds United, he would probably lose his job. However, this news has not been confirmed. But one thing is certain. Hoddle's position as Tottenham manager is not very secure. After the match against Leeds United began, Tottenham Hotspur seemed to have the upper hand in the first half, fueled by the cheers of their home fans. However, this wasn't due to Tottenham's superior strength, but rather because Leeds United's players were clearly out of form. This led to Tottenham dominating for the first 45 minutes of the first half. In the 37th minute, Robbie Keane scored a goal, giving Tottenham a 1-0 lead at halftime, a result that greatly excited the Tottenham fans in the stands. However, this excitement did not last long. After halftime adjustments and motivation, Leeds United showed a clear different state after the start of the second half. Leeds United completely took control of the game at the start of the second half, and in the 51st minute, Sneijder scored the equalizer. Then, in the 60th and 68th minutes of the match, Drogba scored 2 goals in quick succession, completely plunging Tottenham into the abyss. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Tottenham Hotspur 3-1 at White Hart Lane. delivering a heavy blow to the struggling Spurs. When the referee blew the final whistle, chants of "sack them" rang out from the stands. Leeds United breathed a sigh of relief after winning the game and taking all 3 points. However, less than 5 minutes after the game ended, another piece of news that made Leeds United fans ecstatic came from afar. Manchester United, who had been firmly at the top of the league table, suffered an upset this round, being held to a 1-1 draw at home by their city rivals Manchester City. Chapter 250 Kaka returns. This news was even more gratifying for Leeds United than their victory over Tottenham. Hard work pays off, and Leeds United, who had been putting pressure on Manchester United, narrowed the gap between the two teams. After the 24th round of the league, Manchester United, who led Leeds United by 4 points, have seen their lead shrink to 2 points due to the draw in this round, although they are still at the top of the standings. What Jiang Feng didn't know was that there was more good news waiting for him. After winning the game, the entire Leeds United team returned to Leeds City overnight. When they arrived at the club, Ruert told Jiang Feng some good news. According to the report from the fitness center, Kaka, who was seriously injured and out of action, could return to the team and train with them. The report from the physical testing center clearly showed that Kaka's recovery went very smoothly and the recovery effect was very good. This news made Jiang Feng even happier. Kaka's return meant that Leeds United's personnel were complete. For Leeds United, who were about to enter the intense second half of the season, Kaka's return was not just a simple addition of one player. It indicated that Leeds United's tactics would become more diversified, and Jiang Feng would have more options in terms of formation arrangement. Jiang Feng then shared the good news with the entire team, which was met with enthusiastic applause. This included Sneijder and Muten Ho, who were rivals of Kaka. Their applause was genuine, which was exactly what Jiang Feng wanted to see. Competition is a good thing, but its scope and intensity must be kept within a controllable range. After the match, Jiang Feng did not arrange for rest as usual, because the first leg of the 4th round of the UEFA Cup would kick off in 4 days, and Leeds United would travel to Greece. So, the day after the match against Tottenham, Leeds United began targeted training, and Kaka naturally appeared in the training team. When Kaka appeared at the training ground, Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, and others immediately surrounded him. "Let me feel it and see if there's anything missing," Ronaldo said playfully, extending his hand. "Get lost, Cristiano. Where are you going to put your hand? Damn it. Fuck, Zlatan, you wait." Kaka was a little embarrassed by his two bad friends. "You guys are really bored, Zlatan, Cristiano. If you're so bored, you can go run some laps." Just as Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic were about to pin Kaka to the ground, Jiang Feng appeared on the training field, looking at the group of people fooling around with a dark expression. Under the combined torment of Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo, Kaka's once neat hair turned into a bird's nest. "Boss, you two have been bullying me ever since I got back." "Boss, we didn't bully him. It was just a welcoming ceremony. All right, I don't have time for your nonsense. Hurry up and get ready for training." Although Kaka has returned to team training, he initially received some recovery training alone. Jiang Feng also talked to Kaka about it. Jiang Feng will not give Kaka too many match time within half a month. Kaka understands this. After all, he has not participated in a match for several months, and his body is still in the recovery stage. "Boss, don't worry. I understand what you mean. I'll definitely recover as soon as possible," Kaka said with a grin. Jiang Feng could also tell from Kaka's tone that Kaka understood his actions. "Well, don't rush things. Just let things take their course. After all, you have a long career ahead of you. Don't push yourself too hard. There's still many games to play, and your health is the most important thing." "Okay, I understand." The match against AK Athens is scheduled for 5 p.m. on February 7th, and Leeds United arrived in Greece a day early. After arriving in Greece, Leeds United had a full day of rest. On the morning of February 7th, they conducted some simple recovery training on the lawn inside their hotel. At 4 p.m., the whole team appeared on time at the Athens Olympic Stadium. Speaking of AK Athens, many people may think it is a weak team. Compared with some of the top teams in the top 5 European leagues, this is indeed the case. However, AK Athens is also a powerhouse team in Greece. In its history, it has won the Greek Cup 13 times, the Greek League 11 times, and the Greek Super Cup 3 times. It has participated in European competitions such as the Champions League, the UEFA Cup, and the Cup Winners' Cup many times. It is also the only Greek team to have participated in all 3 major European Cup competitions. Based on the information collected by the club staff about AK Athens, Jiang Feng did not underestimate his opponent. In Jiang Feng's mind, none of the teams that could reach the round of 16 of the UEFA Cup were the weak teams that the media had described. When the starting players from both sides stepped onto the pitch, the home fans put considerable pressure on Leeds United. Jiang Feng was very cautious in choosing to start all his main players in this match. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, fullbacks Eric Abidal and Maicon, center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos. As the season progresses, Chiellini and Ramos have gradually become the team's undisputed starters, with Woodgate being surpassed in ability by both. In the defensive midfield, Luka Modric and Aquilani are the two main options. Besides Modric, who is the undisputed starter, Aquilani and Yaya Touré rotate in the other position. Considering the team's defensive organization and rotation, Modric and Aquilani typically partner, while Yaya Touré partners with Milner. With Kaká unavailable, Wesley Sneijder is the undisputed attacking midfielder. Cristiano Ronaldo plays on the left wing, Quaresma on the right, and Ibrahimovic is the center forward. Leeds United's current squad is strong and well-equipped. And most importantly, Leeds United only has 2 competitions to compete on this season, which gives them a significant advantage compared to Manchester United and Arsenal. Back in the game, facing the formidable Leeds United, the Greeks adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy at home. Watching the Greeks park the bus in front of their own goal, Jeong Fong on the sidelines couldn't help but recall the famous European Championship that made Rie Hagel a star in his previous life. It was precisely through defensive counterattacking that Greece became one of the biggest dark horses in European Championship history in 2004. And there was another scene from that European Championship that Jeong Fong remembered very clearly: Cristiano Ronaldo's tears. Now they're facing almost the same situation. Leeds United also had no good way to deal with the Greeks' defensive wall early in the game. Chapter 2, 51 Season Sprint. After defeating AK Athens away from home, Leeds United have once again shifted their focus to the league. With the help of the testing center, Jeong Fong had a thorough understanding of the physical condition of every player on the team, and Leeds United achieved a perfect record in all the matches in February. This included a narrow 2-1 away win against Arsenal in the 27th round of the league. Although they failed to overtake Manchester United, they did widen the gap with Arsenal behind them. After the February matches, the season entered its final sprint for Leeds United. They were only 2 points behind Manchester United in the league and had reached the quarterfinals of the UEFA Cup. Leeds United were named England's Team of the Month for February based on these results, and Jeong Fong was once again named Manager of the Month for February. On March 1st, UEFA conducted the draw for the quarterfinals of the UEFA Cup. Leeds United will face Villas-Boas Veta from Portugal. The other 3 matches are Lazio versus Besiktas, Celtic versus Liverpool, and Porto versus Panathinaikos. On March 3rd, Leeds United hosted Sunderland in their 28th league match. Kaká, who had been out of action for a long time, made his first start for Leeds United since recovering from injury. Kaká played a total of 68 minutes, contributing 2 assists and delivering an outstanding performance. With the referee's final whistle, the match ended with Leeds United defeating Sunderland 3-1 at home, continuing to put pressure on Manchester United. In the next round of the league, Leeds United will visit Reebok Stadium to face Bolton. As one of the 7 founding teams of the English Football League, Bolton is the only team that has never won the top league title. For many years, they have been playing in the lower leagues until the 2000-2001 season when they were promoted to the Premier League through the playoffs. Under Jeong Feng's arrangement, Kaká continued to start. In this game, Kaká continued his good form from the previous game, contributing a goal and an assist within 45 minutes in the first half to help Leeds United take a 2-0 lead over Bolton away from home. In the second half, less than 5 minutes in the game, Kaká made a spectacular solo run, receiving the ball near the center circle, dribbling past 4 players, and unleashing a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area to give Leeds United a 3-goal lead. Then, in the 71st minute, Kaká, inside the penalty area, sent the ball that Drogba's shot had been saved by the opponent back into Bolton's goal. Kaká made a triumphant return, scoring a hat-trick in his second start, leading Leeds United to a 4-0 victory over Bolton at Reebok Stadium after 90 minutes of play. Leeds United's victory showed everyone what a young guard is all about. Through their performance over the past half-season, Jeong Fong and his players have completely won over all Leeds United fans. Even the most discerning fans would give their team a thumbs up. In the second half of the season, the cheers of the Emperor have been a constant presence in the stands for every Leeds United match. The day after their match against Bolton, the entire Leeds United team traveled to Portugal for the first leg of their UEFA Cup quarterfinal, which will officially begin at 5 p.m. on March 13th. Boas Veta is also a very old team in Portugal, founded in 1903, which is nearly 100 years old. They're city rivals of Porto, but Boas Veta's record is much worse than Porto's. At 5 p.m. on the day of the match, the game officially began at the Bessa Stadium with the sounding of the referee's whistle. Boas Veta is known for his tough style of play in the Portuguese league, so Leeds United, playing away, struggled to adapt to his defensive tactics after the match began. Furthermore, the referee seemed somewhat lenient in the first 10 minutes, which emboldened the opposition to play even more roughly. Leeds United players were frequently thrown around on the pitch. Facing such a tough and rough team, Leeds United seemed unsure of what to do. Jiang Feng on the sidelines was also protesting to the fourth official, but to be honest, it didn't have much effect. Actually, Jiang Feng wasn't too worried about the outcome of the match. Although the opponent had put his team's offense in trouble, their offensive capabilities were also quite poor, making it difficult for them to pose a threat. What Jiang Feng was really worried about was that the opponent's rough play might injure his players. Now that the season was in its final stretch, the absence of any player would be a huge blow to the team. Jiang Feng knew that his protests alone wouldn't change anything. So he took advantage of a dead ball situation to call Aquilani to his side and whisper a few words in his ear. After the game restarted, the referee gradually realized that the situation was out of his control. Both sides were becoming increasingly aggressive, and the football match was turning into a wrestling match. The referee realized that he could not let things continue like this, so he started blowing the whistle more frequently. In less than 5 minutes, the referee issued 4 yellow cards, 2 to each side. This immediately made both sides more restrained in their actions. Even though there were still some minor fouls, the game at least became smoother. And this is exactly what Leeds United hopes to see. However, Boas Veda's defense was indeed very effective, and he did not give Leeds United any good chances until the 75th minute of the game. In the 75th minute, Ronaldo received the ball on the left wing and suddenly cut inside. After getting past his opponent, he was brought down on the ground near the left edge of the penalty area, giving Leeds United a free kick in a very good position. Kaka and Ronaldo both stood in front of the ball and whispered a few words to each other. After the referee signaled the start, the two players ran towards the ball almost simultaneously, making it impossible for the opposing goalkeeper to tell who was taking the penalty. Kaka's left foot grazed the ball, and Ronaldo followed closely behind with the inside of his right foot, striking the ball. The football arced beautifully and nestled into the top left corner of the goal, rendering the opposing goalkeeper's save futile. 1-0, Leeds United took a 1-goal lead from a set piece. Ultimately, Leeds United secured a 1-0 away victory against Boas Veda thanks to this goal, giving them a decisive advantage in the two-legged knockout stage. Chapter 252, Season Sprint 2. With the conclusion of the match between Leeds United and Boas Veda, the other 3 matches have also ended. Compared to Leeds United's match, the results of the other matches were somewhat unexpected for many people. Serie A powerhouse Lazio faced Turkey's Besiktas at home. Although Lazio, who were highly anticipated by many, ultimately won the match at home, the score was 3-2, a result that could have been anything but. Lazio only had a goal difference advantage, and most importantly, Besiktas managed to score 2 away goals. After this match, Lazio's coach, Mancini, faced a lot of criticism. Liverpool, another Premier League team like Leeds United in the quarterfinals, was even more surprising. In their away match against Celtic from the Scottish Premier League, Liverpool suffered a crushing 1-3 defeat. Although Hollier confidently claimed in the post-match press conference that Liverpool still had a great chance, many people could see from the course of the game that Celtic completely dominated Liverpool. This was the first time in many years that a Premier League team had lost the Battle of Britain. The result of the other quarterfinal match was not surprising. Mourinho's Porto defeated the Greek team Panathinaikos 2-1 at home. The second leg of the quarterfinals will officially begin on March 21st, at which time the semi-finalists for the 2002-2003 UEFA Cup will be determined. The day after the UEFA Cup match, the entire Leeds United team returned to England. After a few days of rest, Leeds United will play their 30th round of the Premier League, continuing their away journey as they travel to Goodison Park to face Everton. What Jiang Feng didn't expect was that Leeds United encountered a lot of trouble in this match at Goodison Park. Less than 20 minutes into the first half, Ronaldo fouled an opponent while defending on the left wing and was shown a straight red card by the referee. Leeds United then played with 10 men against 11, prompting Everton to intensify their attack. Leeds United were forced to make a substitution, with Jiang Feng replacing Quaresma with Yaya Touré, and Leeds United were forced to play a defensive counter-attacking game. Ultimately, Leeds United were unable to withstand Everton's offensive onslaught, conceding a goal in the 78th minute. Finally, after the referee blew his whistle, the match ended, with Leeds United losing 0-1 to Everton away from home. However, Jiang Feng was relieved that Manchester United, who were ranked ahead of him, also failed to win. In their away game against Blackburn, the two sides eventually drew 0-0. After 30 rounds of league play, Manchester United, now in first place, has narrowed the gap between themselves and Leeds United to 3 points. With 8 rounds remaining, this 3-point difference has brought the competition in the Premier League to a fever pitch. After the league match against Everton, Leeds United were given a rare week of rest. The intense competition had made the atmosphere within the team somewhat tense. Under such circumstances, Jiang Feng still chose to give the team a day off, which is very rare among Premier League teams as the league enters its second half. After a week's rest, Leeds United returned to the league in the 31st round. This round, Leeds United ended their consecutive away games and hosted Birmingham City at their home ground, Elland Road. Cristiano Ronaldo was suspended due to a red card, and Beasley replaced Ronaldo in the starting lineup for this match. Facing a weaker Birmingham team, Jong Fong opted for a large rotation of players in this match in preparation for the upcoming second leg of the UEFA Cup quarterfinals. Birmingham, playing away, were not deep in the relegation zone after 30 rounds of the league, but they were still in danger. Therefore, Birmingham displayed extremely strong fighting power in this match against Leeds United. The two sides put on a spectacular goal fest at Elland Road Stadium. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United narrowly defeated Birmingham 3-2 at home. The intensity of the match caught Jong Fong somewhat off guard, and it proved that he should not underestimate the smaller clubs in the Premier League. After completing 31 rounds of matches, Leeds United will soon begin their UEFA Cup campaign. On March 21st, Leeds United, fielding their strongest lineup, defeated Boisveta 2-0 at Elland Road Stadium. Ultimately, they defeated Boisveta 3-0, eliminating him from the UEFA Cup and advancing to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, the other three UEFA Cup matches that started at the same time also came to an end, with some teams celebrating and others lamenting. Lazio, who had a disappointing first leg, did not disappoint in the end, defeating Besiktas 2-1 away from home, thus eliminating the Turks with a total score of 5-3. After being defeated by Celtic away from home, Liverpool returned to their home ground and were again completely defeated by Celtic with a score of 0-2, thus sending Liverpool home with a total score of 5-1. It is worth mentioning that this is the first time in 29 years that Celtic has reached the semi-finals of a European competition, and Celtic manager O'Neill has continued his unbeaten record at Anfield. The final semi-finalist was Porto, who defeated Panathinaikos 2-0 away. Mourinho's Porto eliminated Panathinaikos with a score of 4-1, securing the last semi-final spot. Thus, Leeds United, Lazio, Celtic, and Porto entered the 2002-2003 UEFA Cup semi-finals. On March 22nd, UEFA conducted the draw for the semi-final matchups of the UEFA Cup. Leeds United will face Celtic and Lazio will face Porto. After the draw, Lazio immediately became the favorite to win this year's UEFA Cup, with Leeds United close behind. Only Jong Fong, who knew the outcome, knew that Mancini's Lazio would ultimately fall to Porto. Jong Fong dared not be careless in the face of Celtic. After all, this was the team that had fought Porto for 90 minutes in the final in his previous life and could not be decided. According to the rules given by UEFA, the final of this UEFA Cup will adopt the silver goal rule. In his previous life, Porto scored a silver goal in the second half of extra time and finally defeated Celtic to win the UEFA Cup. Chapter 253, the crucial battle. The UEFA Cup semi-finals will take place in April. Therefore, Leeds United's focus will shift back to the league, where every match is crucial for their title aspirations this season. On March 24th, after a week's break, the Premier League resumed, with Leeds United hosting Liverpool at Elland Road for their 32nd round match. This clash between two strong teams is also the highlight of this round of the league. Liverpool, who were recently eliminated from the UEFA Cup by Celtic, have been under heavy criticism, especially manager Houllier. Before the match, Houllier confidently told reporters that Liverpool would definitely win the game and avenge their loss to Leeds United at Anfield in the first half of the season. Under Jong Feng's arrangement, Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, two center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, returning from suspension, right back Cameronesi, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Since returning from injury, Quaresma's form has been somewhat inconsistent, so Jong Fong chose to put him on the bench for this match. Liverpool's starting lineup is as follows: goalkeeper Dudek, defenders Traoré, Carragher, Hypaya, and Rees, midfielders Murphy, Hammond, Gerrard, and Smicer, and forwards Heskey and Owen. Compared to the first match between the two teams, Houllier made some changes to the starting lineup. Senegalese player Diouf, who was called a flop by Liverpool fans, was on the bench and replaced by Heskey. In midfield, Smicer replaced Barrows in the starting lineup. This match was crucial for Leeds United, as their 3-point lead over Manchester United had been cut short by a day. United suffered another upset at home against Aston Villa, conceding 2 goals in the final 15 minutes after taking a 2-0 lead, ultimately settling for a 2-2 draw. Therefore, this is an unexpected opportunity for Leeds United to close the gap. If Leeds United can beat Liverpool in this game, they will narrow the gap to only 1 point. So this game is very crucial for Leeds United. The match officially began at 5 p.m. with the referee's whistle. After the start of the game, Leeds United did not choose to launch an immediate attack, but instead cautiously probed each other with Liverpool. After 15 minutes of play, Leeds United figured out their opponent's tactics and began to exert their strength, initially focusing on attacks down the flanks. In the 18th minute, after seeing Aquilani steal the ball from Smicer, Abidal immediately accelerated forward. When he reached the midfield line, Aquilani's pass was delivered to Abidal. Hamma began to press Abidal to slow him down, but Abidal didn't bother with him. Seeing the close marking, he immediately passed the ball across to Modric in the middle. Modric didn't stop the ball and delivered a diagonal pass over the top to Ronaldo. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to Traoré, chested it down, and then gently flicked it backward with his right foot. He then turned and easily dribbled past his opponent. With a burst of speed, he caught up with the ball and, after dribbling it to the byline, looked up to observe his teammates' positions before sending a curling cross into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic, following up in the middle, immediately judged the ball's trajectory after Ronaldo's pass, then positioned himself in a favorable position to face the incoming ball, and with a diving header, sent it directly into Liverpool's goal. 1-0, Leeds United took a one-goal lead in the 19th minute. After scoring, Ibrahimovic ran straight to Ronaldo and picked up his friend in a hug. After Drogba joined Leeds United, Ibrahimovic also felt the pressure of competition, so he was very grateful for Ronaldo's assist. After Ibrahimovic scored, Leeds United fans in the stands also stood up and chanted his name. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak for a moment. On the sidelines, Houllier angrily smashed a bottle of water on the ground after seeing the goal conceded. Houllier was very disappointed with the defense on the flanks, especially the defense against Traoré. However, although Houllier was angry, he knew there was nothing he could do. This wasn't the first time the game had been like this. The last time they faced Leeds United, Traoré was also ripped apart by Ronaldo. After the game restarted, Leeds United, having tasted success on the flanks, became even more aggressive. Now, not only on the left flank where Ronaldo was, but also on the right flank, Leeds United began to exert their strength. As a result, Liverpool's two flanks were completely rendered useless, and Liverpool's defensive attention in the middle was also tied up. For a time, the situation on the field became extremely tense for Liverpool. In the 24th minute, Camoranesi received the ball on the wing and suddenly cut inside. After attracting the attention of the defense, he passed the ball across to the far post of the goal. Kaka, who was running from behind, headed the ball from close range, but it hit the post and went out of play. Liverpool escaped a close call, and Kaka, having missed a golden opportunity, helplessly scratched his hair. However, this goal gave Houllier on the sidelines a real scare. However, Liverpool weren't without a chance. In the 31st minute, Gerrard received a back pass from Heskey on the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a shot that headed straight for the top left corner of the goal. Fortunately, Cech was very focused and made a diving save, clearing the ball out of play with one hand. Houllier, standing on the sidelines, also looked up at the sky and sighed, appearing extremely helpless. After Leeds United took the lead, both sides gradually increased the pace of the game, and their attacks were back and forth, which was very exciting for the fans. Although Leeds United failed to score again after taking the lead, they still held a significant advantage in terms of the overall situation on the field. Liverpool's attacks mainly came from counterattacks, and Leeds United maintained the initiative. Chapter 254, the crucial battle 2. Neither side managed to score again until the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Leeds United finished the first half with a score of 1-0, and both teams returned to the locker room to make final preparations for the second half. Liverpool made no substitutions during halftime, while Jeong Fong substituted Quaresma for Camoranesi for Leeds United. Although Camoranesi contributed a very threatening pass in the first half, Jeong Fong was not satisfied with his overall performance. Therefore, during halftime, Jeong Fong criticized Camoranesi's performance and substituted him with Quaresma. The players took their positions, and the second half of the match officially began with the referee's whistle. When the second half started, Jeong Fong stood on the sidelines and noticed that although Liverpool had not made any personnel changes, they had made significant tactical adjustments. Heskey was no longer on the same line as Owen, but had dropped back very deep, basically on the same line as the attacking midfielder. Judging from the positioning of the Liverpool players, Liverpool's formation on the field now resembled a 4-5-1 formation. Hollier's adjustments paid off well after the start of the second half. Heskey's dropback gave Liverpool an extra midfielder, and the attacking threat through the middle was much greater than in the first half. In the 52nd minute, it was a passing combination between Smicer and Heskey in the middle that broke through Leeds United's defense. Smicer then played a through ball to Owen on the front line, who accelerated and shot past Chiellini to put the ball into the goal guarded by Cech. 1-1. Shortly after the start of the second half, Liverpool equalized the score. After seeing Owen score, Houllier was very excited and hugged everyone around him. Everyone knew that Hollier was under a lot of pressure in this game. If they lost to Leeds United again, Hollier would not be able to explain it to the board. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw the goal conceded. It was indeed his oversight that he hadn't noticed Liverpool's tactical change earlier. The goal just now was due to Aquilani's failure to mark Smicer in the midfield, which allowed Smicer to make a move after receiving the ball. The reason he couldn't mark him was because Aquilani hesitated when Smicer and Heskey made a combination run. While Liverpool were celebrating, Jiang Feng called Kaka and Modric over and whispered a few words of advice to them. It was actually quite simple. Although Heskey had dropped back to midfield, Jiang Feng could tell that Hollier's move was purely a smokescreen. Liverpool's midfield attack was still mainly orchestrated by Smicer. Heskey's drop back was more about providing support and disrupting Leeds United's defensive vision. So Jiang Feng's instructions were simple. Ignore Heskey's retreat, and if Heskey gets the ball when he retreats, tell the midfielders not to mark him too closely and give him some space to dribble, but be careful to prevent his connection with Smicer. Also, tell Aquilani to mark Smicer very closely. Sure enough, after the game restarted, Hollier noticed something was wrong. Heskey was dribbling the ball more often, and he was often brought to a dead corner. Smicer, the team's playmaker, could hardly get possession of the ball under Leeds United's defense. After watching for a while, Hollier had to admit that Jiang Feng's on-field command was indeed excellent, and he was able to resolve the troubles after his tactical adjustments so quickly. As Liverpool's advantage was gradually neutralized, Leeds United once again took control of the game, and their attack became increasingly fierce. In the 64th minute, Leeds United once again found a good opportunity to attack. After receiving the pass near the center circle, Kaka controlled the ball steadily and then used a feint to deceive Hammond's defense before sending a long ball to Ibrahimovic in the attacking third. As soon as Ibrahimovic received the ball, Carragher immediately came up and marked him closely, preventing him from turning. After nearly a season of matches, many teams' defenses now mark Ibrahimovic very closely, knowing that he has the ability to turn and shoot. After realizing that he couldn't turn around easily, Ibrahimovic immediately changed his mind and passed the ball back to Kaka, who was preparing to receive it. This time, Kaka didn't stop the ball, but instead followed its trajectory and delivered a long pass over the top to Ronaldo, who was cutting inside. Cristiano Ronaldo easily controlled the ball with his right foot, then performed a step-over in front of Carragher. Several consecutive step-overs caused Carragher to lose his defensive balance. Then Ronaldo flicked the ball to the right and pulled it to the left, which angered Carragher, who reached out and pulled Ronaldo to the ground without regard for where he was. At that moment, the referee's whistle blew promptly, and the referee, who had run over from a distance, pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Through the replay on the big screen on the sidelines, there was no doubt that the penalty was awarded. Kaka stood in front of the ball, looking at Dudek, who was waiting in ambush. He started his run-up at the referee's whistle, and then pushed the ball towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Dudek misjudged the situation and dived towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The football grazed the post and went into the goal. Leeds United took the lead again in the 66th minute of the second half, with Kaka converting a penalty to make it 2-1. Kaka immediately shared the goal with Ronaldo after scoring, which perfectly showcased Ronaldo's individual technical ability. After regaining the lead, Leeds United made a substitution, with Yaya Touré replacing the exhausted Aquilani. Jiang Feng's intention was very clear: to maintain constant pressure on the opponent in midfield and prevent the opponent's playmaker from easily organizing attacks. Liverpool also made a substitution, with Barrows replacing Smicer. However, although Leeds United failed to score again in the remainder of the match, they also gave Liverpool no further chances, and the score remained 2-1 until the referee blew the final whistle. Leeds United achieved their goal, defeating Liverpool 2-1 at home and narrowing the gap between themselves and Manchester United to 1 point. Chapter 255, The Crucial Battle 3. The 1-point difference makes the outcome of the league championship even more unpredictable. With 6 rounds left in the league, 1 point offers no guarantee whatsoever. After the match, Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson admitted in an interview that Leeds United had indeed put a lot of pressure on him this season. However, Ferguson insisted that the league title this season belonged to Manchester United, and that Manchester United was not afraid of any pressure. Ferguson also pointed out that they had a psychological advantage over Leeds United. After all, they had won the first leg at home. At the press conference following the match against Liverpool, when a reporter relayed Ferguson's words to Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng said, "We were able to come back from a 6-point deficit to just 1 point. I believe everyone knows what that means. Now the league is nearing its end, and our opponents are making mistakes. So I don't think there will be any surprises about who will win the league title. The final winner will definitely be Leeds United." Almost everyone who follows the Premier League knows that the real showdown between the two teams will be in the 36th round of the league, when Leeds United will host Manchester United at their home ground. This match is considered by many to be the ultimate battle for the league title. This match will definitely determine the league champion for this season. This season, Ferguson and Jiang Feng's strategies for Manchester United have been similar, with the team focusing on the league and European competitions. In English domestic competitions, they topped the league table, were eliminated early from the FA Cup, and lost their first trophy of the season to Blackburn Rovers in the League Cup final in March. In the Champions League, Manchester United reached the quarterfinals, but their prospects are very unfavorable. In their first Champions League quarterfinal match in March, they lost 1-3 away to Real Madrid, making their chances of advancing to the semi-finals extremely slim. Therefore, given their current situation in the league, Manchester United may very well end the season empty-handed. Ferguson certainly could not accept such an outcome. 3 days after the end of the 32nd round of matches, The Sun broke a bombshell, reporting that internal strife had broken out at Manchester United, with a heated argument between Sir Alex Ferguson and star player David Beckham. The article also claimed that Beckham had begun looking for a new club and would definitely be on the transfer market during the summer transfer window. This news broke and immediately became a topic of discussion among major media outlets across Europe, attracting a great deal of attention. Jiang Feng sat in his office looking at the newspaper that Machitz had given him. These reporters really seemed to thrive on chaos. Jiang, do you think this is true or false? If it is true, then Manchester United is in trouble. But this is also a good thing for us, Mokik said excitedly. I never trust these reporters, but as for the conflict between Ferguson and Beckham, I think there must be some tension. And Manchester United seems to have been talking about acquisitions recently, so I believe the transfer rumors. But I don't believe it because of the conflict. I believe it's more of a business transaction. I guess it was like this when Ferguson mentioned wanting to buy Cristiano. Then the transfer market next season will be very interesting. The transfer market next season, it should be quite interesting. Hearing Mokik say this, Jiang Feng thought that this summer it probably wasn't just Manchester United that was going to be involved. That Russian would probably be waving his checkbook and storming into the Premier League. Let's just focus on doing our own thing, Jiang Feng said. On March 31st, Leeds United will play their 33rd Premier League match, visiting Villa Park to face Aston Villa, another Premier League team from Birmingham. Speaking of Aston Villa, one must mention that in the last round, it was Aston Villa and Leeds United who narrowed the gap with Manchester United, and it was also by drawing with Manchester United that Aston Villa escaped the relegation zone. However, to Aston Villa's surprise, Leeds United easily defeated Aston Villa 3-0 after 90 minutes of intense competition, and Aston Villa fell back into the relegation zone due to this loss. Manchester United also won this round, securing 3 points, so there was no change in the top 3 positions in the league standings. It is worth mentioning that after 33 rounds of the league, Arsenal, who are in 3rd place, have gradually lost their hopes of winning the title, and the gap between them and Manchester United and Leeds United is gradually widening. On April 7th, the 34th round of the Premier League resumed, with Leeds United hosting a high-profile match at Elland Road against Chelsea. Ranieri's Chelsea have had a trophyless season, being eliminated from both the League Cup and the FA Cup. They are currently 5th in the league, with only 5 games remaining, having lost all hope of winning the title, and even their Champions League qualification is now only a theoretical possibility. On the afternoon of April 7th, less than 5 minutes before the match officially started, Elland Road Stadium was packed to capacity. This season, Leeds United's home attendance has consistently ranked among the highest in the Premier League. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Feng looked around Elland Road Stadium, watching the home fans in the stands cheering and shouting for their team. However, Jiang Feng was unaware that a mysterious spectator was also watching him from the stands. Roman Abramovich, a Russian billionaire, was sitting in the stands at Elland Road Stadium. The Leeds United fans were chanting, "The Emperor! The Emperor! The Emperor!" all around him, and the atmosphere made Abramovich's face flush, and he seemed a little excited. "Peony, this is the team I want. Can I buy it?" "Boss, this might be a bit difficult. Jiang is the largest shareholder of Leeds United right now, and I don't think he will sell. I can give him the money he wants, any amount of money, and he will still be the coach of the team. I could try asking, but I advise you not to get your hopes up too high," Pina Zahavi said with a bitter face. Abramovich did not respond to Zahavi's words. He looked at the enthusiastic fans in front of him and began to imagine the scene when the whole stadium was cheering and chanting his name. This was a very rare thing for a rich man like Abramovich. Chapter 256 Blank Checks. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United easily defeated Chelsea 2-0 at home. Abramovich left Elland Road before the game ended. After 34 rounds of matches, Leeds United continued to put enough pressure on Manchester United. The day after the match, the entire Leeds United team had a day off. Jiang Feng, sitting in the club's office, received an unexpected phone call. The caller wasn't surprising, but what he said was quite unexpected. The call was from Jiang Feng's agent, Mendez. Jorge, what's wrong? You wouldn't contact me if there was nothing wrong. Jiang Feng saw that it was Mendez calling. Jiang, are you at the club? Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang, someone called me and wants to meet you through me. Who is it? From what you're saying, it sounds like something serious. It's Pini Zahavi, the former Manchester United agent. I've dealt with him before. He contacted me and said someone wanted to meet with you. When Jiang Feng heard Mendez say the name on the phone, it sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. What did he say? If it's about player transfers, just reject it for me. We have no intention of trading any of the current Leeds United players for next season. Jiang, it shouldn't be about the players. Although he didn't say what it was about, I learned from other sources that he's no longer with Manchester United. Instead, he's working with a Russian. As far as I know, they've been investigating the finances of several Premier League clubs recently. I suspect they're trying to acquire a Premier League team. After listening to Mendez's words, Jiang Feng finally remembered where he had heard of Zahavi. The Russian Mendez mentioned should be Abramovich. In his previous life, Zahavi was the main driving force behind Abramovich's acquisition of Chelsea. Considering the timeline, it should be about time for the acquisition now. Jiang Feng just couldn't understand why Abramovich had come to him. Jiang Feng believed that Abramovich must have investigated him before contacting him. As the owner of Leeds United, Abramovich should know that he couldn't coach any other team. Jiang, what's wrong? Are you still listening? Jiang. Jorge, I'm listening. Here's what you'll do. Send me the address, and I'll go meet him. Okay, no problem. I'll send you the address now. Jiang Feng thought about it and decided to go see him to see what Abramovich really meant. Besides, he was also very curious about this legendary figure who had changed the Premier League in his previous life. After receiving the address from Mendez, Jiang Feng left the club and drove there. The address Zahavi gave was a coffee shop on the outskirts of Leeds, a very remote location, but with very beautiful surroundings. After about 10 minutes of driving, Jiang Feng arrived at his destination. After pushing open the door and walking in, there were no other guests in the lobby. Jiang Feng immediately recognized Abu, sitting there. He had often seen this person on TV in his previous life. Now that he was actually standing in front of him, Jiang Feng felt a little dazed for a moment. Hey, Jiang, over here. A middle-aged man, standing next to Abu, stood up and greeted him. Jiang Feng guessed that this must be the Pini Zahavi that Mendez had mentioned. Hello, are you Mr. Penny? Jiang Feng extended his right hand first. Hello, Jiang, I am Pini Zahavi. Let me introduce you. This is Roman Abramovich, who is now my boss. Hello, Mr. Roman. Hello, Jiang. It's nice to meet you. I watched a great game today. Your command was excellent, and your team was fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Jiang, I called you here today to discuss something. Mr. Roman has always wanted to own a Premier League team, and we've been scouting Premier League clubs for some time now, eventually settling on a few. After watching your match today, Mr. Roman is very interested in your team, so he wanted to talk to you about whether you have any plans to sell it, Zahavi said after Jiang Feng sat down. Excuse me, Mr. Penny, are you asking about Leeds United? Jiang Feng thought he might have misheard. Didn't he just buy Chelsea in his previous life? How'd it come up with Leeds United? Yes, it's Leeds United. Jiang, to be honest, I originally wanted to buy Chelsea, but after watching your game today, I think Leeds United would be a better choice, Abramovich said directly. I'm sorry, Mr. Roman. I have not considered selling Leeds United. Jiang, I'm very sincere. As far as I know, you currently own 84% of Leeds United. I don't require a full acquisition. Just sell me 51%. That way, you'll still be a shareholder of Leeds United, and I'll pay you double what you paid for it. Don't worry, I won't make any changes to the team. You'll still be the head coach, and you'll still have the final say on everything. Plus, I'll pay you the highest possible head coach salary, Abramovich said, pushing a blank check towards him. You fill in the number on this check yourself. This is your salary. Damn, is this the extravagance of an oligarch? Jiang Feng thought to himself. To be honest, the conditions offered by Abu were really tempting. Jiang Feng really didn't expect that the other party would just throw money at him. As long as he agreed, he could immediately make double the money. Moreover, the head coach's annual salary was paid out in blank checks. It was really extravagant, so extravagant that it had no humanity at all. I'm really sorry, Mr. Roman, but I will not sell my shares in Leeds United. I hope you can understand. All right, perhaps I was being presumptuous. Abu, true to his reputation as a shrewd and ruthless man, didn't try to persuade Jiang Feng further after he refused. For the next hour, the two chatted as if they were long-lost friends. After about an hour, Jiang Feng decided to leave first. Pini, contact Chelsea. Let's make it a deal. Jiang can build a Leeds United. I think I can build a powerhouse too. Once the acquisition is complete, get a list ready as soon as possible. I want to buy all the stars on this planet. I want to make Chelsea the strongest team on the planet. Okay, boss. After Jiang Feng left, he didn't take the meeting to heart. He knew that things would likely proceed as they had in his previous life, with Abramovich eventually taking over Chelsea and the transfer market becoming increasingly volatile under his control. Chapter 257: The Celts. After a day of rest, Jiang Feng led the Leeds United team to Glasgow, Scotland. The first leg of the UEFA Cup semi-finals will officially begin in 3 days. In the first match of the series between Leeds United and Celtic, Leeds United will play away against Celtic. Jiang Feng, who attaches great importance to this match, chose to arrive in Glasgow 3 days in advance. After a 3-day rest in Glasgow, the first leg of the UEFA Cup semi-final was about to begin. On the afternoon of April 10th, a few minutes before the start of the match, the starting players from both sides had already taken their positions and were waiting for the referee's whistle to signal the start of the game. Leeds United's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Petr Cech, left and right backs Eric Abidal and Maicon, two center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Jiang Feng opted for his preferred 4-2-1-3 formation for Leeds United. For Celtic, the starting lineup is goalkeeper Douglas, defenders Bald, Mjalby, and Vargalen, midfielders Agate, Lambert, Lennon, Petrov, and Thompson, and forwards Larson and Sutton. O'Neill deployed a 3-5-2 formation, seemingly hoping to use his numerical advantage in midfield to control the game. There was some good news for Leeds United in this match. Celtic's key striker, Hartson, was sidelined due to injury. The match officially began soon after the referee blew his whistle. After the start of the game, Leeds United immediately entered a fast-paced counter-attacking rhythm, without any intention of probing their opponents. Jiang Feng's intention was very clear. He hoped to catch Celtic off guard. However, O'Neill's Celtic team was not to be underestimated. Although they were under pressure in the first few minutes, Celtic's defense was watertight. So, although Leeds United had a slight advantage in their early attacks, they were unable to pose much of a threat to their opponents. As Celtic gradually adapted to Leeds United's attacking rhythm, their attacking threat became apparent. Celtic fully exploited their advantage of having 5 midfielders, with Kaká sometimes even facing 3 players pressing him in the middle, posing a significant threat to Leeds United's attacking organization. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, noticed this and frowned. He didn't have a good solution for the moment, unless he changed formation. But Jiang Feng knew that changing formation would mean falling into the opponent's trap. However, Jiang Feng wasn't in a hurry to solve this problem. Although Celtic's midfield pressing did pose a great threat to his attack, Celtic's defense was not without its weaknesses. Leeds United had many ways to break through the 3-man backline. Therefore, Celtic's attack after the start of the game was somewhat cautious, not daring to push their formation too far forward. The 3-man backline system meant that they were more vulnerable to being attacked behind Leeds United's defense. So, Celtic also deployed a defensive support tactic in midfield. As time went on, after a period of fast-paced attacks, both sides tacitly slowed down, since no player could maintain such a high intensity for the entire match. The second half of the first half was thus exhausted. With the referee's whistle, the first half ended, and both teams returned to the locker room to prepare for the second half. Throughout the first half, it was clear that Celtic had made ample preparations for this match. To defend Leeds United's flanks, although they used a 3-man backline, their midfielders did an excellent job defending the flanks. Leeds United had almost no good opportunities on either side of the flanks throughout the first half. However, Jiang Feng also knew that the opponent was able to achieve this by sacrificing the player's stamina. Hey guys, you all played very well in the first half. Although we didn't score, I believe you could all see that the opponent was exhausted. So for us, the second half is our chance. Therefore, I ask you to increase the pace of the game to the fastest speed from the start of the second half. Don't give the opponent a chance to breathe. Just crush them. Meanwhile, in another locker room, O'Neill looked at his players, who were exhausted, with a sense of helplessness. He knew that his choice was tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The players would definitely not be able to hold on in the second half of the game, but there was nothing he could do. By studying Leeds United's tactics, he clearly knew how terrifying Leeds United's attacking power was, especially their attacks on the 2 flanks, which left the entire Premier League team helpless. When the break was over, both teams' players returned to the court. Neither head coach chose to make any adjustments to their team's lineup. Jiang Feng felt it was unnecessary, while O'Neill felt it wasn't the right time to reveal his trump card. The referee blew his whistle, and the second half of the match officially began. At the start of the second half, Leeds United's players strictly followed Jiang Feng's instructions and began to speed up the game. Their rapid passing and receiving gave Celtic no chance to breathe, forcing them to accelerate their defensive efforts. Moreover, Leeds United not only increased their pace in attack, but also intensified their high pressing in the attacking third. This forced Celtic to speed up their passing as well, resulting in more mistakes from Celtic. Once they lost possession, they had to expend even more energy to win the ball back. Gradually, Leeds United began to control the rhythm of the game. In the 67th minute, Leeds United finally capitalized on a mistake by their opponents, delivering a fatal blow to Celtic. Ibrahimovic and Kake's high pressing in the attacking third forced the opposing defense to pass back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper blindly sent the ball to midfield, but Aquilani gained possession. After receiving the ball, Aquilani quickly passed it to Kaka. Facing the opponent's pressure, Kaka didn't stop the ball and immediately made a first touch over the top pass to the left flank. Kaka's pass was very clever. He knew Ronaldo's speed very well, so he gave the ball plenty of lead time. Ronaldo accelerated past him and easily received the ball, then moved smoothly to the byline. After observing his teammates' positions, he delivered a clearly curved cross into the penalty area. After Ibrahimovic got into position at the near post, he jumped high, but instead of shooting, he headed the ball towards the far post. Kaka, following up in the middle, attempted a sliding shot but missed the ball. Quaresma, at the far post, gently pushed the ball with his foot, and it easily rolled into the goal. 1-0, Leeds United took a one-goal lead in the 69th minute of the match. Chapter 258 Revenge. After taking the lead, the game became much easier for Leeds United. After the game restarted, Jiang Feng chose to drop back into his formation and focus on counterattacks. Moreover, Leeds United's counterattacks were different from many other teams. Although the formation was dropped back, the intensity of their high pressing in the attacking third did not decrease. This put Celtic in a very difficult position. The warning from the goal they had just conceded was still fresh in their minds. So even after the game restarted, although Celtic were unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to strengthen their attack to score, they dared not commit too many players to the attack in the face of Leeds United's high pressing. This was exactly what Jiang Feng wanted to see. This stalemate resulted in neither side being able to change the score as the game time decreased. Although O'Neill made substitutions after Leeds United scored in an attempt to change the outcome, all his efforts were in vain against Leeds United's tight defense. When the 90 minutes were up, the referee blew the final whistle. In the first leg of the 2002 to 2003 UEFA Cup semi-final, Leeds United defeated Celtic 1-0 away from home, gaining an advantage in the two-legged tie. In another semi-final match, the final result also surprised many people. Porto defeated Lazio 4-1 at home, which means that Porto is basically halfway to the final. Although Mancini told reporters after the match that his team still had a great chance, and that they would make a big deal out of the away goal in the next match back at home, it was clear to anyone who saw the game that Lazio's hopes of reaching the final were now only theoretical. After their match against Celtic, the entire Leeds United team returned to Leeds City overnight. With the second leg of the semi-final scheduled for April 21st, Leeds United are once again focusing their attention on the league. Back in Leeds, Jiang Feng led the team into a new training session. On April 12th, the 35th round of the Premier League resumed. In this round, Leeds United will visit Riverside Stadium to face Middlesbrough. Because they had just finished a high-intensity UEFA Cup match, Jiang Feng did not choose to field all the main players just because the league was in its final sprint stage. Instead, he chose to rotate the starting lineup. Players like Cressida, Ebu, Woodgate, Milner, and Sneijder all got a starting opportunity in this match. Although they were only substitutes, these players did not disappoint Jiang Feng's trust. They displayed great fighting spirit in the match, and after 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United defeated Middlesbrough 3-1 away from home, taking all 3 points. In another crucial match, Manchester United narrowly defeated Chelsea 1-0 away from home, maintaining their 1-point lead over Leeds United. For those who follow the Premier League, the highly anticipated 36th round of matches is just a week away, at which point the clash between the first and second place teams in the league standings will likely determine the Premier League champion this season. The Leeds United versus Manchester United match at Leeds United's home ground is also the highlight of this round of games. The Football Association, FA, attaches great importance to this match. Even before Leeds United played against Celtic, they began to promote the match with all their might. The rivalry between the two managers and the rivalry between the two teams, all of this was spread throughout Europe and even the world through the FA's full-scale promotion. Countless fans are looking forward to the arrival of this match. Everyone knows that Leeds United lost to Manchester United in the first half of the season. So, while Leeds United are preparing for this match, many football experts are analyzing the game. Most people are optimistic about Manchester United, and even the odds offered by several European bookmakers show that they also favor Manchester United to win. After all, for these people, Manchester United is superior to Leeds United in every aspect, whether it is the reputation of the manager, the reputation of the players, or the experience and heritage of the team. Manchester United has the upper hand in everyone's eyes. Just as speculation about the match was heating up, Jiang Feng was giving a pep talk to the Leeds United players at their training ground. Everyone, I don't think I need to say much about who our next opponent is, right? Right now, many people outside are saying that we're bound to lose. Because our opponents are more famous than us, because they're a powerhouse. All sorts of reasons are saying that we're destined to lose this match. Yes, we can't match their experience, and they're indeed a powerhouse, and their reputation is greater than ours. But should we just admit defeat? Can we? No, we won't give up, all the players below shouted. Yes, we can't give up. Besides, does a big name guarantee a win? How many times have we lost to big-name teams this season? Who are we? What do our fans call us? They call us the Young Guard. Guys, you conquered Leeds United in less than a season. Now I want you to conquer England, then Europe. Use your strength to make your opponents remember you forever, to become their nightmare. We lost to them last time, so I demand that you take back what we lost. Can you do that? Yes, we can. We can beat Manchester United. Jiang Feng's words of encouragement immediately boosted the team's morale. As rumors about the match grew stronger, the day of the match arrived. The highly anticipated match of the 36th round of the 2002 to 2003 Premier League season, Leeds United hosting Manchester United, will kick off at 6 p.m. This match was crucial for both Manchester United and Leeds United, so Manchester United arrived at Elland Road 2 hours early. At 4:30 p.m., both teams appeared on the pitch for acclimatization training. Elland Road Stadium was already packed. All the Leeds United fans took their places when they saw the players enter the field and sang the Leeds United anthem loudly, cheering for their team in their own way. Chapter 259, Revenge 2. The two head coaches, both on the field, actually started chatting before the game even began. Jiang, are you ready to face defeat? Ferguson walked towards Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. I was going to ask you if you're ready yet. Ferguson chuckled and turned around. That's just how cruel football is. There can only be one champion. Jiang Feng found Ferguson somewhat incomprehensible today, wondering when the old man had become so artistic. In fact, Ferguson really admired Jiang Feng, and sometimes he even wanted Jiang Feng to come to Manchester United. Don't worry, this time the championship will definitely belong to us. Have you forgotten what I said last time? The one who laughs laughs best. Jiang Feng didn't care what tricks this old fox was up to. Oh, you're so confident, Ferguson said with a smile. Certainly. Haha, Jiang, it's a pity. I'm also very confident that you're going to lose this time. We'll see. Ferguson didn't say anything more, but smiled, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and turned to walk towards the locker room. Both Leeds United and Manchester United have finished their acclimatization training sessions, and all the players have returned to their respective dressing rooms to make final preparations and pep talks for the upcoming match. Shortly after, the starting players from both sides walked out of the players' tunnel under the guidance of the referee team. The Leeds United fans in the stands immediately stood up, chanting the players' names and cheering for their teams. Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Manchester United's starting lineup featured goalkeeper Barthez, defenders Gary Neville, Ferdinand, Silvestre, and O'Shea, midfielders Keane and Varane as defensive midfielders, Giggs and Beckham as left and right wingers respectively, Scholes as attacking midfielder, and Van Nistelrooy as the striker. It's worth mentioning that former Leeds United player Alan Smith didn't get many playing opportunities after joining Manchester United, and mostly served as Van Nistelrooy's substitute. Meanwhile, another former Leeds United player, Ferdinand, secured a starting position at Manchester United. Seeing Ferguson field the 4-5-1 formation that had won the previous match against Leeds United, Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines watching the Manchester United players on the field with a cold smile on his lips. That old guy actually thought this trick would work, Moshai said, standing next to Jiang Feng. To become a great team, we must have our own characteristics and play our own style no matter what kind of opponent we face. No matter what formation or tactics they use, we just need to stick to our own style, Jiang Feng said confidently. After the players from both sides guessed which side they would play on, they took their respective positions. At 5 p.m. on the day of the match, the referee looked at his watch and then blew his whistle. In the 36th round of the 2002 to 2003 Premier League season, a match that could potentially determine the final league champion officially began. The two sides facing off were Leeds United in white jerseys and Manchester United in red jerseys. The Young Guard versus the Red Devils, a highly anticipated battle, officially kicked off with the referee's whistle. As Jiang Feng had predicted, Manchester United played a defensive counter-attacking style, just like they had done against Leeds United in the last match. Leeds United, on the other hand, stuck to their own style of play and did not engage in any probing. From the very beginning, they spread out their formation and launched their own attacks. In the 7th minute of the match, Leeds United gave Manchester United a rude awakening. After receiving the ball on the wing, Ronaldo suddenly dribbled diagonally forward. About 28 meters from a goal in front of the penalty area, he was brought down by the recovering Keane. The referee promptly awarded a foul to Manchester United. Leeds United were awarded a well-positioned free kick right at the start of the match. Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká stood at the penalty spot. Ronaldo was Leeds United's primary penalty taker for the second half of the season, so Barthez also believed that Ronaldo would take this penalty. But to his surprise, Kaká, who was the first to run towards the ball, did not feint, but instead struck the ball directly with his right foot. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and headed straight for the goal. Fortunately, although Barthez misjudged the situation, he was well prepared and Kaká's shot was weaker, allowing Barthez to punch the ball out of bounds with one hand. Kaká was somewhat frustrated after his shot was saved. "Sai, I should have let you play." Kaká was a little embarrassed that she had taken her friend's chance. "It's okay, we'll try again later. I don't believe he can make the save every time," Ronaldo said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Leeds United created a threat not long after the start of the game, giving Sir Alex Ferguson a real scare on the sidelines. Leeds United have a corner kick opportunity. Cristiano Ronaldo's corner kick was headed over the bar by Ibrahimovic, who got to the ball first, but he didn't control it well. Leeds United's attacking desire at the start of the game made Ferguson frown and appear somewhat nervous on the sidelines. It's understandable that he was nervous. Ferguson genuinely didn't expect Jiang Feng to still choose to attack. Only he knew that he hadn't opted for a defensive counterattacking tactic. Although he fielded a 4-5-1 formation, he still chose to attack from start. However, Leeds United's high-pressing intensity was immediately maximized, putting immense pressure on Manchester United's defense and midfield, preventing his attacking tactics from being executed at all. Ferguson himself knew that his tactical arrangements for this match were at a disadvantage. As Ferguson observed, Leeds United's attack at the start of the game was not mindless, but rather an attack that followed a solid defense. From the outset, the attacking quartet in the front three would press Manchester United whenever they had possession, sometimes even double-teaming them in close quarters. Modric and Aquilani took turns marking Scholes, while Beckham and Giggs on the flanks were entangled with Abidal and Maicon. Jiang Feng's requirement for the two fullbacks in this match was that they should first do a good job in their own defense before they could make runs to attack. So after the match started, Abidal and Maicon focused their attention on defense, which caused Manchester United's usually invincible wing attacks to be silenced for a while. Chapter 260 Revenge 3. Ferguson stood on the sidelines, repeatedly gesturing for the Manchester United players to retreat, his expression revealing his extreme anxiety. "It seems this old guy reacts quickly," Moshai's remarked. "What's the use of being quick to react? Once you're at a disadvantage, it's not so easy to turn things around. However, we still need to be wary of the opponent's counterattacks. The current situation is putting a lot of pressure on the team's defense." Jiang Feng nodded in agreement with Moshai's reminder. While Jiang Feng and Moshai were discussing the tactics of both sides on the field, Leeds United once again found a good opportunity to attack. Quaresma received a pass from Maicon on the right wing, made a feint, then suddenly turned and got rid of Giggs before accelerating forward. After seeing O'Shea move forward to intercept him, Quaresma didn't try to engage with him. Instead, he passed the ball to Kaká, who had been following him and ready to receive it. Quaresma then accelerated forward, and Kaká's pass arrived. On the right flank, Quaresma and O'Shea began to race. Quaresma, off the ball, had the speed advantage and quickly overtook O'Shea to get the ball first. He then delivered a cross into the penalty area. The speed contest between Quaresma and O'Shea just now brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. This kind of straightforward speed competition is arguably the most eye-catching. Quaresma's pass wasn't very high, but it was incredibly fast. For a moment, Manchester United's penalty area was swarming with players and in complete chaos. Quaresma's pass was very clever, and the ball speed was so fast that Barthez didn't dare to come out of his goal. Everyone was vying for the ball's landing point, and Ibrahimovic's tall stature stood out even more in the crowd. Although Ibrahimovic managed to secure the first ball by blocking the shot, he was surrounded by at least two players, so he couldn't find any shooting opportunities. However, facing Ibrahimovic after he controlled the ball with his chest, Ferdinand didn't dare to stretch his leg recklessly. When he realized he couldn't find a chance to shoot, Ibrahimovic suddenly had a flash of inspiration and used his right heel to flick the ball towards the goal he felt he had. Manchester United goalkeeper Barthez was surrounded by players and dared not make any move. Clearly flustered, Barthez suddenly sent the ball flying between Ferdinand's legs and rolling rapidly toward the far corner of the goal. Barthez immediately lunged at the ball. In theory, the ball wasn't moving very fast, and Barthez should have been able to save it. But just as Barthez had completed his save, something unexpected happened. The ball suddenly changed direction as it rolled, heading towards the center of the goal, and then rolled into the net under Barthez's somewhat desperate gaze. Leeds United took a very fortunate 1-0 lead in the 21st minute of the first half. The big screen on the sidelines kept replaying the moment the goal had just been scored. It turned out that Ibrahimovic's backheel shot deflected off Keane's right leg midway through the shot. However, the goal was ultimately credited to Ibrahimovic. After scoring, Ibrahimovic was stunned by his good fortune and stood there for a moment before turning around and running towards the stands. Ferguson appeared somewhat helpless and angry after seeing how the ball was conceded. He was very dissatisfied with the defense, as the left flank was breached cleanly and decisively in an instant. Taking advantage of the dead ball situation, Jiang Feng called Kaka and Modric to his side and whispered a few words of advice to them. With the referee's intervention, Leeds United stopped their celebrations, and the game resumed. Once the match started, Ferguson noticed that Leeds United began to retreat, with Ronaldo and Quaresma dropping back to midfield. Leeds United's formation suddenly changed to a 4-5-1, and they started playing a defensive counterattacking style. This tactic is exactly the same as the last time Leeds United lost to Manchester United away, except now it's Leeds United who are leading with a defensive counterattacking strategy. Jiang Feng's adjustments also infuriated Ferguson. "Fuck this coward, he's such a wimp." Ferguson kept muttering to himself. "You've really angered this old man," Machit said, looking at Ferguson across from him. "Humph. As if everyone knows how to counterattack," Jiang Feng said. Forced into a corner, Ferguson could only gesture to his players to attack forward. That's how football is. Whoever takes the lead first gains the advantage. Just like now, if Manchester United doesn't attack, the result is the same whether it's 1-0 or 10-0. It was clear that Leeds United were well prepared for Manchester United's attack. So after the game restarted, although Manchester United kept attacking Leeds United's defense, they didn't have many opportunities to pose a real threat to Leeds United. Although Leeds United played a defensive counterattacking style, their high-pressing intensity against Manchester United in the midfield and attacking third did not decrease. In the defensive midfield, Aquilani's defense against Scholes has been very effective so far. Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, Manchester United was unable to organize any effective attacks. So, although Manchester United appeared to have the advantage in attack, their attacks were mostly all bark and no bite. However, in the 38th minute of the match, Manchester United created a threat, which served as a wake-up call for Jiang Feng. Aquilani fouled Scholes about 30 meters from the goal, and the referee awarded Manchester United a direct free kick. Beckham stepped up to the ball and unleashed a curling shot, but fortunately, Cech's judgment was very accurate, and he tipped the ball over the crossbar with one hand. This goal made Jiang Feng realize that Manchester United was not without a chance. Immediately, Jiang Feng instructed his players to be careful when the ball entered the danger zone. Defending against a team with a free kick expert like Beckham is indeed very difficult. Jiang Feng adjusted the team's defensive tactics, which inevitably gave Manchester United some opportunities, since they were now more cautious in their defense. So, towards the end of the first half, Manchester United's attack improved somewhat. After noticing this, Ferguson instructed his Manchester United players to be bold in making moves when they entered dangerous areas with the ball. Fortunately, just as Manchester United's attack began to improve, it wasn't long before the end of the first half. With the referee's whistle, the first half ended with Leeds United leading Manchester United 1-0 at the end of the first half. Chapter 261 Revenge 4. Halftime was over, and both sides returned to the field. By observing the players' positions, Jiang Feng noticed that Manchester United had not only changed players, but also altered their formation. Solskjaer replaced Keane, and Solskjaer was now playing as a striker. Giggs was also positioned much further forward than the first half, and Scholes moved to the left side of midfield. As a result, Manchester United formed a 4-3-3 attacking formation on the field. Seeing Manchester United's changes, Jiang Feng couldn't help but admire Ferguson's decisiveness. This was clearly a desperate tactical change. The second half of the game officially began with the referee's whistle. At the start of the second half, Manchester United launched a furious attack, and in the second half, they also began to emulate Leeds United by pressing high up the pitch. Leeds United's defense was under immense pressure. To be honest, Jiang Feng had never expected Ferguson to launch such a desperate attack, so the Leeds United players were momentarily stunned, and their formation was compressed to the extreme. In the 49th minute, Varane passed the ball to Beckham on the right near the center circle. Ronaldo and Aquilani immediately surrounded him. At that moment, Beckham made a long pass to Solskjaer in front. Solskjaer, with his back to the goal, chested the ball down and then chipped it up. He then turned and dribbled past Abidal before unleashing a powerful shot that flew towards the goal. With his attention fully focused, Cech punched the ball away with one hand. Van Nistelrooy got ahead of everyone and stretched out his foot to shoot again, but the ball was once again knocked out of bounds by Cech before it could even enter the goal. Cech's series of brilliant saves allowed Leeds United to escape a disaster. This can't go on. Should we make some adjustments? Machitz asked. It's not the right time yet. We need to wait a little longer, Jiang Feng said, shaking his head. Looking at the somewhat crumbling defense line, Jiang Feng was also very worried. Beckham's corner kick was once again caught by the onrushing Cech, who held the ball firmly in his arms and yelled at his teammates in the defense. As the goalkeeper, Cech clearly showed his dissatisfaction with his teammates' defense in the previous 2 rounds. Indeed, Abidal was easily outmaneuvered when defending Solskjaer, and he raised his hand in embarrassment towards Cech. Eric, what's wrong? Ramos asked. It's all right, I was careless. I didn't expect it to be so agile. Don't underestimate these guys, or you'll suffer the consequences. Yes, I will be careful. This is why Jiang Feng likes to use Cech. Although Cech is not the captain on the field, he will directly remind his teammates when they are not performing well. The goalkeeper is the last line of defense for the team, so he can see very clearly where the defense is weak. Therefore, the goalkeeper cannot be too introverted. Cech and Neuer, who is in Kaiserslautern, have done very well. However, Leeds United's backup goalkeeper Robinson is not as good in this regard. In fact, Jiang Feng originally wanted to trade Neuer during the winter transfer window, but Neuer was unwilling to leave Germany, so the deal did not go through. The game continued, and Cech, who had a firm grip on the ball, did not immediately kick it out. Instead, he took the opportunity to signal his players to retreat, allowing his teammates a chance to catch their breath. During this period, Manchester United had indeed put a lot of pressure on him. Cech didn't launch the ball long. Instead, he tossed it to Ramos. After Ramos received the ball, Manchester United immediately pressed forward, and Ramos promptly passed the ball to Modric. After seeing the opponent's action, Modric passed the ball back to Ramos. Although Manchester United kept pressing and interfering, Leeds United had no intention of attacking. After the ball was passed back to midfield, they found no good attacking opportunities and immediately passed it back. As time went on, the Manchester United players became more and more impatient, which could be seen from the referee's whistle. Manchester United's actions when tackling the ball became more and more aggressive. After observing the changes in Manchester United's performance on the field, Jiang Feng spoke to Moshai's. All right, it's time. Get Yaya Touré ready to warm up. After hearing Moshai's instructions, Yaya Touré, who was sitting on the bench, began to warm up on the sidelines. 5 minutes later, Yaya Touré arrived at Jiang Feng's side. Do you know what you're supposed to do once you're on the field? No. Okay, once you're on the field, tell Ricardo and Luca what I've told them. In the 71st minute, Leeds United made a substitution. Jiang Feng played his first trump card, bringing on Yaya Touré to replace Quaresma. This substitution made Ferguson frown. It wasn't a like-for-like substitution, and he didn't quite understand Jiang Feng's intention. After Yaya Touré came on, he spoke briefly with Kaka and Modric. As Yaya Touré took his position, Ferguson noticed that Leeds United had changed their formation. Yaya Touré moved to the defensive midfield position, while Ronaldo moved behind Ibrahimovic in a position between the attacking midfielder and striker. Leeds United formed a 4-3-1-1-1 formation on the field. Seeing Leeds United's 3 defensive midfielders, Ferguson's brow furrowed even more. After the game restarted, Manchester United's players found themselves immediately bogged down in midfield, unable to mount any effective attacks. Leeds United's 3 defensive midfielder formation made passing and receiving in Manchester United's midfield extremely difficult, especially with Yaya Touré and Aquilani, who were very decisive and aggressive, fouling their opponents without hesitation. Ferguson was completely unprepared for such a shameless tactic from his opponents. Ferguson rushed forward to protest the foul to the 4th official. However, what Ferguson didn't know was that Jiang Feng's arrangement was not only to use foul tactics to slow down Manchester United's organized attack, but also to constantly provoke Manchester United's players, adding fuel to the fire on their already increasingly impatient basis. As time went on, and Leeds United fueled the fire, the Manchester United players' actions on the field gradually became more aggressive and impatient, sometimes even launching blind long balls or long shots before reaching dangerous areas. Ferguson gradually noticed this as well, which made him feel even more that the young man opposite him was utterly despicable. Chapter 262, The Dust Settles. Sensing the changes in the team, Ferguson kept shouting at the players on the sidelines, signaling them to calm down, but the effect was minimal. Jiang Feng's purpose was not actually to lure the opponent into committing a foul, but to make Manchester United's players become impatient, thus making more mistakes and disrupting the opponent's attacking rhythm. As the match drew closer to its end, the Manchester United players became increasingly impatient. Everyone knew what a loss would mean for United. A season's worth of effort could vanish into thin air. This would be unacceptable for United. To lead for almost an entire season only to be overtaken at the last moment and lose the title would be a disgrace for the players, especially against Leeds United, with whom they had a deep-seated rivalry. This outcome was even more unacceptable. In the 78th minute, Manchester United made another substitution, with Alan Smith replacing Van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy's performance in this match was indeed very poor. It's not that he was out of form, but rather that under the combined efforts of Ramos and Chiellini, he made almost no impact on the game so far, completely trapped in Leeds United's defensive quagmire and unable to extricate himself. Ferguson also hoped to change this situation with Alan Smith's impact, making a final push at the last moment. But what Ferguson didn't expect was that this substitution would become the one he regretted the most. In the 82nd minute, Alan Smith, who had just come on as a substitute, dropped back in the attacking third to try and steal the ball from Modric. However, Modric, who was significantly smaller than Alan, was very agile. With a few changes of direction and a turn, Modric made Alan's tackle somewhat redundant. The Leeds United fans in the stands already had a lot of resentment about Alan's transfer to Manchester United. When he first transferred to Manchester United, Leeds United fans even burned Alan's jersey. Now, seeing Alan being outmaneuvered by Modric on the field, they immediately booed him mockingly from the stands, with shouts of traitor mixed in. Perhaps it was these things that provoked Alan Smith. Alan Smith, who was originally the darling of this stadium, couldn't accept this result for a moment. He suddenly got carried away and made a sweeping kick at Modric in front of him. Fortunately, Modric sensed something was wrong and was reminded by his teammates. He jumped up to protect himself after Alan made the move, so he was not seriously injured, but he was still knocked to the ground. The referee, who had been standing not far away, saw Alan's action very clearly. It was obviously a retaliatory attack, and he immediately blew the whistle to stop the game. He stepped forward seriously to separate the players who were closing in on Alan. Ramos glared and kept trying to charge at Alan. Ramos and Modric are the closest in the team. Now that he saw his friend being fouled in such a way, his first instinct was to confront the culprit. Fortunately, Kaká grabbed Ramos in time, preventing the situation from escalating further. After examining Modric, the referee turned around and showed Alan Smith a red card. Alan Smith was sent off after only 3 minutes on the field. He regretted his action immediately afterward, knowing what it meant, especially since it was against a former teammate. So after the referee showed him the red card, he did nothing else but hang his head and walk off the field. Ferguson on the sidelines was also furious, making no move to comfort him. It could be said that Alan's unnecessary action could have ruined Manchester United's efforts for the entire season. With more than 10 minutes left in the game, the team was down by 1 goal, and now they were down to 10 men. This was a devastating blow for Manchester United, who were eager to equalize. Modric's injury was not serious. He received emergency treatment on the sidelines and then returned to the field. The game restarted, and Jiang Feng noticed that Manchester United's morale was not as high as before. Many players looked confused. "We've got this game in the bag. Manchester United has no chance at all," Jiang Feng said confidently to Mo Shais. With one less player, Manchester United clearly had little chance of a comeback, while Leeds United executed their counter-attacking tactics more thoroughly. In the 89th minute, after a series of one-touch passes between Ronaldo and Kaká in the attacking third, Ronaldo suddenly delivered a long pass over the top of the net, sending the ball behind the Manchester United defenders. The instant Ronaldo passed the ball, Ibrahimovic accelerated and arrived at the ball's landing point almost simultaneously with Ferdinand, who had turned around. Knowing he had lost a shooting opportunity, Ibrahimovic didn't force a shot, but instead stretched out his right foot to volley the ball behind him. Kaká took aim and unleashed a powerful volley from the edge of the penalty area, the ball striking the ball precisely. Like lightning, it nestled into the top right corner of the goal, watched by Barthez. 2-0. In the 90th minute, Kaká sealed the victory for Leeds United with a stunning long-range strike. When he saw the goal, Ferguson was already sitting on the bench with a blank expression. Kaká was extremely excited after scoring. Instead of celebrating with both hands pointing to the sky, he sprinted to the sidelines and tackled Jiang Feng to the ground. Leeds United players then surrounded him and pounced on him one by one. At that moment, no one cared about Jiang Feng's screams at the bottom of the crowd. Even Mo Shais and David rushed over, which shows how happy and excited the Leeds United players were about this goal. Meanwhile, many Leeds United fans in the stands had tears streaming down their faces. Gradually, the cheers of Emperor, Emperor, Emperor resounded once again in unison throughout Elland Road. Many of the older Leeds United fans seemed even more excited. This season, Leeds United fans had endured too much, and now all of that was being released. At the beginning of the season, the team was acquired, and although Jiang Feng's performance was outstanding, many people still had doubts about it. Later, the team made a lot of transfer deals and brought in many unknown players, which deepened these doubts. As the team's performance became more and more stable, these doubts faded a little. Now, with the team surpassing Manchester United to become the top team in the standings for the first time this season, Jiang Feng has completely conquered the city, and these doubts have completely disappeared from the sky above Elland Road Stadium. This victory brings Leeds United closer to their first ever Premier League title, and they feel like they already have the trophy in their hands. With 3 minutes of added time remaining, the referee blew the final whistle, and Leeds United defeated Manchester United 2-0 at home. This victory not only avenged their loss to the same opponent in the first half of the season, but also put them 2 points ahead of Manchester United in the standings, taking the top spot for the first time this season. Chapter 263, End of Season. When the referee blew the final whistle, Jiang Feng immediately approached Ferguson with a smile, adopting the posture of a victor. However, Ferguson didn't give him a chance at all, turning around and heading straight for the team's locker room without even glancing at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand and touched his nose. "That old guy has no manners at all. I was going to comfort him," Jiang Feng said to Mo Shais as they returned to their side. "Are you trying to comfort him? You're just rubbing salt into his wounds," Mo Shais said, rolling his eyes at Jiang Feng. "Is it that obvious?" After walking down to the stands with the players and interacting with the fans for a while, everyone returned to the locker room. Jiang Feng arrived at the press conference. When he arrived, there was a cacophony of camera shutters clicking, and the flashes were so intense that Jiang Feng had to cover his eyes. After both head coaches sat down, the press conference officially began. "Sir Alex, Manchester United were dominated by Leeds United from the very beginning of the match. Did Manchester United lose to their opponents in terms of pre-match tactical arrangements?" The first reporter to stand up asked a question that hit the nail on the head. "I don't think it was a failure in tactical arrangement. It's just that the opponent was better prepared for this match. So, does Manchester United losing this game mean they've lost the league title this season?" "I admit that losing this game means we've dropped to second place in the standings, but the league isn't over yet. It's too early to say we've lost all hope of winning the title. Everything will be clear once the league is completely over." Although Ferguson still refused to admit that they had lost the league title, everyone present knew that Manchester United, having lost this match, only had a theoretical chance of winning the league title this season. Leeds United were absolutely not going to give up the opportunity they had already secured, unless a miracle happened. "Sir Alex, who do you think bears the most responsibility for this loss? Or who should be held accountable for this defeat?" "As the team's head coach, the responsibility for the loss is mine." Ferguson had no intention of continuing to engage in pleasantries with the reporters present. After briefly addressing the question, he left the scene. After Ferguson left, reporters started targeting Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng was not complacent because of the victory and remained humble, saying that the league was not over yet. Leeds United still had 2 rounds left, and it was too early to talk about the championship. The day after their league match against Manchester United, Leeds United regrouped to prepare for their second leg of the UEFA Cup semi-final, which will be played 3 days later on April 21st. Leeds United will host Celtic at their home ground. The day after the match against Manchester United, the game made the front page of major English media outlets. Leeds United was the talk of the town, with many praising them to the skies. That's how it is in sports. When you win, the media will rave about you, but when you lose, they will trample you underfoot and wish you were condemned to the deepest hell. Time quickly passed to the afternoon of April 21st. With less than 5 minutes to go before the match started, Elland Road Stadium was packed to capacity. Tens of thousands of Leeds United fans stood in their seats, shouting and cheering wildly. They were putting pressure on their opponents in their own way. Leeds United stadium attendance has remained very high this season, especially in the second half of the league. With the stability of their performance, Jiang Feng and his disciples have completely conquered this stadium and this city. The starting lineups for both teams in this match were exactly the same as those in the previous leg, and neither head coach made any adjustments. However, the tactics were completely different from the previous round. With a goal difference, Jiang Feng knew that Celtic had no other choice but to attack, and only by attacking could they have a chance to advance. Therefore, in terms of tactics at the start of the game, Jiang Feng was certain that O'Neill would make Celtic launch a frantic attack. So, in terms of tactical formation after the start of the game, Leeds United adopted a 4-5-1 formation for counterattack, with Ronaldo and Cameronese positioned as wingers. The match officially began with the referee's whistle. As Jiang Feng predicted, Celtic spread out their formation and launched a furious attack on Leeds United's defense after the match began. Facing Celtic's attack, Leeds United's defense remained very compact. With Leeds United committing heavy forces to midfield, the midfield battle between Leeds United and Celtic brought the game to a fever pitch. Leeds United's relentless high-pressing attack caused Celtic considerable trouble. Their forward-pressing formation allowed Leeds United to launch immediate and sharp counterattacks once they won possession in midfield. After about 10 minutes, Celtic, who had been relentlessly attacking, began to show signs of fatigue. Waves of ineffective attacks created a crack in the team's morale, leading to a potential collapse. Especially in the 21st minute of the match, after Ronaldo, Kaká, and Ibrahimovic launched a counterattack, Ibrahimovic finally scored a goal. When the referee blew the whistle to confirm the goal, Jiang Feng clearly observed the bewildered and helpless expressions on the faces of the Celtic players. Seeing this, even though the game had only been going on for a little over 20 minutes, Jiang Feng knew that there was no way anything could go wrong in this match. Having taken the lead, Leeds United executed their counter-attacking strategy flawlessly, while Celtic were completely outmatched, failing to make any impact in attack and struggling defensively. From the moment Ibrahimovic scored, the outcome of the match was already decided. After 90 minutes of intense play, Leeds United secured a 2-0 victory over Celtic at home, eliminating them 3-0 and earning a place in the final. In another semi-final match, Lazio, back in Italy, drew 0-0 with Porto at home. This meant that after 2 legs, Porto eliminated Lazio with an aggregate score of 3-1 and will face Leeds United in the final. Chapter 264 Premier League Champion. The 2002-2003 UEFA Cup final will be held on May 21st at the Stadio Olimpico in Seville, Spain. This match is also Leeds United's last game of the season. Before that, Leeds United still has 2 league games to play, so in terms of both time and schedule, Leeds United has plenty of time. In Jiang Feng's plan, after the league ends, Leeds United will have more than 10 days left. At that time, Jiang Feng will go to Spain a week in advance to conduct closed training in Seville. Jiang Feng is also very much looking forward to and attaches great importance to the upcoming match against Mourinho. However, to win this final, they must first resolve the league issues. Jiang Feng also hopes to bring the joy of winning the championship to the final. The good news for Leeds United is that they will be playing their remaining 2 league matches at home. The bad news is that compared to Manchester United, Leeds United has a strong opponent to face in their remaining 2 matches, Newcastle United in the 37th round. While Leeds United were fully preparing for this match, Ferguson employed various tactics to cause them trouble. He even offered a reward for Leeds United's next 2 opponents. In an interview, Ferguson said, "Newcastle United is a great team, and I believe they will uphold the spirit of fairness and justice in the history of the Premier League in this match." In fact, Ferguson said this because he was worried that Newcastle United would throw the game. Ferguson's words, amplified by media outlets close to Manchester United, put considerable pressure on Newcastle United, forcing manager Robson to step in and say the team would take the match seriously. When Jiang Feng, who was leading his team in intense preparations, was interviewed by reporters and informed of this matter, he responded, "I think the Premier League has always presented a fair and just image to everyone. So why would Sir Alex be worried about such a thing happening? I think 37 out of 38 Premier League teams would never do such a thing. Only a team like Manchester United would be worried about others doing the same thing, because they have done it before. This makes me wonder how many of the many league titles Manchester United has won were obtained through such means. I suggest everyone go back and look at the Premier League's historical records. I also suggest that the FA should intervene in this matter." Jiang Feng's words completely cornered Manchester United and Ferguson was furious after learning of Jiang Feng's response. Actually, Jiang Feng didn't want to care about these things, but he absolutely couldn't let the opportunity to cause trouble for Manchester United pass by. Neither Leeds United nor Jiang Feng will allow the league title to slip away. Now that they have the initiative in their hands, they absolutely cannot let it slip away again. On April 29th, the 37th round of the Premier League resumed. Leeds United, who were well-rested and playing at home, faced their opponent in this round, Newcastle United. The match officially started at 6 p.m. on the same day with a referee's whistle. Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup for this match after a week of rest and preparation. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, 2 center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Didier Drogba. Before the match even started, it attracted a lot of attention because it was related to the league title and was a key match between 2 strong teams in this round. Before the match, many people analyzed that this match was under great pressure for Leeds United. As a young team, it was the first time they had reached the top of the standings, and it was also the last moment of the season. Some people felt that Leeds United might not be able to withstand such pressure, and if they couldn't, they would be close to collapse, which might even affect their final match in the UEFA Cup. Some people, after analyzing the points of several teams, believe that Leeds United will definitely play very conservatively in this game, and that Jeong Fong will try his best to avoid making mistakes before looking for attacking opportunities. However, once the match started, Leeds United's performance delivered a resounding slap in the face to many who had underestimated them. Facing a Newcastle United team that also fielded its strongest lineup, Leeds United showed no intention of playing a defensive counter-attacking style from the very beginning of the match. After gaining possession, Leeds United used fluid attacks and high-intensity, fast-paced pressing to suppress Newcastle United from the very first minute, firmly controlling the rhythm of the game. This performance was indeed unexpected for some people. Less than half an hour into the match, Leeds United opened the scoring with a volley from just inside the penalty area, after receiving a cross from Quaresma. Then, during first-half stoppage time, Kaka continued to showcase his excellent form, receiving the ball near the center circle and dribbling past 4 Newcastle United defenders before passing to Ronaldo on the edge of the penalty area, allowing Ronaldo to score into an empty net from a tight angle. In just the first half, everyone following the game knew that Leeds United had already firmly grasped the 3 points, and Newcastle United, on whom Manchester United had placed high hopes, were utterly defeated. And that's exactly what happened in the actual match. Despite taking a 2-goal lead, Leeds United substituted Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaka, and Modric in the second half, but Newcastle United proved too much for them. Didier Drogba, starting in the second half, scored 2 goals in the 64th and 79th minutes, securing a 4-0 victory for Leeds United at Elland Road and taking all 3 points. Meanwhile, at another stadium in this round, Manchester United defeated Tottenham Hotspur 3-0. Leeds United still maintain a 2-point lead over Manchester United in the league standings, and the final round will determine the ultimate winner of this season's league title. The fact that the title race was kept close until the very last round is something the Premier League hasn't seen in recent years. This also shows how fierce the competition was this season. Not only was it a title battle between Leeds United and Manchester United, but even Arsenal, who were in 3rd place, only started to fall behind in the final rounds. Chapter 265 Premier League Champion 2. The real Leeds United was founded in 1919. In its history, Leeds United has won the English top-flight league title 3 times, in the 1968-69 season, the 1973-74 season, and the 1991-92 season. However, since the establishment of the Premier League, Leeds United has gradually declined and even incurred huge debts due to its eagerness for quick success. Therefore, winning the Premier League title was a historic achievement for Leeds United. All of this was brought about by Jeong Fong, and all the Leeds United fans are very grateful to Jeong Fong. Since the second half of the season, the cheers for the Emperor from the stands have never stopped whenever a match was held at Elland Road. With the final round of matches drawing ever closer, the suspense surrounding the ultimate champion is intensifying. However, Leeds United, at the center of this discussion, has refused all interviews and begun closed-door training for the upcoming match. Jeong Fong knew that no matter how eloquent the words were, in football, everything depended on results. Although the opponent in the last round was Fulham, a team weaker than himself, Jeong Fong dared not be careless in the slightest because of the importance of this match. Some media outlets have even reported that Manchester United offered a £3 million bounty to Fulham to thwart Leeds United's chances, though no one from Manchester United has confirmed this. However, Fulham's manager's declaration in an interview that they would give their all at Elland Road somewhat validated this statement. As time went on and the start of the match drew closer, a tense atmosphere spread throughout the Premier League. Finally, May 6th arrived, and the 38th and final round of the 2002-2003 Premier League season kicked off today. To ensure fairness, all 10 matches in this round will start simultaneously at 6 p.m. Furthermore, the FA has specially arranged high-profile referees for the matches between Leeds United and Manchester United, all of which demonstrates the importance the FA attaches to this round. Elland Road Stadium was packed to capacity today, and Jeong Fong had specially arranged for Norman to bring everyone from the entire Yachi Town youth training base to watch the game. Although the opponent was just an average team and the match was just an ordinary league game, the actual significance was very important. Jeong Fong wanted all Leeds United fans to share the joy of winning the championship. Because Leeds United held the initiative and only needed to avoid defeat to win the championship, the FA brought the league championship trophy to Elland Road before the match. By now, most Premier League fans are convinced that, barring a miracle, the league title will definitely go to Leeds United, because throughout the season, Leeds United's fighting spirit at Elland Road has been absolutely terrifying. Almost no one believed that Fulham could defeat Leeds United at this stadium. And that's exactly what happened. From the moment the referee blew the whistle to start the match, none of the Leeds United players on the field gave Fulham the slightest chance to make a successful save, and even the Fulham players were indeed fighting very hard for their chances. However, sometimes the gap in strength cannot be bridged simply by fighting harder. Less than 20 minutes into the match, Fulham, who had boasted before the game that they would do everything in their power to stop Leeds United, conceded a goal. Modric unleashed a stunning long-range shot from less than 30 meters out, opening the scoring for Leeds United and securing their victory. Then the 31st minute, Ronaldo's almost zero-angle lob shot from the penalty area extended the lead to 2 goals. At this moment, Ferguson, on the other side of the field, shook his head helplessly and dejectedly when he received this result and said to his assistant beside him, "It's too late. That kid won't miss such a good opportunity. We can only blame ourselves for making a mistake." Indeed, as Ferguson said, Manchester United arguably handed the championship to the club. In the first half of the season, Manchester United was unbeatable, dominating the standings. However, in the second half, they dropped points in some games they shouldn't have, which led to Leeds United overtaking them after the match. The match is still ongoing. In the final moments of the first half, Leeds United scored again. This time, Didier Drogba, who was starting for the team again, once again demonstrated his physical prowess as a beast in front of everyone, single-handedly holding off 2 defenders in the penalty area and heading the ball into the goal. The 3-0 scoreline after 45 minutes of play made Fulham's pre-match declaration of resistance a joke. Fulham's manager, unwilling to continue humiliating himself, signaled to Jong Fong that they had surrendered by substituting 3 key players during halftime. Upon receiving this signal, Jong Fong did not press the attack any further and substituted several key players, resulting in no further goals being scored in the second half. Thus, both sides tacitly turned the entire 45 minutes of the second half into garbage time. With more than 10 minutes left in the game, the Leeds United fans in the stands seemed to be unable to contain themselves. Looking around, almost all the Leeds United fans were already in their positions, and at this moment, the sound of the Leeds United anthem resounded louder and louder in the sky above Elland Road Stadium. Even the referee was unwilling to drag out the time too long. Originally, there were 3 minutes of added time, but the referee blew the whistle to end the game after only 1 minute of added time. As the whistle blew, all the Leeds United players and staff on the bench rushed onto the pitch, and the Leeds United fans in the stands probably would have also rushed onto the pitch if it weren't for the extra security measures implemented for today's match. After shaking hands with the Fulham coach in a very gentlemanly manner, Jong Fong also came onto the field to share the joy of winning the championship with his players. Meanwhile, on another pitch, Manchester United's match also ended. Although they defeated their opponents 5-0, it was all for naught. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Manchester United players, upon receiving the news, collapsed onto the pitch. Only Keane, with tears streaming down his face, was comforting his teammates. At this moment, Beckham looked bewildered at the heartbroken fans in the stand around Old Trafford. No one knew what this superstar, affectionately known as the heartthrob by the fans, was thinking at this moment. Chapter 266 Ambition. While Jong Fong was still celebrating the league title with the players, the stadium staff had already set up a stage where Leeds United would lift the Premier League trophy shortly. When Kaka, as the team captain, received the championship trophy from the FA chairman, the stadium erupted in cheers and shouts. At that moment, Leeds United fans felt like the happiest fans in the world. This season had been an absolute roller coaster for Leeds United fans. In the summer, the team's debt was exposed by the media, followed by a large number of players leaving Leeds United fans with no hope. It can be said that Leeds United fans were in the most pain at that time, helplessly watching their supported team slowly decline. Subsequently, Jong Feng's arrival and acquisition, the addition of a large number of new players, and the instigation of some media outlets once again put Leeds United in turmoil. However, as the season progressed, Leeds United's performance gradually rekindled the hopes of the Leeds United fans who had been in despair. Jong Fong gradually used his strength and achievements to make the young guard a terrifying force on the European stage once again. Now that Leeds United has won its first Premier League title in club history, all Leeds United fans feel like they're dreaming. And the one who brought all this to the team is Jong Fong, who is standing with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face as he watches his players. Gradually, the noisy stadium was filled with unified shouts once again. "Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Great Emperor!" These shouts gradually became the only sound in the stadium, as the fans used this method to tell everyone who brought all this honor. At this moment, all the FA award presenters had left the stage, leaving only Leeds United players inside Elland Road. The stage staff were already preparing to return the microphones. The next segment is for everyone to go up and give a speech expressing their feelings about winning the championship. Starting with the team, Captain Kaka. Every Leeds United first-team player said something like thanking Jeong Fong, who made his grand entrance as the last player to speak. Dear fans, hello. I am very proud to announce that we are the champions. We have paid a lot for this championship, and you have also paid a lot for this championship. So I want to tell you that the first people I want to thank are you. It is because of your support, tolerance, and understanding that we have won this championship. So on behalf of everyone in the club, I would like to thank you. After speaking, Jeong Fong bowed deeply to the surrounding stands. Jeong Feng's words brought tears to the eyes of many Leeds United fans in the stands, and those who couldn't get into the stadium but were standing in the square. In response to Jeong Fong, all the Leeds United fans applauded loudly, as if the stadium would be overturned. The second person I want to thank is the club staff. It is because of your hard work that we are able to focus more wholeheartedly on the game. After speaking, Jeong Fong turned around and bowed deeply in the direction of the club staff. Finally, I want to thank our players. Because you withstood all the pressure, endured the pain of injuries, and withstood the criticism and controversy from the outside world, you have achieved this honor. Thank you. Jeong Fong bowed deeply to the players, and upon hearing his words, almost all of them had tears in their eyes. My dear brothers and sisters, this is just the beginning. We have a very, very important game waiting for us. I hope that on May 22nd, right here, with all of us here, we will welcome our second championship of the season. What do you say? Okay. Everyone in the room shouted out their heartfelt wishes with all their might. The celebration ended after a brief moment on site, because in Jeong Feng's opinion, it was far from time to celebrate. For Leeds United, there was still a very important final waiting for them this season. The day after the league ended, the entire Leeds United team, led by Jeong Fong, departed from England for Spain for one of the last 2 matches of the season in Europe. Currently, there are only 2 matches left in Europe. One is the 2002 to 2003 UEFA Cup final at the Stadio Olimpico in Seville, Spain, between Leeds United from the English Premier League and Porto from the Portuguese Primeira Liga. The other is the 2002 to 2003 UEFA Champions League final at Old Trafford in England on May 29th, between Juventus and AC Milan from Serie A. Leeds United can be considered the last fig leaf for English football in European competitions this season. So when the entire Leeds United team departed for Spain, almost all the English media outlets were cheering them on. Many media outlets were touting Leeds United's record and strength, and some tabloids even hailed Leeds United as the glory of English football this season. Some people were even already envisioning Leeds United becoming double champions. For them, Porto from the Portuguese league is no match for Leeds United. A team that doesn't belong to the top 5 leagues, even if they have more experience in European competitions than Leeds United, is still not a threat to them. At that time, no one in English football rationally looked back at Porto's path to the UEFA Cup that season and realized that the teams that fell to them were not all unknowns. At 3 p.m. on May 12th, the entire Leeds United team arrived in Seville, the capital of the Andalusia region of Spain. The final was to be held in this city, but not at the Juan Stadium, the home ground of the local La Liga team Seville. Instead, it was at another multi-purpose stadium in Seville, the Seville Olympic Stadium. This stadium was completed in 1999 and hosted the World Athletics Championships held in Spain that year. In fact, this stadium was built by Spain in preparation for bidding to host the 2004 Olympics, but after the bid failed, both local teams refused to accept the stadium. This UEFA Cup final is the second time this stadium has hosted an intercontinental match. After arriving in Seville and checking into their hotel, Leeds United visited the training ground of a local Seville team the following day. This was something they had agreed upon after securing a spot in the finals. The team in question was Real Betis, a La Liga club. Moreover, after learning about the club, Jeong Fong not only wanted to rent the training ground, but also hoped to discuss a deeper level of cooperation with the club's chairman. Chapter 267 Cooperation. Real Betis actually has a deep connection with England. Real Betis was founded in 1907 by a group of Seville youths who love football. However, it wasn't until 1914 that King Alfonso XIII of Spain bestowed the title of Real upon Betis, resulting in 2 teams in Spain. Then, the Englishman Henry Jones arrived. This Englishman, who loved Spanish football, helped merge the 2 teams into one, and Jones became the first club president in the history of Real Betis. Real Betis has won the La Liga title before World War II, and since then, they have been struggling in the lower half of the league, often fighting to avoid relegation. Although Real Betis has always been in the lower half of La Liga, they have great ambitions. After the 1998 World Cup, Real Betis brought in Brazilian international Denilson for a staggering $34.6 million, which can be said to have absolutely shocked the entire Spanish football world. However, perhaps it was a trick of fate, Denilson obviously failed to adapt to the Spanish culture after arriving in Spain, and his performance was completely unworthy of the price. After Zhang Feng led the team to the training ground, he explained the relevant training content to Moshais and others, and then, led by the staff, went to the chairman's office of Real Betis Club. "Hello, Mr. Lopez, I apologize for bothering you." Zhang Feng met with the president of Real Betis after being introduced by the staff. "Haha, no bother. Hello, Jiang, you're a celebrity all over Europe now. It's an honor to meet you." Lopez Andreo is the current owner of Real Betis. "Jiang, is there something you need that brings you here today? Do you have your eye on one of our players? Is it Joaquin? If it is, you're probably going to be disappointed today. Joaquin is not for sale." After arranging for Jiang Feng to sit down, Lopez asked, though to be honest, he couldn't figure out Jiang Feng's purpose. He wondered which of Betis' current players Jiang Feng was trying to buy, but then he thought that was unlikely. If it was for a particular player, he should have asked for an offer first, not come here to negotiate directly. Jiang Feng was speechless after hearing Lopez's words, but he could understand. To be honest, his reputation had indeed created that kind of impression. Jiang Feng knew Joaquin, whom Lopez mentioned. In his previous life, Joaquin was a very famous and excellent player in Spain, but he could not be called a superstar. Joaquin's full name is Joaquin Sanchez Rodriguez. He plays as a winger and can also play as an attacking midfielder. He was heavily used after joining Real Betis in the 2001 to 2002 season. Later, due to his excellent performance on the wing, he was taken to the 2002 World Cup by Spanish coach Camacho. However, he is best remembered for the disallowed goal by Joaquin assisting Morientes in the match against South Korea, as well as the scene where he missed a penalty kick later. Before the start of this season, Real Betis renegotiated Joaquin's contract, with a breach of contract fee of €6,000. Joaquin is currently the highest paid player in the Real Betis squad. "Mr. Lopez, I'm truly sorry, and I know that my intrusion has caused you inconvenience. However, I'm not here for the players. Joaquin is an excellent player, but he's not a good fit for us. So please rest assured, I'm not here to take any player away, but rather to discuss some collaborations with the chairman." Jiang Feng's words dispelled Lopez's concerns. "Oh, Jiang, what kind of cooperation?" Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Lopez's expression indeed relaxed. "Mr. Lopez, I've looked at Betis' information and I think we have a lot in common. We both want to build better teams, so I think we can have some deeper cooperation. As you know, I've been developing the club's youth training program, and you need a lot of excellent players to help you achieve better results. So we can definitely cooperate on this. Every year, we can loan some young players to Betis for free. You just need to guarantee them some playing time, and I can also guarantee that Betis has the right of first refusal for these players." "Jiang, I understand what you mean, but what I need to give in return?" "Mr. Lopez, I don't need you to give anything. I'm just doing this to provide more options and more playing time for the players in my youth academy." Lopez accepted Jiang Feng's proposal without any hesitation, given the opportunity. Many people may think that Jiang Feng made a losing deal, but in reality, Jiang Feng thought much further ahead, and his actions also solved a major problem. Since leaving the youth academy, Jiang Feng has frequently kept in touch with Hunter, so he is very familiar with the situation at Leeds United's youth academy. In less than 2 months, the number of players at Leeds United's youth academy has increased significantly, from more than 60 to less than 200. In addition to the talented players that Leeds United's scouting department has scouted from all over the world, most of these new players are from the Commonwealth. Especially after Leeds United won against Manchester United, fans all over the UK knew the power of the young guard, and many football-loving families sent their children to Yachi Town. This is the effect of Jiang Feng's name. According to Hunter's confession, a large portion of these children did not have the talent to become professional players, but there were still some who were considered B-level or A-level players by Hunter and his team. For Jiang Feng, a large portion of these players are unlikely to play for Leeds United, so their future is a big question. Moreover, a top-tier team often has its own satellite clubs or allied clubs and leagues in many countries around the world. Jiang Feng's purpose in coming today is to make Real Betis his allied club, and this is not the last one. Long ago, Jiang Feng instructed Brahim to find some satellite clubs and allies for the club. The Brazilian agent Mineiro and the Argentine agent Patronato were already satellite clubs of Leeds United in the world of football, and Leeds United had priority in purchasing the players in their teams. Jiang Feng hopes to have clubs in several European countries, so that many players at the Yachi Town training base will have more options when they can play for the senior team. Of course, this will also become one of the profit points for Leeds United. In short, use what you can use yourself, and sell what you can't use to others. Chapter 268 Porto. After finalizing the cooperation with Lopez, Jiang Feng led Leeds United into a closed-door, targeted training camp. As the match drew closer, the hype surrounding the game intensified, partly due to UEFA's influence, as UEFA also wanted to maximize the UEFA Cup's prestige. With 1 day to go before the start of the match, Leeds United also ended their closed training camp. In contrast, Porto arrived in Spain many days later. It can be said that Leeds United has more time to rest and recuperate. As the match draws near, the number of fans in Seville is increasing, and there have been several major clashes between Leeds United and Porto fans, which has put local police on high alert. Even UEFA directly contacted the English Football Association and the Portuguese Football Federation, asking them to regulate the behavior of fans. All of this clearly demonstrates that a tense atmosphere has already spread throughout Seville. On the day Porto arrived in Seville, Mourinho, during an interview with reporters, deliberately started a war of words between the two sides. I've never thought Leeds United was a strong team. On the contrary, I think they have a lot of weaknesses. The reason they won the Premier League title is just because they were very lucky. Based on my understanding of Premier League teams, I think Leeds United would only rank 5th or 6th in the Premier League. As for the upcoming final, I think there is no doubt about the final result. Porto will definitely have the last laugh. Mourinho's words instantly ignited the English football world. They not only belittled Leeds United, but also made a sweeping generalization, disparaging the entire Premier League. This has angered many English media outlets. However, after hearing Mourinho's words, Jiang Feng didn't seem too angry, because he knew that if he got angry, he would fall into the other party's trap. Mourinho's words seemed like random rants, but in reality, he wanted to make him angry so that he would lose his temper at the start of the game. However, these words were not entirely useless to Jiang Feng. Porto is definitely going to play a defensive counterattacking style. There's no doubt about that. Jiang Feng said confidently while discussing tactical arrangements with his coaching staff. Jiang, why are you so sure? Moshais asked curiously. 2 reasons. First, counterattacking is Porto's most frequently used tactic this season. So for such an important match, they will definitely choose what they are best at. Second, what he said to the reporters was meant to provoke us and our players so that we would attack relentlessly from the start, thus creating opportunities for their counterattacks. Therefore, I judge that they will definitely start with a counterattacking tactic. So you're still sticking with our tactics? Yes, let them see what attacking is, what total football is, and what counterattacking is. Haha, does he think Leeds United is like the teams he's faced before? From the start, I need to increase the speed so they don't have much time to think about tactics. I want to overwhelm them in the first half of the game. However, Porto's immediate pressing is also quite good, so our defense needs to speed up the passing this time as well. With the opening tactics finalized, all that's left is to wait for the match to officially begin. For Leeds United, everything is ready. It's just a matter of putting the game into practice. Time quickly came to the day of the match. At 4 p.m. on May 21st, 2003, everyone from Leeds United and Porto arrived at the stadium to begin their acclimatization training. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak the moment the players appeared. This match was also broadcast live in its entirety by China Television. For the same important competition, Jiang Feng's girlfriend, Qiu Zixuan, also came to the venue to cheer for her lover. Although the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, their relationship had only grown stronger. Qiu Zixuan told Jiang Feng that she had terminated her contract with her entertainment company and did not plan to renew it with any other entertainment company. She said that starting next year, she would be in England with Jiang Feng. It's fair to say that Jiang Feng was overjoyed to hear this news. Their professions and locations have always been the biggest obstacles to the development of their relationship. Hello everyone, I'm your host Wang Jinxiang. Welcome to this match brought to you by Huaxia TV. This is the final of the 2002 to 2003 UEFA Cup. The two teams facing off are Leeds United from the English Premier League and Porto from the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Sitting next to me is our old friend, Coach Zhang Lu. Coach Zhang, please say hello to the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Lu. I'm very happy to be commentating on this match with Teacher Huang today. Coach Zhang, it's been a long time since we broadcast Coach Jiang Feng's games live, hasn't it? Yes, we haven't broadcast any of Jiang Feng's matches live since he acquired Leeds United. We can only watch some of them from videos. What do you think of today's match, Coach Zhang? To be honest, I'm optimistic about Leeds United. No matter what, I feel a strong sense of familiarity when I see the 4 big characters Tianlong group on the front of the Leeds United jersey. Haha, that's true. To be honest, Leeds United has more and more fans in China now. After all, it's a team controlled and managed by Chinese people. And as you said, it's really heartwarming to see jerseys with Chinese characters on the Premier League pitch. That's why Leeds United is becoming more and more popular in China. As for today's match, I think it's 60-40. Leeds United has a slight advantage, whether it's in terms of the individual strength of the players, the overall strength of the team, or the coach's on-field command and experience in dealing with major competitions. Leeds United has a slight advantage. However, we can't underestimate Porto. After all, they're the dominant team in the Portuguese league. All right, We now see that both teams' players and coaches have finished their field training and returned to their locker rooms. There's still half an hour before the match officially starts. Now let's enjoy some highlights from both teams in this UEFA Cup before getting back to the game. Meanwhile, inside the Seville Olympic Stadium, the atmosphere did not subside after the players returned to the locker room. Instead, fans from both sides began a clash directly, raising the atmosphere to a fever pitch once again. Chapitar 269-2. Finally, as the match time approached, the starting players from both sides were already standing in the players' tunnel, ready to take the field at any moment. Inside the stadium, traditional Spanish dances and the famous Spanish girl group Tomato Sauce were also performing to add to the excitement of the match. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the final match ended, and the starting players from both sides stepped onto the field under the guidance of the referee. As the players came into view, the noise from both sets of fans in the stands seemed to threaten to lift the stadium. Today, this stadium, which can hold less than 60,000 people, had about 20,000 fans from both Leeds United and Porto. The entire stadium was almost full, which shows that this match had attracted a lot of attention. One is a powerhouse in Portugal, and the other is a young team that has attracted a lot of attention this season. What kind of sparks will fly when these two clash? This suspense has attracted a lot of people's attention. After the entrance ceremony and the coin toss, the players from both sides took their places. There were still a few minutes before the match officially started, and the referee was checking his watch with the fourth official on the sidelines. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for Leeds United in this match was goalkeeper Cech, left back Abidal, right back Maicon, two center backs Chiellini and Ramos, defensive midfielders Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. For Porto, Mourinho's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Bea, defenders Paulo Ferreira, Carvalho, Jorge Costa, and Valente, midfielders Costinha dropping deep, Maniche, Deco, and Alechinov lined up in a row, and forwards Delry and Capuchin. Mourinho fielded a 4-1-3-2 formation. It's worth mentioning that Deco, whom Jiang Feng personally invited from Brazil when he first took over as head coach of Leyton Orient, eventually returned to where he started after Jiang Feng left. After Jiang Feng left Leyton Orient, Deco continued to play for Leyton Orient for another season before being brought to the Portuguese league by Porto for £5 million. Now, Deco has officially obtained Portuguese citizenship. Before the match started, after the players entered the field, Deco even went over to Jiang Feng and hugged him. Looking at Deco in front of him, Jiang Feng was also very emotional. After he left Leyton Orient, he never expected that Deco would still appear in Porto. He originally thought that Deco would continue to play for England. Our boss said he's definitely going to beat you this time, so be careful. Haha. All right, go back and tell him I'm waiting to see who has the last laugh. Tell him not to get beaten to tears by me later. Haha, I wouldn't dare say that. It's clear that Deco holds an absolute core position under Mourinho. However, Jiang Feng thinks that this would have been the case even without his presence. Porto, under Mourinho's guidance, is incredibly strong this season. Finally, the time for the match to begin arrived. At 6 p.m. on May 21st, the referee checked his watch and blew his whistle, officially starting the match. Dear viewers, the match has begun. What you are watching now is the 2002-2003 UEFA Cup final, brought to you by China Television. The team in white jerseys attacking from left to right is Leeds United, and the team in blue jerseys is Porto. Coach Zhang, just before the match started, we all saw a player from the Porto lineup run over to Jiang Feng. It seems the two are very familiar with each other. Yes, this player is Deco, a midfielder in Porto's starting lineup. We all know that Jiang Feng's first coaching team was Leyton Orient, and Deco was the core player of the team when Jiang Feng was coaching Leyton Orient. After Jiang Feng left Leyton Orient, Deco was taken away by Porto from Leyton. While Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu were chatting about some anecdotes about the two teams, the two sides on the field engaged in a fierce competition. Just as Jiang Feng predicted before the match, although Porto did appear to field an attacking formation, they actually executed a counter-attacking strategy once the game started. Maniche and Alechinov were basically on the same level as defensive midfielder Costinha when defending, and the two were positioned very close together. At times, Porto even gave the impression of having a three defensive midfielder formation, and Deco's position was also very deep. It seems the other side really intends to stick to defense. Jiang, you were right, Moshai said, standing next to Jiang Feng. Although Jose acted aggressively during the interview, the more aggressive he was, the more it showed that he was afraid of us. Moreover, Jose is a true pragmatist. Winning is his ultimate goal. As for how to win or by what score, it doesn't matter to Jose at all, Jiang Feng said. However, the opponent is indeed, as you said, their pressing intensity in the attacking third is very high. You two are very similar in this respect. but this has indeed caused us some trouble. It's okay. I never intended to win this game by relying on tactical coordination. I wanted to show the other side that when the players have an absolute advantage in strength, tactics are sometimes useless. Just as Jiang Feng said, he wanted to leave a deep impression on Mourinho in this match. After all, if there were no external forces, the special one will be playing in the Premier League next season. Jiang Feng hoped to leave him with some psychological trauma so that he could better exploit his weaknesses when they met again in the future. At this point, Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, shouted a few times to the players on the field and then made a gesture that only Leeds United players could understand. After seeing Jiang Feng's hand gesture, Kaka and the others relayed the message to their teammates one by one, ensuring that every Leeds United player received it. Mourinho, on the other side, also noticed the changes at Leeds United. Although he didn't yet know what those changes were, he remained alert and stood up from his seat to walk to the sidelines to observe the specific changes at Leeds United. Chapter 270, The New Double Champion. In fact, Jiang Feng's adjustments were very simple. First, he increased the speed of his passing and receiving. Second, he shifted the focus of the attack from the middle to the flanks. And most importantly, although Porto's defense on the flanks was very tight, Jiang Feng instructed Ronaldo and Quaresma to constantly use their individual skills to break through the opponent. This not only suppressed Porto's counterattacks, but also tied down Porto's central defense, relieving some of the pressure on Kaka and Modric. Ultimately, Jiang Feng's strategy was not to engage in tactical battles with the opponent, but rather to leverage the superior strength of his players to defeat them. In the 18th minute of the match, something that happened on the field cast an even deeper shadow over Mourinho's mind. When Costinha was receiving a pass from Deco, he suddenly collapsed to the ground unmarked. After the referee stopped the game, the team doctor confirmed that he could not continue. Porto was forced to make a substitution shortly after the start of the match, with Ricardo Costa replacing Costinha, who was suffering from a recurrence of an old injury. In the 27th minute of the match, Jiang Feng's adjustments played a crucial role. Abidal suddenly appeared in the middle and, together with Aquilani, intercepted the ball from Deco's feet. He then launched a long ball from his spot to Maicon, who was making a forward run down the right flank. Maicon, who had the ball, was blocked by Alexev near the halfway line. However, Maicon had no intention of getting entangled with the opponent and directly passed the ball to Kaka. Kaka did not stop the ball and made a wide pass with the ball's trajectory, sending it to Ronaldo on the left wing. From his center to the right and back to the left, this series of wide-ranging passes created a gap in Porto's defense. Ronaldo received the ball and flicked it up with his right foot, then dribbled past Valente with a very delicate flick, shaking off his opponent's defense. Ronaldo then accelerated forward along the left flank, and when he reached the byline, he suddenly cut inside. This abrupt stop left Valente, who was chasing behind him, with no time to react, and he rushed out of bounds. By the time he turned around to chase back, he was already several steps behind Ronaldo. Ronaldo's entry into the penalty area forced Jorge Costa to abandon his original position and move forward to defend him. He didn't dare to make any big moves and could only try to block Ronaldo's passing lanes. However, to his surprise, Ronaldo's passing route was neither towards the goal nor towards Ibrahimovic inside the penalty area. Instead, he sent the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where there were no Leeds United players before. Suddenly, a Leeds United player wearing a white jersey appeared from the back row and unleashed a powerful shot at the ball. The football flew like lightning towards the top left corner of the goal. Porto goalkeeper Bea stretched his body in the air and tried his best to block the ball, but the power and angle of the shot were extremely tricky, and the ball grazed the post and went into the goal. 1-0 in the 29th minute, Leeds United took a one-goal lead. Modric scored the goal. In fact, from the moment Abidal and Aquilani successfully intercepted the ball, Leeds United's attack was like a precision machine running at full speed. Everyone involved in the attack in the midfield and forward positions was strictly executing the running routes that they had practiced countless times in training. The reason why Modric was able to shoot unmarked at the end was because during the continuous ball movement, Leeds United made Porto's defense focus on their flanks, thus neglecting the defense in the middle. In addition, Kaka's off-the-ball movement drew away the limited defensive attention in the middle, resulting in Modric having ample time to shoot. Although Modric scored the goal, the entire attack that resulted in the goal was thanks to the efforts of everyone in Leeds United's attacking line. The day after Leeds United won the Premier League title, Ferguson said in a media interview that Manchester United's off-the-ball movement tactics were the most sophisticated in the past, but now Leeds United has surpassed Manchester United in this aspect. Ferguson gave several detailed examples to illustrate this point. And the person who can best understand this feeling right now is Mourinho, who stands on the other side with a blank expression. The moment Modric scored, Mourinho felt a deep sense of helplessness. Through that attack, he knew that victory was slipping further and further away. Leeds United's 11 players on the field, in every position, had some advantage over Porto. He also saw what Jiang Feng's adjustments were, but there was nothing he could do. Sometimes the gap in player ability is not easily bridged. At that moment, Mourinho even wondered what he would achieve if he were in charge of the Leeds United players. The game unfolded exactly as Mourinho had predicted. After taking the lead, the game became very awkward for Porto, because falling behind meant that their pre-match defensive counterattacking tactics were completely ineffective. On the other hand, after taking the lead, Leeds United quickly tightened their formation. Jiang Feng's intention was very clear. Come on, it's your turn to attack. Mourinho had no choice but to adjust his tactics according to Jiang Feng's instructions, because this was the final, and losing by 1 goal or losing by 10 goals meant the same thing. Ultimately, Porto, being led by the nose, could not change the final result of the match. In the end, at the Stadio Olimpico in Seville, after 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United easily defeated Porto 2-0 to win the UEFA Cup title this season. This is Jiang Feng's second UEFA Cup title in his coaching career. When the referee blew the final whistle, Jiang Feng walked up quickly with a smile and grabbed Mourinho's hand. "Jose, you admit it." Jiang Feng gripped him tightly and could feel Mourinho trying to pull his hand away, but after a few attempts, he gave up struggling when he saw it was futile. "If your skill level is similar to my players, you won't win. Jose, you can find some good players too. Why don't you come to Leeds United, and I'll give you the head coach position." Mourinho looked at Jiang Feng with an expression as if he were an idiot, without answering Jiang Feng's question. "Seriously, Jose, I think the two of us together are absolutely invincible. Think it over carefully, I'm serious." After saying that, Jiang Feng turned and walked onto the field to share the joy of the championship with his players. Mourinho, on the other hand, was stunned by Jiang Feng's words. Chapter 271 Revenue. Jiang Feng didn't turn around. He could guess what Mourinho's expression was like. Although his words were mostly a joke, there was still that thought in them. Jiang Feng's previous encounter with Mourinho and his subsequent meeting with Abramovich gave him many ideas about the future development of Leeds United. Jiang Feng felt that with his memories from his previous life and the help of the system, he could actually do more and didn't necessarily have to limit himself to the position of head coach. At the Stadio Olimpico in Seville, Leeds United experienced their second awards ceremony of the season, and amidst thunderous applause and cheers from the stands, they secured their second title of the season. This was also Leeds United's first UEFA Cup title in the club's history. In his first season at Leeds United, Jiang Feng added 2 heavyweight trophies to the club's trophy room. Such achievements made Jiang Feng a hot coach in Europe. Leeds United was once again the most popular team in Europe, and the title of Young Guard once again resounded in the European football world. The day after the match against Porto, Leeds United returned to Leeds City from Spain by chartered plane. When the team bus arrived at the square in front of Elland Road Stadium, thousands of Leeds United fans gathered there to welcome their heroes home. When the bus stopped and Jiang Feng and Kaka stepped off hand in hand, the Leeds United anthem rang out throughout the stadium. Countless fans had tears of excitement on their faces. After the glory days of the 1970s, Leeds United had gradually declined, and countless fans were looking forward to its revival. Now, they finally saw hope, and how could they not be excited? Today, the entire city of Leeds was completely engulfed in revelry. After a day of revelry, Jiang Feng, who had participated in the celebration with everyone, finally returned home. "I'm exhausted, darling." As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Feng hugged Qiu Zixuan. "Oh dear, what's that smell on you? Go wash up quickly, I've made dinner." Smelling the mixed smell of beer and champagne on Jiang Feng, Qiu Zixuan hurriedly pushed Jiang Feng towards the bathroom. The two of them enjoyed this rare moment of alone time. After dinner, they sat on the sofa, embracing each other and chatting. This was a scene that Jiang Feng had always longed for. "Darling, are you really going to retire from the entertainment industry?" Jiang Feng asked, holding Qiu Zixuan in his arms and smelling her hair. "Well, although this is my career, I still hope to be with you every day." "Okay, then we'll be together every day. If you get bored, you can help out at the club." After a night's rest, Jiang Feng arrived at the club early the next day. All the team players would gather today to begin their holiday. Everyone arrived at the club's conference room at 9 a.m. "Hey guys, the holidays have started. How's it going? Having fun? Happy? Boss, we can't wait. All right, so I won't waste any more words. I wish you all a pleasant holiday. The prize money for the league championship and the UEFA Cup has been deposited into everyone's accounts, so you can enjoy your holiday to the fullest. But please take good care of yourselves. Don't forget you are professional players. If you don't meet the standards during the checkup at the end of the holiday, don't blame me for being impolite." "All right, meeting adjourned." Jiang Feng looked at the smiling group of people in front of him and ended his speech. "Ricardo, are you going back to Portugal? What's wrong? You seem distracted. Ronaldo, Kaka, and Ibrahimovic walked out of the meeting room with a smile. Everyone was discussing how to spend their holiday. Ronaldo noticed his compatriot Quaresma, looking preoccupied, and quickly went over to ask, Cristiano, I'm not going back. I need to see the boss about something. Okay, we'll be going now. Cristiano Ronaldo walked away with Ibrahimovic and the others with a puzzled look on his face. Quaresma looked somewhat conflicted as he watched his teammates leave happily. Zlatan, what happened to Ricardo? I don't know, never mind him. How are you going to spend your holiday? How about we go on a trip together, said the carefree bookie. Cristiano, I reckon Ricardo is leaving. I heard he didn't renew his contract with the team. Kaka chimed in from the side. What? Who told you that? Why? Aren't we all doing fine here? Ronaldo was somewhat incredulous upon hearing the news. I don't know, I only heard from others in private. Oh well, never mind, I have to go back and pack my bags to go back to Brazil. I have to go on a trip with my girlfriend, Ronaldo said. Damn, what a heartless guy when it comes to women. Ronaldo was greeted by Ibrahimovic and Kaka raising their middle fingers. The three of them tacitly avoided mentioning Quaresma again because they believed that Jiang Feng would handle these matters, and none of them wanted to leave. In fact, after Quaresma changed his agent this season, they felt that their teammate was no longer the same as before. Originally, all four of them were represented by Mendes, but during Quaresma's injury, he terminated his agency contract with Mendes, and his current agent is one of Quaresma's cousins. Back in his office, Jiang Feng was organizing documents. Although the players could have a break after the season ended, the club actually had even more work to do. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Feng looked up and saw that it was Quaresma. Jiang Feng knew why he had come. After failing to reach an agreement with Quaresma on contract renewal last time, Jiang Feng had been waiting for him. Ricardo, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Jiang Feng asked knowingly. Actually, Quaresma's contract still has 2 years left to expire, and the previous contract renewal wasn't just for him. It was a contract renewal that Jiang Feng made by adjusting the salary structure of the entire team. A total of 13 players in the Leeds United first team renewed their contracts, but Quaresma's contract renewal was not completed. Boss, I came here because Quaresma stammered. Ricardo, it's okay. Just say what's on your mind. Boss, I want to leave Leeds United. Quaresma paused for a moment before finally stating his purpose. Ricardo, is this Inter Milan? Why? You should know you've always had a place here with me. Is it because of your salary? Jiang Feng asked calmly. 3 days after failing to reach an agreement with Quaresma on a contract extension, Leeds United received an offer for Quaresma from Inter Milan in Serie A. Jiang Feng rejected it outright for 2 reasons. First, the offer was too low. Second, the team was in a stable period at the time, and Jiang Feng did not want any negative factors to affect the team. Chapter 272 Profits 2. Boss, I still want to go out and see what it's like, not just because of the money. They promised me that if I go, I'll be the main force. All right, Ricardo, since you've made up your mind, I will respect it. After all, you've been with me for several years. But telling them 15 million is definitely not enough. I think that transfer fee is not respectful enough for you. Just tell them that if they want to take you away, they must offer a price that matches your value. I understand, boss, thank you. I will always remember the days I spent by your side. Without you bringing me out, I wouldn't be where I am today. No need to be so polite, Ricardo. I should be thanking you. Without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Since you decided to take the plunge, go for it bravely. If things don't work out, you're welcome to come back. Quaresma's eyes reddened after hearing Jiang Feng's words. Ever since Jiang Feng brought him out of Sporting Lisbon, he had followed Jiang Feng from the second division to the Bundesliga and back to the Premier League. Over the past few seasons, the three of them had developed a deep friendship. The day after dealing with Quaresma's situation, Inter Milan sent a new offer to Leeds United, 20 million euros. The two sides immediately began negotiations, and after 3 days of talks, they reached an agreement for Quaresma to transfer to Inter Milan for a final transfer fee of 23.8 million euros. Since the summer transfer window has not yet opened, the two sides have only reached an agreement. The official announcement will not be made until June 1st, 2003, when the summer transfer window opens. On May 29th, the Champions League final took place at Old Trafford. This Italian derby was incredibly intense, with both sides failing to score after 120 minutes. The match went to a penalty shootout, where AC Milan emerged victorious. Dida saved 3 penalties, while Juventus goalkeeper Buffon saved 2. AC Milan ultimately defeated Juventus 3-2 to win the 2002-2003 Champions League title. The end of this match also marked the end of the 2002-2003 season in Europe, with all teams entering their summer break, which also signifies the official start of the new summer transfer window. On May 30th, in the Leeds United club's meeting room, all the heads of various departments of Leeds United, including Ridsdale, Bremer, Silvio, Moshais, David, Norman Hunter, and Ruard were seated in their respective positions. Ladies and gentlemen, the season has come to an end, and the new transfer window is about to begin. Today's meeting is to discuss our development over the past season and the club's development plans for the next season. Jiang Feng said in a brief opening statement. Currently, the entire youth training base has a total of 147 players, of which 28 are over 16 years old. Teams for all age groups have been formed. The base can accommodate 300 people. We plan to continue to recruit talent next season. Overall, our youth training has already gained a great reputation. The only difficulty now is that some players have reached the age for signing contracts, but they need matches to gain experience. This is easy to solve. We have already established cooperative relationships with Real Betis in La Liga, Atlético Mineiro in Brazil, Panatrotu in Argentina, and Ferreira in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. Suitable players can be sent over on loan. This was part of the cooperation agreement we signed. You and Mr. Norman can discuss the specific arrangements for Andreas. Okay, no problem. Silvio, what are our specific revenue and expenditure figures for this season? Sir, last season, excluding the cost of acquiring Leeds United shares, our investment in the club was 58 million euros. Of this, 29.8 million euros was invested in the youth academy, 9.8 million euros in Professor Ruard's testing facility, and the rest was for player salaries and bonuses. On the revenue side, we received 40 million euros from player transfers and spent 68 million euros on player transfers. However, the transfer fee from Inter Milan arrived in full yesterday, and the revenue from the Premier League and the UEFA Cup also arrived in full last week. So, we currently have approximately 50 million euros in cash in our accounts. After listening to Silvio's report on the team's finances, almost everyone present smiled. Although the cash on hand was certainly not enough to pay off all the debts, the fact that the club had managed to turn a near-bankrupt club around in just one season showed that the club's development strategy was sound. There's no need to worry about the debt. I've already spoken with several banks, and everyone can see how well we're doing now. So the banks have postponed the loan repayment dates again. Ridsdale continued. I don't plan to buy any more players this summer, but I also won't sell any. Basically, all the player contract renewals have been completed. Everyone, I have an idea. What do you think? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, everyone looked at him. In fact, everyone had already guessed that Jiang Feng did not plan to bring in new players this summer. The club's recent contract renewal activities were all in preparation for this summer. Our stadium is too old and, in my opinion, too small, with a capacity of less than 40,000 people. As you can see, almost every home game we have many fans who can't get into the stadium and have to stand in the plaza outside. Another important point is that the stadium's facilities are very outdated in my opinion. So I hope to carry out a major overhaul of the stadium. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Jiang, how big of a surgery are you talking about? Our current funds probably can't support such a major surgery, Silvio asked. Jiang, we had a plan for a stadium before, but many people in the club wanted to move away from Elland Road. My plan was to move Leeds United away from Elland Road and build a new stadium in Skelton. However, the plan was shelved due to the club's financial problems. Now, the major overhaul you're talking about is staying at Elland Road or moving away. Ridsdale asked, I think it's better to stay at Elland Road. This stadium has witnessed the growth of Leeds United. I've done some research on it, and you could say it's closely related to the rise and fall of Leeds United since its founding. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to completely abandon it, Jiang Feng said. Chapter 273, Elland Road Stadium. My plan is to build the stands first, one by one, and then build the surrounding facilities. We can build hotels, restaurants, bars, casinos, and some specialty stores around the stadium, forming a comprehensive complex that integrates clothing, food, housing, transportation, entertainment, and more. The stadium's current capacity is less than 40,000 people, and my plan is that after the renovation, Elland Road Stadium can reach 60,000 people. Jiang Feng described his plan to everyone present. Jiang, this is equivalent to rebuilding a stadium. Have you calculated how much the budget will be? Ridsdale asked first. I know it's impossible to complete this plan with the current finances, but I don't want to build all at once. That's why I disagreed with moving to a new stadium. If we abandon Elland Road and build a new one, it will require a huge upfront investment. But if we gradually improve the existing facilities at Elland Road, it will only take us a little more time. For example, we could start by building the interior of the stadium this year. I believe the club's profits will definitely improve. Next season, we'll be competing in the Champions League. With the team's strength, even if we don't win the championship, I can at least guarantee a quarterfinal finish. That will bring in even more revenue next season. Also, although building the stadium will make things difficult for us for the next 2 years, it's something that will bring long-term benefits to the club, Jiang Feng explained. All right, Jiang, I have to admit you've won me over. What do you need me to do? Ridsdale was the first to agree to Jiang Feng's plan. There really is something we need you to do. Once we finish the interior construction of the stadium, we will need to contact the municipal government to build the supporting facilities around it. We need their support to do it, and among all of us, only you can do that. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. After settling this matter, Jiang Feng continued to discuss some issues related to the club's development. Overall, Leeds United's development this season has been evident to everyone. The revenue that Silvio mentioned just now does not include the sponsorship fees. Tianlong Group, as the club's main sponsor, receives €6 million per year. Because of Leeds United's performance this season, Silvio has been looking for other sponsors for the club recently. It can be said that Leeds United is now a money-making machine, and Jiang Feng's biggest source of confidence is the youth training base in Yachi Town. Jiang Feng reaped the benefits of this deal, just like with Quaresma's transfer. Jiang, are you really planning not to make any personnel changes during the summer transfer window? After the meeting, Bremer and Moshais didn't leave. After everyone else had left, Bremer asked, "Yes, I've thought about it. You see, this summer's European transfer market is probably the most active in recent years. Actually, there have been some personnel adjustments. Quaresma's departure has weakened the team's right flank. We've called up someone from the youth team to be Cameronesi's backup. Also, next season's schedule will definitely be more congested than this season. So, to prepare for next season's matches, I'll go back and make a list. Andreas, once we get the list, we'll arrange for the club to acquire the players on the list. I'll still prefer to use some young players who aren't well known. My estimated budget is around €10 million. Jiang, how do you know there's something interesting going on in this summer's transfer market? Share any insider information you have." Moshais was more interested in what Jiang Feng had said at the beginning. Silvio should have received the news by now. They'll probably announce it soon. Chelsea has a new owner, a super rich man. He'll be a real troublemaker in the transfer market this summer. To be honest, if Ricardo hadn't been with me for so many years, I would have definitely delayed his transfer to Inter Milan. Let me tell you, if I had delayed it until Chelsea started making a fuss, Quaresma's value would have increased significantly. You mean Chelsea will drive up prices this summer? Absolutely. I've met with the owner, and he's a tycoon who doesn't care about money. You have to understand, Chelsea will only be playing in the UEFA Cup next season, and it's not even a top club. So how can they attract star players? They can only do it by throwing money around. And don't forget, Chelsea's Italian manager comes from Serie A. When he wants to buy star players, they basically come from Serie A and the Premier League first. Finally, don't forget the Spaniard who shouted one superstar a year in the ever-changing transfer market. So I predict that the European transfer market won't be quiet this summer. Jiang Feng's words were actually just him showing off using his memories from his previous life, but it was indeed true. The Russians taking over Chelsea in the Premier League was no secret. Before the Champions League final, the Sun broke the news that the Russians were about to take over Chelsea. Jiang Feng estimated that the acquisition should be basically completed by now, and the announcement should be made in the next few days, since the transfer market will be open soon. Although there are many big names in the transfer market this year, Jiang Feng knows that the Premier League football bubble is about to begin this summer, so he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Although he needs to make some player additions, he still hopes to develop quietly on the sidelines while everyone else is attracted by those big-name stars. While Jiang Feng was chatting with Brahim and Moshais, Abramovich was also sitting in the boss's chair in the Chelsea club's office, with Zahavi and Chelsea manager Ranieri in front of him. Although Abramovich was not entirely satisfied with Ranieri, he reluctantly accepted him after being persuaded by Zahavi. Claudio Ranieri, an Italian manager who favors the Italian chain defense, is one of the reasons why Abramovich dislikes him. Abramovich prefers teams like Leeds United, who play a total football style and can produce fluid and exciting attacks. Therefore, he certainly doesn't like Ranieri's emphasis on counterattacking. Ranieri is known as the Tinkerman by many fans. His coaching career started in Italy, then moved to La Liga, and now he's in the Premier League. Ranieri's coaching career has never had any outstanding achievements, which is also why Abramovich looks down on him. Zahavi played a significant role in allowing Zahavi to remain in his position despite Abramovich's displeasure, as finding a suitable head coach was extremely difficult, given Abramovich's criteria were based on Jiang Feng's performance. This frustrated Zahavi, who, realizing he couldn't fulfill Abramovich's expectations, could only persuade him to use Ranieri first. Chapter 274 Waving Checks. Mr. Claudio, what are your plans for the upcoming season? Abramovich asked. Hello, sir. The team is still in the process of personnel transition. If we want to achieve good results next season, we need to acquire some strong players. I don't lack money, but I love championships and I love winning. You make a list and give it to Pini, and he will bring all the players you want. Sir, is any player acceptable? Ranieri was taken aback by Abramovich's words and asked doubtfully. Mr. Claudio, any player is fine. I think you know which players the team lacks. As I just said, I love winning, and I'm willing to spend any amount of money, but I only have one requirement. a championship. If you can achieve that, I can buy you any player on the planet. Okay, no problem, sir. I assure you, as long as we can buy the players I want, the championship is absolutely no problem. Ranieri had never encountered such a generous owner before. He thought to himself, I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my entire life. This time, it's my turn to show off. Next, Pini and Zahavi became the busiest person at Chelsea and the focus of European football as he began a series of acquisitions that stunned the entire European transfer market, waving the Russian checkbook. On June 1st, Chelsea held a press conference to announce the successful acquisition of Chelsea by the Russians. At the press conference, Abramovich said, I gave Mr. Pini a blank checkbook. I only hope that he can buy back the players that Mr. Claudio needs. I don't care how much it costs. Abramovich's words were like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, immediately causing a huge uproar in Europe. Pini and Zahavi did not disappoint Abramovich, but to Jiang Feng's surprise, Chelsea, waving their checks, set their sights on Leeds United as their first target. On June 2nd, Pini and Zahavi announced in a high-profile interview that they had offered €130 million to acquire Leeds United players Ibrahimovic, Kaka, Ronaldo, and Cech. To be honest, Jiang Feng was even a little tempted when he received such an offer. Subsequently, Leeds United, through Bremer, announced that Kaka and 3 other players were not for sale, and Kaka and the others also appeared on camera to reject the possibility of joining Chelsea. Just as Jiang Feng had predicted, after realizing he couldn't acquire any Leeds United players, Pini and Zahavi, with Ranieri's list, launched a straightforward and aggressive acquisition campaign. Not every team can resist such a financial offensive. Pini and Zahavi's actions quickly yielded results. Glenn Johnson from West Ham United became the first player to join Chelsea's spending spree. On June 17th, Chelsea's official website announced the signing of Glenn Johnson. According to a report by The Sun, the deal cost Chelsea €8 million. The following day, Chelsea's official website announced the signing of Real Madrid player Jeremy, which cost Chelsea €9 million. However, Chelsea, known for its extravagant spending, did not satisfy these 2 transfers. After all, Glenn Johnson and Grimy were not particularly famous players, and for Abramovich, who like Florentino Perez, favored superstars, these 2 deals were insignificant. Just as Chelsea continued to swagger across Europe with their checkbook, The Sun broke a bombshell. Beckham wanted to leave Old Trafford, and The Sun's paparazzi even claimed that Real Madrid had already begun negotiations with Manchester United. It was only then that people noticed Florentino Perez, who had always stirred up trouble in the transfer market. This Spaniard had once said he planned to have 1 superstar a year. After seeing The Sun's report, everyone realized that besides the Russian, there was another big player in the transfer market. The day after The Sun broke the story, Pini Zahavi once again made a high-profile announcement that Chelsea had submitted a transfer offer to Manchester United for Beckham, with a bid of €50 million. It's fair to say that the European transfer market this summer has been incredibly competitive from the moment it opened. While everyone's attention was focused on giants like Chelsea, Manchester United, and Real Madrid, Jiang Feng quietly arrived in Barcelona, Spain, with his girlfriend. Jiang Feng's target this time was Lionel Messi, currently at La Masia's youth academy. This player, who in his previous life could be considered one of the world's strongest footballers alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, was someone Jiang Feng had always wanted to bring under his wing. However, Jiang Feng knew Messi was different from Ronaldo. He could have easily snatched Ronaldo from Manchester United long ago, but Messi's feelings for Barcelona were different from others. Therefore, Jiang Feng wouldn't act rashly without a certain degree of certainty in acquiring Messi. Jiang Feng remembered that Messi would sign his first professional contract with Barcelona this year, and he recalled that the release clause for that contract was €30 million, demonstrating Barcelona's high regard for Messi. This year is arguably the best time to bring Messi into the team. If they can't sign him this year, it will be much more difficult to do so later. Jiang Feng knows that there's another big fish in this year's transfer market that has attracted the attention of many teams. Ronaldinho from Brazil. Faced with the pursuit of many top clubs, Jiang Feng knows that Barcelona will have to pay a heavy price if they want to finally acquire Ronaldinho. In his previous life, Jiang Feng remembered that Ronaldinho's transfer fee to Barcelona was over €30 million. Now, in order to stir up the market, Jiang Feng has had Bremen announce in a high-profile manner that they are willing to offer €35 million to buy Ronaldinho. Manchester United and Barcelona, who were originally determined to get Ronaldinho, immediately became nervous. This is also the reason why Beckham's transfer has been hyped up so much recently. In fact, in his previous life, Manchester United wanted to use Beckham's transfer fee to bring in Ronaldinho, but Barcelona succeeded and they could only bring in Cristiano Ronaldo instead. After Leeds United got involved in Ronaldinho's transfer, Chelsea, who had been looking to add a star player, also set their sights on Ronaldinho. Pini said in an interview that Chelsea was willing to offer 40 million euros to buy Ronaldinho. It can be said that Chelsea's nouveau riche behavior has greatly annoyed Manchester United and Barcelona. After seeing this, Paris Saint-Germain, where Ronaldinho plays, immediately began to observe. Zhang Feng was certain that Barcelona would do everything in their power to sign Ronaldinho, because the newly appointed Barcelona president, Laporta, was very fond of Ronaldinho. Although Messi had already shown his talent, Zhang Feng believed that if Laporta had to choose between Ronaldinho and Messi, he would definitely choose Ronaldinho. So, all of this combined presented Zhang Feng with an opportunity. Chapter 275, The Deception begins. After settling into a hotel in Barcelona, Zhang Feng went to FC Barcelona alone. Before that, Zhang Feng had asked Ridsdale to contact Laporta, so after entering the Barcelona club, Zhang Feng was led into Laporta's office by a staff member. Laporta, who was just elected president of FC Barcelona on June 11th, looks very young. Zhang, welcome to Barcelona. Laporta warmly welcomed Zhang Feng. Zhang, I was very surprised when I received Mr. Ridsdale's call. To be honest, I've been following you closely. You guys achieved excellent results last season. If you hadn't already acquired Leeds United, I would have invited you to Barcelona. After Zhang Feng sat down, Laporta began to praise him effusively. Mr. Hone, thank you for your praise. Compared to you, my achievements are nothing. Barcelona is a prestigious club with a long history. Leeds United is like a child comparing itself to an adult. Zhang Feng was good at giving praise. Haha, Zhang, you're so good with words. By the way, what brings you here this time? If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. I still have some influence in Spain. Mr. Juan, shall I just get straight to the point? No problem. Mr. Joan, I received a call from Andreas yesterday. He said we've run into Barcelona, and it seems you've also taken a liking to Ronaldinho. I happen to be in Spain, so I came to visit you, Mr. Joan, and also to ask your opinion on Ronaldinho. Zhang Feng didn't bring up Messi, but instead started talking about Ronaldinho with Laporta. Oh, Zhang, I didn't know about this. As you know, I just took over the club and I have a lot of things to deal with every day. The club staff handles all the player-related matters. What's wrong? You also want this Brazilian, but don't you already have Kaká? As far as I know, can your finances support your choice of Ronaldinho? Laporta seemed nonchalant in the face of Zhang Feng's question. Mr. Hone, as you know, we just completed a deal with Inter Milan, so I need to find a replacement for Ricardo. My player Kaká recommended his compatriot to me. You know they have a very good relationship in the Brazilian national team, so we try to quote a price to Paris. However, my general manager told me that this player is very sought after this summer. Clubs like Barcelona, Manchester United, and Chelsea are all eyeing him. When I came here, I heard that Chelsea offered 40 million. Zhang Feng's words had many meanings. One meaning was to tell Laporta that we have money, and another meaning was to tell him that they would probably have to come up with more money. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Laporta fell silent for a moment. Zhang, I want to know your real purpose for coming here today. After a moment of silence, Laporta suddenly looked at Zhang Feng seriously and said, All right, Mr. Joan, we can choose to give up on Ronaldinho. Besides, I know that your real opponent is only Manchester United. Ronaldinho probably wouldn't choose a nouveau riche team like Chelsea. I have an idea that should help Barcelona. Oh, Zhang, could you tell me more about it? Actually, I came to Barcelona today to give you money. What do you mean? I don't understand. Mr. Joan, as I just mentioned, we have just reached a deal with Inter Milan. I'm now looking for a backup winger. My club scouts recommended a young player to me. He is currently at La Masia, so I came to see what my scouts recommend to me. What did you mean when you said you had a way to help me? And there's something else I have to say. We're not familiar with each other, so why would you help me? Mr. Hone, you're overthinking it. Actually, helping you is helping myself, isn't it? I don't want to see my opponents get stronger. You should know the relationship between Leeds United and Manchester United, right? After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Laporta sat down and fell into deep thought again. Zhang Feng, seeing this, knew that his words had worked, so he didn't continue and just waited quietly. Sometimes, when dealing with smart people, too much talk can lead to mistakes. In fact, Zhang Feng was betting on Laporta's desire for Ronaldinho. He knew that Laporta had competitors who helped him become the president of Barcelona, and that Laporta, having just taken office, needed to produce results immediately. Therefore, bringing in a popular superstar could help Laporta alleviate the pressure. The inflated prices offered by Leeds United and Chelsea caused the Frenchman, who had initially leaned towards Barcelona, to pause his decision and begin to observe the situation. The most crucial point is that although Messi has already shown some talent at La Masia, he doesn't yet have a ready-made player. People like Laporta won't care much about a young player who hasn't made a name for himself yet. If Laporta had to choose between Messi and Ronaldinho, Zhang Feng believes that Laporta would choose Ronaldinho without hesitation. However, directly saying that they wanted to buy Messi wouldn't work. So Jiang Feng put forward the idea of helping Barcelona, and a relationship between Leeds United and Manchester United was the most convincing reason for Laporta. All right, Jiang, you've convinced me. Can you elaborate? As for the young players you mentioned, I think I have no problem with that. Finally, Laporta, who had been deep in thought, said what Jiang Feng most wanted to hear. Mr. Hone, your decision will prove to be very wise in the future. Actually, my method is very simple. You can focus public attention on Manchester United. You should know that Manchester United is short of money. The money they used to buy Ronaldinho came from the Beckham transfer. So why don't you make some moves on that? You can announce Barcelona's desire for Beckham. Think about it. If the Beckham transfer is delayed, where will Manchester United get the money to buy the Brazilian? As for Ronaldinho, you can contact him privately, as long as you keep it confidential. Then you can also work on Ronaldinho's agent, and have them put pressure on Paris Saint-Germain. After you complete the acquisition of the Brazilian, then explain that Beckham is not suitable for Barcelona's tactical system. Chapter 276 European Transfer Stories. In fact, the idea Jiang Feng came up with was a tactic that Barcelona used in his previous life. Barcelona's target has never been Beckham. The reason they kept Beckham's transfer hanging was to prevent Manchester United from getting involved in their negotiations with Ronaldinho, and also to slow down the transfer process of their direct rivals, Real Madrid. Now that Jiang Feng had revealed his idea, Laporta immediately sensed the feasibility of this method. Jiang, who is the person you want? As long as the player himself is fine, you can take him away. After listening to Jiang Feng's words, Laporta pondered for a while and then immediately agreed to Jiang Feng's suggestion. His name is Lionel Messi. He's Argentinian. He should be 16 years old this year. Jiang, everyone says you've never made a mistake. I wonder if I'll regret letting Messi go this time. I have a feeling this might not be a wise decision. Mr. Joan, Ronaldinho's arrival will immediately bring changes to your team. Even if Messi may become a superstar in the future, that's still the future. Who knows what the future holds? I think Barcelona will be under a lot of pressure these next few years. Jiang Fengyun said calmly in response to Laporta's hint of regret. Yes, Jiang, you're absolutely right. Nobody knows what the future holds. I think you can start contacting players now, but Jiang, it's impossible for them to come for free. You know, I've only just taken office. Laporta, sitting opposite Jiang Feng, let out a long sigh, as if he had made up his mind. Jiang Feng didn't pay attention to what Laporta said. He had never thought he could get Messi for free. After securing Barcelona's offer, Jiang Feng, accompanied by his staff, went to Messi's home and spent considerable time persuading Messi and his family. Because Messi had not yet signed a formal professional contract with Barcelona, Jiang Feng paid Barcelona a certain fee after securing Messi's services. After settling these matters, Jiang Feng immediately signed a formal professional contract with Messi. After explaining the team's assembly time, Jiang Feng began his real vacation with his girlfriend. While Jiang Feng and Xiao Tishuan were enjoying their time together, the European summer transfer window was opening up, with eye-catching transfer news breaking almost every day. Of course, the most attention was focused on the big names. Pina Zahavi, waving checks and displaying the air of a nouveau riche, was naturally the focus of attention among these people. As Russia's spokesperson, he also achieved great success through the power of money. Following the signing of Jeremy from Real Madrid, Chelsea made another big splash with the transfer of Irish international Duff from Blackburn Rovers. The day after finalizing this deal, Chelsea acquired another heavyweight player, Manchester United midfielder Varane. According to a subsequent report by The Sun, Duff cost Chelsea €28 million, while Varane cost €33 million. Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback when he heard this news during his call with Brahim. Jiang Feng remembered that in his previous life, Varane's transfer to Chelsea did not cost such a high fee, because Ferguson was not satisfied with Varane's performance after joining Manchester United. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng felt that the original course of events might have been derailed by this soul from the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng suddenly wondered if Manchester United's acquisition of such a large sum of money would cause any more turbulence in Ronaldinho's transfer. Judging from the current situation, he estimated that this summer's transfer window would likely see an astronomical price. However, none of this had much to do with Jiang Feng. This summer, Messi was the only target in Jiang Feng's plans, so he was just a bystander in the ever-changing European transfer market. July 15, 2003. Today is Leeds United's training camp day for the new season. After a month and a half of vacation, the players have regrouped and will officially begin their preparations for the new season. The new season will start on August 18th, and Leeds United will hold a week of closed training in England before starting their overseas training camp. This time, the destination is Belgium, where Leeds United coach Jiang Feng will train for 20 days before returning to England. Before the league starts, Leeds United will play one more match. As the league champions last season, Leeds United will compete against the FA Cup winners for the Community Shield. Furthermore, Leeds United will be participating in the Champions League in the new season. And with the domestic schedule also in place, Jiang Feng promoted 2 players from the youth team to accommodate the tight schedule of the new season. So today's gathering includes 3 new faces in Leeds United's first team, in addition to last season's players. Lionel Messi, who just transferred from Barcelona, 16-year-old Joe Hart, who was promoted from the youth team to the first team, and 16-year-old Vincent Kompany. Hey guys, I'm glad you're all back on time. Before training starts, even though I already know the result, I still want to ask you all how your holiday was. Jiang Feng asked the first team members who had finished lining up. Great, excellent. It would be even better if it were a little longer. Cristiano, how about I give you another long vacation? A month? Jiang Feng asked Ronaldo, looking at him with a blank expression. No need, boss, I'm ready. I can't wait for the game, Ronaldo said with a grin. I know you all had a great holiday, as I've seen your news frequently in the newspapers. But starting today, I hope you can focus on the competition. The new season is about to begin, and this season we will face a more brutal schedule and stronger opponents. Of course, we will also gain more honors, provided that each of you can get into peak condition as soon as possible. So, as you all know, everyone go to Professor Ruurt's place. Let me see if you've maintained your fitness this summer, aside from having fun. Let me be clear. When I get the report, if I see anyone who hasn't taken care of their health, don't blame me for being ruthless. All right, Ricardo, take everyone there. While Kaka led everyone to the physical testing center, Jiang Feng and his coaching staff began making arrangements for pre-training. Chapter 277, The Change of History. Jiang, there's something I don't know how to say. Moshai's approached Jiang Feng. What's wrong? Jiang Feng asked, looking at Moshai's who seemed hesitant. Jiang, a few days ago my former advisor at the University of Cologne, Professor Sister, called me. He told me something on the phone and asked if I could help him. So I've been thinking about how to tell you about it these past few days. What's troubling you so much? It's okay. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll definitely go through it. It's like this, Jiang. Professor Siester is currently teaching a football coaching course at the University of Cologne School of Physical Education. As you know, all the head coaches in the Bundesliga, in addition to completing their original head coach courses, must also take a Bundesliga head coach course in order to qualify for the position, Machitz said. I know that. Isn't that how we all got here back then? Well, Professor Sister recommended someone to me, saying he hoped to bring him to Leeds United as an assistant coach. He said this was the most talented of all his students. Later, I realized that our coaching team is indeed rather weak, but I don't know what you think. What's his name? Klopp, Jürgen Klopp. He was a player for Mainz in the 2. Bundesliga, and after retiring, he stayed at Mainz as head coach. However, because he did not complete his coaching course, he is not the official head coach of Mainz. After hearing Moshai's introduction, Jiang Feng was stunned. He felt that it was all unbelievable and unreal. Jürgen Klopp. Although Jiang Feng couldn't recall Klopp's coaching career, he clearly remembered that in his previous life, Klopp was the head coach of Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga and won the Bundesliga title for 2 consecutive seasons. Jiang Feng remembered one match where they won 5-2 against Bayern Munich, which was the season when Dortmund won the double. Isn't he the head coach of Mainz? How come he's here as an assistant coach? Jiang Feng found it strange. This was somewhat out of step with the course of history. Yes, he is the head coach of Mainz. This suggestion was made by Professor Siester, who hoped that he could gain experience by looking at the game from different perspectives. He agreed to the professor's suggestion, so he has been waiting for our reply. If it is possible, he will come over. If you do not agree, he will return to Mainz. Of course I agree. Why wouldn't I? Contact him right away and tell him to come over as soon as possible. We could discuss some tactics for the new season together then. Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation after hearing Moshai's words. How could he refuse such a good thing? No matter how history changes, this situation is clearly beneficial to the club. Jiang Feng recalled that when Klopp later coached Borussia Dortmund, he was also a staunch implementer of German attacking football. Jiang Feng believed that with Klopp's arrival, Leeds United's tactical changes would become even more incisive. As for what his past life was like, it's completely irrelevant to Jiang Feng now, since the course of history has already changed since Jiang Feng appeared in this world. Klopp arrived at Leeds United the day after Moshai's replied, showing how eager he was to make his trip to Leeds United. Jürgen, hello, nice to meet you. Upon seeing Klopp, Jiang Feng happily went up and gave him a hug. Mr. Jiang, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jürgen, no need to be so polite, just call me Jiang Feng. I'm so glad you could come. You should know a bit about Leeds United now. What are your plans or ideas for the future? All right, Jiang, after Professor Sister recommended me, I collected a lot of Leeds United match videos and some of your previous match videos when you were coaching Kaiserslautern. I've always felt that there are still many aspects of the formation you're using that haven't been fully explored, especially in attack. However, I watched your UEFA Cup final, and I think you performed better in that aspect than before. Haha, Jürgen, you're right. That's why I was so happy to hear you were coming. I'll also do some research on you. I'd like you to be Leeds United's tactical coach. What do you say? Okay, thank you for your trust. I will do my best. Klopp readily agreed to Jiang Feng's arrangements, and he was very satisfied with them. And so, the future Jurgen Klopp became Leeds United's tactical coach, and Jiang Feng's coaching team became more meticulous, making Leeds United's preparations and training for the new season even more thorough. While Leeds United quietly began their preseason training, the European transfer market remained abuzz with activity. After signing Varane, Chelsea went on another spending spree in Europe. Argentine international and Inter Milan striker Crespo announced his transfer to Chelsea on July 21st, followed by another announcement on July 22nd that Romanian international Mutu had officially transferred from Parma to Chelsea. According to media reports, the transfer of these two players cost the Russians 65 million euros. So far, Chelsea has spent more than 110 million euros in the summer transfer market, and this is not the end of the story. On the second day after Leeds United finished their training camp in Belgium, the transfer of Brazilian international Ronaldinho, which had been the focus of much attention in the summer transfer market, was finally completed. In the end, Barcelona of La Liga had the last laugh. On July 24th, Barcelona held a press conference at which Ronaldinho received his number 10 jersey for Barcelona's new coach, Rijkaard. Although no detailed transfer details were announced at the press conference, according to Spanish media reports afterward, Barcelona paid Paris Saint-Germain 41 million euros for Ronaldinho's transfer in one lump sum, which is the highest price paid for a player this summer so far. The day after Ronaldinho's transfer, Barcelona president Laporta told reporters that Ronaldinho's transfer signaled the end of Barcelona's summer transfer window. This news immediately threw Manchester United into a panic. Manchester United had been in a wait-and-see mode regarding Beckham's transfer, as both Barcelona and Real Madrid were vying for him. However, Barcelona's sudden announcement that the transfer window was closed put Manchester United in a precarious position, having initially hoped to negotiate a higher price. It's fair to say that Manchester United was the biggest failure in this summer's transfer market. They sold Varane to recoup funds and pursue Ronaldinho, but the Brazilian went to Barcelona, broke ties with their star player, and tried to raise the price. However, after Barcelona acquired Ronaldinho, he was simply discarded by Barcelona. Chapter 278 Community Shield. The day after Laporta's interview, everyone realized that Barcelona had never been interested in Beckham. Their previous enthusiasm was simply to attract attention and expedite the acquisition of Ronaldinho. Manchester United had been completely outmaneuvered by Barcelona. After learning about these things, Jiang Feng couldn't help but wonder what Manchester United should do now. In his previous life, they had Cristiano Ronaldo, but now Ronaldo is at Leeds United. So who will Ferguson use to replace Beckham? The day after Jiang Feng and the entire Leeds United team arrived in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, Manchester United's official website updated its transfer information. Manchester United and Brazilian club Santos reached a transfer agreement for Robinho. The 19-year-old Brazilian player Robinho officially joined Manchester United. At the same time, information about Brazilian international Kleberson joining Manchester United was also updated. After learning about Manchester United's transfer, Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Manchester United scouts. However, according to Jiang Feng's memory, the future of this deal for Manchester United was uncertain. In his previous life, Robinho went to Real Madrid, but later left with a reputation of being Real Madrid's biggest flop. Now, the trajectory of history has shifted again. It is unknown whether Robinho's fate will be the same as when he went to Manchester United. On July 24, 2003, Leeds United arrived in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, and immediately checked into a hotel in Brussels. Leeds United would then hold a training camp in Brussels for about 20 days. During this period, they would also play 2 friendly matches against Brussels FC and Anderlecht FC from the Belgian First Division. The training camp was held at the youth team training ground in Brussels. Leeds United have reached an agreement with Brussels United, which will become Leeds United's satellite club in Europe. According to the agreement, Leeds United will provide Brussels United with 5 million euros per year, and Leeds United will have the right of first refusal to buy Brussels United's players. Of course, the agreement also includes many provisions on youth training, including that Leeds United will loan some of its young players who are not currently playing in the Premier League to Brussels United, while Brussels United will guarantee these players playing time. Although Jiang Feng has only been in charge of Leeds United for a little over a year, the club has developed very rapidly and is showing signs of prosperity. On August 1st, after a week of closed training, Leeds United played a friendly match against the home team Brussels at the Edmund Maston Stadium in Brussels. Jiang Feng wanted to get off to a winning start in the first game of the new season, so he used his starting lineup in the first half. The home team simply couldn't compete with such a lineup. After only 30 minutes, Leeds United had taken a 3-goal lead. So before the end of the first half, Leeds United made a lot of substitutions. Messi, Company, Moutinho, and Joe Hart, who was promoted from the youth team to the first team as the team's third goalkeeper, all got playing time. After bringing on a large number of substitutes, Leeds United's attack and defense became somewhat chaotic, allowing the opponent to seize the opportunity to pull one back and in the first half. After Zhang Feng's adjustments during halftime, the somewhat chaotic situation was effectively brought under control when the second half began. Leeds United then returned to normal and began to exert their power. The newly signed Messi also showed everyone his monstrous talent. In less than 20 minutes of the game, Messi contributed a goal and an assist, helping Leeds United to a 5-1 lead. Leeds United ultimately defeated Brussels 6-1. Although it was just a friendly match, Zhang Feng's smile after the game showed that he was very satisfied with the results of the training camp for the new season. Zhang Feng wasn't satisfied with the result of the match, but rather with the entire process. Besides the player's performance, what pleased him most was the tactical changes Klopp made during the training camp after joining his coaching staff for the new season. This was Zhang Feng's biggest satisfaction. He couldn't help but marvel at how successful Klopp had been in his previous life. Klopp was a tactical genius in attack, effectively refining Leeds United's existing tactics to the point where, when the ball was at someone's feet, others should move to maximize the ball carrier's strengths. Klopp's tactical arrangements were designed based on every single Leeds United player, something Leeds United couldn't do before. This wasn't to say Klopp was better than Zhang Feng, but rather that Leeds United didn't have a dedicated tactical coach position. Zhang Feng often had to do the work of several people, making it impossible to be comprehensive. This is why many famous coaches in his previous life had their own teams, the head coach's think tank, each member with their own specific role. This is also why Zhang Feng put Klopp in this position. He only needs to put forward a big framework and idea, and people like Klopp, Machitz, and Hansel each fill in the framework according to Zhang Feng's idea. Klopp cannot arbitrarily change Leeds United's tactical arrangements. All his arrangements must be consistent with the formation and tactical outline designed by Zhang Feng for Leeds United in terms of concepts and ideas. To put it simply, Zhang Feng is the commander of Leeds United. He proposes strategic plans and tactical guidelines, while Klopp, Moshais, and others are Zhang Feng's staff. Zhang Feng is now increasingly looking forward to the new season. After the friendly match against Brussels, Leeds United began another week-long closed training camp, this time to make targeted adjustments based on the problems identified in the friendly match. After another week of training, Leeds United played a friendly match against Anderlecht of the Belgian First Division and ultimately won 5-0 after 90 minutes of play. The conclusion of this match also marked the official end of Leeds United's training camp in Belgium. The next day, August 10th, the entire Leeds United team flew back to England from Brussels. After returning to Leeds, Zhang Feng gave the team a day off. Leeds United have regrouped after their break for recovery training. 3 days later, they will play their first match of the new season, but not in the league. Instead, it will be the last preseason friendly before the start of the Premier League season. The Community Shield, an annual tournament organized by the Football Association. The two teams facing off are the previous season's league champions and the FA Cup winners. If a team wins both titles, the league runners-up will participate. Last season's league champions were Leeds United, and the FA Cup winners were Arsenal. Therefore, the two teams facing off in the new season's Community Shield will be Leeds United and Arsenal, and the match will be played at the famous Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. Chapter 279, The Curse. The Community Shield is a tournament organized by the Football Association, FA, formerly known as the Charity Shield. Before 1974, this cup competition did not actually have a fixed participating team. For example, in 1951, it was the England national team versus the Canada team. It wasn't until 1974 that the Football Association determined that the participating teams for the Charity Shield would be the First Division champion versus the FA Cup champion, a single elimination match. If the score was tied, it would be decided by penalty shootout. However, from 1974 to 1992, there was no penalty shootout. If the score was tied, the two sides would be joint champions, each keeping the trophy for 6 months. Last year, the Charity Shield was officially renamed the Community Shield Cup as a preseason game. Although many teams see it as just a warm-up match before the start of the season, getting a winning start before the league begins is something worth taking seriously. Moreover, the two sides are considered to be strong contenders, so this game has attracted a lot of attention, and many media outlets have called it a preview of the championship. However, in recent years, along with the Community Shield, there's been a Community Shield curse in English football. Since 1995, teams that have won the Community Shield have always failed to win the league title in the following season, and the power of this curse has gradually increased. So before the Leeds United versus Arsenal match, many people were discussing this curse, speculating whether it would still be effective as always, or whether a Dragon Slayer would appear to break it. However, one interesting thing is that, in addition to the Community Shield curse itself, there's another curse in this Community Shield match held at Cardiff Millennium Stadium. The dressing room curse of Cardiff Millennium Stadium. According to statistics, any team that uses the South Wing dressing room in matches held at Cardiff Millennium Stadium has failed to win the game. Before the match began, according to the FA's arrangements, Leeds United, as the Premier League champions, will be playing at home at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, using the South Wing dressing room. On the morning of August 14th, Leeds United and Arsenal arrived in Cardiff, Wales, and attended their pre-match press conferences. When asked about the curse, Wenger and Jong Fong shared their thoughts. Regarding today's match, I think the curse is more of a psychological issue. I believe this situation cannot stop my teammates and me from our desire for the championship. No matter what difficulties or opponents we face, the championship has always been our ultimate goal, Jong Fong declared to dozens of reporters present. I never believe in any curses, I only believe in my players, Wenger said when faced with the same question. Looking at Wenger answering reporters' questions, Jong Fong knew that his biggest rival this season was the man in front of him. Jong Fong remembered that it was this season that Arsenal, under Wenger's leadership, won the league title with an undefeated record, and even Chelsea, who spent a huge transfer fee, was firmly suppressed by Arsenal. However, Jong Fong believed that now that he was in charge, it wouldn't be so easy for Arsenal to win the championship undefeated like in his previous life. At 3:55 p.m. on August 14th, 5 minutes before the official start of the match, the pre-match performances had concluded, and both starting players were already in their positions, awaiting the starting whistle. Although Jong Fong expressed his desire for the championship in a pre-match interview, he did not field his full starting lineup. In fact, he didn't care much about the final result of the match, focusing more on training his players. Leeds United's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Petr Cech, left-back Cristiano, right-back Maicon, center-backs Woodgate and company, defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaka, left winger Beasley, right winger Cameronisi, and center forward Drogba. Anyone familiar with Leeds United could tell from Jong Feng's starting lineup that he was treating this match purely as a warm-up game. On the other hand, Arsenal fielded their strongest lineup under Wenger, with Lehmann in goal, Lauren at right-back, Ashley Cole at left-back, Kolo Touré and Campbell at center-back, Vieira in midfield as the defensive midfielder, Ljungberg at right wing, Pires at left wing, Gilberto at attacking midfield, and Henry and Bergkamp as forwards. Arsenal were relatively quiet in the transfer market this summer, with the only notable signings being the 33-year-old Lehmann from Borussia Dortmund and the 18-year-old left-back Clichy from France. However, those familiar with Arsenal know that the club has been tightening its belt in recent years, investing its funds in the construction of a new stadium. In his previous life, as a football fan, Jong Fong had studied Arsenal this season. From any perspective, Chelsea's chances of winning the title this season were much higher than Arsenal's. However, having watched Arsenal's match videos in his previous life, Jong Fong also understood that Henry was in absolute peak form this season. As Jong Fong had predicted, Henry put immense pressure on Leeds United's defense after the match began. Within 15 minutes, the young company appeared quite inexperienced against Henry. Fortunately, Woodgate's experience provided company with some support. Otherwise, Leeds United would have conceded a goal much earlier. To be honest, company was quite proud before the match. Everyone in European football knows that if Jong Fong takes a liking to someone, his value will immediately increase. Now that he's been handpicked by Jong Fong to join the first team, he is quite proud. He can still clearly remember the envious looks in the eyes of his teammates in the youth team when he received the news. However, after the start of the match, company's confidence and smugness were completely shattered after just over 10 minutes. It can be said that he was the most disheveled player on the field after the start of the match. Of course, there was another player who looked very disheveled, namely Cech, who made saves on the left and right to prevent the team from conceding a goal. Jong, won't this damage Vincent's confidence? I'm worried it will cause him irreparable harm, Machitz said worriedly, standing beside Jong Fong. Yes, Jong. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Klopp echoed his concerns. Chapter 280, Self-Redemption. I believe he can adjust himself. This is something he has to go through. You've all seen the training so far. He went from a youth team to the first team too easily. This match is just a whetstone for Vincent. I don't care about the outcome. It's just a warm-up match, Jong Fong said, watching the game unfold. In the 24th minute, Leeds United still couldn't hold their defense, and the final attack came from company. Henry received a pass from Ljungberg in the penalty area, and facing company's defense, he used a clever change of direction to make the overly aggressive company lose his position. Henry then fired a shot into the goal guarded by Cech. Arsenal took a 1-0 lead in the 25th minute. Company stood in the penalty area with his head down. At that moment, Kaka walked over, put his arm around Company's shoulder, and said something. Vincent, lift your head. Failure is normal, but you can't lose your fighting spirit. Captain, Vincent, you're too tense. It's not that you can't defend against him. It's that you're too tense. That's exactly what your opponent is exploiting, understand? Relax. Understand, Captain, I won't give up. Company raised his head, his eyes burning with fire once more. The reason he was able to regain his fighting spirit wasn't because of Kaka's words, but because Company himself had a very strong mentality and an indomitable spirit, which was what Jiang Feng valued most. The reason he was arranged to start this game was because Jiang Feng hoped to use this game to completely eliminate his recent impetuosity. Suddenly being promoted to the first team made Company a little arrogant. The match restarted with the referee's whistle. After adjusting himself, Company's tension gradually dissipated after the team conceded a goal, and he began to showcase his talent as he relaxed. In the 31st minute, Henry received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and charged into the box again. Facing the inexperienced Company, Henry tried to repeat his previous move. After a sudden feint, he accelerated in the opposite direction. At that moment, a figure blocked his path. Henry looked up and saw Company. Company then suddenly slid down and tackled Henry, passing the ball to Woodgate. It was a very clean and efficient tackle. The referee gestured that there was nothing wrong with the defense, and Woodgate, who quickly passed the ball to Company, went up and patted Company on the head. Henry, who was getting up and walking back, even turned to look at Company. He was very surprised by the unfamiliar player's actions regarding the ball. Jiang Feng, watching from the sidelines, also applauded Company's defense. Jiang, you win, Mo Shai said from the side. Haha, it's still early. He's just less nervous now. After this match, we'll arrange for him to go see Professor Ruert and make a lasting impression on him. Good. The game continued, and Leeds United gradually found their attacking rhythm. In the 39th minute, Beasley and Lauren engaged in a speed contest on the left wing, with Beasley ultimately prevailing in speed and sending a cross into the penalty area from near the byline. After Drogba firmly held his position, seeing that he couldn't get a shot off, he headed the ball backwards. Kaka then volleyed the ball towards the goal, but it was too straight, and Lehmann hurriedly reached out and punched it out of bounds. As the ball flew out of bounds, Kaka shook his head helplessly. He had been interfered with by Vieira behind him when he took the shot, so he hadn't chosen the right angle. Leeds United were awarded a corner kick. Beasley stepped up to take the corner kick. With the first half nearing its end, Leeds United's two center-backs, Company and Woodgate, were both in the penalty area, ready to contest the ball. At this moment, almost all of Leeds United's tall players were in the Arsenal penalty area, making it a tense and volatile situation for Arsenal. Beasley's pass was headed for Drogba at the near post, but Drogba, the main target of the defense, was closely marked by two Arsenal players, making it impossible for him to shoot. However, Drogba still managed to win the first ball with his strong physique and flicked it backward. Kaka in the middle jumped up, but didn't touch the ball, though he did manage to dribble past Lehmann. The ball continued flying backwards when suddenly a player wearing a Leeds United jersey, facing the falling ball, made a diving save and headed it into the goal ahead of everyone else. When Company sprinted frantically from the crowd to the sidelines, everyone realized that it was Company who had headed the ball into the goal. In the 41st minute, Company, the Belgian center-back who had just turned 17, redeemed himself and helped Leeds United equalize the score. Company was extremely excited after scoring the goal and ran straight to the sidelines to hug Jiang Feng. Boss, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Relax, look up and ahead. Remember, Vincent, you will become the best defender on this planet, Jiang Feng said, patting Company on the back. Understood, boss. I'll try my best. After being released, Company celebrated the goal with his teammates who surrounded him. However, as a newcomer, the only congratulations he received were being patted on the head. It can be said that this goal completely released the last bit of unease and tension in Company's heart. Looking at his teammates, Jiang Feng felt that even if they lost the game, it would be worth it. The referee stepped in to stop Leeds United's celebration, and the players from both sides returned to their positions, waiting for the game to resume. After the game restarted, Arsenal, unwilling to give up, intensified their attack, attempting to overtake the score in the final moments of the first half. However, Leeds United's defense remained excellent, not giving Arsenal many good opportunities in the last 5 minutes. Company, in particular, although he was somewhat flustered when facing Henry, remained very calm. Even when he lost his position, he was able to quickly cover for him, which made Jiang Feng, Mo Shais, and Klopp nod in approval on the sidelines. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the 2003 Community Shield match, with Leeds United and Arsenal tied 1-1. Both teams returned to the locker room for the final 45 minutes of preparation. Chapter 281, The Curse Breaker. After halftime, both sides returned to the pitch. Jiang Feng made adjustments to his team's lineup, while Arsenal maintained their starting lineup from the first half. Jiang Feng substituted Sneijder for Kaka, Ronaldo for Beasley, and Messi for Cameronesi. Because the Community Shield uses the substitution rules for friendly matches, each team can make 6 substitutions. Compared to the first half, Leeds United strengthened their attack after adjustments were made at the start of the second half, and gradually gained the upper hand in the game. Messi, making his first official appearance for Leeds United, was exceptionally active. His partnership with Ronaldo on the left and right wings significantly increased the defensive pressure on Arsenal's 2 flanks within just a few minutes. As a result, Ljungberg and Pires had to focus on defense, which completely neutralized Arsenal's attacking play down the flanks. This directly halved Arsenal's attacking intensity, greatly reducing the threat to Leeds United's defense from their central attacking play. In the 51st minute, Ronaldo and Messi switched positions. Ronaldo, who had the ball near the halfway line, passed it to Sneijder and then suddenly ran diagonally to the right. Messi, seeing Ronaldo's gesture, also made a run to the left without the ball. As a result, Arsenal's defense suddenly became somewhat chaotic. Messi, who had made his run into position, received a pass from Sneijder. Facing the defense, Messi made a sudden stop and a change of direction to get rid of the defender. Then, he suddenly sent a long ball to the right wing. Ronaldo faced the ball and headed it forward with his forehead. He then accelerated and overtook Cole on the outside. When he noticed Pires' sliding tackle, he made a sudden stop and cut inside, dribbling the ball directly into the penalty area. After entering the penalty area, he made another low cross. Sneijder's shooting motion at the near post immediately attracted Lehmann's attention. However, no one expected that Sneijder's move was just a feint. He quickly pulled back his right foot and spread his legs, letting the ball pass him by. Ibrahimovic, who was already prepared behind him, met the ball with a powerful shot. The ball flashed into the goal. Lehmann's center of gravity had been completely fooled by Sneijder, and he had no chance to react to Ibrahimovic's shot. Leeds United took the lead in the 53rd minute, making it 2-1. When the Leeds United fans in the stands saw the goal, the atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak, with tens of thousands of Leeds United fans standing in their seats and singing the Leeds United team song. After scoring, Ibrahimovic ran down to the stands where the Leeds United fans were and shared his joy with them. "Jurgen, with you, Leeds United is like a tiger with wings. This tactic is excellent and very practical," Zhang Feng said happily to Klopp. "Zhang, actually this tactic isn't anything special. The key is the players' abilities. I'm really curious how strong Leeds United's scouting department is. Every single one of these players is outstanding. Their talent is phenomenal. Look at the positioning and combination between Rio and Cristiano, and Wesley's off-the-ball movement and support. It's hard to believe they've only been training for a month. I can already imagine that with these players on the field, after 1 or 2 seasons of training, no team in Europe could compete with them. Now I know why you were able to succeed at Kaiserslautern." Klopp also seemed quite excited. Talent is important, but they also need someone to guide them, and that's our job. After taking the lead, Leeds United made 2 more substitutions, with Ramos replacing Kompany and Modric replacing Yaya Touré. It's worth noting the internal rivalry between the Touré brothers. The two didn't face each other directly in this match, but overall, Yaya Touré performed better. For Arsenal, Wenger also made substitutions, with Clichy replacing Ashley Cole and Kanu replacing Bergkamp. After the game restarted, Leeds United gradually took control of the situation, and Arsenal could hardly find any opportunities. Henry also gradually lost his way under Leeds United's defense. Leeds United's defense against Henry on the field was to cut off the connection between him and his teammates. So once the ball reached Henry's feet, it either went into a dead corner under the siege, or his teammates could not form a new organization after passing the ball. On the sidelines, Wenger watched his team struggle, feeling anxious and helpless. His hopes for the flanks were completely dashed by Leeds United. With Messi and Ronaldo combined, Ljungberg and Pires were forced to focus on defense. Once they pushed forward, the 2 fullbacks couldn't stop Messi or Ronaldo's attacks. In one-on-one duels, Lauren and the substituted Ashley Cole gained no advantage, forcing Vieira to divert attention to defense. This reduced the pressure on Sneijder. Arsenal were now in a predicament, unable to address both problems simultaneously. However, despite being unable to equalize, Arsenal's defense performed relatively well. So Leeds United failed to find any good opportunities for a while after taking the lead. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Arsenal 2-1 at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff to win the 2003 Community Shield. Although it was just a trophy from a warm-up match, achieving such a winning start before the season began is something to celebrate for Zhang Feng and his players. As soon as the referee blew the final whistle, Zhang Feng rushed to Wenger's side and grabbed his hand without waiting for Wenger's consent. "Thank you, Professor. The match is acquitted." Zhang, don't get too cocky. The season is long. "I know, but I believe we'll have the last laugh." This season, you'll probably be fighting for second place. Young man, don't speak too confidently. Jiang Feng let go of her hand and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Jiang. Are you selling your number 17 player? At this moment, Wenger called out to Jiang Feng and asked a question that Jiang Feng had not expected. Chapter 282 First Battle of a New Season. Professor, does Arsenal have the money to buy? Haven't you all spent your money on the stadium? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're selling or not. Jiang Feng was also surprised that Wenger had taken a liking to Sneijder, but thinking about it, it made sense. Jiang Feng remembered that in his previous life, it was also this summer that Wenger bought Fabregas for Barcelona before the summer transfer window closed. Professor, I definitely won't sell to anyone else who wants to buy it, but given our relationship, if you want to buy it, I'll give you a friend's price. How about it? How much? Wenger actually took Jiang Feng's words seriously, which shows how much Arsenal wanted the attacking midfielder position. 40 million euros. How about that? Cheap, right? Get lost. Ronaldinho only costs a little over 40 million. You're a 17-year-old player and you want to sell him for that much? You're crazy for money. After hearing Jiang Feng's offer, Wenger knew he'd been teased by this brat and turned to leave. See, this is the difference in our understanding. In my eyes, he's the same as Ronaldinho. Damn, can't afford him. Why are you asking? You poor bastard. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, if it weren't for the cameras on the sidelines, Wenger would have loved to smash Jiang Feng's face in the face. This was just too much. He clenched his fist, turned around, and left immediately, showing no interest in saying another word to Jiang Feng. After a brief award ceremony, Leeds United officially lifted the Community Shield trophy, adding another championship trophy to their trophy room. At the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng was once again asked by reporters about the curse surrounding the Community Shield. I think the so-called curse is just an excuse used by the weak to hide their cowardice. As a fearless strongman, I shouldn't care about such nonsense. I've said before that no matter what opponent or difficulty we face, Leeds United will face it bravely. Haven't I already broken one of these curses you mentioned today? Since I can break one, I believe I can break the next day, or even 3. When asked about his goals for the upcoming season, Jiang Feng's answer was full of confidence. Our goal this season is to take every game seriously and strive for every championship we can win. No one can resist the temptation of any championship, just like in today's game. After the Community Shield match, Jiang Feng chose to give the whole team a day off the next day. The new Premier League season was just 3 days away, and Leeds United's first opponent was Blackburn Rovers. Although the players were resting, Jiang Feng was not. Instead, he was in his office studying all the schedules for the new season of Leeds United. Jiang Feng had to be familiar with the team's key matches in every important period, and he even needed to collect information on some opponents in advance. As the team's head coach, Jiang Feng had to be thorough in every aspect. While Jiang Feng was studying these things, the European transfer market suddenly entered its peak phase. The long-delayed transfer of David Beckham was finally finalized today. Real Madrid held a press conference on August 16th to announce that the England international and former Manchester United star had officially become a Real Madrid player. At the press conference, Beckham received the number 23 jersey. According to media reports, the final transfer fee for Beckham reached €35 million. At a press conference held almost simultaneously with this one, Chelsea dropped another bombshell after the signings of Crespo and Mutu. The former Real Madrid defensive midfielder officially joined Chelsea for a transfer fee of €24 million. After all the big names in this transfer market have found their new homes, it's only now that people realize Manchester United is the biggest loser. However, this loss is only relative to Ferguson and the Manchester United team. For the Glazer family, the owners of Manchester United, they are the biggest winners. Manchester United gained nearly €70 million in this transfer market, while only spending less than €10 million, netting a profit of €60 million. This is definitely good news for the Glazers. After a day of rest, the Leeds United team began to regroup. After 3 days of preparation, the time has come to August 18, 2003, and the 2003-2004 Premier League season will officially kick off today. As the reigning league champions, Leeds United's matches have garnered some attention. However, the focus of this round's matches is not Leeds United's game, but rather Chelsea's match against Liverpool. After changing owners this summer, Chelsea has been wielding its purse strings and engaging in a massive money-driven policy, making a stir in the summer transfer market. There are many reasons why this match deserves everyone's attention. As part of the first round of matches, all 10 matches will begin simultaneously at 5 p.m. today. Last season, Blackburn qualified for the UEFA Cup. This summer, after Duff left Chelsea, Blackburn brought in a number of strong players. However, compared to Chelsea, Blackburn's overall strength has declined significantly. In the Sun's pre-match predictions of the strength and prospects of various teams, Blackburn was not favored. In the Sun's own words, Duff's departure has made Blackburn's strength drop, by at least one level. At 5 p.m. on August 18th, the match between Leeds United and Blackburn Rovers at Ewood Park officially began with the referee's whistle. Hoping for a winning start in this match, Jiang Feng fielded all his key players in his starting lineup. Facing a team they had defeated last season, Leeds United showed no mercy on the road. Leeds United, fielding their full starting lineup, took a 3-0 lead in the first half, with Cristiano Ronaldo, Didier Drogba, and Kaka each scoring a goal. After the break, Leeds United, who had already taken a 3-goal lead, did not slow down their attacking pace. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, Kaka scored his second goal of the match. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Blackburn 5-0 away from home. Notably, Messi replaced Cameronese in the 84th minute of the match, making his first appearance on the Premier League pitch. After the first round of league matches, Leeds United topped the league table with a 5-goal advantage. In the highly anticipated match between Chelsea and Liverpool, Chelsea ultimately defeated Liverpool 2-1. However, Abramovich did not appear particularly happy on camera. Despite bringing in several big-name players, Ranieri still insisted on his defensive counterattacking tactics, resulting in a less than exciting game. However, Chelsea fans were happy that Crespo scored his first goal since joining Chelsea. Chapter 283, once it started, it couldn't be stopped. After winning the first round, Leeds United were truly unstoppable in the subsequent matches. Their smooth teamwork, sharp attacks, and the players' superb individual abilities made Leeds United a beautiful sight on the Premier League pitch. After a week's rest following the first round, Leeds United continued their away journey in the second round of the league. On August 25th, after 90 minutes of play at Reebok Stadium, Leeds United easily defeated Bolton 3-0, securing their second consecutive victory. The third round of the Premier League kicked off, as scheduled, on September 1st. As Leeds United's first home game of the new season, Elland Road Stadium was almost full. With the cheers of the home fans, after 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United finally defeated newly promoted Portsmouth 3-0. After 3 rounds, Leeds United have won all 3 matches, scoring 11 goals and conceding none, a record that many find unbelievable. Before the start of the season, Leeds United were not favored by most Premier League teams, given Chelsea's impressive summer signings. Chelsea spent less than €200 million on transfers and brought in big-name stars, leading many to believe that Chelsea would be the favorite to win the title this season. In the odds offered by bookmakers, Leeds United's chances of winning the league title are only ranked 3rd. After all, Leeds United has been very low-key this summer, but after the first 3 rounds, such a crazy record has indeed surprised many people. Just as everyone was turning their attention back to Leeds United with skepticism, the 2003-2004 UEFA Champions League group stage draw and the European Best Player Award ceremony took place. On the evening of September 2nd, Jiang Feng and Bremer took Kaka to a local opera house in Zurich, where the draw for the group stage of this season's UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Awards ceremony would be held that day. The reason for bringing Kaka was to broaden his horizons. Although Leeds United did not have any Champions League matches last season and no players received any awards, no team underestimated him. The awards ceremony was combined with a lottery. Nedved ultimately became the new European Footballer of the Year, and although Manchester United did not win the Champions League, Van Nistelrooy still won the European Golden Boot with 12 goals. The final draw for the group stage has been completed. Although Leeds United won the Premier League title last season, their European points only placed them in the 3rd pot, which makes all the top teams in the 1st pot wary. The final grouping results are as follows. Group A, Bayern Munich, Lyon, Celtic Anderlecht. Group B, Inter Milan, Arsenal, Lokomotiv Moscow, Dynamo Kiev. Group C, Monaco, PSV Eindhoven, Deportivo La Coruña, AEK Athens. Group D, Juventus, Galatasaray, Real Sociedad, Olympiacos. Group E, Manchester United, Stuttgart, Rangers Panathinaikos. Group F, Real Madrid, Porto, Marseille, Partizan Belgrade. Group G, Lazio, Sparta Prague, Leeds United Besiktas. Group H, AC Milan, Ajax, Club Brugge, Celta Vigo. This group draw was quite unexpected by UEFA. There were no rivalries or groups of death. The groups of teams from the top 5 European leagues are generally well matched in terms of strength and weakness. In Group G, where Leeds United is located, most people thought that the qualifying spots would be basically shared between Lazio and Leeds United. The happy ending brought a smile to the faces of many people present. Only Jiang Feng, sitting in the corner, knew that this year's Champions League was arguably the most grassroots in its history. In his previous life, giants like Real Madrid, Juventus, AC Milan, and Bayern Munich had all fallen in the knockout stages. Looking at the smiles on the faces of these big team players, Jiang Feng wondered how many of them would still be smiling a few months from now. The first round of group stage matches will begin on September 17th. According to the schedule, Leeds United's first match will be an away game against Sparta Prague of the Czech Republic. After the group stage draw, Jiang Feng and his team return to Leeds City overnight to continue focusing their energy on the league. On September 7th, the fourth round of the Premier League kicked off. In this round, Leeds United will visit Anfield Stadium to play against Liverpool. Leeds United, fielding their strongest lineup, will face Liverpool, who lost in the first round. This clash between two strong teams has attracted a lot of attention. After 3 rounds, Leeds United, Chelsea, and Manchester United, who are in the top 3 of the standings, have all achieved 3 consecutive victories. Liverpool, who lost 1 game, is in 6th place due to goal difference. Therefore, Liverpool is determined to win this game. But the final result was definitely a bitter pill for Liverpool. At Anfield, Leeds United once again demonstrated their formidable attacking prowess. With 70 minutes played, Leeds United led Liverpool 4-1. Liverpool's only goal was a controversial penalty. In the 64th minute, Gerrard's long pass into the Leeds United penalty area saw Owen raise his hand to indicate that Ramos had handled the ball. After a moment's hesitation, the referee blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. Despite Ramos's repeated attempts to signal that he hadn't handled the ball, the referee upheld his decision. Even after multiple slow-motion replays on a live broadcast, it was still impossible to see Ramos's hand touching the ball. This goal ignited the anger of the Leeds United players. Although Jiang Feng substituted Sneijder and Messi after Liverpool scored the penalty, Liverpool still couldn't stop Leeds United from continuing to score. In the end, at Anfield Stadium, Leeds United defeated Liverpool 6-1 away from home after 90 minutes of play. As the match ended, the Anfield Stadium was filled with the unusual sound of home fans booing their own players. This scoreline is also the biggest lopsided scoreline in the history of Leeds United and Liverpool's encounters, and it can be said that Liverpool lost this game very thoroughly. At the post-match press conference, Liverpool manager Houllier took full responsibility. The day after the match, some media outlets even claimed that Liverpool had withdrawn from the title race for the season from that point onward. This resounding victory once again made Leeds United famous in Europe, and more fans fell in love with Leeds United. The reputation of the young guard once again resounded throughout the European football scene, and Jiang Feng's reputation and fame in Europe also increased significantly. Chapter 2: 84 Outbreak. After overcoming Liverpool, the new season's FA Cup and League Cup will also kick off. Although Jiang Feng mentioned his desire for the championship in a previous interview, after studying the schedule, his main focus is still on the league and the Champions League. As for the upcoming FA Cup and League Cup, Jiang Feng will basically still play as a substitute in the first half of the season. After a season of adjustment, Leeds United is still a young team this season. But for players like Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, and Kaká, this season could be described as a harvest season. Last season, Leeds United could be described as having some ups and downs, but this season is completely different. After a resounding victory over Liverpool and a week of rest, Leeds United returned for the 5th round of the Premier League, hosting Tottenham Hotspur at Elland Road. In preparation for the Champions League match 3 days later, Jiang Feng made some personnel adjustments for this game. Messi made his first start for Leeds United in the Premier League. Woodgate and Ramos partnered at center-back. Cristiano also appeared in the starting left-back position, and Drogba played as the center-forward. This season, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Drogba has been the center-forward in most of the league matches, while Ibrahimovic is responsible for cup matches. From the moment the referee blew his whistle, Leeds United displayed their dominance, firmly controlling the game with the support of their home fans. In the 27th minute of the first half, Ronaldo successfully broke the offside trap, received a pass from Kaká, and slotted the ball into the far corner from a tight angle, opening the scoring for Leeds United. Then, just before the end of the first half, Ronaldo, after receiving the ball while seated, dribbled sideways for a few steps before suddenly unleashing a long-range shot that flew straight into the top corner of the goal. In the first half, Leeds United took a 2-goal lead over Tottenham thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's brace, a goal that completely overwhelmed Tottenham. In the second half, Jiang Feng substituted Sneijder for Kaká during the break, which clearly indicated that he was saving his energy for the upcoming Champions League match. Cristiano Ronaldo was in exceptional form in this match. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, he headed in a corner kick taken by Sneijder inside the penalty area. With a 3-0 victory, Cristiano Ronaldo scored his first hat-trick of the season. Jiang Feng then substituted Beasley for Ronaldo. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Tottenham 3-0 at home. Another 3-0 victory. Leeds United's 5-game winning streak has once again made them the focus of media attention. The day after the match, the Times of England published a front-page headline, "Who can stop Leeds United?" The article analyzed Leeds United's players in every position and their overall tactics from multiple perspectives. The commentary stated that Leeds United's current squad could guarantee them 5 years without any rivals in the Premier League. However, the article also pointed out unfavorable factors for Leeds United. After a detailed analysis of each of Leeds United's key players, the Times reporter argued that in a season or two, it would be impossible for all of Leeds United's current players to remain with the same team. The reporter stated that no team in the world could support so many star players simultaneously, and if Leeds United failed to complete its generational transition by then, it would be the time for Leeds United to fall apart. Meanwhile, another famous English newspaper, The Sun, also praised Leeds United to the skies on its front page, saying that with its current squad, Leeds United would soon dominate the whole of Europe. With reports from 2 top media outlets, other tabloids also emerged one after another, praising Leeds United extensively. While many media outlets were vying to report on and praise Leeds United, Jong Fong led the entire Leeds United team to Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. At 6 p.m. on September 17th, at the Redska Stadium in Prague, the first round of the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League group stage match between Leeds United and Sparta Prague officially began with the referee's whistle. This match was, after all, the first round of the Champions League. Although the opponent was not a regular powerhouse from the top 5 leagues, Jong Fong still fielded all his key players in order to get off to a good start and gain a favorable position in the group. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Morenisi, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Following his explosive performance in the previous match against Tottenham, Ronaldo once again scored a hat-trick in this Champions League game, and also contributed 2 assists. All 5 goals scored by Leeds United in the match were related to Ronaldo. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Sparta Prague 5-0 away from home, securing a winning start to their Champions League campaign this season. In the other Group G match, Lazio played away against Turkish side Besiktas, and Lazio also won 2-0. As a result, Leeds United topped the group on goal difference after the first round. After finishing their Champions League match, the entire Leeds United team returned to Leeds City the following day. On September 19th, Leeds United also played their first League Cup match against Huddersfield Town from League Two. Messi, Joe Hart, Milner, Kompany, and other substitutes were all included in Jong Feng's starting lineup. Jong Feng even called up Khedira from the youth team. Although they were just substitutes and reserve team players, these young and fearless players launched a powerful attack away from home. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Huddersfield 2-0, achieving a winning start in the League Cup. The 6th round of the Premier League kicked off on September 21st. Leeds United hosted Fulham at home. Although the key players had some rest, Jong Fong did not field his full starting lineup for this match. Robinson started as the team's goalkeeper, Woodgate and Chiellini started as the team's center backs, Abidal was the left back, Ebu was the right back, Modric and Yaya Touré started in the defensive midfield, Sneijder was the attacking midfielder, Cristiano Ronaldo was still on the left wing, Morenisi was on the right wing, and Drogba was the center forward. However, during the pre-match preparations, Jong Fong clearly told Ronaldo that he would only be given 45 minutes of playing time in this game. Facing a weaker Fulham team, Leeds United showed no mercy. Cristiano Ronaldo seized the opportunity, scoring twice in the 19th and 37th minutes of the first half to give Leeds United a 2-0 lead over Fulham at halftime. Although Fulham pulled one back in the 64th minute of the second half, Morenisi's goal in the 77th minute sealed the victory for Leeds United. Leeds United ultimately defeated Fulham 3-1 at home, securing their 6th consecutive league win. Chapter 285, Ranieri's Stubbornness. With Leeds United's complete breakout performance, coupled with Jong Feng's sound arrangements and ample personnel, Leeds United completely turned the English football scene upside down. At the beginning, when Leeds United had a 10-game winning streak and an 11-game winning streak, the media were asking who could stop the crazy Leeds United. But as Leeds United continued to win, even the media became numb. From August to November, Leeds United remained undefeated in the Premier League, League Cup, FA Cup, and Champions League. With 17 rounds of the Premier League completed and only 2 rounds remaining in the first half of the season, Leeds United achieved a record of 16 wins and 1 draw, leading second-place Chelsea by a full 9 points in the league standings. They are far ahead of the league leaders. In terms of players, the top 2 scorers in the league are both from Leeds United. Cristiano Ronaldo leads the scoring charts with 16 goals, followed by Didier Drogba with 11 goals. Leeds United have also reached the quarterfinals of the League Cup and the 5th round of the FA Cup. In the Champions League group stage, 5 rounds have been played so far. Leeds United have won 4 and drawn 1 of their 5 matches, accumulating 13 points and leading the second-place team by 8 points. The current standings in Group G are somewhat surprising to many. Lazio, who were highly anticipated before the start of the group stage, have only accumulated 5 points after 5 rounds with 1 win, 2 draws, and 2 losses, ranking third in the group. Although they still retain a theoretical hope, it is only theoretical. On December 10th, the final round of the Champions League group stage kicked off, with Leeds United hosting Besiktas. Having already secured first place in their group a round in advance, Jiangfeng didn't even field any substitute for this match, instead sending out players entirely from the youth team, reserve team, and first team who have had almost no playing time. The result of the match was not unexpected. Leeds United, with this lineup, suffered their first defeat of the season on all fronts at home. However, this result was also expected. How could they not lose with such a lineup against a desperate Besiktas? The other match in Group G was a major upset. Lazio, playing at home, faced Sparta Prague. Both teams had 5 points after 5 rounds. Whoever won this match would secure second place in the group and advance to the knockout stage. However, no one expected that Sparta Prague would emerge victorious, defeating Lazio 1-0. Lazio lost the most important match of the season. With that, all the group stage matches concluded, and the top 2 teams from each of the 8 groups advanced to the knockout stage. These teams were Lyon and Bayern Munich from Group A. It's worth noting that Bayern only finished second in this group, while Celtic were fortunate enough to finish third and drop into the UEFA Cup. The qualification results in Group B were also quite surprising. Arsenal finished first in the group without any trouble, but Lokomotiv Moscow surprisingly took second place. Inter Milan, the group's favorite to qualify, finished third and also went to the UEFA Cup. Group C was a bit of a disappointment, as the final points were the closest. Monaco finished first with 11 points, while Deportivo La Coruña and PSV Eindhoven tied for second and third with 10 points each. Ultimately, Deportivo La Coruña secured a place in the UEFA Cup by virtue of a superior goal difference. As expected, Juventus finished first in Group D, advancing alongside Real Sociedad. Group E also proceeded without any major surprises, with Manchester United finishing first in the group and Stuttgart finishing second with 12 points, both advancing to the knockout stage. Real Madrid, with 14 points, and Porto, with 11 points, both advanced to the round of 16 in Group F. AC Milan and Celta Vigo advanced to the round of 16 in Group H, while Ajax, who were highly anticipated, finished fourth and were eliminated. On December 11th, after all 16 teams were determined, UEFA conducted another Champions League draw in Zurich. Leeds United's opponent was Stuttgart from the Bundesliga, an old rival for Jiangfeng. The other round of 16 matchups are Lokomotiv Moscow versus Monaco, Bayern Munich versus Real Madrid, Celta Vigo versus Arsenal, Sparta Prague versus AC Milan, Real Sociedad versus Lyon, Deportivo La Coruña versus Juventus, and Porto versus Manchester United. The knockout stage of the Champions League will not begin until February. Sitting in his office looking at the match schedule, Jiangfeng was filled with emotion. He was afraid that many people would be shocked in just over 2 months. Who would have thought that Manchester United would be eliminated by Porto? And Real Madrid and Bayern Munich met early on, and after Real Madrid won, they were considered the biggest favorites to win this Champions League. Who would have thought that they would eventually fall to Monaco? This is probably what they mean by the unpredictability of life. After the Champions League group stage, Leeds United only has the last 2 league matches left in the first half of the season. The 18th round of the Premier League will kick off at 6 p.m. today, December 16th. In this round, Leeds United will face their biggest opponent in the league, a transformed Chelsea team. Several days before the match, Chelsea manager Claudio Ranieri made a bold statement in an interview, claiming that Leeds United's unbeaten run in the league was due to not having faced Chelsea. Ranieri said that Chelsea would definitely break Leeds United's unbeaten streak in this match, thus narrowing the gap between the two sides. Even when asked by reporters to predict the final score of the match, the usually conservative Ranieri held up 3 fingers, indicating that Chelsea would win 3-0. The outspoken Ranieri started a war of words, and afterwards, many Chelsea players appeared in front of the reporters' cameras, all saying that they would end Leeds United's unbeaten record. Even Abramovich stepped forward and announced that if Chelsea could win 3-0 against Leeds United in this match, he would give them a bonus of €5 million. With such a high-profile declaration and generous rewards, even the media gradually began to believe that Chelsea had a great chance of winning the match. In this war of words, only Jiangfeng from Leeds United stood up and said, "We'll know who's laughing after the game." I reckon this Italian coach must be under a lot of pressure lately, otherwise he wouldn't be so high-profile, being the usually conservative coach he is. It seems his days at Chelsea are numbered, Jiangfeng said to Moshe and Klopp in the office. Jiang, Chelsea has been playing a defensive counter-attacking style all season. Do you think they will choose the same approach in this match? No way. He's being so high-profile, because he's under pressure from the Russians. You know, that wealthy gentleman has said on more than one occasion that he prefers attacking to defending. So I reckon Chelsea will definitely launch a major attack right from the start. But that's not the Italians' forte. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Those who knew him knew who was about to suffer this time. Chapter 286. Abu's face darkened. At 5:50 p.m. on December 16th, the starting players of both teams stepped on a Stamford Bridge under the guidance of the referee. Chelsea fans in the stands greeted their team with cheers and put pressure on the Leeds United players with boos and curses. Having had a week of rest, Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Mornisi, and striker Didier Drogba. As Jiang Feng predicted, Chelsea, who were originally good at the 4-5-1 defensive counterattacking formation, adopted a traditional 4-1-3-2 formation with a balanced attack and defense under Ranieri's adjustments. The goalkeeper was Cutaccini, the defenders were Melchiot at right back, Bridge at left back, Terry and Gallas at center back, Makelele as the defensive midfielder, Grandjer at right wing, Duff at left wing, Lampard at central midfield, and Mutu and Hasselbank as forwards. It is worth mentioning that Crespo's arrival at Chelsea can be considered a case of starting strong but fading afterward. He performed well in the first few games, especially scoring a goal in the first league match against Liverpool. However, as time went on, Crespo's shortcomings were gradually magnified. He was not a player known for his speed, and as he got older, his physical strength also declined. As a result, he could hardly get the ball in the attacking third, and his goal-scoring efficiency dropped very quickly. Gradually, he was abandoned by Ranieri. For Chelsea, this was definitely a failed deal. This is also one of the reasons why Abramovich is dissatisfied with Ranieri. After the handshake and coin toss ceremony, both teams' players took their places and waited for the referee to blow the whistle to start the match. Finally, after the referee raised his arm to check his watch, he immediately blew the whistle to start the match. After the start of the game, Leeds United systematically tightened their formation according to Jiang Feng's instructions, allowing Chelsea to spread out their formation. However, Leeds United also increased the intensity of their pressing throughout the game, and under the leadership of Kaká and others, they consciously accelerated the pace of their pressing and closing down, forcing Chelsea to speed up their passing. It can be said that among Chelsea's entire midfield and attack, only Duff's speed is something Leeds United is wary of. Other positions, including Glenn, are not particularly fast. Chelsea's ability to rank second this season is mainly due to two factors. Firstly, Ranieri's counterattacking strategy is indeed very good, and secondly, their organizational ability in positional attacks is very strong. However, Chelsea's strengths were no longer being utilized under Leeds United's conscious guidance. So, in the first 10 minutes, the game seemed to favor Chelsea and dominate the attack, but it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that Chelsea's attack was almost entirely disorganized. Often, once they entered the 30-meter danger zone, they would either launch long, high-ball attacks or take long shots with little turning. Such an attack was barely a tickle for Leeds United, and their defense was under almost no pressure. On the other hand, Leeds United haven't really had any attacks yet, but those familiar with Leeds United know that as the game progresses, Chelsea are on the verge of a very dangerous situation. Unbeknownst to them, Leeds United have been guiding Chelsea's formation to spread out very wide, something even Ranieri hasn't noticed, as he's still directing the team's attack from the sidelines. Finally, in the 22nd minute, Chelsea had been bombarding the opposition for over 20 minutes, and Leeds United had shown their teeth, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Chelsea. Mutu's long-range shot from outside the penalty area was deflected by Ramos and lacked power, allowing Cech to easily collect it. Cech quickly got up, ran to the edge of the penalty area, and threw the ball powerfully to Modric. After receiving the ball, Modric dribbled a few steps before delivering a powerful diagonal long pass to Ronaldo, who was making a forward run on the left wing. At this moment, Ronaldo was facing only Melchiot as a defender. Ronaldo faced the incoming ball and flicked it with his right foot, bypassing the opponent's head and quickly dribbling past him before unleashing a powerful touch. What followed was a pure test of speed. When Ronaldo reaches full speed, Melchiot simply cannot keep up with him. At this point, even committing a foul is a luxury for Melchiot. As Ronaldo accelerated and dribbled to the byline, he glanced back at Melchior's position, then suddenly stopped and cut inside, causing Melchior to rush out of bounds and lose his chance to defend. Cristiano Ronaldo's entry into the penalty area threw Chelsea's defense into disarray. Terry had to abandon his marking target, Drogba, and rush towards Ronaldo. After Terry left his original position, Ronaldo suddenly chipped the ball over the goalkeeper. After controlling the ball with his chest, Drogba unleashed a powerful volley that left Cutisini helpless, and the ball easily nestled into the goal. 1-0. In the 25th minute, Leeds United took advantage of a counterattack opportunity, with Drogba scoring the opening goal. While Drogba and his teammates were celebrating their goal, Abramovich, sitting in a VIP box at Stamford Bridge, suddenly turned very gloomy. "Pini, do you think he's a suitable head coach for us? I've invested so much money, and all we can do is finish as runners-up. I don't think that's acceptable to me. Boss, it's very difficult to find a head coach these days. I think Mr. Claudio is capable. I want more than just ability. I want a manager who can lead Chelsea to championships." "Okay, boss, I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, he's not good this season, so let him go. You can put together a short list of players. I'm willing to pay any price, as long as we can win and win the championship." Only then did Ranieri realize he had been tricked, and he immediately squatted down on the sidelines, covering his head. The referee interrupted Leeds United celebrations, and both teams returned to their positions, awaiting the resumption of play. After the game restarted, Chelsea's players suddenly didn't know what to do. The pre-match instructions were to attack, but now that they were behind, they should have attacked even more. However, Leeds United's counterattack had scared Chelsea's players, so their ideas suddenly became divided. Chapter 287, Leaving Early. In fact, Pini knew that Ranieri was not an incompetent manager. As for why Abramovich did not want to use Ranieri from the beginning, there was a preconceived notion. Back in the previous season, before Abramovich took over Chelsea, after watching the Leeds United versus Chelsea match, Abramovich thought that Chelsea's manager should be someone like Jiang Feng. Moreover, because Jiang Feng rejected Abramovich, Abramovich hoped even more that Chelsea could crush Leeds United in every aspect. So even if Chelsea win this game, Ranieri will not be able to stay at Chelsea for long. Thinking of this, Pini couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow, as serving a self-centered, super-rich man like Abramovich is not an easy task. While Pini was reminiscing in his box, the match continued on the field. Holding a one-goal lead, Leeds United played with composure and ease. Ranieri was no fool. He quickly realized the predicament Chelsea was facing on the field and immediately started shouting at his players on the sidelines, gesturing for the team to press forward. Ranieri knew he had no way out. He also knew that the owner had never thought highly of him. The reason he was so high-profile before the game was not just for show. Ranieri also wanted to demonstrate Leeds United's worth. Last season, they couldn't close the gap in player quality, but this season they have finally brought in a lot of talented players, so they had to make good use of them. However, to Ranieri's surprise, when he got into position to engage in an attacking battle with Leeds United actually launched a defensive counterattacking strategy. Jiang Feng's tactical arrangement made Ranieri feel like he was going to vomit blood. Now that the team is behind, he has no choice but to grit his teeth and continue the attack. After receiving instructions from Ranieri, the Chelsea players on the field were united and began to press forward to attack, while Leeds United continued to stick to their defensive counterattacking formation. The situation on the field returned to what it was like at the start of the game. Ranieri on the sidelines was also a bit of a headache. Leeds United was like a hedgehog, and Chelsea not only had no way to get a bite out of them, but also had to be wary of being pricked in vital spots from time to time. Another headache for Ranieri is that Leeds United's high-pressing style is making things very difficult for him. As a result, Chelsea made more and more mistakes on the field and had no good solutions in attack. Fortunately, they did not leave too many gaps in defense for Leeds United, but this came at the cost of sacrificing attacking opportunities on both flanks. As time went on, the end of the first half drew ever closer. Soon the fourth official on the sidelines raised the sign indicating 3 minutes of added time. At this point, the score was still 1-0. Just when everyone thought the first half would end with this score, Leeds United found another excellent opportunity. Just as stoppage time began, Chelsea's players became a little too relaxed. After receiving a pass from Makelele on the wing, Glenker saw that there weren't many good opportunities to move forward, so he casually passed the ball back. However, after completing the pass, he secretly thought, "Oh no." It turned out that Modric had somehow ended up between him and Makelele, and his pass, lacking power, was intercepted by Modric midway through. After receiving the ball, Modric didn't even look up. He knew the position of every teammate perfectly. Before Makelele could pounce, Modric's pass found Ronaldo, who was making a run forward. Facing Lauren's interception, Ronaldo followed the ball's roll, made a powerful dribble, and then overtook him from the outside, putting on a show of speed and passion for everyone. To be honest, although this way of dribbling is simple and brutal, it is one of the most adrenaline-pumping methods on the field, with an extremely strong visual impact. After getting past his opponent and receiving the ball, Ronaldo delivered a very obvious curved cross into the penalty area just before reaching the byline. At that moment, Kaká, Drogba, and Cameronesi were all in position in the front, middle, and back of the penalty area. Finally, Drogba, In the middle, successfully headed the ball into Chelsea's goal with a diving header. Leeds United extended their lead to 2-0 in first-half stoppage time. Seeing Drogba score, Jong Fong was also very excited. He immediately slid on his knees in celebration, a wild way of celebrating that not only made the Chelsea fans in the stands feel humiliated, but also angered Ranieri. Jong Fong hates verbal battles, so he also dislikes those who start arguments before the game. When he was leading by 1 goal, Jong Fong was somewhat restrained, but now that he has 2 goals in hand, he can relax. Seeing Jong Feng's celebratory gesture, Abu in the private room also felt humiliated. Abu smashed his wine glass on the ground, got up, and left the room. To be honest, it's no wonder Abu felt aggrieved. Anyone would be angry if they spent hundreds of millions and ended up getting thrashed on their own turf. After the goal, the referee didn't even wait for the game to restart before blowing the whistle to end the first half. Both teams returned to the locker room to make arrangements for the final 45 minutes. Guys, they're definitely going to go crazy attacking in the second half because they can't afford to lose. And now that we have 2 goals, I bet they think we'll just play defensively and counterattackingly in the second half. That means we'll have plenty of time to play around with them. So at the start of the second half, we're not going to play defensively and counterattackingly anymore. Push our formation out and attack. Catch them off guard and crush them, understand? Understood, boss. It was clear that Jong Fong was not satisfied with a 2-goal lead. The break was over soon, and both sides returned to the pitch. Leeds United did not make any personnel changes, while Chelsea, just as Jong Fong had predicted, Ranieri began to go all out. Chelsea substituted Crespo for Makelele, and Chelsea's formation on the field immediately changed to a 4-3-3 attacking formation. To Ranieri's great surprise, Leeds United displayed a completely different tactic after the start of the second half. From the very beginning, Leeds United quickly spread out their formation and pressed forward, adopting a do-or-die attitude. If one did not know the result of the first half, one would think that Leeds United was the one trailing. Therefore, Jong Feng's change immediately hit Ranieri's weak point. Lampard, Glenkel, and Duff alone could not withstand Leeds United's midfield, and Ranieri just happened to replace the best defensive player in the midfield. As a result, the entire course of the match deviated from Chelsea's expectations. Chapter 288, Chelsea's Internal Strife. In the 49th minute, Leeds United's midfield, led by Kaka, executed a series of passes in the middle before Kaka finally played a through ball into the penalty area, where Ronaldo broke the offside trap and faced the goalkeeper directly. An easy shot once again breached Chelsea's goal. With the score at 3-0, Jong Fong didn't celebrate wildly this time. Instead, he stood there, clapped his hands, and then sat back down on the coach's bench. Chelsea fans in the stands, however, felt that such a celebration was even more insulting to their team, because Jong Fong seemed to have lost interest in scoring. The game restarted, and Chelsea's performance on the field became increasingly chaotic. Crespo's introduction did nothing to benefit Chelsea. It's not that Crespo was incompetent. In fact, the 3-striker tactic was a disastrous move by Ranieri. It might have worked against weaker teams, but against a team like Leeds United, it not only failed to produce results, but also created significant problems for their own attack. Crespo, Hasselbank, and Mutu are all traditional strikers without strong ball control abilities, and they are essentially the same type of player. This is not as simple as 1 + 2 = 3. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Chelsea's 3-striker tactic has been almost never used. Now that they've implemented this, the final result will either be someone being offside, overlapping routes, or mistakes caused by players giving way to each other. Leeds United's defense felt this most acutely. They even felt that the defensive pressure in the second half was much less than in the first half. Gradually, even the Chelsea fans in the stands sensed something was wrong. When they saw Crespo fall into the offside trap once again, a few scattered boos came from the stands. Crespo, walking back with his head down, looked rather gloomy. No Chelsea players came forward to comfort him, highlighting the lack of unity among the players. This point was magnified countless times in the next Chelsea attack, making it visible to everyone. In the 69th minute, Lampard received the ball in the middle, glanced at his teammates ahead, and then launched a long pass into the penalty area. At this moment, Crespo was clearly offside among Chelsea's 3 forwards, while Hasselbank, on the right behind him, was not offside. Hasselbank knew that Lampard's pass was meant for him. However, the problem was that Crespo was completely unaware that he was offside. So after Lampard passed the ball, he naturally started to run to receive it. This rendered Hasselbank's run completely meaningless, as the assistant referee on the sidelines raised his flag, and then the referee blew his whistle, indicating offside. Hasselbank couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and shoved Crespo to the ground, yelling at the fallen Crespo, "Fuck! Are you blind? Can't you see where you are?" What happened next was quite simple. Crespo couldn't tolerate such an insult, So the two started pushing each other in front of everyone. What was most speechless was that among all the Chelsea players, only Lampard stepped forward to try to stop them, while the others stood there dumbfounded and watched everything happen. Jiang Feng and all the Leeds United players stared in disbelief at what was happening on the field, while Ranieri, who should have been furious, sat on the bench covering his face. Even the referee was at a loss for what to do. He consulted with the fourth official before approaching the two players. Hasselbank, who made the first move, was immediately sent off with a red card, while Crespo received a yellow card. Jiang Feng never expected that Chelsea would do something so self-destructive. Instead of booing the referee's decision, the Chelsea fans in the stands applauded him, demonstrating just how disappointed and upset they were. Trailing by 3 goals and down a man, everyone watching the game knew that the final result would be no surprise. In the following match, the home team's fans started booing. They applauded whenever Leeds United attacked, but booed whenever Chelsea attacked. Even the few Leeds United fans were at a loss for what to do, wondering why Chelsea had stolen their spotlight. Jiang Feng also began making substitutions, and in the remaining time, Leeds United did not try to finish the game off. So Leeds United finally defeated Chelsea 3-0, taking all 3 points and widening the gap between the two sides to double digits. After the match, Jiang Feng arrived at the press conference. As soon as the questions started, the media focused their attention on Ranieri, while the victors sitting to the side were ignored. To be honest, Leeds United's victory no longer attracted the media's attention. For these reporters, Chelsea, who lost both the game and their composure, were of much greater interest. Mr. Claudio, in both the first and second halves, we could see that Chelsea was completely outmaneuvered tactically. Does this mean that you, as the manager, bear the primary responsibility for this defeat? The first question was posed by a reporter from the Times. As the team's head coach, I am responsible for the team's loss, no matter what the reason. But what I want to say is that as the team's head coach, the players did not play according to my requirements at all. How can such a team win? Many of our players performed worse than amateur players. I am ashamed of their performance. Some of them do not even deserve to stand on the field. Mr. Claudio, could you be more specific about which players you're referring to? The Sun reporter's question was somewhat sinister. Don't try to trick me. I don't need to tell you the specific name. I believe everyone can see it very clearly. The experienced Ranieri was not blinded by anger. Ranieri then ignored the reporter's questions and left the scene. Jiang Feng, who was standing nearby, watched the spectacle unfold. However, Jiang Feng knew that after this match, Ranieri's time at Chelsea would be coming to an end. For Jiang Feng, this added another source of resentment. Chapter 289 King of the Cup. With a full squad and strong logistical support, Leeds United managed to cope well with the packed schedule this season. Compared to other leagues that have a winter break, England's lack of a winter break is a controversial feature. After finishing the last round of the first half of the season, Leeds United did not get enough rest like they did last season. As time went by, Leeds United continued to maintain their strength on all fronts, launching attacks on all 4 fronts simultaneously. On December 25th, in the 4th round of the League Cup, Leeds United, with a lineup of half-starters and half-substitutes, narrowly defeated Championship side, Reading 1-0 at Madejski Stadium, thus advancing to the League Cup quarterfinals. As time goes by, Leeds United will also be playing their first final of the season. The final of the 2003-2004 English League Cup will kick off at 5 p.m. today, February 29th, 2004, between Leeds United and Middlesbrough. The venue for the final is the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. This marks the 3rd time in Leeds United's history that they have reached the League Cup final, and the 2nd time in Jiang Feng's coaching career that they have reached the League Cup final. Before the final match day, the ever-curious English media compiled statistics on all the cup competitions Jiang Feng had participated in. Starting from Leyton Orient, Jiang Feng won every cup final he entered in just 4 seasons, successfully taking home the championship trophy. To date, Jiang Feng has won a total of 2 UEFA Cup titles, 1 Champions League title, 1 English League Cup title, and 1 Community Shield title. After these statistics were released, The Sun published an article on its front page titled King of Cups, which was mostly filled with praise and logion for Jiang Feng. The League Cup final officially began at 5 p.m. on the day of the match with the referee's whistle. Despite the dauntingly tight schedule, this is still a final. Although many teams consider the League Cup meaningless, no one wants to give up when it comes to the final. Therefore, despite the tight schedule, Jiang Feng still sent out his strongest lineup for this match. Therefore, the final result of the match was not surprising at all. Leeds United did not allow any upsets. Leeds United had the championship trophy firmly in their hands by the end of the first half. In the first 45 minutes, Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, and Modric each contributed a goal. Even though Jiang Feng substituted Kaka and Cameronesi, who contributed 2 assists in the first half but did not score, During the second half break, Middlesbrough still could not find any opportunity to narrow the score gap. Instead, in the 79th minute, Sneijder's through ball from the middle gave Messi a one-on-one opportunity. Messi was not about to let such a good chance pass, and he eventually pushed the ball into the far corner of the goal. This icing-on goal allowed Leeds United to end the game prematurely. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Leeds United defeated Middlesbrough 4-0 at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, winning the 2003-2004 English League Cup. This was Leeds United's second League Cup title in club history, and also their second trophy of the season. Jiang Feng has once again successfully defended his title as the king of cups in English football. After finishing their League Cup match, Leeds United immediately shifted their focus back to the league and the Champions League. At 6 p.m. on March 2nd, the first leg of the 2003-2004 UEFA Champions League round of 16 match between Leeds United and Stuttgart officially began at the Gottlieb Daimler Stadium in Germany. Because of the previous League Cup final, Jiang Feng made significant adjustments to the starting lineup for this match. The starting lineup included Cech in goal, Abidal at left back, Ebu at right back, Woodgate and Ramos at center back, Modric and Yaya Toure at defensive midfield, Sneijder at attacking midfield, Beasley at left winger, Messi at right winger, and Drogba at center forward. It's worth mentioning that this is Messi's first start for Leeds United in a Champions League match. After the match started, Leeds United took the initiative. Although not all of their first-team players were on the field, Stuttgart managed to maintain control of the game for more than 10 minutes before gradually losing control of the tempo. Messi, making his first Champions League start, was in superb form. After just a few rounds, he turned the entire right flank into Leeds United's attacking corridor. With Ebu occasionally making runs into the box, Leeds United's right-wing attack became unbearable for Stuttgart. Just when Stuttgart's defensive focus was entirely on Leeds United's right flank, Sneijder made a quick pass to the neglected left flank. Beasley then crossed the ball with almost no one marking him, and Drogba headed it in from the center to open the scoring. In the 19th minute, Leeds United took a one-goal lead. After half a season, Leeds United have almost never lost a game in which they scored the first goal. Anyone who follows Leeds United knows that you should never let them score first, otherwise their ability to snowball is terrifying. Just like the course of this match, after taking a one-goal lead, the change in pace throughout the game made Stuttgart suffer, and Stuttgart was led by the nose by Leeds United for the entire match. Then, in the 39th minute, Messi's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area almost sealed the victory. Then, in the 51st minute of the second half, Camoranesi, who replaced Messi during halftime, was in almost the same position as Messi and took the same shot, making the score 3-0. This goal not only essentially secured the victory in this match, but also virtually guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Stuttgart 3-0 away from home, winning the first leg of the round of 16 series. The second leg will be played on March 11th, with Leeds United hosting Stuttgart. Chapter 290 King of the Cup 2. In the first leg of the round of 16 series, the highly anticipated match between Bayern Munich and Real Madrid ended in a 1-1 draw after 90 minutes of play at Anfield. However, this result was far from acceptable for Bayern, who were playing at home, as Real Madrid had secured an away goal. Another match in this round had a result that surprised many people. Porto's home game against Manchester United, in which Porto ultimately won 2-1. If the first round of matches was merely unexpected, then after the second round of the round of 16 concluded on March 10th, the results were beyond unexpected. Many were simply looking for their glasses on the floor in disbelief. On March 10th, Leeds United continued their winning streak at home, facing Stuttgart, who had traveled a long way. With a 3-goal advantage, Leeds United fielded a lineup of half-starters and half-substitutes. In the end, with the support of their home fans, they defeated Stuttgart 2-1, thus sending Stuttgart out of the Champions League with a total score of 5-1. The other 7 matches were a mixed bag of fortunes. Real Madrid, who drew 1-1 with Bayern Munich away from home, returned to their home ground and defeated the ambitious Bayern Munich 1-0, sending them packing. Manchester United, who lost 1-2 to Porto in the first leg away from home, were still optimistic about the series despite being a goal behind on goal difference at home, thanks to an away goal. However, when the referee blew the final whistle, even the Manchester United fans in the stands couldn't believe the final score on the big screen, 1-1. This was the final score displayed on the big screen at the end of the match. The tenacious Porto held the mighty Manchester United to a 1-1 draw away from home, and Porto ultimately won 3-2 on aggregate, leaving Manchester United heartbroken at home. Monaco, a French team that had a similar experience to Manchester United, had a completely different outcome. They also lost 1-2 to Lokomotiv Moscow in the first round, but Monaco won 1-0 at home, thus entering the quarterfinals with an away goal advantage. Arsenal, also from the Premier League like Leeds United, had a very smooth path to the quarterfinals. After defeating Celta Vigo 3-2 away, they won the second leg 2-0 cleanly, thus advancing to the quarterfinals. AC Milan's path to the final was somewhat tumultuous, but the final outcome was perfect. After a goalless draw against Sparta Prague in the first leg away from home, they returned to their home ground and secured a resounding 4-0 victory, avoiding an upset and thus earning a place in the quarterfinals. Lyon from France, meanwhile, sent Real Sociedad out of the Champions League with 2-0 victories. However, Juventus, also from Italy like AC Milan, disappointed many fans of the Old Lady. 2-0 victories allowed Deportivo La Coruña to emerge victorious in this round of the series, while Juventus could only leave the Champions League and return to Italy to slowly recover from their wounds. Thus, the final 8 teams for the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League were determined: Leeds United, Real Madrid, Porto, Monaco, Deportivo La Coruña, Arsenal, Lyon, and AC Milan. On March 11th, UEFA drew 8 teams into 2 halves of the draw. This time, there was no rule that teams from the same league should avoid each other. After the draw, the 4 teams in the first half were Porto versus Lyon and AC Milan versus Deportivo La Coruña. The 4 teams in the second half were Real Madrid versus Monaco and Leeds United versus Arsenal, forming an all-English Premier League match. After the final draw results were announced, many English media outlets claimed it was a conspiracy against Premier League teams and protested that UEFA was trying to use rigged results to eliminate Premier League teams. Many media outlets even claimed that the Champions League winner for this year's competition had already been decided, and as time went on, the focus shifted to Real Madrid and AC Milan, since both teams indeed drew favorable draws. For a time, the English media even exposed some of UEFA's dark secrets in recent years, putting UEFA in the spotlight. Inside the Leeds United office, Zhang Feng was also thinking about the draw results. In fact, Zhang Feng knew that there was definitely something fishy about the draw, but it was precisely because of this shady dealing that the Champions League final became the most ordinary Champions League final in history. It can be said that if those people at UEFA knew this was the result, they certainly wouldn't have secretly manipulated the draw. It can be said that the old saying, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise, is true. For UEFA, the rivalry between top teams is definitely more influential than that between ordinary teams. That's why UEFA manipulates the draw every time, creating so-called rivalry clashes and gimmicky matches. It's through these means that they increase the appeal and influence of the Champions League. However, the idea that the champion is predetermined is pure nonsense. UEFA would never do something so short-sighted. The Champions League is a prestigious title for UEFA and an important asset in its competition with FIFA. Therefore, Zhang Feng scoffed at some of the unfounded speculations from the outside world. The first leg of the quarterfinals will be held on March 24th. Since it's an all-English clash with Arsenal, Leeds United will be spared the hassle of traveling back and forth. After finishing their round of 16 matches, Leeds United will refocus on the league. Due to the League Cup final and Champions League matches, Zhang Feng had to use some reserve players in the league, resulting in 2 consecutive draws despite not losing. This has narrowed the gap with Chelsea to 7 points. However, the good news for Leeds United fans is that the team remains unbeaten in the league so far. The 28th round of the Premier League proceeded as scheduled, with Leeds United traveling to the Etihad Stadium to face their opponent Manchester City. Facing Keegan's Manchester City, arrested Leeds United fielded their strongest lineup and defeated their opponents 3-1 in 90 minutes, ending their 2-game draw streak and adding 3 points to their tally. Chapter 291 Civil War. After a week's rest, Leeds United returned to the Premier League for the 30th round, hosting Aston Villa at home. On March 20th, Elland Road Stadium, where the reconstruction of the northeast and northwest stands, also known as the Riviere stands, had been completed, was almost full. This reconstruction involved almost completely demolishing and rebuilding the Riviere stands. The rebuilt Riviere stands now have nearly 800 more seats and a roof. Facing Aston Villa, Leeds United fielded their full starting lineup and showed no mercy. With the cheers of tens of thousands of Leeds United fans, they easily defeated Aston Villa 3-0, thanks to a brace from Cristiano Ronaldo and a header for Drogba just before the end of the match. Chelsea, who had been closely chasing Leeds United, faced Manchester United away from home this round. Despite leading 2-0 in the first half, United rallied in the second half to score 2 goals, resulting in a 2-2 draw. This extended Leeds United's lead to 10 points. However, this wasn't the worst outcome for Chelsea and Ranieri. The real problem was that this defeat not only widened the gap with Leeds United, but also cost them their second-place position in the standings. Arsenal overtook Chelsea on goal difference to become second in the league. Although almost everyone knew that Abramovich was dissatisfied with Ranieri, he had never expressed this view in front of the media. However, after the match against Manchester United, Abramovich expressed his dissatisfaction in an interview with reporters. "I think my team, whether it's the head coach or some of the players, lacks a desire to win. To be honest, I'm very disappointed with this performance. But this is only the first season. Next season, we will continue to increase our investment. I will find the best head coach in the world and give him the best players in the world. I believe Chelsea will definitely become the best team in the world." Reporters also found a topic of interest in this statement. Everyone believes that Abramovich's words indicate that Ranieri will leave Stamford Bridge regardless of Chelsea's final result this season. March 24th arrived quickly. At 4 p.m., Arsenal and Leeds United players appeared at Elland Road Stadium for their acclimatization training. Inside the stadium, tens of thousands of Leeds United fans and nearly 10,000 Arsenal fans were competing in their own way. Meanwhile, the players training on the field were being broadcast to televisions in hundreds of countries and regions around the world. This All-English Champions League clash was also the highlight of the quarterfinals. Even though the match hadn't started yet, countless fans in front of their televisions were glued to the screen, watching familiar players appear on camera, afraid of missing anything. At 4:30 p.m., both teams' players and coaches returned to their respective locker rooms, where they would make final preparations and give pep talks for the upcoming match. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all exhausted by now, but having come this far, I think there is no reason for us to give up. This season, we have a good chance of achieving unprecedented success. At that time, every one of you here will be someone others look up to. Many players will never have such an opportunity in their entire lives, but now the opportunity is in front of us. So grit your teeth and eliminate all the opponents in your way. Therefore, I ask that once this game starts, you do not give your opponents a chance to breathe. Just crush them. I want them to turn pale at the mention of Leeds United. I want Leeds United to be a dark cloud hanging over their heads that will never dissipate. 10 minutes before the match was scheduled to begin, the starting players from both sides entered Elland Road Stadium, led by the refereeing team. Leeds United's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Petracek, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Sergio Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Mornisi, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Arsenal's lineup included goalkeeper Lehmann, defenders Lauren, Touré, Campbell, and Ashley Cole, midfielders Vieira and Fabregas, right winger Ljungberg, left winger Perez, attacking midfielder Gilberto, and striker Henry. Under Wenger's arrangement, Arsenal fielded a 4-5-1 formation. It's worth noting that Fabregas, who joined Arsenal in the summer in Jiang Feng's previous life, only joined the club in the winter transfer window this season. Moreover, he was immediately given important responsibilities by Wenger upon joining the team. Jiang Feng frowned as he watched Arsenal's positioning from the sidelines. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by Wenger's use of a double defensive midfielder tactic, but he felt something was off about Wenger's use of a 4-5-1 formation, because Jiang Feng noticed that Arsenal hadn't used this tactical system this season. However, Jiang Feng didn't believe that this was just a random arrangement by Wenger. Before the match even started, Jiang Feng gestured to the players who were actually preparing to kick off. Originally, Jiang Feng's plan was to continue advancing the formation and launching a strong attack after the start of the game. However, after seeing the Arsenal players' positions, Jiang Feng changed his original plan and told the players to stabilize themselves after the start of the game and probe the opponent's tactical focus. Soon, once both teams' players were in their positions, the referee blew the whistle to start the match at exactly 5 o'clock. The first leg of the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League quarterfinal match between Leeds United and Arsenal has officially begun. Arsene Wenger had been observing the game from the sidelines since it started. Watching the match, he felt an urge to curse. If allowed, he really wanted to punch Jiang Feng in the face. Wenger had chosen a 4-5-1 formation because he was certain Leeds United would launch an early attack, so he opted for a counter-attacking strategy. He left Henry up front, believing that with Henry's speed, Arsenal would find an opportunity to break through Leeds United's defense. However, the reality was that Wenger felt like he had punched cotton. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Feng's on-field command to be so decisive. Chapter 292 Civil War II. After the start of the game, Leeds United deviated from their usual style, leisurely passing the ball around in their own half, showing no hurry to attack. This made Arsenal's players on the field uncomfortable. With only Henry in the front line, the passing of the ball between the 6 Leeds United players in the midfield and backfield made Henry look like a monkey being toyed with, running back and forth and exhausted. Having suffered a major defeat at the hands of Leeds United, Arsenal dared not press high up the flanks recklessly. This was because Ronaldo and Camoranesi moved back and forth in dangerous positions on the flanks, drawing the attention of Pires and Ljungberg. Fabregas and Vieira also tried to help their teammates. However, Wenger had given instructions on the tactics for the start of the game, and even without Wenger's instructions, Kaká was in a position that could pose a threat at any time. Although Leeds United seemed to be casually probing at the start of the game, the routes and positions of their attacking quartet made Arsenal's defense very uncomfortable, resulting in them being unable to provide much support in the attacking third. Although Wenger was watching the game closely from the sidelines, he was honestly surprised by Leeds United's rapid growth. Looking at the incredibly talented Leeds United players, Wenger couldn't help but feel envious. Arsenal had been tightening their belts for years to fund their new stadium, and people said Wenger liked to buy young players. But what manager doesn't want a squad full of strong players? If Arsenal's owner were Abramovich, would Wenger still be buying mostly young players? So, sometimes things are done out of necessity. The match thus reached a stalemate. Leeds United wanted to lure their opponents out to attack, while Arsenal were very wary of Leeds United's attacking prowess and dared not push forward recklessly. After probing for 15 minutes, Jiang Feng had basically figured out his opponent's strategy. He immediately stood on the sidelines and waved his hand, signaling an attack. After receiving instructions from Jiang Feng, Leeds United immediately displayed a different attitude than they had at the start of the game. Without the pointless passing, the speed of passing and receiving the ball has increased significantly. Ronaldo and Camoranesi have both started making off-the-ball runs forward, all of which indicate that Leeds United are starting to exert their strength. As reported in the Times, virtually no Premier League team can withstand Leeds United's all-out attack, not even giants like Manchester United and Arsenal. In the 19th minute, Ronaldo broke through on the wing and cut inside, then chipped a pass into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic's header was saved by Lehmann and went out for a corner, Arsenal escaping a close call. Then, Abidal's corner kick was headed wide of the post after being deflected by Ronaldo. The series of shots prompted Lehmann to yell at his teammates, "Watch your own men! Watch your own men!" However, Arsenal is not without a chance. There aren't many forwards this season who can pose a threat to Leeds United's defense, but Arsenal's Henry is definitely one of the most dangerous. In the 27th minute, Leeds United, having failed to break through, reorganized their attack in midfield. After receiving a back pass from Kaká, Aquilani passed the ball to Modric, who was nearby. However, Aquilani's passing intention was too obvious, and the speed of his pass was not fast enough, which led to Vieira intercepting the ball midway. Vieira then launched a long ball from near the center circle to Henry in the attacking third. The pass was very well anticipated, but fortunately, Vieira's long pass was not well controlled, and Cech also noticed the danger in advance, so Cech got ahead of Henry and caught the ball under his own body. If it weren't for Cech's accurate judgment and timely rush, this ball would have been a serious problem. After catching the ball and getting up, Cech glared at his two center-back teammates. Ramos and Chiellini both raised their hands somewhat embarrassedly. Indeed, both of them were responsible for this ball, as they underestimated its threat level. The two sides traded blows, chipping away at the time, but overall Leeds United were on the offensive while Arsenal were on the defensive, and the game once again became a stalemate. Leeds United finally found an excellent chance just before the end of the first half, but the final goal had a somewhat comical feel to it. After breaking through on the wing, Ronaldo sent a cross into the penalty area. However, he didn't control his power well when passing the ball, so it flew over everyone's heads and was about to go out of bounds. At this moment, Lauren, who was defending on the goal line, reflexively dodged with his right foot. The ball hit Lauren's leg and bounced back into the penalty area. Finally, it hit Touré and changed direction, bouncing into the goal. Lehmann watched the ball bouncing around in the goal with a look of despair. 1-0. In the 44th minute of the first half, Leeds United took the lead with an own goal from Arsenal. Both Leeds United and Arsenal fans stared in disbelief at the goal, and even the Leeds United players looked in the direction of the goal in disbelief. After a brief pause, the Leeds United players celebrated wildly after the referee blew the whistle to signal that the goal was valid. Both Lauren and Touré were crouching on the ground, clutching their heads. Such a blunder was hard for anyone to accept. Wenger looked on with a frustrated expression as he watched the Leeds United players celebrating on the field. He never dreamed that they would concede a goal in this way. On the other hand, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. It was like a windfall. But whether you can accept it or not, the goal stands, and that's something that can't be changed. The match resumed after the referee interrupted Leeds United celebrations. After falling behind, Arsenal intensified their attack in the remaining minutes of the first half, but failed to achieve good results. After 2 minutes of added time, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and Leeds United were fortunate to finish the first half with a score of 1-0. Both sides will return to the dressing room to make arrangements for the final 45 minutes. Chapter 293, Gaining the Initiative. In fact, Leeds United did not have much of an advantage in the first half, and their goal was more of a fluke. So after returning to the locker room, Jiang Feng made some adjustments to the first half and changed the starting lineup during halftime. The break time was over, and the players from both sides returned to the pitch. The fourth official on the sidelines announced Leeds United substitutions. Ibrahimovic off, Drogba on, Cameronesi off, Messi on. Jiang Feng used 2 substitutions during halftime. He was not very satisfied with Ibrahimovic and Cameronesi's performance in the first half. However, he couldn't blame Ibrahimovic. Many players in the team were at a critical point due to the intense schedule this season. It was understandable that the players' form fluctuated. During the years that Drogba followed Jiang Feng had been using the system to plan a very clear career development path for Drogba. And in reality, he also formulated a detailed special training plan for Drogba, with the aim of transforming him from a rigid tactical center forward into a more comprehensive top center forward. Another important reason why Drogba was able to gain Jiang Feng's favor and trust was his high level of tactical execution and his diligence. The current Drogba is no longer the same as when Jiang Feng first met him, who only had physical talent, but whose technique was extremely rough. Now, under the combination of virtual training in Jiang Feng's system and special training in reality, Drogba has developed a complete set of techniques of receiving the ball with his back to the goal, turning with the ball, and passing the ball after turning. During halftime, Jiang Feng substituted Drogba for Ibrahimovic, meaning he wanted Drogba to stop playing up front and instead drop back to the danger zone to act as a pivot in the attacking third. After the start of the second half, Drogba strictly followed Jiang Feng's instructions. Arsenal's defensive setup was man-to-man marking, so Campbell always followed Drogba immediately when he dropped back, which was exactly the result Jiang Feng wanted to see. In football tactics, no one would allow the opposing center forward to face their goal, even if he is 30 meters away from their goal. Why? Because when he's facing your goal, he has a lot of options. So every time Drogba comes out to drop back, Campbell will stick close to him and immediately prevent him from easily turning around. Campbell knew Drogba would be physically very strong, but he himself was a well-known strongman in the Premier League and didn't think his physique was inferior to Drogba's. However, to his surprise, the moment he made physical contact with Drogba, he immediately felt how terrifying Drogba was. Most importantly, Drogba also possessed a kind of agility and speed that he lacked. In the 59th minute, Drogba dropped back to receive the ball again, and Campbell followed closely behind him. The two were very close together, and although Drogba felt a huge pressure coming from behind, he held on tightly, clinging to Campbell. To be honest, there are very few strikers in the Premier League who can compete with Campbell to this extent. Drogba is one of them. At that moment, Kaká's pass immediately reached Drogba's feet. Campbell tried desperately to interfere with Drogba's next move from behind, but to little avail. Campbell is right-footed. When Drogba received the ball, he consciously turned his body to his left, meaning that Campbell was on his weaker foot. Of course, all of this was explained by Jiang Feng during halftime setup. After stopping the ball, Drogba turned to the side, used his shoulder to block Campbell, pulled the ball with his right foot, and with a half-turn, blocked Campbell to his left. Then he passed the through ball with his right foot. As Drogba prepared to turn, Ronaldo on the left wing accelerated past Lauren and began cutting inside at high speed. So when Ronaldo cut inside into the penalty area, Drogba's pass came right in front of him. Lauren chased desperately from behind, while Kolo Touré came from the middle, and the two formed a pincer movement. Ronaldo completely ignored Lauren behind him. As Touré approached and was still unsteady on his feet, Ronaldo made a feint towards the goalkeeper, then pulled the ball back, and then gently pushed it with his left foot. The ball went directly between Touré's legs, and Ronaldo then dribbled past Touré and faced the goalkeeper directly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Cristiano Ronaldo found himself one-on-one with Lehmann. With a sudden stop and change of direction, he cut past the fallen Lehmann and finally slotted the ball into the empty net. 2-0, Leeds United extended their lead in the 61st minute. Throughout this entire attacking process, in addition to Ronaldo's individual skills, Jiang Feng's tactical arrangements in the second half were well demonstrated. It was Drogba's dropping back that drew Campbell away, creating a gap in Arsenal's defense. This was definitely a difficult problem for Arsenal to solve, because if Campbell didn't come out, Drogba could easily face the goal after receiving the ball. And most importantly, in Arsenal's current squad, apart from Campbell, there aren't many players who can physically challenge Drogba. After scoring, Ronaldo ran straight to Drogba and jumped on him as a way of thanking his teammate. Leeds United, leading by 2 goals, have gained an advantage in this series. Arsenal were not in a hurry when they were down by 1 goal. After all, it was a 2-legged match, and the next game would be at Arsenal's home ground. So if it was only 1 goal, they still had many opportunities. But being down by 2 goals is a completely different story. Besides, They are both Premier League teams and are very familiar with each other. Arsenal knows that if Leeds United maintain this advantage, then even their home game next time will not be easy. At this moment, countless TV stations were replaying the goal in slow motion. The replay showed that Ronaldo and Drogba had a very high level of understanding. When Drogba started to turn, Ronaldo also started to accelerate at the same time. There was a perfect display of Ronaldo's individual skills. His continuous individual moves made Kolo Touré and lame in the background. Drogba dropped out of his usual area, retreating to about 30 meters out. Campbell was forced to follow, creating a gap in Arsenal's penalty area. Ronaldo's individual skill allowed him to quickly shake off the fullback and face the center-back directly, further widening this gap. Huang Jianxiang, in the domestic television studio, was also analyzing this goal. Chapter 294, Complete Victory. Yes, this goal not only showcased individual ability, but also the teamwork between the players. Furthermore, it was clearly Jiang Feng's arrangement during halftime, and this tactic immediately hit Arsenal's weak point. You have to admit Jiang Feng's shrewd on-field command is truly impressive. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. After seeing Ronaldo score, Jiang Feng exchanged high-fives and hugs with Klopp and Moshais on the sidelines, looking very excited because that was exactly the effect he wanted. The game restarted, and Leeds United, having tasted success, began to use this tactic frequently. Drogba was paired not only with Ronaldo, but also with Messi, who came on in the second half, and Kaká, who frequently made runs into the midfield. Jiang Feng has many ideas about the coordination between Leeds United's attacking quartet, especially after the arrival of Klopp as a tactical coach this season. The Leeds United attacking quartet has made the rest of the Premier League teams feel helpless and terrified in their attacks. After the game restarted, despite being down by 2 goals, Wenger did not blindly intensify the attack. He remained very clear-headed. Wenger paced back and forth on the sidelines, shouting reminders to Arsenal's defenders from time to time. Wenger knew that even if he wanted to attack, he couldn't afford to concede another goal. At 2-0, there was still a glimmer of hope for the next game, but if they were down by 3 goals, the next game would be pointless. No team this season had ever come back from a 3-goal deficit against Leeds United. At this moment, Wenger's assistant coach, Patrice, stood beside him. What do we do now? Should we arrange for Thor to stop being monitored by a single person? Patrice suggested. No, if he doesn't come out, that Ivorian will be facing the goal directly, which will be a bigger threat. Wenger shook his head and rejected his assistant's suggestion. Patrice knew this too. Then let the formation drop back and let Patrick and Francisco help with the defense. This is the only way for now, but it significantly weakens our attacking threat, allowing our opponents to attack with impunity. This kid has found his weakness right here. He's growing too fast, Wenger said helplessly. He really felt somewhat helpless against Leeds United's multi-dimensional attacking tactics. What is meant by three-dimensional attack? Leeds United's current attacking system is a three-dimensional attack. The main problem was that Drogba's dropping back caused trouble for Arsenal's defense. To be honest, Arsenal wasn't the only team that felt this way. Right now, every team and manager in the Premier League is extremely wary of Ibrahimovic and Drogba. Wenger also hoped that Campbell or Vieira could contain Drogba. After Arsenal pulled their formation back, although Campbell was no longer needed to mark Drogba, Arsenal seemed to be in more trouble. Without Campbell's marking, Drogba could easily turn and receive the ball facing the goal after dropping back, and the threat posed by Drogba facing the goal increased exponentially. In the 74th minute, Aquilani successfully intercepted the ball from Fabregas and quickly passed it to Kaká. Seeing Kaká receive the ball, Drogba quickly dropped back again. At this moment, Arsenal's central defender Vieira was in a dilemma. According to Wenger's instructions, he should be marking Drogba, but he was the closest to Kaká's central advance. Helpless, Vieira could only step forward to intercept Kaká, passing Drogba to Fabregas. At this moment, Kaká also passed the ball to Drogba. After receiving the ball, Drogba turned and faced the goal. Beside him, Fabregas was desperately trying to dispossess him. What happened next fully illustrated the difference between Drogba and Fabregas. Suddenly, Drogba accelerated and shoved Fabregas to the ground. The referee waved his hands to indicate no foul. In an instant, Drogba was at the edge of the penalty area. Campbell had no choice but to rush forward to intercept him. Meanwhile, Vieira abandoned his plan to closely mark Kaká and change his target to rush over. However, Drogba passed the ball across to Kaká, who received it on the edge of the penalty area and then unleashed a powerful shot. The football flew rapidly toward the goal, nestled close to the post, and into the net. It all happened so fast that Lehmann had no time to react and could only watch as the ball went in. Leeds United extended their lead to 3-0 in the final moments of the game. Wenger's fears came true. When he saw Kaká receive a pass from Drogba, he knew the ball was dangerous. The key issue was their inability to contain Drogba, which amplified their defensive vulnerabilities. Wenger must be feeling terrible right now. The scoreline basically means Arsenal's Champions League hopes are over. Wenger feels like he's been created by both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang. He senses that without Leeds United this season, even a rebuilt Chelsea wouldn't be a match for him. Kaka's goal was also the last goal of the match for both sides. After conceding the third goal, Arsenal lost their determination to attack and retreated to defense. Jiang Feng also replaced Kaka. Both sides played the rest of the game with great teamwork. After 90 minutes of play, Leeds United defeated Arsenal 3-0 at home, gaining an advantage in the quarterfinal series. The 3-0 scoreline puts Leeds United 1 foot in the semifinals. Meanwhile, the results of the other 3 Champions League matches were also decided. Porto won 2-0 against Lyon at home, gaining an advantage in this series. AC Milan won 4-1 against Deportivo La Coruña at home, and AC Milan fans were very excited after the game. Many media outlets are also full of confidence that AC Milan will defend their Champions League title. Real Madrid defeated Monaco 4-2 at home. Although they gained a 2-goal advantage, they also allowed their opponents to score 2 away goals, casting a shadow over Real Madrid's path to the next round. However, most people still believe that Real Madrid should have no problem advancing. Everything suggests that the final of this year's Champions League is very likely to be a showdown between AC Milan and Real Madrid, just as the English media predicted. Chapter 295, Unexpected Topics. After finishing their Champions League matches, Leeds United immediately shifted their focus back to their domestic competitions. On March 27th, the 30th round of the Premier League kicked off. Leeds United hosted Charlton Athletic at their home ground. The tight schedule forced Jiang Feng to use a large number of substitute players in this match. Fortunately, the opponent was much weaker than Leeds United, so even with the reserve lineup, the final result was still very satisfactory to Jiang Feng. After 90 minutes of competition, Leeds United took advantage of a corner kick opportunity, with Woodgate scoring the only goal of the match. Leeds United narrowly defeated Charlton Athletic 1-0, maintaining their lead over second place in the standings. On April 1st, 3 days after the conclusion of the 30th round of the league, Leeds United faced a crucial match, the FA Cup semi-final. Leeds United drew the only favorable draw, facing Millwall for the championship. The other match was more interesting, with Arsenal and Manchester United vying for the other spot in the final. At 6 p.m. on April 1st, the FA Cup semi-final between Leeds United and Millwall officially kicked off at the Eden Stadium. As the biggest dark horse of this FA Cup, Millwall has received a lot of attention. Apart from Leeds United fans, most fans still hope that Millwall can maintain its dark horse status. However, Leeds United, fielding a lineup of mostly starters and substitutes, managed to avoid an upset. After 90 minutes of intense play away from home, Leeds United defeated Millwall 2-1. In the other semi-final, Manchester United eliminated Arsenal 1-0, joining Leeds United in the FA Cup final. The match will be played on May 23rd at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. After securing a place in the FA Cup final, Leeds United continued their league campaign. On April 4th, Leeds United played their 31st Premier League match at Riverside Stadium against Middlesbrough. The continuous matches had depleted Leeds United's physical reserves, forcing Jiang Feng to rotate the starting lineup again this round. However, this time, they were not as lucky as they were in the previous round. After 90 minutes of play at Riverside Stadium, Leeds United had to accept a 0-0 draw, allowing Arsenal and Chelsea to close the gap to 8 points again. The second leg of the Champions League quarterfinal will kick off at 5 p.m. today, April 7th. With a 3-goal lead, Jiang Feng made another adjustment to his starting lineup. Goalkeeper Joe Hart made his Champions League debut for Leeds United. The lineup included left-back Chris Sito, right-back Ebu, center-backs Woodgate and company, defensive midfielders Modric and Yaya Touré, attacking midfielder Sneijder, left winger Beasley, right winger Cameronisi, and center forward Ibrahimovic. Arsenal's starting lineup is the same as the one used in the first leg of the match. However, Arsenal's tactics after the start of the game were very different from the last time. Arsenal launched a crazy attack after the start of the game, and Jiang Feng also expected that the opponent would not be willing to be eliminated so easily. So after the start of the game, the whole Leeds United team tightened their defense and launched a counterattack. The current situation is the same as the last round, but the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. Arsenal's relentless attack paid off. In the 41st minute of the first half, Henry broke the offside trap, received a pass from Gilberto, and slotted the ball into the net. Arsenal took the lead in the match 1-0, widening the gap to 2 goals. After the start of the second half, Arsenal continued to attack, but in the 55th minute, Leeds United seized a counterattack opportunity, and Ibrahimovic finally equalized the score at 1-1 with a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The score remained unchanged until the referee blew the final whistle. The second leg ended in a 1-1 draw, and Leeds United eliminated Arsenal from the Champions League with a 4-1 victory, advancing to the semi-finals. The other 3 Champions League matches, however, were quite surprising to many. Porto held Lyon to a 2-2 draw away from home, ultimately eliminating the French giants 4-2. If this was only slightly unexpected for some, then the match between Real Madrid and Monaco truly left all Real Madrid fans feeling hopeless. And those who had high hopes for Real Madrid in this Champions League campaign were finding it hard to accept. Real Madrid, who defeated Monaco 4-2 in the first leg, faced Monaco away from home. After 90 minutes of play, Monaco defeated Real Madrid 3-1, thus eliminating Real Madrid from the Champions League on away goals. It was during this match that Didier Deschamps, as the head coach of Monaco, officially came into the public eye. If Real Madrid's elimination could be attributed to bad luck, AC Milan's fate is truly the biggest upset of this Champions League season. After AC Milan, the defending champions, defeated Deportivo La Coruña 4-1 in the first leg, they could be said to have one foot in the semifinals. At that time, no one would have thought that AC Milan would be eliminated. Even Deportivo La Coruña fans did not dare to hope that their team would eliminate AC Milan, because Deportivo La Coruña would have to win by more than 3-0 and ensure that AC Milan did not score. At the Riazor Stadium in Spain, after 90 minutes of competition, the home team fans in the stands would probably have rushed onto the field in excitement if it weren't for the security forces on site. The score displayed on the big screen at the side of the field was 4-0, with the home team listed first and the away team listed second, as is the international convention. No one expected Deportivo La Coruña to defeat AC Milan 4-0 at home, ultimately ending AC Milan's hopes of defending their Champions League title with a 5-4 aggregate score. With the semi-finalists determined, the matchups for the semi-finals have also been set: Monaco versus Leeds United and Porto versus Deportivo La Coruña. Thus, the most grassroots Champions League semi-final in history was born, with none of the 4 teams coming from the top 5 leagues. UEFA must be feeling the most frustrated right now. The first leg of the semi-final will be played at the end of this month, so Leeds United will once again focus on the league. Chapter 296, 4 kills against Arsenal. Because Jiang Feng is Chinese, and Leeds United's performance has become increasingly impressive, China Television has been negotiating broadcasting rights with the English side. In order to better promote the English League, the Football Association and the English Football Association hit it off, and China Television will broadcast Premier League matches next season. On April 11th, in the 32nd round of the Premier League, Leeds United will face Arsenal, the team that previously fell to them in the Champions League. Based on the current league standings, this match is crucial for both sides. Even Chelsea, who are currently in 3rd place, are paying close attention to this game. The result of this match will affect the rankings of all 3 teams in the standings. On April 10th, China TV aired a special episode about Leeds United in its Football Night program. Football Night is arguably the premier football program on China TV, and many fans love it. Hello everyone. Welcome to Football Night, sponsored by. I am your host, Lu Jianhong. You should all be very familiar with the people sitting next to me. They are my colleagues Huang Jianxiang and Duan Xian, as well as the famous football commentator Zhang Lu. Jianxiang, I heard that our TV station will be broadcasting the Premier League next season? Yes, it's a win-win situation. The influence of the Premier League is also increasing. In the past, we broadcast the Bundesliga and Serie A, but in recent years, fans have been calling for the Premier League to be broadcast more and more, Huang Jianxiang said. As you all know, today's special is about Leeds United, who are currently making waves in the Premier League. I'm sure Jianxiang and Coach Zhang are familiar with this team. Before we begin, could Coach Zhang please introduce Leeds United to everyone? Then I'll offer my humble opinion. To be honest, I'm not surprised at all by Leeds United's current achievements. Whether it's the individual strength of the players or the overall tactical arrangement of the team, Leeds United has the qualifications to be a strong team. And the most crucial thing is that Jiang Feng's coaching of these players is excellent. So far, I haven't seen any other manager in the entire Premier League do this. Finally, let's not forget that Jiang Feng is not only the manager of Leeds United, but also the owner. So he won't encounter any obstacles in the operation of the team, which is different for other managers. After Zhang Lu finished speaking, the program officially began. First, a short video was played, which mainly featured some highlights of Leeds United's season, especially some important match scenes. The discussion then turned to Leeds United's players in various positions. Zhang Lu believed that at least 3 to 4 Ballon d'Or winners would emerge from this group of players at Leeds United. At the end of the program, everyone discussed the upcoming Premier League season. On the afternoon of April 11th, the entire Leeds United team arrived at Highbury Stadium. At 5 p.m. sharp, The Premier League match between Leeds United and Arsenal in the 32nd round officially began with the referee's whistle. This was the fourth encounter between the two sides this season, and Leeds United had won the previous 3 matches. Therefore, everyone at Arsenal was hoping to avenge their previous defeats in this game. Arsenal's starting lineup for this match was Lehmann in goal, Lauren, Touré, Gallas, and Ashley Cole in defense, Vieira and Fabregas in midfield, Ljungberg and Pires on the flanks, and Henry Bergkamp up front, though Bergkamp played a deeper role. Wenger fielded a formation similar to a 4-2-2-2. Zhang Feng fielded his strongest lineup for Leeds United, and after rotating players in the previous matches, the team's starting lineup finally got a much-needed breather. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, 2 center backs Sergio Ramos and Giorgio Chiellini, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Morenisi, and center forward Didier Drogba. After the match started, Arsenal launched a full-scale attack, but Leeds United did not retreat into a defensive counter-attacking formation in response to the opponent's attack. Instead, they adopted an attacking stance, seemingly ready to go head-to-head with their opponents. Because the two teams were so familiar with each other, the game was intense from the very beginning. The back-and-forth attacks brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch, and fans on both sides couldn't sit still and cheer for their teams with all their might. Such a match scene was very exciting for all neutral fans. Such an offensive exchange is very rare to see. Arsenal were determined to fight Leeds United to the death, and with the cheers of their home fans, all the Arsenal players on the field unleashed tremendous energy, breaking the deadlock first. In the 14th minute, Fabregas suddenly dribbled forward from the backfield, attracting the defense, and then suddenly made a long pass to the front. Bergkamp, after getting into position, headed the ball into the penalty area. At this moment, Henry's ability was evident. Starting a step behind, Henry accelerated past Ramos and poked the ball with his toe to gain the upper hand. He then beat Cech to the ball and sent it into the Leeds United goal. Arsenal finally took the lead 1-0 in their match against Leeds United, marking their first goal in 4 games. However, Leeds United, known for their attacking prowess in Europe, were not to be underestimated. In the 22nd minute, Kaká received a cross from Camoranesi on the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a sudden shot that beat Lehmann. The score was 1-1, and Leeds United's goal made the match even more exciting. The attacks from both sides were back and forth, wide-ranging and aggressive. In the 29th minute, Leeds United scored again. This time, it was Maicon in defense who made the difference. After dribbling the ball in the midfield, Maicon passed it to Kaká and didn't immediately return to the backfield. Instead, he made a forward run and entered the penalty area. Kaká's pass arrived, which surprised many people because Arsenal's defensive focus was on Drogba, Ronaldo, and Camoranesi. No one noticed that Maicon was in such a dangerous position. Facing Kaká's pass, Maicon didn't waste the opportunity and volleyed the ball into the Arsenal goal. 2-1, Leeds United have taken the lead. Chapter 297 4 kills of Arsenal 2. After taking the lead, both sides slowed down their attacking momentum. After all, such fast attacks are very taxing on the player's stamina. Even though Arsenal was unwilling to give up, they had to slow down the pace of the game and give everyone a breather. The same applies to Leeds United. Their resource consumption is the same. So everyone tacitly slowed down the pace, and the two sides began to fight for control of the midfield. Although Arsenal had the advantage in the number of midfielders, this advantage disappeared after Ronaldo and Camoranesi took turns dropping back. Moreover, Leeds United had a slight advantage in the strength of their players. So gradually, Arsenal's players realized that Leeds United had taken control of the midfield. However, Arsenal did a good job defensively. This kind of positional attack is something Arsenal is good at, so they're very experienced in defending against such positional attacks. As time went by, and the end of the first half drew closer, everyone thought Leeds United would finish the first half with a score of 2-1. However, Arsenal players suddenly increased the pace of the game, catching Leeds United off guard. In the 44th minute, Arsenal's sudden change of pace created a gap in Leeds United's defense, allowing Bergkamp to break into the penalty area and score a lob shot past Cech. The score was tied 2-2 at halftime. Just a few minutes after the goal, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and both teams returned to the locker room for final instructions. During halftime, Zhang Feng expressed his dissatisfaction with the team's second goal conceded, mainly due to problems in the connection between the defense and the defensive midfield. Zhang Feng pointed out this issue and hoped that the players would pay attention to it in the second half. During halftime, Zhang Feng substituted Yaya Touré for the underperforming Aquilani. The second half then began. At the start of the match, Leeds United found another good opportunity. Perhaps it was only the beginning of the second half, and Arsenal hadn't expected Leeds United to seize the opportunity. In the 49th minute, Arsenal had possession and Leeds United launched a high-intensity high press in the attacking third. Fabregas, who had performed well in the first half, made a fatal mistake, directly passing the ball to Kaká. Kaká received the ball and, without hesitation, launched a long ball to Cristiano Ronaldo on the wing. The one-on-one duel between Ronaldo and Lauren has happened countless times in these 4 matches. It can be said that Lauren is being outmaneuvered by Ronaldo to the point of questioning her life. This time, the situation is no different. After a simple stop, change of direction, and another change of direction, Lauren completely lost her defensive balance and could only watch Ronaldo dribble away. Once near the byline, a cross was delivered precisely to Drogba's head. All Drogba had to do was jump and head the ball powerfully into the goal, and Lehmann's save was in vain. Leeds United have regained the lead at 3-2. After that goal, Arsenal began to make substitutions, but after Jiang Feng consciously strengthened the defense, Arsenal could no longer find as many good opportunities as in the first half. Finally, in the 79th minute, Drogba received another pass from Ronaldo and, in almost the same position and manner, sent the ball into the goal again. With the score at 4-2, Drogba scored his second goal in the 80th minute, giving Leeds United a 2-goal lead and sealing the victory. This also brought an end to the rivalry between Arsenal and Leeds United this season. With 3 minutes of added time remaining, the referee blew the final whistle, and Leeds United defeated Arsenal 4-2 at Highbury Stadium. This result also marked Leeds United's 4th consecutive victory over Arsenal this season. Meanwhile, Chelsea, who were previously tied with Arsenal on points, have now taken a 3-point lead and reclaimed second place in the league standings. So, although Leeds United are now 11 points ahead of Arsenal thanks to this victory, the gap between Chelsea and Leeds United remains at 8 points. With 6 rounds remaining in the league, although Chelsea and Arsenal still have a chance to win the title, it's clear to everyone that neither Chelsea, trailing by 8 points, nor Arsenal, trailing by 11 points, can stop Leeds United from defending their league title. The only remaining questions are, how many rounds early will Leeds United clinch the league title? And will they be able to win the Premier League title this season? The day after the match against Arsenal, media outlets across England and even in many other European countries discussed and analyzed the 2 remaining questions. The Sun even conducted a poll on the second suspense, and the final results showed that 1,000 people participated in the survey. Among them, nearly 680 people believed that Leeds United could win the Grand Slam, nearly 300 people believed that Leeds United would lose the Champions League, and less than 100 people thought that Leeds United would lose more than 2 titles. This shows Leeds United's current standing in the eyes of fans. After their match against Arsenal, Leeds United enjoyed a rare week of rest, marking their first week with only 1 match per week since the start of the second half of the season, highlighting just how tight their schedule is in this second half. To be honest, there are 2 reasons why the team has been able to persevere this season without any major injuries. First, Jiang Feng has consistently maintained his rotation strategy throughout the season, even when the team encountered difficulties. This allowed many players to get some rest. Second, Professor Ruert's physical testing center provided tremendous support. In the second half of the season, the center increased the frequency of physical examinations on the players, which ensured that minor injuries could be controlled before they escalated. Leeds United's fitness testing center has gained a reputation not only in the Premier League, but also in Europe. Jiang Feng has heard that Manchester United and Chelsea have plans to build similar testing centers. The weekly schedule also allowed Jiang Feng to give the team a day off the day after the match against Arsenal. Chapter 298: Ferguson's Predicament. After a week's break, the Premier League has resumed. The 33rd round of the Premier League will officially kick off at 5 p.m. on April 18th. In this round, Leeds United will host Southampton at Elland Road. With the season nearing its end, Leeds United, leading the league table by 8 points, can comfortably face the finals of the league, Champions League, and FA Cup. In fact, Leeds United's schedule is not as intensive as before at this stage. Apart from the weekly league matches, there are only the Champions League semi-finals left. The first leg of these 2 matches is at the end of April, and the second is at the beginning of May. The FA Cup final will not be held until May 22nd, so Leeds United has plenty of rest time. This period is also known as the points-grabbing phase of the league, with every team striving for their season's goals. Currently, in the league standings, besides Leeds United holding a commanding lead, the competition between 2nd and 4th place is fierce. The relegation zone is equally competitive. After 32 rounds, the teams in the relegation zone are Wolves, Lecce, and Portsmouth. However, the gap between the third-to-last team and the teams ahead is not large. To put it simply, from 14th-placed Southampton to 17th-placed Everton, all are in danger of falling into the relegation zone. The gap between 2nd and 4th place in the standings is not large. Chelsea leads Arsenal by 3 points and Manchester United by 5 points. However, Liverpool, who are in 5th place, are still far ahead of Manchester United, trailing by 11 points. Facing a weaker Southampton side, even with the opponent setting up a solid defensive formation at home, Southampton still couldn't escape defeat after 90 minutes of competition. Kaka was rested in this match, and Sneijder, who replaced him, played 74 minutes, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, helping Leeds United ultimately defeat Southampton 3-0 and successfully being selected as the best player of the match. After this round of matches, Leeds United will have another week of rest. However, in the next round, Leeds United will face another tough opponent, Manchester United, led by Ferguson. To be honest, although Manchester United is currently ranked 4th this season and has basically secured this position, their team strength has fallen behind. However, all of this can be attributed to Manchester United's transfer strategy at the beginning of the season. Manchester United's operations in the transfer market last summer can be considered one of the most unsuccessful operations in recent years. Letting go of star player Beckham and Argentine Varane might seem like a clever move to raise cash to pursue better players, but the execution was bafflingly poor. First, the falling out with Beckham solidified his departure, and then the over-reliance on Barcelona president Laporta's advice cost them the initiative in Ronaldinho's transfer, effectively shutting down their escape route. After losing all targets, they brought Denilson from Spain. After nearly a season of matches, it has been clear that Denilson can only be considered an excellent player, not an excellent team leader. His mental resilience is too poor, and it took him a long time to adapt to the intense competition of the Premier League. At 4 p.m. on April 25th, Elland Road Stadium welcomed its guests for the day, Manchester United from Manchester City. When Zhang Feng faced Manchester United last season, he still seemed a bit inexperienced and appeared somewhat apprehensive. However, Zhang Feng is full of confidence when facing Manchester United again this season. This is a manifestation of self-confidence. In Zhang Feng's mind, Manchester United can only be considered an ordinary strong team now. The match officially began at 5 p.m. with the referee's whistle. Both teams, eager to secure points in this match, fielded their strongest lineups. Leeds United's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Ebu due to Macon's suspension for 2 yellow cards, center backs Woodgate and Chiellini, defensive midfielders Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaka, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Messi, and center forward Didier Drogba, who primarily attacks the league. Manchester United's starting lineup featured goalkeeper Howard, defenders Gary Neville, Ferdinand, Silvestre, and O'Shea, midfielders Keane dropping deep, Denilson on the right wing, Giggs on the left wing, Kleberson in the central midfield, and Scholes dropping back as a shadow striker, with Van Nistelrooy leading the attack. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. That perfectly describes Ferguson's current mood. After the match started, Manchester United gradually fell into a disadvantageous position under Leeds United's targeted defense. Under Zhang Feng's arrangement, Leeds United's midfield defense basically cut off the connection between Manchester United's midfield and forwards, which put Scholes and Van Nistelrooy in a scramble by Leeds United's defense. On the other hand, Leeds United's attack was a multi-dimensional offensive force, which put Manchester United's defense in a state of panic. Under the onslaught of the attacking quartet led by Kaka, Manchester United's defense was on the verge of collapse. Despite Ferguson's continued shouting from the sidelines in an attempt to change the situation through on-field management, the results were not good. In the 21st minute, Kaka's through ball set up Ronaldo, who cut inside and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Ronaldo, who is in excellent form this season, was not going to miss such an opportunity and scored with a low shot from a tight angle, giving Leeds United a 1-goal lead. This goal opened the door to victory. Looking at Cristiano Ronaldo and other Leeds United players celebrating wildly, Ferguson was quite envious, even a little jealous. The failure of Manchester United's transfer strategy this season had also created a great rift between Ferguson and the club's management. The past 20 minutes or so were like a microcosm of the match. Despite Manchester United's disappointment, the gap in strength was not easily bridged. Denilson, on whom Ferguson had placed high hopes, was lost on the right flank under Zhang Feng's arrangement and could be said to have contributed nothing throughout the match. Leeds United ultimately defeated Manchester United 3-1 at home in the 90 minutes of the match. After overcoming Manchester United, Leeds United flew to France the day after the match, with the first leg of the Champions League semi-final scheduled to begin on April 28th. Chapter 299, the first battle in the struggle for the position of young marshal. Didier Deschamps, born in 1968, is a former member of the French national team. As captain of the French national team, he helped France win the 1998 World Cup and the 2000 European Championship. After retiring in 2001, Deschamps immediately became the head coach of Monaco. He quickly demonstrated his coaching talent to everyone. In his second season in charge of Monaco, he finished second in the league, just 1 point behind the top teams. This season greatly enhanced Deschamps' reputation in France and even Europe. Despite the club's investment being less than some of the stronger teams, Deschamps led Monaco to maintain their top 3 position in the league. In the Champions League, they performed exceptionally well. In the group stage, they topped their group, surpassing Deportivo La Coruña and PSV Eindhoven. In the round of 16, they sent Lokomotiv Moscow home. And what was even more incredible was yet to come. In the quarterfinals, they staged a stunning comeback at home, defeating Real Madrid, a team with stars like Zidane, Beckham, Ronaldo, and Raul, 4-0, and sending them out of the Champions League. From then on, Deschamps' reputation soared, and he became one of the most sought-after young coaches in Europe. He, along with Zhang Feng and Porto coach Mourinho, became the 3 most famous duo in Europe that season. Even a week before this match, major European media outlets likened the Leeds United versus Monaco game to a contest for the title of Best Young Manager of the season. Although Zhang Feng is the youngest, even Deschamps and Mourinho cannot compete with him in terms of reputation. After all, neither of them has a championship record yet. Therefore, before this competition for the young coach, most people believe that Zhang Feng had a great advantage. After all, Leeds United was more advantageous than Monaco in terms of both team strength and record. However, many media outlets have warned Leeds United to be careful not to slip up, as they were the team that eliminated Real Madrid 4-0 at home, and could easily be overturned by Monaco if they are not careful. As early as after receiving UEFA's match schedule, Zhang Feng had the team collect information on Monaco and begin studying their opponents. Even though he was full of confidence for this match, Zhang Feng did not underestimate his opponent. Leeds United arrived in France 2 days early and kept a low profile. After arriving in Monaco, they stayed at a local amateur club for targeted training. Zhang Feng also issued a gag order, strictly prohibiting the players from giving any interviews before the match. On the other hand, Monaco's approach was unusually high profile, with Deschamps frequently giving interviews before the match. When asked about his predictions for the game, Deschamps confidently stated that Monaco wouldn't feel much pressure and that he had found Leeds United's weaknesses. He added that as long as the players strictly followed his tactical plan, victory would be theirs. Meanwhile, several Monaco players appeared before reporters and boldly announced their declaration of victory. For a time, media outlets across Europe were reporting on Monaco, and Monaco's support gradually increased. After learning about these events, Zhang Feng, who was quietly leading the team in training, did not respond. To Zhang Feng, these verbal disputes were meaningless for the preparation of the competition. Everything still depended on strength. Zhang Feng also believed that if you can take action, don't talk. Time quickly came to the day of the match. At 4 p.m. on April 28, 2004, the players of Leeds United and Monaco, led by their respective teams, stepped into the Stade Louis II almost simultaneously for about half an hour of acclimatization training. This was also Zhang Feng's first time meeting Deschamps up close. The first meeting between the 2 famous young European coaches ended with a glance between them. Of course, the term young coach was used to compare their coaching age. If we were to talk about age or experience, Zhang Feng would be far ahead of Deschamps. Zhang, it seems the opponent is very confident. Klopp, who was next to Zhang Feng, also noticed the confident smile on Deschamps' face. Do you think you've won everything just because you beat Real Madrid? If you're so confident, then I'll crush your confidence. I'll make the second game meaningless, Zhang Feng said with a sneer. Yes, shatter his confidence. Most eyes nodded in agreement. After a half-hour acclimatization training session, Zhang Feng led all the Leeds United players to the locker room, where both sides would make final adjustments and arrangements for the upcoming match. Guys, it's the semifinals. If we can beat this opponent, we'll be in the Champions League final. This season, every one of you is destined to be a witness to and a creator of history. We will accomplish a feat that many people think is almost impossible. We will win every title we can. I believe that many years from now, no matter where you are, as long as you recall this history, you will feel proud and honored. Every one of your names will be firmly engraved on every trophy in the club's history and in the hearts of every Leeds United fan. To be honest, achieving this result is inseparable from the efforts of each and every one of you and from your unity. Here, I thank you, and I am proud of everything you have done. After saying this, Zhang Feng bowed deeply in the direction of the players. There were no cheers, only tears welling up in the eyes of almost every player, and only spontaneous applause from each player. Someone told me the other day that today's opponents are very confident and have already declared that victory will be theirs. Do you agree? Disagree? I disagree too. Not only do I disagree, but I also demand that you treat this match as a final. I want to finish them off in one game. I want to make the second game of this series meaningless. I want to slap some people in the face with a big win. Can you do that? Abel, a resounding victory. A resounding victory. A resounding victory. Jiang Feng's words effectively boosted the players' morale to its peak. With 10 minutes to go before the start of the match, the referee rang the bell to signal the start of the game, and the starting players from both sides gradually appeared in the player tunnel to wait for their turn. Chapter 300: The First Battle of the Young Marshals Competition, Part 2. To be honest, this year's Champions League, after reaching the semifinals, can be said to be the least influential Champions League ever. Among the 4 teams that participated in the semifinals, only Leeds United still has some influence in Europe. Although they cannot be compared with giants like Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and AC Milan, they have a much greater influence than the other 3 teams. After all, they still maintain an unbeaten record in the Premier League. Teams like Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal have fallen at his feet. It's fair to say that without Jiang Feng leading Leeds United, this Champions League campaign would have been the biggest failure yet. After all, most fans are more interested in big clubs and star players than anything else, and who would bother focusing on second-tier European teams? Just like the attendance at today's game, apart from the home fans who came to the stadium, there were less than 2,000 Leeds United fans who traveled from afar with the team. The Louis II Stadium is a stadium that can only hold less than 20,000 people. Even in such a small stadium, the attendance rate for today's game was only about 60%. The people who must be feeling the most uncomfortable right now are probably the UEFA officials. The players from both sides stepped onto the pitch under the guidance of the referee, and the fans from both sides also tried their best to make noise to cheer for their supported teams. Although there were fewer Leeds United fans than the home team fans, the momentum they created was not much weaker than that of their opponents. Although Jiang Feng spoke confidently and domineeringly to his players before the match, he still took the opponent very seriously in terms of tactics. Therefore, he used all of his main players in the starting lineup. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, 2 center backs Giorgio Chiellini and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Mornisi, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Monaco's starting lineup is also the one that Deschamps has used most frequently in the Champions League and many other important matches this season. The goalkeeper is Roma. The defense consists of right back Ibarra and left back Fakiri. The 2 center backs are Giviai and Rodriguez. The midfielders are Cisse, Bernardi and Zicos. The 2 wingers are Rothen and Juli, and the striker is former Real Madrid player Morientes. Facing the formidable Leeds United, Deschamps was very confident before the match, but he was still very cautious in arranging the starting lineup, deploying a 4-3-2-1 formation. Although Juli and Rothen were played as wingers, Jiang Feng noticed that their positioning was closer to the midfield, making them essentially playing as wingers. Deschamps' starting formation was a typical Christmas tree defensive formation. Jiang, he's still scared. Yes, I saw it. He thought it's a big game, but he's actually chickened out. Jiang Feng nodded in response to Klopp's words. The players from both sides took their positions and waited for the referee's whistle. UEFA also attached great importance to today's match and sent a referee team from Italy, headed by Collina. At 5 p.m. sharp, Collina checked his watch and then blew the whistle to officially start the match. Hello, viewers. You are now watching a live broadcast of the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League semi-final match, brought to you by China Television. The 2 teams facing off are Leeds United from the English Premier League and Monaco from the French Ligue 1. The renowned referee from Italy has now blown the whistle to start the match. On the field, the team wearing white jerseys and attacking from left to right is Leeds United, while the team wearing blue and white striped jerseys is the home team, Monaco. This match attracted the attention of fans from many countries around the world and was broadcast by television stations in nearly 100 countries and regions. After gaining possession at the start of the match, Leeds United launched a strong attack on Monaco without any attempt to probe. The first attack came from Leeds United's 2 flanks, with Ronaldo and Camoranesi on the right strictly following Jiang Feng's pre-match instructions. The Leeds United players appeared to be in excellent form on the field. In the 14th minute, Leeds United found a gap in their opponent's defense. After receiving a pass from Kaká on the wing, Ronaldo faced Cisse's defense and Ibarra, who was lurking behind Cisse. To Ibarra's surprise, Ronaldo's move to break past his teammate was too quick and easy. A simple stop, change of direction, and turn made Cisse a mere backdrop. Ibarra was not prepared at all, and his hasty lunge allowed Ronaldo to take a powerful touch and accelerate past him, directly bypassing Monaco's entire right flank defense. After dribbling past 2 opponents, Ronaldo didn't pass when he reached the byline. Instead, he cut inside after observing his teammates' positions. It's not that Ronaldo was selfish, but rather that his dribbling was too fast. Not only did his opponents not react in time, but even his own teammates couldn't keep up. Inside the penalty area, Only Ibrahimovic was tightly marked by the opponent's two center-backs, so Ronaldo didn't choose to pass. A beautiful dribble. The Portuguese player dribbled past two Monaco players in succession and entered the penalty area. Monaco is in danger. We see that Givet, who was originally tightly marking Ibrahimovic with his teammates, has to leave his position and prepare to step forward to block Ronaldo. After seeing Givi's movement, Ronaldo made a change of direction inwards to draw Givi's weight, then suddenly pulled the ball back, followed by a subtle flick with his left foot. The ball flew over Givi's head and headed towards a goal. Givi quickly turned around to look at the ball, only to see that it had not only flown over his head but also over Roma's head before hitting the far post and bouncing into the goal. A beautiful goal. This goal is full of imagination. Ronaldo is so calm, frighteningly calm. When facing the opponent's defense, he not only considered the defender but also the goalkeeper. I can say with certainty that a superstar is rising at Leeds United. This goal is priceless. It opened the door to victory for Leeds United. Huang Jinxiang excitedly introduced the goal in the studio of China TV. In the 16th minute, Ronaldo put on a personal show for all the fans, dribbling past two players on the wing before entering the penalty area and sending a delicate lob shot into the Monaco goal. Leeds United took a 1-0 lead. Chapter 3, a 1-0 hanged. After scoring, Ronaldo sprinted to the corner flag and executed an explosive knee slide, which greatly excited the Leeds United fans in the stadium. They chanted Ronaldo's name from the stands. This season should be considered Ronaldo's harvest season. He firmly occupies the top spot in the league's top scorer list, and in the Champions League, he is only behind Ibrahimovic. The two of them firmly occupy the top two spots in the Champions League top scorer list. Jiang Feng excitedly high-fived and hugged Klopp, and Moshe is beside him. Meanwhile, Deschamps had a somewhat gloomy face. Monaco's entire right flank defense looked extremely amateurish, as if it were made of paper and easily breached by Ronaldo. Seeing that the Leeds United players were still celebrating wildly, Kalina stepped forward to stop them and get them back to their positions. With Kalina's whistle, the match resumed. After taking the lead, Leeds United consciously retreated their formation, but not by much at first. Jiang Feng's intention was very simple, to subtly lure the opponent out after taking the lead, so that his side could create better opportunities. The game seemed to be proceeding exactly as Jiang Feng had planned. As Leeds United gradually tightened their formation, Monaco, who were trailing, had unknowingly pushed their formation forward quite a bit. Deschamps, watching from the sidelines, gradually sensed something was amiss. After taking the lead, Leeds United, who had launched a fierce attack at the start, seemed to be falling behind and being suppressed by their own team. Meanwhile, their own team had been attacking since falling behind, but the results were not good. Deschamps noticed that his team's formation had advanced quite a bit forward. After realizing the danger, he immediately went to the sidelines and shouted at the Monaco players on the field, while repeatedly making gestures to retreat. Deschamps also realized that this was probably Leeds United's intention to launch their counterattacks. After all, once Monaco's 4-3-2-1 formation spread out, there would be many gaps between the three defensive midfielders. However, Deschamps did not expect that today might just be a showcase for Leeds United players' individual abilities. Just like the first goal they conceded, it had little to do with tactics. It was entirely due to the dominance of individual players. In the 27th minute of the match, it was Ibrahimovic's turn. After several seasons, many people are familiar with Ibrahimovic and know that he likes powerful shots and many difficult shooting methods. Even though Jiang Feng has criticized him many times, there has been little change. This time, after dropping back, Ibrahimovic received a pass from Kaká and was about 25 meters from the goal. Ibrahimovic looked up and saw that Roma's position was relatively far forward. Suddenly, Ibrahimovic had an idea and kicked the ball with his right foot. The ball was not flying fast, but it was very high. Many people, including the Monaco goalkeeper, thought it was a pass, but they slowly realized that the ball was flying towards a goal. Monaco goalkeeper Roma was shocked and immediately turned around and ran back. He tripped and fell in his haste. When he got up, he saw the football graze the crossbar and fell into the goal. Lob shot, another lob shot. A world-class goal. This is arguably the most beautiful goal of this Champions League season. I even think it deserves a spot in the top 10 goals of Champions League history. Monaco is in trouble. Deschamps is in trouble. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Deschamps is in trouble. Two lob shots have put Monaco 2 goals down at home. In the 28th minute, Leeds United made it 2-0. After scoring, Ibrahimovic felt lucky and hugged Kaká and the others, laughing happily. Jiang Feng was also a little stunned when he saw the goal. To be honest, the tactics he had set up before the start of the game had not been implemented much so far. Both goals were basically individual brilliance of the players. If I were Deschamps, I'd probably be furious. This is really bad luck. Klopp said gleefully. Jiang Feng shook his head and didn't say anything, but he agreed with what Klopp said. Indeed, if it were him, he would be so angry he would vomit blood. Although the two goals conceded were in different positions, the ways they were similar. Just by looking at the Monaco goalkeeper's face, you could tell how frustrated the Monaco players must be. The game restarted with Kalina's whistle. After conceding 2 goals in less than half an hour, Monaco stopped playing their steady defense after the game restarted. Deschamps' gestures from the sidelines were no longer about retreating the defensive line, but rather about directing the players to keep moving forward. As for Leeds United, everyone originally thought that Jiang Feng would arrange for the team to play a safe counterattacking game, but no one expected that Leeds United would suddenly become so energetic that they would engage in a head-to-head attack with Monaco. This tactical arrangement almost surprised everyone. From the perspective of the game, Leeds United's performance even gave everyone the illusion that they were the ones behind. Leeds United's attack was very determined, and their high pressing in the front court made Monaco's players very uncomfortable, forcing them to speed up their passing and receiving. Deschamps appeared very anxious on the sidelines. He could see Jiang Feng's intention to disrupt his team's rhythm with an attack. And from the game's progress, Jiang Feng's intention was well demonstrated. After the game restarted, although Monaco intensified their attack, it didn't actually have much effect. On the other hand, Jiang Feng's tactics for Leeds United have been fully demonstrated since the start of the game. The attacking play on both flanks, combined with Kaka and Modric in the middle and Ibrahimovic dropping back to receive the ball, has created a three-dimensional attack that Ferguson considers very clever, making Monaco's defense shaky. In the 44th minute, as the first half was about to enter stoppage time, Ronaldo received a pass on the wing and once again successfully overtook his opponent on a curve. After cutting inside into the penalty area, he was brought down by Givet, and the referee Kalina promptly pointed to the penalty spot. Kaka's penalty kick easily found the bottom left corner of the goal. 3-0, Leeds United extended their lead again just before the end of the first half. Shortly after the goal, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and both teams returned to the locker room to rest, leaving Monaco with only 45 minutes remaining. Chapter 3:02, Subdued. The sight of Monaco with their heads bowed reveals that in just the first half, Leeds United had already made the pre-match high-profile Monaco somewhat humbled. It's fair to say that this is Monaco's lowest point in terms of morale. This result was something no one in Monaco could have imagined before the match. Even the Monaco fans in the stands were much quieter than at the start of the game. The Leeds United fans, who were clearly outnumbered in the stands, had completely gained the upper hand. During halftime, the team didn't need Jiang Feng to boost morale. The first 45 minutes of the game had made everyone at Leeds United realize the strength of their opponents. Jiang Feng simply made some tactical adjustments and didn't say much more. Instead, he put on some music to help the players relax. In contrast, the atmosphere in Monaco's locker room was somewhat somber. Deschamps was gesturing wildly and trying his best to boost the players' morale with words, but judging from the expressions on the faces of the players around him, it wasn't having much effect. The break ended quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field to await the start of the second half. During halftime, Leeds United made personnel changes, with Messi replacing Cameronesi and Sneijder replacing Kaka. Although Monaco did not make any personnel changes, Jiang Feng observed the players' positions on the field and noticed that Deschamps made a tactical change in the second half. Monaco switched from a 4-3-2-1 formation to a 4-4-2 formation, with Juli moving back from the right winger to the center to play as the team's attacking midfielder, and Rothen moving from the left wing closer to the center to form a two-striker formation with Morientes. Seeing the changes in his opponent, Jiang Feng knew that Deschamps was going to make a desperate last-ditch effort. Jiang Feng also made a gesture to the players on the field. Sneijder and Modric both saw Jiang Feng's hand gesture and immediately relayed Jiang Feng's tactical instructions to their teammates. In fact, Jiang Feng's tactics were not too complicated. The gesture he just made was a defensive tactic that Leeds United often used. It meant that the team's midfield defense should be changed to a man-marking defensive tactic. This adjustment was made by Jiang Feng in response to Monaco's formation change. It meant that the defensive midfielders and midfielders should work together to cut off the connection between Juli and the two forwards. Kalina blew the whistle to start the second half. After the match started, Leeds United continued their tactics from the second half of the first half, still not retreating to defend, but instead committing a lot of troops to the attack, engaging in a fierce offensive battle with Monaco. Leeds United also strictly followed Jiang Feng's instructions in defense, and their total football and high-pressing tactics were fully utilized. Juli, who returned to the attacking midfield position, was closely marked by Aquilani. Under Aquilani's entanglement, Juli's organizational ability could not be fully utilized. As a result, Monaco's attacking momentum was gradually suppressed, and they could not find any good solutions. Gradually, everyone noticed that Monaco was once again at a disadvantage on the field, and the game was gradually taken over by Leeds United. Leeds United demonstrated to everyone what it means to be the best defense is offense. In the 64th minute, Ronaldo received a pass from Kaká on the wing, dribbled the ball to the byline, and crossed it into the penalty area. Unable to shoot, Ibrahimovic headed the ball on, and Messi at the far post volleyed it into the Monaco goal. 4-0, Leeds United extended their lead to 4 goals with a goal from Messi. If this score holds until the final whistle, it essentially means the second leg is meaningless. Leeds United's players have done a great job of fulfilling the tasks Jiang Feng assigned them before the match. In the 71st minute, Leeds United made another substitution. Jiang Feng used up his substitution quota, and Yaya Touré came on to replace Modric. With the match entering its final moments, Monaco, unwilling to accept defeat, began to make tactical adjustments for a final counterattack. In the 79th minute, Monaco finally found an excellent opportunity. Juli, dropping back near the center circle to receive a pass from his teammate, launched a long ball to Rothen in the attacking third. Rothen chested the ball down and passed it to Morientes. Morientes, having shaken off Ramos, suddenly unleashed a shot. The shot was very sudden, and the angle was extremely tricky. The ball flew straight into the top left corner of the goal, a theoretically impossible angle. Monaco pulled one back to 4-1, and just as Monaco fans were getting excited about the goal, Leeds United poured cold water on everyone's hopes less than 5 minutes after the game restarted. Yaya Touré, who had just come on in the second half, suddenly unleashed a long-range shot from about 30 meters away from the goal. The ball drew a strange arc in the air during its flight, and then just bypassed Roma's hands and went into the goal. 5-1. In the 84th minute, Leeds United extended their lead to 4 goals, and this goal was also the last goal of the match. When the match ended, Kalina blew the final whistle, and Leeds United defeated Monaco 5-1 away from home. Deschamps, who had been high-profile before the match, didn't even shake hands with Jiang Feng before leaving the stadium. This scoreline made the second leg of the match meaningless. At the post-match press conference, Deschamps was asked about the responsibility for the heavy defeat. He acknowledged the gap between his team and Leeds United. When asked why the final result was different from his pre-match prediction, and whether such a large score meant Monaco had lost any chance of advancing, Deschamps did not admit to that. He still maintained that the team had a chance, that 1-5 was not the end of the world, and that football is full of possibilities. Jiang Feng, representing Leeds United, was very low-key at the post-match press conference, saying, "Monaco is an experienced team. Today's match was just because we were a bit luckier. This score doesn't truly reflect the strength of the two teams." After their match against Monaco, Leeds United flew back to Leeds City that same evening. Leeds United will now refocus their attention on the league. Chapter 303, defending the league championship. In the other Champions League semi-final, Deportivo La Coruña played away against Porto. After 90 minutes of play, the two sides drew 0-0, putting Porto at a disadvantage in the race for the semi-finals. On May 2nd, Leeds United will face Everton at home in the 35th round of the Premier League. Currently leading Chelsea by 8 points in the league standings, Leeds United are getting closer and closer to successfully defending their league title. With only 4 rounds left in the league, the dominant Leeds United have essentially secured the league championship trophy. To be honest, the suspense in the Premier League now is whether Leeds United can clinch the title a few rounds early, and whether they can finish the season unbeaten, as they still have one more match against Chelsea in the remaining rounds. Even Chelsea, whose only remaining hope of winning the title is now theoretical, have had their manager Ranieri admit in an interview that the team has lost all hope of winning the title this season. However, Ranieri also emphasized that they will definitely give their all in the 37th round to stop Leeds United and try to break Leeds United's unbeaten record. The Leeds United vs. Everton match kicked off promptly at 5 p.m. on May 2nd. Facing this crucial final moment, Jiang Feng showed no mercy, sending out his strongest lineup. Leeds United ultimately defeated Everton 2-0 at home after 90 minutes of intense play. In the other match, both Chelsea and Arsenal won their games, leaving the points difference between the top 3 teams unchanged. This means that the next round of the league will truly determine the final league champion. If Leeds United can draw in the next round, they will secure the league title 2 rounds in advance. After their match against Everton, Leeds United enjoyed another well-deserved week of rest. The team also had a day off the day after the game. Now, almost everyone in Leeds is looking forward to the 36th round of the league, and all Leeds United fans are hoping for their club's second Premier League title. After a week's rest, Leeds United returned to the Premier League for the 36th round. On May 9th, Leeds United hosted Wolverhampton Wanderers, who had already secured a relegation spot in the league standings, at their home ground Elland Road. At 5 p.m., the match officially began with the referee's whistle. In the 21st minute, Cristiano Ronaldo, who had been leading the league's scoring charts, stepped up and opened the scoring for Leeds United. However, as if God was playing a joke on Leeds United, not long after Leeds United took the lead, Wolves, who were already relegated, suddenly unleashed tremendous fighting spirit and equalized the score in the 34th minute. This goal made the Leeds United fans in the stands nervous, and for a moment they were even a little anxious, watching the game unfold on the field with bated breath. As the first half entered stoppage time, Kaka stepped up and put the Leeds United fans at ease. Kaka, who had made a forward run into the penalty area, received a header pass from Drogba and volleyed the ball into the Wolves' goal. 2-1, Leeds United regained the lead before halftime. In the second half, Jiang Feng made appropriate tactical adjustments, and Leeds United gave Wolves no further chances. Finally, in the 79th minute, Kaka scored again to secure the victory for the team, and this goal also helped Leeds United clinch the league title this season. When the referee finally blew the final whistle, all the Leeds United players rushed onto the pitch and hugged each other. The Wolves players had already left the field at some point, leaving only the Leeds United players celebrating their title win on Elland Road. The Leeds United anthem, mixed with cheers from the stands, echoed throughout the stadium. Many fans, if not for the stadium security, would have already rushed onto the field to celebrate with the players. Many older fans in the stands had tears of excitement on their faces. Leeds United now has enough confidence to tell everyone that the Premier League is their era. If last season's title win wasn't convincing enough, then this season's dominance across all competitions has silenced everyone. Although the final league title has been decided, Leeds United will have to wait until the last match of the season to lift the trophy. After a brief celebration, the Leeds United players left the stadium. Winning the league title is not the end for Leeds United. There are still some important matches ahead of them this season. 3 days after the conclusion of the 36th round of the league, Leeds United hosted Monaco at Elland Road Stadium for the second leg of the Champions League semi-final. With a 4-goal lead, Leeds United faced a desperate Monaco side. Fueled by the cheers of their home fans, Leeds United gave their opponents few chances throughout the 90 minutes. Ultimately, Leeds United, fielding a lineup of half substitutes and half starters, defeated Monaco 2-1, securing their place in the final with a 7-2 aggregate score. In the other semi-final, Deportivo La Coruña hosted Porto, and Porto ultimately won 1-0 away from home, thus securing the other spot in the final. The finalists for the 2003-2004 UEFA Champions League season have been officially announced. The final will be held on May 27th at the Auf Schalke Stadium, home of Bundesliga team Schalke 04. Leeds United from the English Premier League will face Porto for the Champions League trophy. Both teams are reaching the Champions League final for the second time. Leeds United reached the final in 1975, but finished as runners-up, while Porto was much luckier, having won the Champions League in 1984. However, in terms of current reputation, Leeds United clearly has the upper hand. Leeds United has won the Premier League title, the League Cup, and the Community Shield, and last season they defeated Porto in the UEFA Cup final to win the title. Therefore, Leeds United has a significant psychological advantage. Chapter 3-0 for the fourth crown. On May 18th, Leeds United, who had already secured the title 2 rounds early, hosted their opponent in the 37th round of the Premier League. Although Leeds United had already clinched the title, their opponent in this round was Chelsea, who are currently ranked second. Therefore, while this match wouldn't affect Leeds United's league title, it was very important for Chelsea. Currently, Chelsea are only 3 points ahead of third-placed Arsenal in the standings. So, for Chelsea, if they don't win the league title, maintaining their second-place position is also crucial, since third place would have to participate in the Champions League qualifiers for next season, while second place would directly enter the group stage. Before the match, Ranieri confidently told reporters that they would do everything in their power to win, not only for their league position, but also to avenge their previous defeat, and because the entire Chelsea team hoped to break Leeds United's unbeaten record this season. What Ranieri didn't know was that Jiang Feng didn't think his unbeaten record was that important. Apart from the championship, these so-called records were dispensable to Jiang Feng because the FA Cup final was in 4 days. Therefore, Jiang Feng made some adjustments to the starting lineup for the match against Chelsea in preparation for the final. Goalkeeper Joe Hart, left back Chris Cito, right back Ebu, 2 center backs Woodgate and company, defensive midfielders Yaya Touré and Milner, attacking midfielder Kaka, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Messi, and center forward Drogba. Chelsea opted for a 4-5-1 defensive formation, and this time Ranieri was not influenced by external factors. In fact, everyone knows that Ranieri will definitely not stay at Chelsea next season. It is said that Chelsea has begun contacting several managers, including Ancelotti, Lippi, Rehagel, Deschamps, and Mourinho, all of whom are well-known European managers and are on the Russians' radar. With the referee's whistle, the match between Leeds United and Chelsea officially kicked off. Chelsea adopted Ranieri's preferred tactics from the start, leaving only Hasselbank up front while the rest of the team adopted a defensive counterattacking style. Leeds United, on the other hand, played their preferred total football with nothing to play for. Perhaps the only thing that could interest Leeds United in this match was whether they could maintain their unbeaten record. After the match started, Chelsea found some counterattacking opportunities against the Leeds United team with half substitutes and half starters. However, there was some bad news for Chelsea. Joe Hart, who started the match today, was in excellent form. In the first 20 minutes of the game, Joe Hart made two crucial saves to deny Chelsea two sure goals, which greatly boosted Leeds United's morale. Leeds United also found some opportunities, but ultimately failed to capitalize on them at the last minute. Although neither side managed to score during their back-and-forth attacks and defenses, the intensity of the game made it worth the ticket price for everyone. After 90 minutes of play at Elland Road, Leeds United and Chelsea drew 1-1, with Chelsea securing a valuable point and Leeds United maintaining their unbeaten record. It's worth mentioning that the goal for Leeds United was scored by Moutinho, who has been the team's third attacking midfielder all season. This was also Moutinho's only league goal of the season. Chelsea secured a point and maintained their second-place position in the league. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger protested to reporters at the press conference after the round of matches, accusing Leeds United of conceding a point in the league. Of course, no one took Wenger's protest seriously. After this round of matches, Leeds United will also face off in the final of their fourth trophy of the season. The 2003-2004 FA Cup final will be held between Leeds United and Manchester United. At 4 p.m. on May 22nd, players from both Leeds United and Manchester United appeared at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, where fans from both sides cheered for their respective teams. However, the difference between the two teams was evident in the expressions on their faces. The Leeds United players appeared very relaxed, while most of the Manchester United players looked somber. This was the third meeting between the two teams this season, with Leeds United winning the previous two encounters, giving them a significant psychological advantage. After about half an hour of acclimatization training, both sides returned to the locker room for final preparations. Although it was just an FA Cup final, it still attracted many celebrities because this year is the European Championship year. After the leagues in various countries have ended, the main tournament of the European Championship will begin this summer. Jiang Feng also knows that a legend will be born this summer. He is also very curious to know whether the Greek legend of his previous life can be repeated this summer. Today's game also attracted the head coaches of many European national teams to the scene. For example, England's head coach Eriksson, Portugal's head coach Scolari, and Italy's head coach Trapattoni all appeared on camera. With 10 minutes to go before the match, the starting players from both sides stepped onto the pitch under the guidance of the referee team. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff reached its peak, fueled by the fans for both sides. The noise created by the fans seemed to threaten to lift the stadium off its feet. Every fan, whether from Leeds United or Manchester United, stood in their seats, shouting and cheering with all their might, using this method to support their respective teams. The FA Cup trophy was already placed on the sidelines of the pitch, and almost every player who passed by would look at the trophy. At this moment, all the players from both teams showed their desire for the championship. This is the kind of expression a professional player must have. No matter if you're nervous or on defense before the game, no matter how many championships you have won, once you step onto the final stage, the championship will always be the most attractive thing to you. After a brief display, the players from both sides shook hands, and then the referee began to gather the captains of both teams. After a series of procedures, the players from both sides took their positions and waited for the referee to blow the whistle to start the game. Chapter 3:05 The Fourth Crown 2. Leeds United's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Eric Abidal, right back Maicon, two center backs Sergio Ramos and Giorgio Chiellini, defensive midfielders Luka Modric and Aquilani, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Morenisi, and center forward Didier Drogba. Manchester United fielded the same starting lineup as they did in their previous match against Leeds United. As the match unfolded as the media had predicted, Leeds United were clearly stronger than Manchester United. As time went on, Leeds United gradually gained the upper hand over Manchester United, and even Ferguson's frustrated shouts at his players from the sidelines had little effect. Robinho's performance on the right wing remained unsatisfactory. Under Abidal's defense, Robinho seemed to disappear. Aquilani's close marking of Scholes made Manchester United's central attack quagmire. Only Giggs on the left wing was ineffective under the combined strangulation of Camoranesi and Maicon. It can be said that Manchester United were completely on the back foot in almost every position on the field. On the other hand, Leeds United's attack was in full swing. Kaka and Modric's central playmaking caused Manchester United a lot of trouble. After a season of attacking synergy, the Modric-Kaka combination is now a nightmare for all Premier League teams. Both players have extremely high football intelligence and excellent ball control. They are virtually unstoppable in one-on-one situations. However, if you double-team one of them, the other is freed up. With Ronaldo and Camoranesi providing support in the front, Leeds United's attacking organization is a headache for many teams. It's worth mentioning that there was a special person in the stands for today's match. Porto's manager, Mourinho, was also present. Watching Manchester United being completely dominated by Leeds United on the field, Mourinho frowned. The Leeds United players on the field were basically the same as those he faced in the UEFA Cup last season, but Mourinho could see that the current Leeds United was many times stronger than the Leeds United of last season. Mourinho is starting to worry about the upcoming Champions League final. Those who haven't personally experienced Leeds United's attack can't understand the feeling of being completely suppressed. Just like the Manchester United players on the field right now, Leeds United's attack is like a tide, wave after wave. Although neither side has scored yet, Manchester United's defense is already shaky and feels like it could collapse at any moment. In the 37th minute, Leeds United finally found a chance to win the game. Aquilani suddenly moved to the wing and, together with Abidal, dispossessed Robinho. He then immediately passed the ball to Ronaldo, who had dropped back to receive it. Ronaldo, instead of dribbling forward, suddenly launched a long pass to Camoranesi on the right wing. Facing Ronaldo's pass, Camoranesi headed the ball to Kaka, who was not far from him. Kaka then began to dribble forward. At this moment, Ronaldo, Camoranesi, and Modric all started to push forward, while Drogba, who was leading the attack, also began to drop back to draw Manchester United's defense. Keane began to engage Kaka on his side, desperately trying to disrupt Kaka's advance. Kaka looked up to check his teammates' positions, then suddenly kicked the ball to Camoranesi on the right wing, while he himself made a diagonal run to the right to receive the pass. When Camoranesi dribbled the ball to the byline, he didn't cross but passed it to Kaka instead, while he cut inside into the penalty area without the ball, drawing away the defender and relieving the pressure on Kaka. After receiving the ball, Kaka immediately curled a shot, the ball arcing through the air, bypassing Drogba's head as he jumped to contest the header and continuing towards the far post. After Ronaldo positioned himself, he headed the ball powerfully into the goal. Leeds United took a 1-0 lead in the 39th minute with a goal from Cristiano Ronaldo after a series of passes between the attacking players. Seeing this goal, Ferguson sighed deeply on the sidelines, his face filled with helplessness. This goal wasn't a tactical failure for Manchester United, but rather a true reflection of the gap in strength. Looking at the Manchester United lineup on the field, Ferguson knew that his team had truly reached the point of needing a generational change. However, thinking about the club's management, Ferguson couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Those businessmen never considered these things. They only cared about how much money they made and how much the stock price rose. Thinking of this, Ferguson truly envied Jiang Feng, who could build the team entirely according to his own ideas, something every manager dreams of. The result shouldn't be any surprises, Jiang Feng discussed with Klopp on the sidelines. Yes, Manchester United's squad is getting old. The match restarted with the referee's whistle. Although Manchester United wanted to equalize, they were unable to break through Leeds United's defense in attack. Several key players were firmly tied down by Leeds United's defense and could not organize their play effectively, so their attack naturally did not improve much. After taking a one-goal lead, Leeds United played with more composure and ease. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Although there was only one goal, Leeds United's control of the game's tempo made everyone understand that the final result of this match was no surprise. As expected, the second half after the break saw little improvement despite Ferguson's tactical adjustments. The entire second half felt like a slow poisoning for Manchester United, a death sentence awaiting them. Finally, in the 71st minute of the match, Ronaldo's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area officially told everyone that they were determined to win the FA Cup. With 90 minutes remaining, Leeds United defeated Manchester United 2-0 at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, thanks to a brace from Cristiano Ronaldo to win the 2003-2004 FA Cup. This victory marked Leeds United's triumph over Manchester United on home soil this season, leaving only one crucial match for them, the Champions League final. Chapter 3:06 The second battle of the Young Marshals competition. When Kaka, as team captain, received the FA Cup trophy from the FA chairman, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. All the Leeds United fans stood up and gave the team a warm cheer and applause. This was Leeds United's fourth title of the season. After a simple award ceremony, Leeds United thanked the fans and left Cardiff Stadium. All the Leeds United players knew that now was not the time to celebrate wildly. Only after all the matches were over could they fully relax and celebrate the glorious achievements of this season. However, before the Champions League final, Leeds United still have one last league match to play, at which time they will officially lift the league trophy. Unfortunately, Leeds United's last league match is played away, so not being able to lift the trophy at home is a small regret. On May 24th, the final round of the Premier League officially kicked off, with Leeds United traveling to St Andrews Stadium to face Birmingham City. Birmingham City is currently 10th in the standings this season, so neither Leeds United nor Birmingham City has anything to play for in today's match. Ultimately, at St Andrews Stadium, both teams opted to field their reserve players, resulting in a high-scoring, attacking battle that capped off the stadium for all the fans. After 90 minutes of play, the two sides eventually drew 3-3. When Kaka received the league title trophy from the FA president, it marked the official end of the 2003-2004 Premier League season. Leeds United successfully defended their league title with an unbeaten record of 31 wins, 7 draws, and 93 points. Chelsea finished as runners-up, Arsenal came in third, and Manchester United finished fourth. In addition, Cristiano Ronaldo won the titles of league top scorer and league player with 41 goals. Leeds United then returned to Leeds City with the league trophy. Although Leeds United fans were welcoming their heroes home, Leeds United had no time to celebrate because a final awaited them 3 days later, which was also the most important game of the season. On May 25th, the entire Leeds United team arrived at Frankfurt Airport from England. When Zhang Feng led the team out of the airport, he was deeply moved by the scene before him. Among the welcoming crowd were some special individuals, the Knights Club fan group, which Zhang Feng had founded when he coached Kaiserslautern. Nearly 2,000 Knights Club fans wore T-shirts adorned with Zhang Feng's image and held up posters of him. From the moment Zhang Feng appeared in their sight, they continuously chanted, "The Emperor! The Emperor! The Emperor!" After a brief interaction with the fans, the entire Leeds United team traveled from Frankfurt to Gelsenkirchen by bus. After checking into a local hotel that day, Zhang Feng issued a curfew and a gag order to the entire team. After resting at the hotel for one night, on May 26th, the Leeds United team held a day of targeted training at Schalke 04's training ground. Although Leeds United had a significant advantage against Porto, Zhang Feng still studied the opponent very carefully and discussed tactical arrangements for the match with Klopp and several others. On the morning of May 27th, the Leeds United team rested at the hotel for half a day. Then, at 3:30 p.m. sharp, they took a bus from the hotel to the Webtoon Arena. Along the way, the streets of Gelsenkirchen were already a sea of fans. Not only were fans of Leeds United and Porto traveling from afar to cheer for their teams, but there were also many neutral fans wearing the jerseys of both teams on their way to the stadium. Because of the heavy traffic, the bus took a full half hour to travel what should have been a 10-minute journey, even with a police escort. At 4 p.m. sharp, the Leeds United team bus arrived at the parking lot of the Webtoon Arena, where media from all over the world had gathered to await the arrival of both teams. When Zhang Feng led all the Leeds United players off the bus, the sound of camera flashes filled the air as reporters rushed forward hoping to interview Zhang Feng of the Leeds United players. Due to the gag order issued by Zhang Feng, no reporters have been able to interview the Leeds United players after their arrival in Germany. This made the reporters hope to obtain first-hand information about Leeds United before the match started. Fortunately, the security personnel on site were well prepared and protected the Leeds United players as they entered the stadium. In this respect, Mourinho's choice and Zhang Feng's are two completely different styles. Zhang Feng is the kind of person who is very low-key before the game, and you can hardly feel his presence. On the other hand, after arriving in Germany, Mourinho and Porto players frequently appeared in front of reporters to give interviews. In particular, after arriving in Germany, when interviewed by reporters about last season's UEFA Cup loss to Leeds United, Mourinho said, "This season, Leeds United have shown unprecedented dominance in the Premier League. I know many people favor Leeds United in today's final, but I want to say that we did have a chance in last season's UEFA Cup final. It's just that our opponents were luckier. And this season, I have been studying how to beat Leeds United. I think no one knows our opponents better than me. Leeds United is not a perfect team, and there is no perfect team in this world. I know their weaknesses clearly. I cannot predict the outcome of the match, but I can tell you with certainty that it will not be easy for Leeds United to win." When Zhang Feng was being pestered by reporters in the parking lot and asked for his opinion on the match, he simply said, "We'll know when the result comes out." At 4:30 p.m., all the players from Leeds United and Porto appeared on the pitch under the guidance of their coaches. The Webtoon Arena, which can hold nearly 60,000 people, was already packed to capacity. The match also attracted television stations from nearly 200 countries and regions around the world to broadcast the Champions League final live. While the players from both sides are training, the cameras on the field are also searching for the celebrities who have come to the scene today. Chapter 3:07 The Second Battle of the Young Marshal Struggle. The camera first focused on a box at the stadium, where German Football Association President Zwanziger, German national team coach Rudi Völler, and German Football Association honorary President Beckenbauer were talking amongst themselves. In the next box, Real Madrid President Florentino Perez sat next to Beckham and Zidane, their conversation seemingly lighthearted, judging from the smiles on their faces. In a third box were Chelsea's Russian billionaire Abramovich and his assistant, along with Chelsea's scouting chief Pini. These three weren't talking, their eyes fixed on the pitch. Next, the camera captured Barcelona President Laporta, Kaiserslautern President Frederick, and Schalke 04's president, all seemingly engaged in lighthearted conversation. The camera then shifted from the VIP boxes to the stands, where Portuguese manager Luis Felipe Scolari, Italian manager Trapattoni, Spanish manager Camacho, Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger, and former Chelsea manager Claudio Ranieri were all spotted by the camera. It is worth mentioning that the day after the end of the Premier League season, Chelsea announced on its official website that Ranieri would be ending his tenure as Chelsea manager. Later, some wives and girlfriends appeared on camera. Jiang Feng's girlfriend, Qiu Zixuan, was also present, along with some players' families and many football stars, all of whom were spotted by the camera. While the live broadcast cameras were interacting with fans in this way, both teams had finished their acclimatization tour and were heading to their locker rooms for final preparations, meaning there was still nearly half an hour before the highly anticipated final officially began. The fans in the stands were still cheering for their team with their songs and shouts. Judging from the situation at the scene, the number of Leeds United fans and Porto fans present today was not much different. However, there were many more Leeds United fans among the neutral fans. Almost half of the local German fans were wearing Leeds United's white jerseys, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that today's game can be considered Leeds United's home game. These German fans who support Leeds United are mostly from Kaiserslautern. After Jiang Feng left Kaiserslautern, Kaiserslautern gradually lost its competitiveness in the Bundesliga, while Bayern Munich returned to its era of dominance in the Bundesliga. It is precisely because of this that Kaiserslautern fans miss Jiang Feng so much. Guys, this is the last game of the season. I believe you all know what this game means without me saying much. This season, we have created an unprecedented era that belongs to us. It can be said that as long as you remove the last obstacle in our way, we will be forever remembered in the hearts of the fans. I only hope that no matter where you are in the future, as long as you think of this season, you will have nothing to regret. Looking at his disciples, Jiang Feng paused for a moment before continuing. Now I'll outline the tactics. The opponent is basically the same as when we faced them last season, with no major changes. So after the start, I believe they will definitely solidify their defense before counterattacking. I believe you are very familiar with this tactic this season, so I require you to quickly take control of the tempo. As usual, after the start, increase the pressing to force the opponent to speed up their passing. In the attacking third, press hard to prevent the opponent from passing the ball too much. Also, in terms of attack, start from the flanks after the start, understand? Clear. All right, let's go. Guys, take them down. Yes, kill them. Good evening, viewers. This is China Television broadcasting the 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League final live. My partner, Mr. Zhang Lu, and I are currently providing live commentary for this match at the Veltins Arena in Germany. You should be able to see through the camera that both teams' starting players have appeared in the player tunnel, ready to enter the game, said Huang Jinxiang from China Television in the broadcast booth. At this point, urged by the referee, both sides finished their preparations and motivational speeches, and the starting players of both teams stood in the player tunnel, waiting to enter the field under the guidance of the referee team. Today's referee team is all from Italy, and the head referee is the well-known Italian referee Collina. We have just received the starting lineups for both sides. Now, Coach Zhang will introduce the starting lineups for both sides. Please welcome Coach Zhang. Hello, everyone. Now I'll introduce the starting lineups for both sides. First, let's look at Leeds United. Coach Jiang Feng has arranged the familiar 4-2-1-3 formation. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, the Czech goalkeeper, has performed exceptionally well this season and is the best goalkeeper in the Premier League's best 11. In defense, left-back Abidal, right-back Maicon. The two center-backs are Ramos and Chiellini. The defensive midfielders are Modric and Aquilani. The attacking midfielder is Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Cameronesi, and center forward Ibrahimovic. I believe any Leeds United fan will recognize this lineup. It's basically Leeds United's strongest lineup this season. For most important matches, Leeds United has used this starting lineup. Yes, players like Kaká, Ronaldo, Ramos, Abidal, and Modric in this lineup were all selected for the Premier League's best 11. Ronaldo, in particular, won both the Premier League's top scorer and Player of the Year awards. Ibrahimovic is currently leading the Champions League scoring charts, having scored 14 goals this season, making a significant contribution to Leeds United. According to some European media speculation, Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic are strong contenders for the next Ballon d'Or, Huang Jinxiang said. Now let me introduce Porto's starting lineup. Mourinho has deployed a 4-3-1-2 formation, with Bea in goal, Ferreira, Costa, Carvalho, and Valente in defense, Mendes, Costinha, and Maniche as the three defensive midfielders, Deco as the attacking midfielder, and Delry and Alberto as the forwards. This lineup is also the one that Porto used most frequently this season to reach the Champions League final. Chapter 3:08 The Second Battle of the Young Martial Struggle, Part 3. After checking his watch, Kalina spoke with the fourth official on the sidelines and then immediately blew the whistle to start the match. Leeds United took the first kickoff after winning possession. Ibrahimovic passed the ball back to Modric and then immediately ran towards the attacking third. As soon as Modric got the ball, all of Leeds United's midfielders and forwards began to spread out, fully displaying an aggressive attacking stance. The two teams' performances at the start of the game were almost identical to those in last season's UEFA Cup final. In fact, when Mourinho fielded three defensive midfielders, everyone knew what the situation would be like at the start of the game. Facing Leeds United, who have stirred up a youth storm in European football this season, even the usually very confident Mourinho had to focus on consolidating his defense first. However, Mourinho also knew that relying solely on defense would not win today's final. So when arranging the formation, he still set up a two-striker formation. He wanted to solidify the defense while also trying to make Leeds United wary in attack, so as to make the game more suspenseful. Mourinho watched almost the entire Leeds United versus Chelsea match in the league. In fact, Mourinho's tactic for today's game borrowed a lot from Ranieri's. The three defensive midfielder tactic was specifically designed to target Leeds United's flanks and central support. Mourinho hoped to create a gap in Leeds United's central and flank play through the support of the three defensive midfielders. The idea is nice, but whether it will actually achieve the desired effect is something even Mourinho himself cannot guarantee. In fact, no tactic is perfect. Mourinho's three defensive midfielders tactic did cause a lot of trouble for Leeds United's wing attacks. After the start of the game, Leeds United's attacks on both flanks were thwarted for a time and did not achieve the results expected before the game. However, Jiang Feng, who was on the sidelines, took advantage of a dead ball opportunity to pull Kaka aside and whisper a few words in his ear. Leeds United's attacking momentum suddenly returned to its former strength. In fact, Jiang Feng's adjustments were very simple. Porto's three defensive midfielders effectively contained Leeds United's wing attacks, and the distance between them was quite wide, which did cause some trouble for Leeds United. However, Jiang Feng began to entrust the responsibility of organizing the team's attacks to the wingers, while Kaka moved forward a bit, standing almost parallel to Porto's defensive midfielders. As a result, Leeds United's passes frequently appeared behind the three defensive midfielders. Kaka's explosiveness, coupled with Ibrahimovic's frequent dropping back to receive passes, caused Porto's defense to show signs of collapse for a time. In the 16th minute of the match, Ronaldo received a pass from Modric near the left midfield line and immediately launched a high ball into the middle, directly in front of Kaka. Kaka accelerated past Costinha and easily received the ball. After advancing a few steps, Costa, who had been drawn out by Ibrahimovic, had to abandon his marking of Ibrahimovic and prepare to intercept Kaka. However, Kaka was waiting for him to make that move. Before Costa could even get into position, Kaka's pass reached Ibrahimovic's feet. After adjusting himself on the edge of the penalty area, Ibrahimovic unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. Unfortunately, the shot was parried away by a focused Bea with one hand, sending the ball out of bounds. Abidal's subsequent corner kick was cleared out of bounds by Costa. Although Leeds United's attack failed to result in a goal, it gave the Porto players a scare and served as a wake-up call for Mourinho on the sidelines. Mourinho had to accept that his carefully laid-out tactics had been instantly dismantled by Jiang Feng. Mourinho knew he had to make adjustments, otherwise this weakness would be exploited infinitely by Leeds United. Taking advantage of the dead ball situation, Mourinho pulled Deco aside for some instructions. Later, after the match started, Jiang Feng noticed that Porto had consciously reduced the distance between their three defensive midfielders. Seeing this, Jiang Feng sneered. When Leeds United launched their second attack, Mourinho knew his troubles were much greater than before. His adjustments not only reduced the range of movement of his three defensive midfielders by closing the distance between them, making the central area suddenly much more crowded, but also completely freed up Leeds United's wing attacks, which had been contained at the start of the game. In the 22nd minute, Modric received a pass from Ramos in the backfield. His eyes were on Ronaldo, but he delivered a long pass to Camoranesi. Upon receiving the ball, Camoranesi deftly chipped it past Ferreira's defense, dribbling forward until he reached the byline before crossing into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic overextended himself, but this resulted in a beautiful goal. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ibrahimovic, with his back to the goal, controlled the ball with his chest and then executed a bicycle kick. His right foot struck the ball, stunning not only the fans but also Porto goalkeeper Bea, who hadn't anticipated such a shot and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. In the 24th minute, Leeds United broke the deadlock with a smooth attack down the wing, culminating in Ibrahimovic scoring a bicycle kick to give them a lead. Beautiful, beautiful goal. I think this goal should be one of the top 10 goals of this European Championship. It's an absolute perfect combination of power and technique. Congratulations to Leeds United for taking the lead, Huang Jinxiang said excitedly. After scoring this incredible goal, Ibrahimovic excitedly ran towards the stands where the Leeds United fans were and kissed the Leeds United crest on his jersey. Ibrahimovic celebrated the goal with the fans in this way. From Leyton Orient to Kaiserslautern, and now to Leeds United, Ibrahimovic has gradually grown into a top-class center forward over the past few seasons under Jiang Feng's guidance, and he's paid a lot for it. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, happily high-fived Moshais and Klopp beside him. Many of his colleagues in the stands also looked at the Leeds United players and Jiang Feng on the field with envious eyes. Meanwhile, Mourinho, who appeared expressionless, was actually feeling extremely bitter inside. Facing Leeds United and Jiang Feng in the European finals for 2 consecutive seasons was a bitter pill to swallow for Mourinho and his Porto team. Mourinho knew very well that Porto's current squad was no match for Leeds United. Thinking about this, Mourinho unconsciously recalled what Mendes had told him earlier. Looking at everything before him, Mourinho felt he needed to seriously consider his next move. Chapter 309, 5 Crown King. Many people in the stands knew that Leeds United had already secured the victory. Many who knew Leeds United or had played against them knew that once Leeds United took the lead, it would be a disaster for their opponents. Just like Porto on the field now, after the game restarted, Leeds United, who were leading by 1 goal, gradually took control of the game's rhythm. Their three-dimensional attack, combining the flanks and the middle, kept Porto's defense busy, leaving them only able to passively defend. Mourinho on the sidelines appeared very impatient, constantly gesturing to the players on the field. In the 37th minute, Leeds United extended their lead again when Kaka received a header pass from Ibrahimovic in the penalty area and unleashed a powerful volley into Porto's net. 2-0, Leeds United extended their lead to 2 goals. Although the first half of the game was not over yet, many people in the stadium knew that the championship had basically belonged to Leeds United. And the actual course of the game was indeed, as everyone had guessed, with the 2 teams not even in the same league. After conceding their second goal in the first half, Porto were forced to tighten their defense, creating a comical scene where the trailing team was defending with all their might, while the leading team was attacking. This result was somewhat laughable. Having barely held on to the score at halftime, Porto fans cheered their team on from the stands, hoping for a miracle. Despite Mourinho's tactical and personnel adjustments at halftime, the team was still unable to turn the tide after the start of the second half. The second half was a carbon copy of the first half. Leeds United's sharp attacks left Porto in a sorry state, giving them virtually no chance to attack. Under Jiang Feng's guidance, Leeds United perfectly demonstrated that attack is the best form of defense. In the 59th minute, Ibrahimovic received a pass from Cameronesi in the penalty area and headed the ball past Bea to complete his brace. With a score of 3-0, Jiang Feng returned to the coach's bench. Ibrahimovic's goal also secured in the Champions League top scorer title. After scoring, Ibrahimovic excitedly went to the sidelines again to share his joy with the Leeds United fans. As the match resumed, in the 60th minute, Leeds United made 2 substitutions. Messi replaced Cameronesi, and Yaya Touré replaced Aquilani. As the match progressed and the end date drew closer, so too did the moment when Leeds United lifted their first ever Champions League trophy. Leeds United fans in the stands began chanting, "We are the champions," their voices completely overwhelming the Porto fans and gradually filling the stadium with their song. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to end the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the Italian referee Collina has blown the final whistle. Congratulations to Leeds United and Jiang Feng. The 2003 to 2004 UEFA Champions League season has come to a perfect end. This season is considered the most ordinary and has the most underdogs in Champions League history. In the end, Leeds United emerged victorious, defeating Porto from Portugal 3-0 to win their first ever Champions League trophy. This is also Jiang Feng's second Champions League title as a coach. The moment Collina blew his whistle, all the Leeds United players and staff excitedly ran onto the pitch, some crying and some laughing. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, walked calmly toward Mourinho. Hey Jose, how's it going? Oomph, you got lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time you meet me. And you won't be the one to win. If I had these players, I could do it too. I believe you, but you'll have to find these players first, don't you think? Mourinho was helpless against Jiang Feng's teasing, since he had lost the game. However, it also made Mourinho determined to make a decision. After teasing them for a bit, Jiang Feng turned around and went back to the court to share the joy of winning the championship with his players. The chants of "We are the champions" in the stands were gradually replaced by the Leeds United anthem. The resounding singing fully expressed the feelings of the Leeds United fans at this moment. At this moment, the Leeds United anthem not only resounded in the Veltons Arena, but also in Elland Road, in Leeds City, and all over the world. Countless Leeds United fans were singing the Leeds United anthem. When Jiang Feng was lifted up by the Leeds United players, shouts of "Emperor" rang out from the stands. Jiang Feng was now considered a godlike figure by all Leeds United fans. In just 2 seasons, Leeds United had won the UEFA Cup and the Champions League and had also defended their league title, an unprecedented achievement. Kaka then accepted the Champions League trophy from the UEFA president on the podium and subsequently lifted the trophy for the 5th time this season amidst cheers from the crowd. Leeds United have made history as 5-time champions, and the names of all the Leeds United players present at the event are etched in this historical record. The following time was entirely Leeds United's time to celebrate, but the bigger celebration would have to wait until they returned to Leeds City. Leeds United, the first 5-time Premier League champions since its inception, had been waiting for this moment, having not chosen to celebrate when they won the title before. After dealing with the post-match press conference, Leeds United returned to England that evening on a chartered plane. The plane landed at London International Airport. As the Leeds United players stepped out of the airport, thousands of Leeds United fans were already waiting outside. After everyone boarded the team bus, all the Leeds United fans honked their horns. 3 police cars led the way for the bus. The Leeds City Council also attached great importance to the triumphant return of Leeds United. The bus's final destination today was Elland Road Stadium, where the final celebration ceremony would be held. When the bus arrived at the stadium's parking lot, it was almost completely surrounded by thousands of fans who couldn't get into the stadium, all waiting in front of the parking lot for their heroes to return. Chapter 3:10 Epilogue. The celebrations lasted until the early hours of the morning, with the Leeds United fans displaying their excitement to the fullest. After finishing the season with 5 titles, the team entered the holiday period. Leeds United, which had completed the contract renewals of the team early on, still faced many big clubs poaching them during the summer transfer window, but the core players did not leave. Although there have been some player changes, they have not affected the team's strength, and the development of Yachi Town has provided Leeds United with continuous momentum for development. To Jiang Feng's surprise, although his appearance had changed the fate of many people, some major events were still developing according to the trajectory he knew from his previous life. Just like the European Cup this summer, Greece ultimately created a myth that was almost impossible to replicate, and Rehagel also ascended to his own altar. After the European Championship, Chelsea announced its new manager. Mourinho became the Blues' new manager without any surprises. Jiang Feng's little butterfly wings ultimately failed to create a big storm, and the course of history still did not deviate from the larger framework. Chelsea have once again become the focus of attention across Europe in the new summer transfer market, while the newly crowned Champions League champions have remained remarkably low-key, just like in previous seasons. Subsequently, in the 2004 to 2005 season, Jiang Feng's Leeds United and Mourinho's Chelsea faced fierce competition in the Premier League and even in European competitions. After a season of competition in the league, Mourinho finally defeated Jiang Feng and won the league title. Leeds United won the FA Cup and the League Cup and successfully defended their Champions League title. Jiang Feng also successfully defended his title as the King of Cups with these 3 titles this season. After 3 seasons, Leeds United has become a true powerhouse, one of the most prestigious clubs in Europe. Countless young players consider it an honor to wear the Leeds United jersey, and countless youth players consider it an honor to join the Leeds United Youth Academy in Yorktown. As a result, Leeds United rarely makes any big moves in the transfer market. In the 2005 to 2006 season, Jiang Feng was no longer the team's head coach and was replaced by the former assistant coach Jurgen Klopp. That same season, Klopp led Leeds United to win the league and FA Cup titles again, while Mourinho only won the League Cup. However, Leeds United also faced UEFA's targeting in the Champions League and were eliminated early in the quarterfinals. The day before the opening of the 2006 FIFA World Cup in Germany, Jiang Feng and Xiao Zixuan held their wedding in England. After resigning as the head coach of Leeds United, Jiang Feng quietly ran many youth football training camps in China. Some talented Chinese players were brought to England by Jiang Feng. After spending a few years in Yachi Town, They were sent by Leeds United to many leagues in Europe. 2007 was a breakout year for Chinese players, with as many as 17 playing across Europe and more than half of them securing starting positions, including some traditional powerhouses in the top 5 leagues. Unfortunately, despite all that Jiang Feng did, he still couldn't change the fate of Chinese football much. Many things that happened in his previous life still happened in this world, which made Jiang Feng realize that it was basically impossible to change anything by relying solely on his own strength. As some media outlets have previously suggested, Leeds United could dominate English and even European football for a decade. The constant stream of geniuses emerging in Yachi Town could even extend this time frame. In the 2006 to 2007 season, Klopp led Leeds United to regain the glory of Jiang Feng's era and finally achieved another 5-title feat after the end of this season. Kaka left Leeds United and transferred to Real Madrid for a record transfer fee of €120 million. Kaka's departure did not affect Leeds United's strength, as young players like Kroos, Sneijder, and Moutinho had already made their names at a young age. Jiang Feng attended the opening ceremony of the 2008 Beijing Olympics as an invited guest. At the ceremony, Jiang Feng and his wife Qiu Sichuan appeared with their daughter. After getting married, Jiang Feng has always kept a low profile and rarely appears in public. Jiang Feng no longer needs to worry about the club's development, and he doesn't even need the system anymore. Leeds United has become the strongest club in the world, a true Galacticos.